Chapter 1. The Archer, a cataclysmic beginning. The awakening of the profession is in progress. The cold, mechanical voice echoed across the playground as Xia Mu gently caressed the crystal orb on the podium, his eyes fixed intently on the pulsating data displayed in the holographic projection, his throat tightening. Xia Mu has demonstrated a potential value surpassing 3,000 mH. The trembling voice of Teacher Wang, the homeroom teacher, filled the air. This shatters the historical record of Nan City. The awakening of a hidden profession is practically a foregone conclusion. A collective gasp arose from the audience, all eyes converging on Xia Mu, a mix of envy and jealousy swirling in the atmosphere. Since the advent of global digitization, fewer than 30 individuals have awakened hidden professions throughout Long Kingdom, each swiftly ascending to become a leader within the Dragon Soul Pavilion. It is safe to say that awakening a hidden profession signifies an extraordinary rise to prominence. Nan City had never witnessed the birth of a hidden profession today. They might just be on the brink of witnessing this historic moment. Yet, amidst the expectant gazes, the crystal orb in Xia Mu's hands unexpectedly emanated a mundane pale blue glow. Profession determination in progress. Basic combat class archer. A silence engulfed the space. Xia Mu stared in bewilderment at the pale blue bow and arrow patterns manifesting on his wrist, the unmistakable mark of an elementary profession. The commotion from the audience surged like a tidal wave. Is it possible? An archer? Is this truly the genius, with a potential value exceeding 3,000? Who knows? Perhaps it is simply the law of extremes. Alas, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Compared to Xia Mu, I suddenly feel that my own awakening of a mundane profession doesn't sting as much as it did before. I heard that due to Xia Mu's situation, even the mayor attended today's graduation ceremony. Look at how dark his expression is. The crowd turned their gaze toward the front row, where a slightly portly middle-aged man sat, his face indeed clouded with displeasure. Listening to the murmurs from below, Xia Mu felt his breath quicken. He slowly raised his head, scanning the diverse expressions of his peers in the audience, exhaling a heavy sigh as he descended from the podium and silently returned to his seat. An archer, a profession so ordinary it was almost pedestrian. While it was certainly more favorable compared to those who awakened lifestyle professions, for someone like Xia Mu, whose potential had shattered the city's records, this outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Damn it, why did I awaken as an archer? Xia Mu glared at the faint green bow and arrow patterns on his wrist, unable to suppress a curse. The surrounding crowd cast various bewildered glances in his direction. Even the instructor presiding over the awakening ceremony remained momentarily stunned. In his original plan, he had intended to allocate time for Xia Mu to share some words after his awakening, however. Now, after a considerable pause, he sighed softly and called out, "Next, Sun Man Man." Xia Mu lifted his gaze, watching the graceful figure of Man Man swiftly ascend the podium, a bittersweet smile fleeting across his lips. She must be quite disappointed. As a purple light illuminated the stage, the mentor announced Sun Man Man's awakened profession with a loud voice. Sun Man Man, Advanced Summoner Necromancer. Wow, she is actually an Advanced Summoner Necromancer. I truly envy her. She is indeed a top student with a potential value of 1,200. And she is so beautiful. Originally, I thought she was reaching too high by being with Xia Mu, but now it seems. I reckon that Xia Mu is not far from being dumped. It's normal countless couples part ways every graduation season due to the disparity in awakened profession levels. For them, a breakup is entirely reasonable. Listening to the waves of envy rising from the audience, Sun Man Man wore a proud smile, her gaze sweeping toward a figure at the back of the crowd. She furrowed her brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she shifted her focus elsewhere. She raised her right hand, showcasing the deep purple patterns of her staff to the audience below, her smile widening. Next, Qin Qianxue. As the mentor's voice resonated, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on the podium. Qin Qianxue's potential value reached an astonishing 2,100 mH. Although it paled in comparison to Xia Mu's 3,000 mH, it was still the highest potential value in Nanshi following Xia Mu. Among this year's graduates from Nanshi No. 1 High School, Qin Qianxue was the most likely to awaken a hidden profession, second only to Xia Mu. Theoretically, a potential value exceeding 1800 mH significantly increases the likelihood of awakening a hidden profession, and with Qin Qianxue's potential value of 2100 mH, her chance surpassed 80. This was also the reason why Xia Mu, with a potential value of 3000 mH, awakening as an ordinary archer was so astonishing. As Qin Qianxue's delicate, snow-white fingers grazed the crystal ball, a dazzling golden light erupted. Qin Qianxue, hidden profession dragon conjurer. The mentor's voice trembled slightly as it rang out. Instead of the anticipated uproar, the audience fell into a profound silence. A hidden profession had emerged. Although everyone knew that with Qin Qianxue's potential value of 2100, the probability of awakening a hidden profession was exceedingly high, the reality of it still evoked astonishment in their eyes. In the front row, the mayor of Nanshe, who had initially wore a pallid expression, was now beaming with radiance. A soft gulp echoed, and the gazes of the audience shifted from shock to reverence. There was no envy or jealousy, for this young girl on stage, regardless of her lineage, beauty, or the hidden profession she had awakened, was beyond the reach of those present. Congratulations, classmate Qin, for becoming the first awakener of a hidden profession in the history of Nanshe. Standing at the podium, the mentor gazed at the crystal orb, radiating a golden glow, and addressed Qin Qianxue. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke to her, his waist involuntarily bent in a gesture of respect. A mentor bowing to a recently graduated student? Such a scene would surely leave onlookers astounded under normal circumstances yet. In this moment, not a single person in the audience found anything unusual about it. "Thank you, mentor," Qin Qianxue replied, also performing a bow. A joyous expression graced her exquisite face as her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Xia Mu. Noticing Xia Mu's attention upon her, she defiantly lifted her chin before descending from the stage. Chapter 2. Hidden Talent. Xia Mu's lips curled into a bitter smile as he sighed. "It seems my hopes of joining the Battle Soul Pavilion are dashed." The Battle Soul Pavilion of the Dragon Kingdom is the sole organization of awakened individuals affiliated with the military, and membership signifies a commitment to national training. Not only does one gain preferential access to top-tier equipment, but they also enter into classified combat realms, making it the most expedient path to becoming a premier awakened individual. It could be said that the Battle Soul Pavilion is the dream organization for all awakened beings in the Dragon Kingdom. According to population quotas, the pavilion offers only 3 admission spots to Nanshe each year. Individuals like Qin Qianxue, who awaken hidden professions, can be recruited without undergoing any assessments, and within the pavilion, they receive a significant allocation of resources for their development. The remaining 2 spots must be selected from the pool of all graduating awakened candidates. All combat profession awakened individuals must elevate their levels to the threshold of level 10 within a week of awakening to qualify for university admission. During the graduation ceremony held 1 week after the awakening ritual, those who qualify will compete in a designated instance, with the final allocation of the 2 remaining spots determined by their battlefield performance and potential assessment. It is highly probable that these 2 spots will be filled by individuals of advanced professions, as they hold a considerable advantage in potential evaluations. Originally, with Xia Mu's record-breaking potential value of 3000 mH, awakening a hidden profession would have guaranteed his entry into the Battle Soul Pavilion, possibly even making him a core member thereafter. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Who could have anticipated that he would awaken as an ordinary archer despite such high potential? Such an infuriating twist of fate. Xia Mu cursed under his breath, gazing despondently at the bow and arrow patterns on his wrist, releasing a long sigh. In the eyes of most, awakening as an archer would already be regarded as a commendable outcome. After all, among the annual graduates, only about 20 awaken combat professions, while the remaining 80 are relegated to life professions. Yet the stark contrast between Xia Mu's 3000 mH potential and the unremarkable archer profession was undeniably disheartening. Well, a bowman is still a bowman, at least it is a combat profession. With some effort, there is hope, which is certainly far better than a mundane occupation. Xia Mu tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering himself a slight consolation as he opened his attribute panel. Name: Xia Mu. Profession: Bowman level, 1 health, 100 mana, 100 attack power, 50 defense, 30 attack speed, 0 second strength, 10 intelligence, 10 constitution, 10 agility, 10 free attribute points, 0 experience, 0 200. Gazing at this unremarkable attribute panel, Xia Mu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was his potential value, which exceeded 3,000 mH and caused the detection device to break the scale, merely an illusion? He felt utterly exasperated and was just about to dismiss this infuriating data panel when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a line of faint golden text at the bottom of the attribute panel. Hidden talent. Activates a special entry every 10 levels. Hidden talent? What on earth is this? Xia Mu pondered, gently tapping the line of faint golden text. Beneath it appeared an expanded entry. Hidden talent. Activates a special entry every 10 levels. Current entry 1. Soul engraving, permanently 1 attack for every enemy unit killed. No upper limit. What does this mean? Xia Mu was momentarily stunned and read the words again, letter by letter. Permanently 1 attack for every enemy unit killed. No upper limit? The entry was straightforward, merely 20 or so characters long. Yet Xia Mu read it over and over, his eyes widening with each repetition. I can't believe it. What kind of outrageous entry is this? Does it imply that for every monster he kills, he can permanently increase his attack power by 1 point? Therefore, if he were to slay 100 monsters, would he not gain an additional 100 points of attack power? Moreover, it is permanent, meaning there is no time limit or requirement for continuity. As long as he continues to slay monsters, he can accumulate an additional point of attack power. This suggests that as long as he engages in combat and amasses sufficient kills, his attack power will perpetually rise. This is quite terrifying. It is worth noting that in the weapon refinement market, a single firestone that adds 10 points of attack to a weapon would deplete the savings of an ordinary awakener for several months. And those dragon-scale crystal cores, which are auctioned at exorbitant prices, only add a mere 50 points of attack power when embedded, with a maximum of 15 cores allowed per piece of equipment. Yet for Xia Mu, simply leveling up through regular monster hunting would allow him to achieve results that others could only attain through immense exertion. As his phone vibrated in his pocket, Xia Mu retrieved his phone, unlocking it to find a WeChat message pop up. Jin Yu Xiao Yu. Brother, I will be the sister of Sharpshooter in the future. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Xia Mu smiled at the message on his phone. Having lost their parents at an early age, he and his sister, Xia Jinyu, had relied on one another for as long as he could remember. An exceptional archer? Is this girl merely comforting herself? A warmth spread through Xia Mu's heart as he turned to glance at the crowd gathered around the playground. Today marked the awakening ceremony for the graduating class, and numerous second-year students had skipped class to witness the event. After searching the area, Xia Mu could not spot Xia Jinyu and thus redirected his attention to the screen of his mobile device, his fingers deftly tapping away. Are you sneaking away from class to watch our awakening ceremony? Isn't your homeroom teacher going to scold you? Though only 11 months older than Xia Jinyu, Xia Mu had grown accustomed to addressing his sister in this paternal tone since their childhood spent together in the orphanage. Moments later, his phone vibrated again. Jinyu Little Moon, of course not. My potential value is so high that the teacher wouldn't dare scold me. Xia Mu chuckled softly. Her words held a grain of truth. While her initial assessment of potential may not have been as extraordinary as his, it was still firmly above 1600, a commendable figure at Nansha No. 1 High School. Before he could respond, another message arrived. Jinyu Little Moon. Brother, I hope to awaken a supportive profession next year, so I can follow behind you and bestow various buffs. Xia Mu hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately deciding to withhold the truth about his own innate abilities from Xia Jinyu. The girl was remarkably innocent, and some matters need not be laid bare before her. Rest assured, my awakening will not be that of an ordinary archer. You should just pray that you won't hinder me after your awakening next year. Jinyu Little Moon. Humph. Who told you to be my brother? Even if I hold you back, you will still have to take me along. Xia Mu shook his head with a smile, just as Xia Jinyu sent another message. Jinyu Little Moon. Oh no, the grade supervisor is coming to catch us. I must return to class now. Good luck, brother. Xia Mu stared at the message on his phone, shaking his head in resignation as he tucked the device back into his pocket. Chapter 3. Such pride as time gradually passed, the graduation ceremony neared its conclusion. following an interminable speech of encouragement from school leaders. The ceremony finally came to an end. Xia Mu promptly rose from his seat, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to explore his hidden talent. He scanned the crowd and eventually spotted the besieged Sun Man Man. His eyes lit up, and he waved at her enthusiastically. Sun Man Man, amidst the throng, caught sight of Xia Mu. A flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze before she turned her head away, feigning ignorance of his greeting. Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback. He was certain she had seen him, yet her current demeanor suggested a deliberate avoidance. Could it be due to his awakening as an archer? A sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Was this not a tad too realistic? After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to approach Sun Man Man. It would be best to confirm things face to face. He did not wish to misinterpret her intentions based on mere speculation. Though Sun Man Man kept her head lowered, her peripheral vision was keenly aware of Xia Mu's movements. As she noticed him walking towards her, a sense of agitation welled up within her. Deep down, she was conflicted. Xia Mu had always treated her well. If he were to awaken his hidden vocation today, she would undoubtedly be the happiest person. However, the reality was that he had only awakened as a mundane archer, while she had already ascended to the esteemed profession of a necromancer. The chasm between them would only widen in the future. To continue harboring feelings for Xia Mu would be decidedly irrational. With a resigned sigh, she thought, perhaps it is best to clarify things with him. Xia Mu is a proud individual. Once I elucidate my stance, he will likely refrain from persisting in his affections. With this resolution, Sun Man Man's gaze turned cold. She lifted her head to meet Xia Mu's approach. Given the inevitability of the situation, she felt there was no longer any need to squander time on him. As Xia Mu caught sight of Sun Man Man's expression, a heavy weight settled in his heart. After 3 years of camaraderie, he understood her well enough to recognize the implications behind her gaze. Alas, it appeared there was little room for misunderstanding. Sun Man Man prepared to speak as Xia Mu drew near, but to her astonishment, he brushed past her without a sideways glance, treating her as if she were a mere stranger. Her expression froze, and her neck turned mechanically to follow his retreating figure. The words she had rehearsed caught in her throat, leaving her in distress. Xia Mu, we need to talk, Sun Man Man called out. Xia Mu paused, turning to face her, his tone devoid of any emotion. No need. I believe I understand your intentions. Sun Man Man faltered at his response, the flatness of his voice causing an indescribable discomfort within her. Shouldn't he be pleading with her at this moment? Why this indifferent attitude? Seeing that Sun Man Man remained silent, Xia Mu shook his head, relinquishing the last vestiges of hope in his heart, and without a backward glance, he exited the playground. Sun Man Man was not mistaken. Xia Mu was indeed a proud individual, even more so than she had anticipated. Observing Xia Mu's retreating figure, the sense of guilt that had once lingered in Sun Man Man's heart dissipated, replaced by a flicker of indignation. Did one who had merely awakened as an ordinary archer truly possess the right to maintain such arrogance? Xia Mu made his way to a weapon shop situated at the entrance of the academy, knowing that to engage in combat, he must first acquire a suitable set of beginner's equipment. The shop bustled with a lively crowd, primarily composed of newly graduated students like Xia Mu. The proprietor of this establishment was astute, having strategically chosen a location adjacent to the academy's entrance and specializing solely in the sale of basic novice gear. Each year, during graduation season, newly awakened individuals flocked to purchase appropriate equipment, allowing the shop to sustain itself for an entire year and yield substantial profits from just these few days of business. Approaching the archers section, Xia Mu found the novice gear to be rather simplistic, with little variation in choice. There were only 2 weapon options available: Willow Bow, Attack Power 10, Attack Speed 0. 3 were Level 1 Iron Bow, Attack Power 80, Attack Speed 0. 5 were Level 10. Xia Mu glanced at the price tag of the Willow Bow and could not help but grimace. This mass-produced basic weapon was priced at 600 gold coins. Since the advent of global automation, gold coins had gradually supplanted the former currency of Blue Star, becoming the universal medium of exchange. The purchasing power of 1 gold coin was approximately equivalent to 10 yuan of the Dragon Kingdom's currency. This 600 gold coins would nearly cover the living expenses for both him and his sister for half a year. Ah, Xia Mu? A melodious voice rang out. Xia Mu raised an eyebrow and looked up to see Qin Qianxue approaching the corner of the shelf with several female classmates. Qin Qianxue had always been a goddess-like figure at the academy, and now, having awakened a hidden profession, she attracted even more attention wherever she went. The once bustling shop fell into a sudden hush. It was unclear whether the silence stemmed from Xia Mu's awakening of an ordinary profession or from Qin Qianxue's friendly greeting. Those present regarded Xia Mu with a gaze imbued with inscrutable significance. As Qin Qianxue drew near, Xia Mu offered a slight smile and teased, "What brings our esteemed Miss Qin to the novice shop in search of equipment?" It was common knowledge throughout Nanchurno, one high school, that Qin Qianxue hailed from an illustrious background, a true heiress. Her father, Qin Bai, was the head of the southern city branch of the War Soul Pavilion. Given the War Soul Pavilion's esteemed standing in the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Bai's authority was such that even the mayor would defer to him. With such a prestigious family lineage, it was almost certain that Qin Qianxue already had someone preparing her novice equipment, rendering a visit to the novice shop for mass-produced gear unnecessary. Hence, Xia Mu's question bore a hint of playful sarcasm. Qin Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. In the past, Xia Mu had never spoken to her in such a teasing manner. Their relationship had always been one of mutual respect, characteristic of gentlemanly camaraderie. Qin Qianxue indeed harbored the desire to draw closer to Xia Mu. However, Xia Mu seemed intent on maintaining a certain distance from her. In truth, Xia Mu was not the aloof and cold persona she appeared to be. Rather, she had deliberately kept her distance from Qin Qianxue due to Sun Man's remark about feeling insecure. After all, in terms of both family background and potential, Qin Qianxue was far superior to Sun Man. Xia Mu's actions were merely an attempt to alleviate any undue psychological pressure on Sun Man. A smile blossomed more vividly on Qin Qianxue's face, revealing her delight at the shift in Xia Mu's attitude. She turned to glance at the three young ladies behind her and casually remarked, "Since there is nothing pressing to attend to, I might as well accompany my friends on a stroll." Indeed, Xia Mu nodded, retrieving a willow wood bough from the shelf. With a smile, she remarked, "With only a week left, everyone is racing to reach level 10 to secure their admission into the Awakener Academy. Your leisurely demeanor is truly enviable." Chapter 4. What can you do to me? I would prefer to remain a laid-back individual, enjoying my leisurely existence. However, my family does not share this sentiment. Qin Qianxue chuckled playfully and remarked, "Fortunately, I have awakened a hidden class, so joining the Soul War Guild should pose no problem. Otherwise, I would have been hastily sent into the novice trial arena." Indeed, having awakened a hidden class essentially secures a position within the Soul War Guild. Xia Mu nodded with a smile, his tone devoid of any envy. With the enhancement of his innate abilities, the prospect of joining the Soul War Guild seemed less significant to him. No matter how exceptional the resources available may be, according to the nature of his hidden talent, as long as he diligently fought monsters to level up each day, his attack power would increase indefinitely, something no resource or equipment could rival. Qin Qianxue approached Xia Mu, playfully patting his shoulder, and said with a bright smile, "Once we purchase our novice gear, we should head to the trial arena to battle monsters. We currently lack a primary damage dealer. Would you care to join our party?" Their slightly intimate gestures attracted the attention of those around them, as a goddess like Qin Qianxue invariably draws the gaze of the crowd. Her invitation to Xia Mu elicited suppressed gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Xia Mu's gaze drifted over Qin Qianxue's shoulder to the three girls behind her, whom he vaguely recognized from the awakening ceremony. Each had caused quite a stir, all being high-class awakeners. This year, the awakening results from Nanchur No. 1 High School were commendable, with 352 participants, of whom 238 awakened combat classes. Among those, only 12 awakened high-class professions. Most notably, standing before Xia Mu was Qin Qianxue, the first ever to awaken a hidden class in Nanchur's history. The four young women before him could be considered the pinnacle of this year's awakeners. Had an ordinary person received Qin Qianxue's invitation, they would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude and excitement. However, Xia Mu had no intention of teaming up with them just yet. He wished to keep his talent abilities under wraps for the time being. Feigning hesitation, he shook his head and said, "Perhaps not. Since you all are either hidden or high-class professions, teaming up with you would merely serve to highlight my shortcomings." Qin Qianxue pouted and retorted, "Humph. Although you have awakened as a basic combat archer, I have an inkling that there is something extraordinary about you. Otherwise, your incredible potential would truly be a jest." Xia Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qin Qianxue's perceptiveness. Sensing his reaction, she became more convinced of her thoughts, but refrained from probing further. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "Once I join the Soul War Guild, I will recommend you. As for this afternoon's party, I want to press you. Your time is better spent with your son, Man. Her words caused Xia Mu's expression to stiffen slightly, yet he chose not to respond further. "Oh, isn't this our genius, Xia Mu?" A sudden, jarring laugh echoed from behind. Xia Mu furrowed his brow slightly, without turning around. He was already aware of the identity of that vexatious voice. Qin Qianxue, taking advantage of his father's affiliation with the War Soul Pavilion, flaunted his influence at Nancherno. One high school, Xia Mu, due to his extraordinary potential, had been the center of attention and had never afforded Qin Qianxue any respect, creating a palpable rift between them. It was rumored that this fellow had persistently pursued Sun Man for 2 years. Why has our genius ventured to this novice shop to procure equipment? Is our school truly neglecting its prodigies? Qin Qianxue approached with a group of followers, feigning surprise, while malice danced in his eyes. Xia Mu, uninterested in this bothersome insect, plucked the string of the willow bough in his hands, assessing the flexibility of this novice weapon. "Oh, I almost forgot. It seems our genius has awakened an ordinary profession," Qin Qianxue remarked, tapping his forehead with an exaggerated expression of realization. However, the derision in his gaze was unmistakable. Raising his voice, he laughed heartily. This cannot be blamed on the school. After all, every year, many ordinary professions are awakened. The academy cannot possibly provide each individual with a set of equipment. Can it? Ha. Xia Mu sighed, finding the situation exceedingly irritating. With half-closed eyelids and a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips, he mused, "Having been in the same class as me for these past few years, unable to do anything but glare at me must be quite frustrating for you, Chun. It must be hard for the young master to endure for 3 years. Seize the moment while my awakening as an ordinary archer is still fresh in the air, and indulge your need to vent." Qin Qianxue's eyes twitched in agitation. He was all too familiar with Xia Mu's expression, relying on his father's status as a member of the War Soul Pavilion. Qin Qianxue had always walked with an air of superiority, looking down upon others. Yet, Xia Mu's disdainful demeanor toward him had been a constant irritation. Had it not been for his family's repeated warnings to avoid provoking Xia Mu, he would have relished the chance to smash Xia Mu's face. However, given Xia Mu's terrifying potential, the attention directed towards him was overwhelmingly significant, making it unwise for Qin Qianxue to provoke him recklessly. But now, did he still possess the audacity to be arrogant? Indulge your whims? Qin Qianxue's countenance darkened. "Xia Mu, you are no longer the focus of everyone's attention. You are merely a waste who has awakened an ordinary profession. I advise you to temper your arrogance, or else I find the arrogant one to be you," interrupted Qin Qianxue, her face cold. "Xia Mu has not wronged you. Why do you come here spewing such vile nonsense? Who are you trying to intimidate?" Qin Qianxue was taken aback. He knew that Qin Qianxue and Xia Mu shared a decent rapport, but that bond had likely been built upon Xia Mu's previously staggering potential. Now, however, he was simply an ordinary awakened archer. Did Qin Qianxue still find it necessary to defend him? Individuals of their affluent circle rarely formed alliances with those deemed devoid of value. Yet, when confronted with Qin Qianxue, Qin Qianxue truly refrained from uttering any harsh words. After all, Qin Bai is the head of the Battle Soul Pavilion in the southern city, while Qin Qianxue's father, Qin Hong, is merely a mid-level leader within the same organization. The disparity in their backgrounds is considerable. Moreover, Qin Qianxue has now awakened her hidden profession, making her entry into the Battle Soul Pavilion almost a foregone conclusion. It is even highly likely that she will receive focused training from the pavilion. Regardless of background, The current Qin Qianxue is certainly not someone he can provoke. Qin Qianxue, wary of offending Qin Qianxue, could only cast a spiteful glare at Xia Mu and remarked, "It seems your only skill is hiding behind a woman now. What can you possibly do to me?" Xia Mu shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference. Even in this era of global digitization, Long Nation remains a society governed by law. Qin Qianxue could not dare to commit any unlawful acts in public. Particularly during the annual graduation season, fresh graduates are closely monitored before being recruited by the Awakening University. This can be regarded as a sort of novice protection period. Chapter 5. The first experience. Qin Qianxue cast a cold glance at Xia Mu, his voice laced with disdain as he remarked, "The radiance of your talent has faded. Once the graduation ceremony concludes, you shall be reduced to a mere nobody, a figure of no consequence. Who would care for the fate of an ordinary archer? I advise you to find a place to hide in the coming days, to be a turtle retreating into its shell." Xia Mu offered a faint smile, clutching the willow bough as he turned towards the cashier. "Let us discuss such matters after the graduation ceremony," he replied calmly. Qin Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed as he watched Xia Mu's retreating figure. "At this point, it would be a challenge for you to reach level 10 before the ceremony. You may not even qualify for university admission. How can you speak so boldly? Are you still lost in the delusion of your own brilliance?" Disregarding Qin Qianxue's taunts, Xia Mu completed his purchase and headed towards the exit. "Oh, and by the way," Qin Qianxue's voice echoed behind him once more, "I forgot to mention, Man has accepted my invitation to join my fixed team. Haha, but you must understand, with your awakened profession, you truly do not deserve her." Xia Mu paused, his grip on the willow bough tightening with a creak, yet he chose silence. In moments like these, a war of words proved futile. Qin Qianxue observed Xia Mu's departure, contemplating Qin Qianxue's words. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable intuition. She was certain that Xia Mu was far more than just an ordinary archer. How short-sighted of Sun Man. After hastily browsing through several armor and accessory shops, Xia Mu quickly acquired the remaining pieces of equipment. Given that they were mass-produced, standard items, there was little room for bargaining, allowing for a swift purchase. The total expenditure for these standard items amounted to nearly 2,000 gold coins, which represented the entirety of the savings Xia Mu and Xia Jinyu had accumulated over 3 years of frugality. This expenditure had long been anticipated in Xia Mu's plans, so he felt no pang of regret. Once fully equipped, Xia Mu's attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Name, Xia Mu. Profession, Archer. Level, Health, 230,100,130. Mana, 130,100,30. Attack Power, 5040. Defense, 3017. Attack Speed, 0. 38 second. Strength, 10.6. Intelligence, 10.3. Constitution, 10.3. Agility, 10.3. Free attribute points, 0. Experience, 0. 200 now. The most pressing matter was to slay monsters and validate his talent attributes. Since the advent of global digitization, individuals could teleport to the wilderness via the teleportation arrays in the city, and some special arrays allowed access to dungeon maps for trials. Dungeon maps imposed strict level restrictions. In contrast to the wilderness, monsters therein were denser and posed a greater threat, which is why adventurers typically ventured into dungeons as a group. The lowest tier of dungeon maps requires one to reach level 5 before teleportation is permitted. Prior to this, novices below level 5 must venture into the wilderness at the novice trial grounds to enhance their levels. The locations of these monster-infested maps seem to exist in a dimension separate from the Blue Star, where humanity continues to thrive without the presence of these creatures. However, it has been conjectured by powerful beings that one day, the dimensions of Blue Star and that of the monsters will inevitably merge. When that day arrives, it may herald the onset of an apocalyptic era. Furthermore, predictions suggest that the time remaining until this fateful day is alarmingly short. Xia Mu arrived at the bustling teleportation square in the city center, where throngs of people engaged in various recruitment efforts created a lively atmosphere. "Brother, we're one short in the novice map party. We have a healer, but need a ranged attacker. Would you like to join us?" Newbie girl seeking protection, Want to team up to slay some monsters, big brother? Although archers are merely regarded as ordinary combat professions, they still represent a formidable source of physical damage. As soon as Xia Mu reached the teleportation point, he was met with several invitations to join parties, which he declined one by one. Under the puzzled gazes of those around him, he made his way toward the teleportation array alone. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xia Jinyu. I'm heading to the novice trial grounds to level up today. Don't wait for me for dinner. If you don't feel like cooking, there are frozen dumplings on the third shelf of the fridge. Since Xia Mu entered high school, he had taken Xia Jinyu out of the cold orphanage and rented a modest house near the school, where the siblings relied on each other for support. Due to Xia Mu's remarkable potential, he received 2 forms of financial aid each month from the Nansha government and Nansha No. 1 High School, allowing them to live relatively comfortably. However, over the past year, in order to save up for a set of basic equipment, Xia Mu had to be frugal. Throughout this year, he had scarcely purchased any fruit, and meat only appeared on their table occasionally. Xia Jinyu showed no signs of discontent regarding this, for in her eyes, the absence of fruit and meat was trivial compared to her brother's future. Before Xia Mu could return his phone to his pocket, a new message alert chimed. He glanced at the blood-stained kitchen knife emoji sent by Xia Jinyu, chuckled softly, and pressed the lock screen button. After randomly selecting a number at the novice trial grounds and paying a teleportation fee of 10 gold coins, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the teleportation array. Humph, putting on a fa-ade of a lone wolf. When he arrives at the novice trial grounds and desperately seeks a party, no one will bother with him, sneered one of the individuals who had previously invited Xia Mu to join. As the scenery abruptly shifted, an expansive grassland unfolded before Xia Mu's eyes. In the 995th novice trial ground, peculiar creatures roamed amidst the undulating grass. These monsters had been covered in theoretical classes at school, so Xia Mu was not entirely unfamiliar with them. In the nearby low grasslands, a group of rabbits with diverse fur colors grazed on the stalks of grass, distinct from the rabbits of Blue Star, as these creatures sported fluffy, oversized tails. This is a level 1 long-eared rabbit, considered the lowest tier of monsters within the novice trial grounds. Long-eared rabbit, level 1 attack, 100 defense, 60 health, 100. The long-eared rabbit is a passively aggressive creature. Even if one stands beside it, it will not initiate an attack. However, when provoked, its ferocity becomes apparent, evident from the glinting incisors it displays while gnawing on grass. These rabbits are certainly not as docile as they appear. Deep within the grasslands, numerous awakened beings are engaged in a fierce hunt against higher-tier monsters, their skills illuminating the surroundings, accompanied by the occasional shouts of frustration and the mournful cries of the creatures. Xia Mu focused intently on those level 1 long-eared rabbits. Such monsters possess low health and minimal attack power, making them ideal prey for a lone wanderer like Xia Mu. The sole drawback is that the experience gained from slaying these rabbits is meager, causing most awakened beings in a party to hesitate to waste time on them. This has resulted in a remarkably high density of long-eared rabbits, which is precisely what Xia Mu desires. At least he would not squander time searching for monsters. Let the hunt begin. Xia Mu raised his bow, drawing the string taut. A shimmering arrow materialized, and at the moment the bowstring trembled, it flew forth with great velocity. Whoosh! The arrow struck true, embedding itself in the shoulder of a nearby long-eared rabbit, eliciting a crimson number to float above, -40. The rabbit emitted a piercing scream, its previously curled form exploding into motion, its blood-red eyes now fixed upon Xia Mu. With a powerful kick, it propelled itself forward, bounding towards him. The long-eared rabbit moved with remarkable speed, prompting Xia Mu to hastily draw his bow once more, only to discover that the shimmering arrow had yet to materialize. The normal attack is on cooldown. The attack speed of the willow bow is 0.3, and with an additional 10 points in agility, it would take approximately 2.6 seconds to release another arrow. As the long-eared rabbit closed the distance, Xia Mu felt the beads of perspiration begin to form at his temples. Chapter 6. Unveiling hidden talents. As the long-haired rabbit lunged towards Xia Mu, the arrow of light and shadow had just begun to take shape. Xia Mu released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forth, once more striking the long-haired rabbit. Minus 40 at that moment. The long-haired rabbit had reached Xia Mu's feet, baring its glistening incisors and biting down on his big toe. Minus 13, a scarlet numeral illuminated above Xia Mu's head. Damn! The excruciating pain radiating from his foot caused Xia Mu to gasp sharply. He cursed under his breath and kicked the long-haired rabbit away. Although the world had become fully digitized, the sensation of pain from an injury was not merely a statistic. It was a palpable reality without any discount. The long-haired rabbit landed, spun around, and upon locating Xia Mu, charged at him once more. Xia Mu drew back his bow again, the light and shadow coursing through the air. Minus 20, congratulations on defeating the gray long-haired rabbit, gaining 5 experience points. A system notification chimed, and Xia Mu exhaled in relief. He bent down to examine the new novice boots that had been bitten into, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had spent 400 gold coins on those novice boots, and, after only defeating a single monster, they were already marred with a hole. How unfortunate that his shoes were ruined before he had even begun his adventure. Having purchased an entire set of basic novice gear, his remaining gold coins were dwindling. Barely enough to cover his meals for the next few days. Damn it! Xia Mu couldn't help but mutter a curse. This was his first genuine experience in the field, and due to his overwhelming anxiety, he had completely forgotten the numerous lessons on evasion he had learned in school. After kicking the corpse of the long-haired rabbit away, he finally felt a sense of satisfaction. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Xia Mu, Class, Archer, Level, Health, 217 to 130, Mana, 130, 30, Attack Power, 5140, Defense, 3017, Attack Speed, 0. 38 seconds, Strength, 10-6, Intelligence, 10-3, Constitution, 10-3, Agility, 10-3, Free Attribute Points, 0, Experience Points, 5200. His base attack power had increased from 50 to 51. Each kill resulted in a permanent enhancement of his attack through a talent attribute, confirming his understanding that continuous monster slaying would lead to an accumulation of attack power. However, in the early stages, before he could significantly amplify his attack power, the speed of his kills would inevitably be somewhat slower. After all, devoid of the advantages of the talent attribute, he remained merely a basic combat archer. Onward, the long-tailed rabbit possessed 100 health points and 60 defense, necessitating 3 standard attacks to defeat. This time, Xia Mu opted for a relatively distant white long-tailed rabbit, knowing that an archer's attack range was approximately 30 meters. As a level 1 archer, his innate passive skill allowed him to automatically lock onto a target within 30 meters, ensuring a 100 hit rate, unless the opponent possessed evasion skills, in which case the circumstances would differ. Once more, he drew the bowstring taut, and with a piercing sound, the arrow struck true, hitting a distant white long-tailed rabbit. Minus 41 whoosh. Minus 41 whoosh. Minus 18. Congratulations on slaying the white long-haired rabbit, earning 5 experience points. Congratulations on slaying the white long-haired rabbit, earning 20 gold coins. The distance was just right. Xia Mu gazed at the long-haired rabbit that lay 2 meters away, a smile gracing his lips. Without hesitation, he selected his next target. An hour later, congratulations on slaying the white long-haired rabbit, earning 5 experience points. Congratulations, your level has successfully increased to level 2. He had leveled up. Xia Mu's eyes sparkled as he swiftly opened his attribute panel. Name, Xia Mu, Class, Archer, Level, Health, 110-130, Mana, 110-30, Attack Power, 95-40, Defense, 33-17, Attack Speed, 0. 38 seconds, Strength, 11-6, Intelligence, 11-3, Constitution, 11-3, Agility, 11-3, Free Attribute Points, 5, Experience, 0, 400, with his level raised to 2. All 4 primary attributes increased by 1. Xia Mu had slain 40 long-tailed rabbits, and this record of 40 hunts propelled his base attack power from the standard value of 55 to a remarkable 95, culminating in a total attack power of 135. Xia Mu promptly allocated his 5 free attribute points to strength, recognizing the necessity of maximizing attack power swiftly before damage could stack. He needed to ensure he could eliminate monsters in a single blow, thereby maximizing efficiency. Each point of strength contributed an additional 5 points of physical attack power. And with the enhancement from the 5 strength points, his attack soared to 160. Beholding his attribute panel, a smile graced Xia Mu's lips. The long-haired rabbit possessed a defense value of 50 points and a health of 100, and now with his base attack power reaching 160, it meant he could theoretically deplete 110 points of the rabbit's health with a single arrow. Perfectly lethal, the hunting spree commenced. It was time to cleanse the field. A resonant twang echoed as the bowstring vibrated, and 20 meters away, a white long-tailed rabbit had just perked up its ears when the arrow pierced its skull. Minus 100 congratulations on slaying the white long-haired rabbit. Earning 5 experience points, its health bar was instantly depleted, and the success notification chimed. Xia Mu did not pause for a moment. He knocked another arrow, and the thrumming herd of long-tailed rabbits on the grassland transformed in his eyes into moving sources of attack power. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped by. When Xia Mu drew the bowstring once more, he was astonished to find that not a single living long-tailed rabbit remained in sight. It was then that he set down his willow bough and plopped onto the ground, having lost count of how many long-tailed rabbits he had dispatched. He opened his attribute panel once again. Name, Xia Mu. Profession, Archer. Level, for health, 130-130. Mana, 130-30. Attack power, 371-40. Defense, 39-17. Attack speed, 0. 4 seconds. Strength, 18-6. Intelligence, 13-3. Constitution, 13-3. Agility, 13-3. Free attribute points, 10. Experience, 105-1500. After 2 hours of harvesting, Xia Mu's attack power has astonishingly escalated to 371, excluding the attributes granted by equipment. This figure is equivalent to the standard value of a level 10 attack type, awakened individual fully invested in strength. At this moment, the enhancements provided by his talent attributes have bestowed upon Xia Mu a significant advantage over other awakened individuals of the same level. Furthermore, he has amassed over 300 gold coins. The drop rate for level 1 long-haired rabbits is quite low, and equipment is virtually non-existent among their spoils. While the acquisition of gold coins remains dependent on luck, Xia Mu's gaze lingered upon the 10 free attribute points displayed on his attribute panel as he fell into contemplation. With the advantage of talent attributes, he perceived that the cost-effectiveness of allocating points to strength has considerably diminished. After all, a single point in strength only enhances his attack power by 5 points, which is merely equivalent to the benefit gained from slaying 5 additional monsters. Currently, what Xia Mu urgently needs to address are his deficiencies in health and attack speed. To enhance these attributes, he must allocate points to either Constitution or Agility. Chapter 7. The Boss is Stolen? 1 point in the Constitution attribute enhances health by 10 points, defense by 3 points, and stamina by 2%. Conversely, each increment in Agility simultaneously augments attack speed and movement speed by 2%. Equipped with the Willow Bow, Xia Mu's base attack speed stands at 0. 3 seconds per attack. With 16 points in Agility, he receives a 32% increase in attack speed, raising it to 0 for seconds, resulting in an approximate interval of 2.5 seconds between normal attacks. Such a speed significantly impacts monster farming efficiency. After much contemplation, Xia Mu resolves to allocate his attribute points to Agility, prioritizing an increase in attack speed to enhance his farming efficiency. His greatest asset at present is his talent attribute. He must stack his attack power as swiftly as possible. As for health, he decides to defer that issue for later. Having reached a conclusion, Xia Mu promptly assigns 10 free attribute points to Agility. His attack speed now becomes 0. 46 seconds, translating to an interval of approximately 2 seconds between attacks. Although still slow, it is a marked improvement from before. Upon reaching level 10 and equipping the Iron Bow, the base attack speed will increase to 0.5 seconds, and with the boost from Agility, the attack speed will experience a qualitative leap. In that moment, a vision of efficient harvesting unfurls before Xia Mu's eyes, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Turning his gaze towards the distance, he spots the territory of the level 3 fire foxes, where multiple teams are engaged in battle. The echoes of awakened warriors' roars and the wails of slain firefoxes faintly reaching his ears. Now at level 4. He only needs to level up once more to access the Novice Dungeon, the optimal venue for gaining experience. Within its confines lie denser hordes of monsters and substantial experience points, not to mention the considerable rewards for completing the dungeon. Just as Xia Mu envisions a sweeping conquest of the battlefield, darkness suddenly envelopes him. Has it turned to night? As he momentarily dazes, he realizes that his shadow is being consumed by an even larger silhouette. A hot breath wafts against the nape of his neck, and with his body rigid, Xia Mu slowly turns his head, his pupils reflecting the image of a muscular giant rogue rabbit standing behind him, wielding a massive carrot, its blood-red eyes fixated upon him. Xia Mu swallows hard, his neck hair standing on end. Is this the novice boss? He forces a stiff smile. That, rabbit brother. Before he can finish his thought, the gigantic rogue rabbit lifts its carrot high, a whoosh slicing through the air as it descends upon Xia Mu. Instinctively, he rolls out of the way, evading the carrot's assault. The sound of a violent impact reverberates behind him, sending debris and dirt flying. Without a moment to glance back, Xia Mu scrambles to his feet, frantically fleeing forward. His appearance is quite disheveled, but at this moment, he cannot afford to concern himself with appearances. This is the boss among the long-tailed rabbits, the ancient brute rabbit. Xia Mu recalls the theoretical lessons where his instructor spoke of several novice bosses within the trial arena. The ancient brute rabbit was indeed one of them. Ancient brutal rabbit. Level 5, attack, 230 defense, 150 health, 18,000. With an attack power of 230, the ancient brutal rabbit now faces a mere defense of 56. And with only 260 health, it cannot withstand even 2 strikes from the rabbit's formidable carrot hammer. Fortunately, with an increase of 10 points in agility, Xia Mu's speed has markedly improved. After sprinting several dozen meters, he finally managed to catch his breath. However, when he glanced back, a chill ran down his spine. Though he had created some distance between himself and the ancient brutal rabbit, the creature had not relinquished its pursuit, its blood-red eyes fixed on him as it charged forward, wielding its massive carrot with ferocity. Damn it, Xia Mu cursed, a surge of determination welling up within him. He swiftly raised his willow bow and released an arrow with precision. Minus 291, the ancient brutal rabbit hesitated for a brief moment before resuming its relentless chase, its carrot slicing through the air with alarming speed. Having loosed an arrow, Xia Mu felt no inclination to linger. He turned and fled once more. Counting the distance in his mind, after 10 seconds, he abruptly halted, pivoted, drew his bow, and shot in one fluid motion. Minus 291, the crimson numbers floated up again. And as he observed the boss's health bar barely diminishing, a wave of frustration washed over him. With 18,000 health points, even if he were to stand still and shoot, it would take him several minutes to bring the creature down. At this rate, by the time he could shoot, he would likely collapse from exhaustion before the boss fell. The ancient brutal rabbit was classified as an outdoor boss, and the rewards for defeating such a creature far exceeded those of a dungeon boss. The conditions for triggering an outdoor boss were unpredictable. Merely clearing all the long-tailed rabbits did not guarantee its appearance, as it was based on a certain probability. Now that he had encountered it, there was no question of retreat. The rewards for defeating a novice boss were astonishing, a wealth of experience and gold, along with a guaranteed drop of an epic-grade purple item. Although it was merely a level 1 equipment, it was still epic, boasting exceptional attributes. As Xia Mu ran and shot arrows, the ancient brutal rabbit's health gradually waned. An hour passed, and he had fired over 50 arrows, reducing the rabbit's health to a quarter. Xia Mu felt his throat burning, his speed diminishing significantly. Where he could previously sprint for 10 seconds to create distance for another shot, it now took him considerably longer. Nevertheless, the excitement in his eyes intensified. Almost there. Just a little longer. Whoosh. Minus 291, another arrow flew, and he dashed away, putting distance between himself and the ancient brutal rabbit. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. Look, a novice boss. Xia Mu's expression darkened instantly. After toiling for over an hour, victory within reach. The appearance of someone attempting to steal the boss filled him with an urge to curse. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and upon recognizing the five-person squad approaching him from a distance, his expression darkened considerably. For among that group was none other than Qin Qianxue, who had previously clashed with him in the weapon store. Damn it! Running into a dog around the corner. Xia Mu cursed his misfortune silently. Out of the thousands of numbers in the novice trial grounds, how could he have encountered this? What further soured his mood was the presence of a figure he knew all too well. Sun Man, standing closely beside Qin Qianxue, their shoulders almost touching, a clear indication that their relationship transcended that of mere teammates. Although Xia Mu was already aware of Sun Man's sentiments and bore no lingering attachment, witnessing this scene ignited a flicker of anger within him. Was she truly that eager? Chapter 8. A gift of affection. Ah, Xia Mu, I truly owe you my gratitude. You have bestowed upon me 2 splendid gifts today. Qin Qianxue, upon witnessing Xia Mu's disheveled appearance as he was pursued by the boss, threw his head back and laughed heartily, his arm casually draping over Sun Man's slender waist. It was evident that one of the gifts he referred to was Sun Man herself. Xia Mu, evading the relentless assault of the ancient brutal rabbit, cast a cold glance at Sun Man, choosing silence. Sun Man, somewhat awkwardly shifting her body under Qin Qianxue's embrace, did not deter his advances, though her eyes betrayed a flicker of evasion as they met Xia Mu's. Each year, the Battle Soul Pavilion allocated a mere 3 directed mission slots to Nansha. With Qin Qianxue awakening a hidden vocation, 1 slot was essentially secured, leaving the remaining 2 likely to be filled by those who awaken advanced professions. Qin Qianxue had awakened the advanced profession of Titan Shield, while Sun Man had become an advanced necromancer. With Qin Qianxue's father being a member of the Battle Soul Pavilion, possessing extensive connections, they could feasibly secure the remaining slots if they could elevate their levels into the top 10 within a week, aided by Qin Qianxue's father's maneuvering. This was why Sun Man did not resist Qin Qianxue's actions. They were all adults, and she saw nothing amiss in her behavior. What was a trivial sacrifice for the sake of their future? Xia Mu, you seem to be struggling with this boss. Why not take a moment to rest while we lend you a hand? Qin Qianxue continued, his followers chuckling in agreement. Sun Man's eyes too sparkled with a hint of delight, albeit less overtly than the others. If Xia Mu had previously understood Sun Man's transformation, he now regarded her with a sense of disdain. Noticing the ancient brutal rabbit closing in rapidly behind him, Xia Mu had a sudden inspiration and swiftly altered his course, charging straight towards Qin Qianxue and his group. Since you all are fond of this boss, allow me to gift it to you. Upon seeing Xia Mu leading a wounded boss towards them, Qin Qianxue erupted in laughter. Truly a genius. Although you've awakened a lackluster profession, you certainly have a talent for recognizing the right moment. A smirk danced upon Xia Mu's lips as he passed by Qin Qianxue without pausing. The boss is yours to enjoy. Qin Qianxue, elated, planted his massive shield firmly on the ground and bellowed back to his companions. Since our esteemed genius Ya has so graciously presented this boss, we shall accept it with delight. Brothers, prepare for battle. The others responded in unison, their faces alight with excitement as they swiftly formed a triangular formation, clearly exhibiting a degree of teamwork. They licked their lips, fixated on the approaching boss, a veritable treasure awaiting them. In the novice phase, a wild boss was sufficient to create a significant level disparity between them and other awakened beings, not to mention the gold and equipment rewards that could be gained. At the tip of Sun Man's staff, a cloud of black mist erupted, accompanied by the unsettling clatter of bones. Suddenly, a ghastly white skeleton monster materialized. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Xia Mu retreating to the back, and a sigh of resignation escaped her. Perhaps the chasm between her and Xia Mu would begin with this boss. Qin Qianxue, awakened as a Titan shield warrior, belonged to the tanking profession. As the ancient brute rabbit charged towards him, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. He raised his green-quality silver shield high and braced himself. Kneel before me, Qin Qianxue bellowed. With a thunderous crash, the ancient brute rabbit's carrot collided with Qin Qianxue's silver shield. To his dismay, he found himself kneeling. The greed in Qin Qianxue's eyes quickly transformed into sheer terror. In just one confrontation, the ancient brute rabbit struck off a third of his health with a single blow, causing him to crumble to his knees. As a shield warrior, although he was only level 3, his allocated attribute points were entirely focused on physical toughness. Moreover, the green-quality novice silver shield in his possession was a costly gift from his father. Theoretically, his defensive capabilities were unparalleled among his peers. Yet, how could such defensive attributes be so easily diminished by a single blow from a boss? What kind of damage was this? As Qin Qianxue stood frozen in shock, the ancient brute rabbit raised its carrot once more, sending him into a panic. He scrambled to evade the impending strike, rolling away in a desperate bid. Barely escaping the second attack, he disregarded his dignity and sprinted away from the ancient brute rabbit. That earlier blow had shattered his confidence. The shadow of death loomed all too vividly. This reality was unforgiving, and there were no resurrection coins. Even though his father was associated with the War Soul Pavilion, he could not revive a son turned into a mere pulp. "What are you all doing? Heal me," he shouted frantically, turning to his 4 stunned companions. Saliva flying as he implored, "Son Man, have your skeleton take the hits and draw the aggro. For heaven's sake, move. Do you want to watch me die?" At this moment, the others finally snapped out of their daze, and chaos ensued. The priest in the party, a tall, bespectacled young man who appeared somewhat awkward, fumbled in a flurry of motion, nearly dropping his staff as he nervously began to chant the most basic healing spell aimed at Qin Qianxue's retreating figure. A faint white light descended upon him. 45. A green number appeared above Qin Qianxue's head, indicating a slight recovery in his health. Sun Man hastily directed her skeletal warrior, armed with a battered axe, to confront the pursuing ancient brute rabbit. With a resounding crash, they engaged. The skeletal warrior's axe struck forcefully against the robust hind leg of the ancient brute rabbit, producing a dull thud. A meager -5 floated into the air, a stark representation of the skeleton's feeble attack power rendered utterly impotent before the rabbit's formidable defenses. Roaring in rage, though the skeletal warrior's damage was insignificant, it successfully drew the ancient brute rabbit's ire. The creature abruptly ceased its pursuit of Qin Qianxue, pivoting sharply, its blood-red eyes fixating on the obstructing skeletal figure. A colossal carrot, accompanied by a whistling gale, descended with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, a sound that made one wince, the fragile skeleton could not withstand such overwhelming strength, shattering into countless fragments, not enduring even a single blow. Useless. Qin Qianxue spat out the remnants of the grass he had been chewing, cursing under his breath. Sun Man's expression stiffened, her eyes slightly reddened, casting a regretful glance at the beleaguered Qin Qianxue, before instinctively looking towards the distant massive bluish stone. If it were Xia Mu, surely he would never have the heart to berate himself in such a manner. Chapter 9. No thanks needed on the weathered stone. Xia Mu sat casually, one leg bent, his elbow resting on his knee. He observed the chaotic scene before him with great interest. His gaze swept over the flustered Qin Qianxue, who was running in a panic, and the bewildered priest, yet he did not cast a glance at Sun Man. At that moment, Qin Qianxue was in no mood to consider Sun Man's thoughts. To him, she was merely a woman. His initial pursuit of her had been motivated by a desire to irritate Xia Mu, for in comparison, she held less significance than the formidable boss they faced. After the ancient brute rabbit shattered a skeleton, its blood-red eyes locked onto the panting Qin Qianxue once more. "What are you dawdling for? Summon another one." Qin Qianxue shouted to the team as he ran, breathless. "This monster has a long attack interval. We can alternate between the skeletons and me for damage absorption, while the mage and warrior focus on inflicting damage, and the priest is ready to heal me at any moment." Unlike ordinary summoners, necromancers had the advantage of summoning skills without cooldowns. As soon as a summoned creature perished, they could immediately call forth another. With Qin Qianxue's task delegation, the team finally began to regain their composure. Sitting cross-legged on the stone, Xia Mu observed Qin Qianxue's strategic distribution and nodded slightly. Although Qin Qianxue was bothersome, he proved to be quite adept at coordinating the battle. Buzz! A crimson light flared as the mage completed the incantation for Fireball, casting a basketball-sized orb towards the ancient brute rabbit. -22, the expressions of the group froze. A mage with full intelligence points managed to inflict a mere 20 points of damage to the boss. It was known that Fireball came with an additional 50 points of spell damage. Without that bonus, it would not have pierced the boss's defenses at all. Gazing at the quarter of health remaining above the ancient brute rabbit, one could hardly believe that Xia Mu had single-handedly drained that amount of health. Everyone had learned in theory that the archer's level 1 skill was auto-locking, enhancing the accuracy of basic attacks without increasing damage. So, what exactly was it that allowed Xia Mu to deplete the boss's health? Stop dawdling. Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, Qin Qianxue roared. This boss must simply have high magical resistance. Let the warrior give it a try. The others nodded in agreement, and the warrior circled around to the back of the brute rabbit, raising his great sword high and striking down with force. The sound of metal clashing resonated. -13 as the numbers floated above the ancient brute rabbit. Even Qin Qianxue appeared momentarily bewildered. He incredulously turned to Xia Mu, just in time to see him leisurely retrieving a bottle of water from his pack, sipping it nonchalantly. Noticing Qin Qianxue's gaze, Xia Mu smiled and raised the bottle in acknowledgement. Qin Qianxue was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He could hardly believe that this ancient brute rabbit had been worn down solely by Xia Mu's efforts. It was evident that other teams must have fought valiantly to reduce its health, allowing this cunning creature to reap the rewards. Gritting his teeth, he declared loudly, "This boss is nearly out of health. With our 5-man coordination, let us gradually wear it down as we did before." The others nodded in agreement. After all, the ancient brute rabbit had only a quarter of its health remaining, and none wished to abandon the fight at this critical juncture. Xia Mu stifled a yawn, observing the precarious battlefield with a slight smirk. Half an hour passed, under the relentless efforts of Qin Qianxue and his companions. The boss's health bar steadily dwindled to less than 10%. The total health of this boss was 18,000, and it now hovered around 2,000. Xia Mu brushed the dust from his attire, leisurely leaping down from the stone and sauntering toward the tense battlefield. "Xia Mu, what on earth do you think you're doing?" Qin Qianxue exclaimed, startled by Xia Mu's approach, his tone laced with palpable menace. Xia Mu waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "No need to be anxious. I merely thought to lend a hand, seeing how hard you are all working. Stay away from me. This boss is mine. I must warn you, this is a danger zone, and it's not uncommon for someone to perish here, if you dare to pull any tricks." Qin Qianxue's threat was abruptly interrupted by the sound of whistling wind behind him. He hastily raised his shield, only to be struck by the ancient brute rabbit with a powerful blow. He fell to the ground, losing a third of his recently regained health. Rising quickly, he could no longer afford to threaten Xia Mu and dashed away without looking back. Xia Mu shook his head. "You're fighting far too slowly. My time is exceedingly valuable." Qin Qianxue and the others paused, pondering whether Xia Mu possessed some unique method to diminish the boss's health. As an ordinary archer, how could he possibly whittle down 3/4 of the ancient brute rabbit's life without some extraordinary tactic? Yet under their collective gaze, Xia Mu grinned widely and leisurely retrieved a regional loudspeaker from his inventory. "Everyone come quickly. There's a nearly defeated novice boss here. Just a sliver of health remaining. First come, first served. Hurry before it's too late. Coordinates 774, 881. You've got to be kidding me." Xia Mu's audacious maneuver left Qin Qianxue so infuriated that he struggled to articulate a response. Xia Mu waved his hand. An innocent smile plastered across his face. "Oh, come now. Many hands make light work. You needn't thank me. We are all classmates, after all. I merely wish to assist, seeing how hard you've been laboring." Qin Qianxue trembled with rage. The very words he had used to mock Xia Mu were now turned back on him. If it weren't for the relentless pursuit of the ancient brute rabbit behind him, he would have dearly liked to smash Xia Mu with a shield right then and there. In the wilderness, the health of the bosses is substantial, typically necessitating the concerted efforts of multiple teams to bring them down. Consequently, the final victor, the one who claims the rewards, is determined by who delivers the finishing blow. This means that regardless of who has depleted the health of the formidable creature prior, the spoils will ultimately belong to the individual or team that strikes the last blow. This is precisely why Qin Qianxue was in a state of exasperation. He certainly did not wish for the boss he had painstakingly weakened to be snatched away at the last moment by another. Yet, he completely overlooked the fact that he had also employed this very method to seize the boss from Xia Mu's grasp. Chapter 10. The boss encounter. Not long after the region horn of Xia Mu sounded, the air was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. To my astonishment, a boss truly existed. There are indeed good people in this world. May the virtuous enjoy a peaceful life. Brothers, hurry. The boss is nearly defeated. Mages, save your spells for the finishing blow. At last, fortune has smiled upon me. Within less than half a minute, over 10 individuals arrived. The long-tailed rabbit area was instantly thrown into chaos. Qin Qianxue, gazing at the throng gathering around, felt his temper flare, roaring, "Who dares to steal my boss? Do you even know who I am?" The crowd paused, turning in unison to face Qin Qianxue. "Who are you?" With a heavy thud, Qin Qianxue slammed his silver shield on the ground, sneering, "I am Qin Qianxue." The crowd appeared perplexed. With thousands of novice trial arenas, the spatial laws randomly transported newcomers from all corners of the Dragon Kingdom, resulting in no distinct city zones. This was also why Xia Mu felt somewhat speechless when encountering Qin Qianxue in the same novice trial arena. While Qin Qianxue might have been somewhat known in South City, very few recognized him in the novice trial arena. A mage in the back suddenly burst into laughter. "Who is Qin Qianxue?" "I don't know. I've never heard of him." A warrior chimed in, scratching his ear in confusion. Perhaps due to his inflated ego from South City, Qin Qianxue casually mentioned his name. However, as he listened to the mocking remarks from the crowd, realization dawned upon him, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "My father is Qin Hong of the Battle Spirit Pavilion." At his proclamation, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, although they were unfamiliar with the name Qin Hong. The reputation of the Battle Spirit Pavilion held considerable weight among these novice awakeners. Qin Qianxue, sensing their hesitation, wore a smug expression, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Xia Mu. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, a voice emerged from the shadows of the crowd. "Do you know who we are?" Qin Qianxue glanced in the direction of the voice, disdainfully retorting, "A bunch of insignificant fools. Why would I know who you are?" His words ignited a flicker of anger among those present, yet they dared not voice it. "Damn it!" The voice rang out again. "So what if your father is from the Battle Spirit Pavilion? You don't even know who we are, so why should I fear your retaliation? Brothers, let's go. Seize the boss." The words struck a chord with the crowd. Indeed, this seemingly formidable individual did not recognize them, even if they took his boss. Who could he possibly report to? With this realization, their hesitation melted away. In an instant, Qin Qianxue's furious shouts were drowned out by a barrage of skills, as fireballs and frost spells erupted upon the ancient mighty rabbit. -20, -28, -16, -7, -31 amidst the relentless assault. The health bar of the ancient mighty rabbit began to plummet rapidly. Xia Mu meticulously calculated the attack power of the group, discerning that only approximately 6 individuals among them possessed the capability to breach the defensive threshold of the ancient brutal rabbit. The others were primarily healers or support roles, whose offensive capabilities were utterly inadequate against the formidable creature. Thus, it could be surmised that a concentrated assault from the entire party would only diminish the rabbit's health by around 100 points. With his own attack power, Xia Mu deduced that should he launch his strike when the rabbit's health dwindled to about 200, he would assuredly claim the finishing blow on the boss. The scene was chaotic. The ancient brutal rabbit, lacking any ranged attack skills, was momentarily disoriented by the barrage of output skills unleashed upon it, and thus pursued the nearest awakened one. A reckless novice, underestimating the rabbit's attack power, fell victim to a single carrot strike that ended his life. In the wake of this shock, the remaining players grew increasingly cautious in their movements, resulting in a noticeable deceleration in the boss's health decline. 625, 518, 453. As time elapsed, the ancient brutal rabbit's vitality steadily diminished. Xia Mu nonchalantly disabled the upgrade effects, drawing his willow bow into a crescent shape, his target firmly fixed upon the rabbit, which was now losing health rapidly. 316. 248. At last, the boss's health dipped within Xia Mu's designated threshold. His gaze sharpened, and with a delicate release of his fingers from the taut bowstring, a crisp twang resonated. The arrow, concealed amidst the brilliance of other skills, struck true at the rabbit's chest. Minus 230. The ancient, brutal rabbit, which had been fervently pursuing the awakened ones, suddenly froze as if ensnared, remaining rooted in place with its carrot still raised aloft. Moments later, its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Several mages, poised with their skills, yet hesitant to unleash them, widened their eyes in disbelief. Where did its health go? What? It's dead? How did it die? Indeed, I distinctly saw it had over 200 health points remaining. How could it vanish in an instant? Who was the fool that summoned high-level players? Did they not realize that awakened ones above level 10 receive no rewards for defeating novice trial bosses? The atmosphere erupted in confusion. They all understood that in the novice trial arena, awakened ones above level 10 would not receive any tangible rewards for slaying monsters. Even experience points would be symbolically granted at a meager 1 point. Most players training in the novice trial arena were below level 5, with few between levels 5 and 10, as reaching level 5 allowed entry into more resource-rich novice dungeons. In comparison to the novice dungeons, the output efficiency of the novice map was woefully inadequate. Before reaching level 10, swift advancement in levels remained the primary objective. Unless one was a solitary wanderer unable to form a party, awakened ones would typically transition to novice dungeons upon reaching level 5, rarely lingering in the map area to waste time. Thus, the damage output among those present was largely comparable, leaving the final claim to the finishing blow to mere chance. The infliction of over 200 points of damage could undoubtedly not be attributed to this group of individuals. The only plausible explanation is the covert intervention of a high-level awakened being who clandestinely eliminated the boss. The expressions of the crowd turned grim. Qin Qianxue, in particular, cast a fierce, murderous glare across those present, yet he found no trace of that high-level awakened individual within the throng. As for Xia Mu, Qin Qianxue harbored no suspicion whatsoever towards him. After all, he was merely a recently awakened ordinary archer, a mere waste whose attack power might struggle to exceed 100. How could he possibly inflict such tremendous damage? Chapter 11. The divine artifact. Xia Mu wore an expression of calm as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the boss. The ancient brute rabbit. Congratulations! You have gained 30,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have acquired 10,000 gold coins. Congratulations! You have obtained an epic equipment. Willow Bow. Epic. Congratulations! Your level has successfully risen to level 5. Congratulations! Your level has successfully risen to level 6. Congratulations! Your level has successfully risen to level 7. Congratulations! Your level has successfully risen to level 8. Congratulations! Your level has successfully risen to level 9. A cascade of notifications left Xia Mu somewhat dazed. The astonishingly high experience points led him to ascend 5 levels in an instant. He couldn't help but feel grateful for his foresight in disabling his upgrade effects early on. Otherwise, this rapid ascension would have undoubtedly made him the center of attention in the novice trial arena. Before reaching level 9, the experience required for each upgrade was relatively modest. However, due to the simplicity of novice equipment and skills, the potential for increasing attack power was limited. The allocation of attribute points with each level up became the sole avenue to enhance combat strength. Therefore, despite the modest experience increments, reaching level 9 proved to be a formidable challenge. Upon crossing the threshold from level 9 to level 10, the required experience escalated exponentially. It was said that less than 70% of awakened players could achieve level 10 within a week of normal team monster hunting. Thus, securing admission to the University of Awakened Ones was far from an easy feat. One boss had propelled Xia Mu from level 4 directly to level 9, catapulting him into the final sprint phase. Remarkably, It had taken him less than half a day to go from Awakening to level 9. This advancement had left other novice Awakened players trailing far behind, unable to catch even a glimpse of his taillights. No wonder Qin Qianxue and others appeared flushed with excitement upon encountering the novice boss. Furthermore, the reward of 10,000 gold coins had catapulted him into affluence. Over the past year, he and his sister had scrimped and saved, barely amassing 2,000 gold coins, which he had almost depleted to purchase his set of novice whiteboard equipment. Now, a single boss had liberated him from his financial constraints. The only regret was that the epic equipment dropped was a weapon. Xia Mu shook his head gently. In the novice trial arena, the equipment dropped by novice bosses was invariably level 1 gear, with armor and weapons being the least valuable. After all, even the attributes of an epic item could not compensate for the deficiencies of low primary attributes. Congratulations on defeating the novice boss, the ancient brute rabbit. A regional announcement will soon follow. Would you like to make your information public? At that moment, the system's voice sounded again in Xia Mu's mind. He hastily chose to conceal his personal information. Revealing his name could incite public outrage, and he could not afford to let that happen. Soon, all the Awakeners in the novice map received the same notification congratulating the anonymous Awakener for successfully slaying the ancient brute rabbit in the novice trial arena, earning 10 reputation points. What a disgrace! Who could be so despicable to waste a boss just for a mere 10 points of reputation, depriving others of their benefits? If I find out who it is, I shall surely draw a circle and curse them. Xia Mu disregarded the rising tide of curses as his fingertips brushed against the teleportation array's runes. As the spatial ripples subsided, he found himself at the teleportation center in the southern city. Seeking refuge in a deserted alley, Xia Mu summoned his attribute panel. Name: Xia Mu. Class: Archer. Level: 9 health, 180-130. Magic: 180-30. Attack power: 397-40. Defense: 54-17. Attack speed: 0. 49 second. Strength: 23-6. Intelligence: 18-3. Constitution: 18-3. Agility: 28-3. Free attribute points: 25. Experience points: 72-13. 25,000. Xia Mu pondered briefly, then allocated all 25 free attribute points into agility. With an increase to 53 points in agility, his attack speed improved significantly, rising from 0.49 arrows second to 0.64 arrows second, enabling him to shoot an arrow approximately every 1.6 seconds. Such an attack speed was a considerable enhancement compared to before. Closing the attribute panel, Xia Mu retrieved the epic willow bough that dropped from the ancient brute rabbit from his system inventory. Equipment is categorized by quality into 5 tiers. White, common, without any affixes. Green, elite with 1 affix. Blue, rare, with 2 affixes. Purple, epic, with 3 affixes. Gold, legendary, with 4 affixes. As affixes are added, the primary attributes of the equipment also increase with the quality tier. Xia Mu lamented the fact that it was a weapon that dropped. Had it been an accessory, its value would have been exponentially greater. This is because, for weapons and armor, the primary attribute is of utmost importance. As the level of the equipment rises, the growth of its primary attributes often escalates exponentially. This leads to a stark disparity as low-level weapons and armor, despite possessing rare affixes, become obsolete when Awakeners reach higher levels and can upgrade their gear. For instance, a level 1 willow bough with a primary attribute of 10 attack power, regardless of its remarkable affixes, pales in comparison to a plain iron bough with 80 attack power when the Awakener reaches level 10. The core function of a weapon cannot be replaced by those additional affixes. The same holds true for armor. In contrast, accessories derive their core value from the enhancement of various affix attributes. If the affixed attributes are exceptional, it is entirely possible to wear them for a lifetime. Xia Mu let out a soft sigh, noting that the epic willow wood bough and the plain willow wood bough appeared indistinguishable at first glance. Activating the appraisal skill revealed the following: willow wood bough, epic, attack power, 18 attack speed, 0, 3 additional affixes, Gale engraving, attack speed 0. 3. Torrent Resonance, attack speed 0. 3. Temporal Rift, attack speed 0. 3. Required level. 1. Staring at the attributes of the epic willow would bow. Xia Mu was initially taken aback, but soon a smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. Compared to the ordinary plain willow would bow, this bow boasted an additional 8 points in attack power, representing an 80 enhancement in its primary attribute, an expected increase for an epic-level equipment. However, it was the trio of additional affixes that stirred an overwhelming sense of joy within her. All 3 contributed an attack speed boost of 0. 3. Making this bout nothing short of a divine artifact in Xia Mu's eyes. Chapter 12. The Novice Dungeon. The scene before Xia Mu abruptly shifted, as a blend of decaying leaves and damp earth filled his nostrils. He surveyed his surroundings. The entire Novice Dungeon unfolded in a tri-layered circular canyon structure. At that moment, he stood upon a platform measuring 10 meters square, enveloped by a faint light barrier that delineated a safe zone. The 3 layers of the circular canyon radiated outward from the platform in a fan-like formation. The canyon exuded a dark, damp atmosphere, its walls adorned with creeping vines and moss, evoking an eerie sensation, while a disquieting stench pervaded the air. This Novice Dungeon, the lair of the Howling Wolves, served as the initial battleground for all Awakened Ones, a setting reiterated countless times in theoretical classes, now vividly manifesting before Xia Mu. The lair of the Howling Wolves, although modest in size, housed a dense distribution of monsters across 3 distinct areas, totaling 157 creatures. Each region contained 50 ordinary Howling Wolves and 2 elite Howling Wolves. Only by vanquishing every foe could the ultimate boss be awakened. The Howling Wolves were aggressive creatures. They would attack upon sensing any intruder within their 10-meter radius of vigilance. Ordinary Howling Wolf level, 5 attack, 130 defense, 70 health, 300 exemplifying a monster with high attack and low defense. These creatures were perfectly suited to Xia Mu's preferences. An attack power of 130 posed a nightmare for novice players, implying that a fully health-focused level 5 shield warrior, without the aid of a healer, could withstand fewer than 5 bites. A typical team entering the dungeon would need to leverage the terrain, with the shield warrior cautiously maneuvering to lure monsters, or remote attackers engaging from outside the wolves' warning radius to draw them in, while 2 frontline tanks took turns absorbing damage. A single misstep during the luring process could easily lead to a fatal encounter with the pack. However, in Xia Mu's eyes, these monsters were merely opportunities for harvesting experience points. The archer's attack range extended to 30 meters, far exceeding the Howling Wolves' 10-meter vigilance zone, allowing Xia Mu to strike without ever entering their territory. Even if a Howling Wolf were to awaken upon being attacked, with its 300 health points and 70 defense, it stood no chance against Xia Mu's 445 attack power, destined for instant annihilation with no opportunity to approach. Taking a deep breath, Xia Mu stepped cautiously towards the edge of the platform. The moment he exited the safe zone, 2 Howling Wolves, lurking less than 10 meters away, abruptly lifted their heads, their blood-red eyes locking onto him. Faced with this sudden intruder, the 2 wolves bared their fangs, claws scraping against the ground, sending dirt flying, as their gray-black fur bristled before they lunged at Xia Mu. In a dungeon map, monster spawn points were randomized, should fortune frown upon him. Multiple wolves could spawn near the safe zone, rendering any attempt to venture forth futile. One could simply return to town. Such was the predicament Xia Mu now faced, with 2 Howling Wolves materializing close to the safety of the zone. For an ordinary team, this scenario would be exceedingly perilous. After all, 2 wolves attacking simultaneously would overwhelm even the most basic tank warriors within mere seconds. Yet, Xia Mu remained unperturbed, gracefully lifting the epic willow bough in his hand. The quivering string emitted a harmonious resonance that perfectly overlapped with the sound of arrows slicing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, -300, the 2 arrows flew forth with an interval of less than half a second. In the hands of others, this exquisite willow bough, despite its exceptional quality, would merely serve as a transitional piece of novice equipment. After all, upon reaching level 10, The attack power of a basic fine iron bow had already attained 80. While this epic willow bow, with its meager attack power of 18, paled in comparison. Even with a rapid firing rate, its advantages seemed negligible. However, for Xia Mu, the circumstances were markedly different. With the enhancement of his innate talent, the Soul Slayer imprint, the primary attributes of the weapon were not as critical as one might expect. After all, as long as he continued to slay monsters, his attack power would perpetually rise. The speed of attack, therefore, was of paramount importance to him. This weapon was practically tailored for his needs. The base attack speed of this epic willow bow was 0.3, and with the addition of 3 affix attributes that cumulatively boosted the speed by 0.9, the base attack speed surged to 1.2, coupled with his 53 points in agility, where each point augmented the attack speed by 2. The total increase reached an impressive 106. Xia Mu's current attack speed skyrocketed to 2.54 arrows per second, nearing an arrow every 0.4 seconds. Such a velocity, paired with an attack power far exceeding that of his peers, rendered him nearly invincible. Initially, Xia Mu had contemplated seeking a party to tackle the novice dungeon, for the monsters within were far denser and significantly stronger than those found in the wild. Soloing the dungeon posed risks should he encounter an onslaught of enemies. However, with the acquisition of this epic weapon, the pressure of soloing the novice dungeon diminished considerably. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred not to reveal his hidden talents too readily. Xia Mu rose and exited the dim alley. He was currently at level 9, just one level shy of the qualifications to enter the Awakener Academy. The teleportation center sprawled widely, its domes soaring like an inverted giant bowl, with throngs of people bustling beneath. The dungeon hall was a cacophony of voices, with calls for team formations echoing throughout. Most of those clamoring for parties were low-level awakeners of common professions, as those who had attained advanced professions were either welcomed guests of various guilds or had been recruited by the Soul Realm Pavilion, thus unlikely to stoop to forming wild parties here. Xia Mu paused momentarily before the signpost in the dungeon hall, confirming the location of the novice dungeon's teleportation portal before making his way toward the northwest corner. Despite the crowd in the teleportation hall, the portal for the novice dungeon stood eerily vacant. This was a typical occurrence, being a transitional dungeon reserved for awakeners of levels 5 to 10. It only saw a surge of activity during graduation seasons. Once awakeners surpassed level 10, they would transition to higher-level dungeons. Perhaps at this moment, there were very few newcomers who had reached level 5. Xia Mu pondered as he approached the teleportation portal. His conjecture proved accurate. At this hour, the number of newcomers in the entire southern district who had attained level 5 was exceedingly rare. Even Chunji Gang, equipped with advantageous gear and a complete team, had barely managed to reach level 3. The unexpected encounter with a novice boss has resulted in a stark disparity in levels between Xia Mu and the others. Upon stepping into the teleportation array, a flash of light enveloped him, and his figure vanished within the array. Unbeknownst to him, in the corridor leading to the entrance of the novice dungeon, Qin Qianxue gazed with wide, almond-shaped eyes, her expression one of disbelief as she watched him disappear. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. How could her elite team, renowned for their rapid monster-clearing speed, be outpaced by Xia Mu, who had somehow reached level 5 first? It was noteworthy that they had not paused even for a moment. Moreover, this audacious individual had ventured into the dungeon alone? Solo? Was he reckless? Did he not realize that even a well-equipped 5-member team would find it exceedingly difficult to clear the novice dungeon before reaching level 8? Chapter 13. The King of the Grey Wolves in Theoretical Lessons. The instructor repeatedly emphasized that before reaching level 8, a 5-member team should avoid challenging the novice dungeon to mitigate unnecessary risks. After clearing the minor monsters, it was strongly advised to forego engaging the boss. The notion of a fragile archer attempting a solo run? It was ludicrous. Merely coping with the ordinary creatures within the dungeon would be a daunting task. Without a shield warrior to absorb damage, even a single minor creature would be too formidable for him to withstand. Before the Grey Wolf could draw near to Xia Mu, 2 gleaming arrows pierced its skull in quick succession. As the crimson numbers erupted above its head, the system notification resounded. Defeated Grey Wolf Experience 50, defeated Gray Wolf. Experience 50, defeated Gray Wolf. Gold 30, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Xia Mu's eyes. Armed with an exceptionally fast-attacking epic weapon, he could effortlessly engage multiple Gray Wolves while maintaining maximum attack distance. Moreover, in comparison to the meager experience offered by the long-tailed rabbits in the novice trial ground, this location was akin to a paradise for leveling up with a significantly higher gold drop rate. Slaying a single minor creature yielded 50 experience points, tenfold that of the long-tailed rabbit. Upon completing the dungeon, the experience from defeating 150 minor monsters amounted to 500, not including the experience from elite creatures and the boss, leading to approximately 8,000 experience points from a single run. Xia Mu calculated in his mind. His current experience was 313 out of 25,000, indicating he would need to clear the dungeon twice to reach level 10. Without hesitation, he proceeded deeper into the lair of the Gray Wolves. During the theoretical class, the mentor had meticulously mapped out the route of the novice dungeon, and Xia Mu knew this path like the back of his hand. With the sound of arrows whistling through the air, the ground beneath him was rendered barren. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Aside from the flying arrows, there were no signs of conflict whatsoever. Faced with Xia Mu's 30-meter attack range and formidable power, the Gray Wolves' 10-meter warning zone became irrelevant, leaving them no chance to react before being dispatched with a single arrow. Were it not for the intermittent notifications of experience gained and gold acquired, Xia Mu might have found this novice dungeon rather dull. Defeated Gray Wolf, experience 50. Defeated Gray Wolf, experience 50. Acquired gold 40. As the mechanical notifications continued to echo, Xia Mu pressed further, his attack power accumulating rapidly under the influence of special enhancements. Before long, he reached the boundary of the first level's circular canyon. Two beastly forms, towering as high as an adult man, crouched slightly, obstructing the path to the second level of the canyon. Gray Wolf, elite level, 7 attack, 180 defense, 100 health, 500 skill, bloodlust when health falls below 20. Attack power increases by 50. The Gray Wolf Elite was not only colossal in size, but also possessed significantly higher attributes compared to ordinary Gray Wolves. Its accompanying skill was a veritable nightmare for an average team, with an attack power of 180 augmented by the additional 50 from bloodlust. Even a typical shield warrior would struggle to withstand 3 blows. Unfortunately, they encountered Xia Mu. After previously vanquishing ordinary Gray Wolves, Xia Mu's attack power had now escalated to 495. Considering the defensive attributes and health of the elite Gray Wolf, Xia Mu required but 2 arrows to bring it down. With his current rate of fire, as long as he maintained a suitable distance and initiated the attack, the wolves would have no chance to close in, let alone trigger the passive skill Bloodthirst for a desperate counterattack. The bowstring hummed as an arrow of radiant light burst forth from Xia Mu's hands, piercing through the chest of the elite Gray Wolf on the left. The elite, wounded, arched its back, preparing to leap, when another arrow followed closely behind, accurately embedding itself in its throat. Vivid crimson blood sprayed forth as the massive creature collapsed to the ground. Kill elite Gray Wolf. Experience 120. Kill elite Gray Wolf. Gold 200, 120 experience. Quite satisfactory. Xia Mu nodded in approval. The thud of the fallen beast startled the elite Gray Wolf on the right, which let out a long howl. However, before the howl could reach its zenith, it abruptly ceased, transforming into a whimper of death. 2 arrows, cutting through the air, pinned it against the rock wall. Observing the twitching paw still affixed to the wall, Xia Mu couldn't help but chuckle. Had the second elite Gray Wolf immediately launched an attack upon awakening, it might have instilled a modicum of tension in Xia Mu. Regrettably, it chose to howl at the sky first, thus allowing Xia Mu to indulge in its ceremonial display. Kill elite Gray Wolf. Experience 120. Kill elite Gray Wolf. Gold 200. Congratulations on acquiring elite equipment. Grip of the Gray Wolf. Equipment drop. Xia Mu's eyes brightened as he hastily retrieved the newly acquired item from his system inventory. Grip of the Gray Wolf. Elite. Strength 25 additional affix. Charge for every second of charging. Increases attack power by 20. Maximum charge duration is 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Required level 1. Truly fortunate. This glove as a fixed skill proves to be an exceptional asset for boss encounters. Increasing attack power by 20 per second of charge. Reaching full charge in 10 seconds would result in a threefold attack burst. Xia Mu donned gloves, and the 25-point strength bonus instantly propelled his attack power to 607. With such formidable strength, even the elite gray wolves would succumb to a single arrow. He pressed onward without pause. Whether ordinary or elite, any wolf that entered Xia Mu's attack range was doomed to a swift demise. In less than 10 minutes, Xia Mu traversed through the second and third layers of the canyon, arriving at the conclusion of the novice dungeon. Upon slaying the last elite gray wolf, the entire canyon trembled, and the massive gray wolf statue, towering 2 stories high at the canyon's end, began to shake violently, shedding its stone shell and revealing a lustrous metallic sheen beneath. As the final fragment of rock fell, the Wolf King's crimson-slit eyes suddenly opened wide, its claws gouging half-meter-deep furrows into the ground, while dark golden patterns flickered beneath its fur. The Kang Wolf King. Boss level 9. Easy mode. Attack 330 defense, 160 health points, 1500 skill. Wolf King's Howl summons 2 ordinary Kang Wolves for every 20 of health lost, in comparison to the ancient brutal rabbit. The boss of the novice trial ground. This Kang Wolf boss boasts significantly higher attack and defense stats. However, its health is merely about 1/10 that of the ancient brutal rabbit. Xia Mu has cleared the entire Kang Wolf lair of its monsters, and at this moment, his attack power has surged to 711. Based on the Kang Wolf King's defense, it will require 3 standard attacks to vanquish it. Chapter 14, Bountiful Harvest. With the awakening of the Wolf King, its gaze immediately fixated upon Xia Mu. The imposing figure, illuminated by the faint moonlight, exuded an air of authority, its fur billowing gently in the blood-scented breeze, emanating a palpable aura of dread. Perhaps due to Xia Mu's failure to encroach upon its territory, the Wolf King refrained from launching an immediate assault, its eyes locked onto Xia Mu. Should Xia Mu dare to step into its domain, it would pounce without hesitation. Previously, Xia Mu had felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the Wolf King, for its formidable attack power of 330 posed a lethal threat to any archer. However, the current moment was different. Xia Mu inhaled deeply, slowly drawing back the willow bough in his grasp, the bowstring taut in his hand, resembling a full moon. The arrow's tip was aimed at the Wolf King's head, held in readiness. A dark golden light gradually illuminated the arrowhead. Charge! This was a skill conferred by the elite gloves, the grip of the wolf, recently acquired from the elite wolf. For every second of charging, it increased attack power by 20, with a maximum charge time of 10 seconds. As the seconds ticked away, the dark golden radiance on the arrowhead grew increasingly brilliant. The Wolf King, observing the accumulating power on Xia Mu's weapon, exhibited a rare flicker of human-like anxiety in its eyes. Perhaps constrained by the rules, despite its profound unease, the Wolf King remained rooted in place. Its forepaws scraped at the stone slab beneath, producing a jarring sound, as if venting its frustration and apprehension, yet it did not advance an inch. 4, 3, 2, 1. Xia Mu released the bowstring. The arrow, aglow with brilliance, shot forth like a meteor towards the Wolf King's head. At the moment of impact, the entire gorge was illuminated by the dark golden explosion of light. Boom! A mournful howl erupted, as the massive form of the Wolf King trembled violently before collapsing to the ground. Perhaps due to its swift demise, the Wolf King did not activate its skill. The Wolf King's Howl. Kill the Wolf King. Experience 600. Kill the Wolf King. Gold 800. Congratulations on obtaining a rare grade equipment, Spirit Pact Ring. Xia Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet another exceptional piece of gear, and a blue rare grade one at that. He hurriedly opened his system inventory to retrieve the item. Spirit Pact Ring, rare, intelligence 20 additional attributes. Blood Pact, summon creatures health 20. Spirit Pact, summon creatures attack power 20. Required level 1. Upon examining the attributes of the Spirit Pact Ring, Xia Mu felt a hint of disappointment. It was tailored specifically for summoners. In the past, this item would have been ideal for Sun Man, but now, Xia Mu returned the spirit-packed ring to his system inventory. Though it was not of use to him, being a rare accessory, its market value would surely be considerable. Xia Mu has now awakened to the ordinary profession of an archer. It is likely that the subsidies provided by the school and government will soon be halted. Perhaps from this day forth, he will have to start worrying about the mundane matters of life. Previously, he had slain an ancient brute rabbit and earned 10,000 gold coins. Yet he's on the verge of reaching level 10, and a complete set of level 10 basic equipment is unlikely to come cheap. Moreover, now that he has entered university, he has left his sister, Xia Mu, alone in the southern city, and he cannot bear the thought of her being troubled by financial issues. Tightening his grip on the bow, Xia Mu realized that aside from rapidly leveling up, earning money has also become an essential task for him at this stage. Casting a glance at the gradually dissipating corpse of the Tsang Wolf King, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He assessed the spoils of his inaugural victory: 9 pieces of white gear, 2 exquisite items, and 280 gold coins. A commendable haul, considering that the combined monthly subsidy from the school and government amounts to only 300 gold coins. His experience points have surged to 16,633 out of 25,000. With just one more round of dungeon clearing, he would successfully reach level 10, even if he cannot be recruited by the Soul Awakening Pavilion. Entering the Awakening University is undoubtedly a secure prospect. He activated the teleportation rune in his hand and departed from the dungeon. At the entrance of the Novice Dungeon's teleportation array, 5 female students gathered, forming a striking tableau. Qin Qianxue was busy allocating tasks to her teammates after entering the dungeon. Suddenly, a flash of white light emanated from the exit teleportation array, and Xia Mu's figure materialized within it. Qin Qianxue paused for a moment. It had been merely a little over 10 minutes since Xia Mu entered the dungeon, and she had not anticipated his swift exit. With a slight sigh, Qin Qianxue mused that soloing a dungeon is not as simple as it seems. The Novice Dungeon possesses a unique cooldown mechanism. Exiting midway is considered a failure, triggering a cooldown penalty that necessitates a 24-hour wait before re-entry, whereas successfully clearing the dungeon imposes no such restrictions. Although abandoning the challenge of a boss before level 8 is also regarded as a midway exit with adequate preparation, one could at least clear the minor monsters and maximize experience points. Someone like Xia Mu, who exits after merely 10 minutes, essentially squanders an opportunity to enter the dungeon. Qin Qianxue felt a twinge of regret for Xia Mu. In this critical phase of racing against time to level up, wasting a single chance to enter the dungeon could very well prevent one from reaching level 10 before the recruitment for Awakening University, with potentially dire consequences. As Xia Mu stepped out from the exit teleportation array and noticed Qin Qianxue and her companions, he too was taken aback momentarily, but smiled and nodded at Qin Qianxue. A tall girl standing opposite Qin Qianxue beamed at Xia Mu and said, "Xia Mu, impressive. You've reached level 5 so quickly. You're the first in our class to enter the Novice Dungeon. Please share your experience with us." After saying this, she playfully glanced at Qin Qianxue and added, "Our Qianxue was quite worried when she saw you enter the dungeon alone. Lin Wei, you're asking for it." Qin Qianxue raised her novice staff, pretending to strike. The tall girl, undeterred, proudly lifted her ample bosom, her playful gaze flitting between Qin Qianxue and Xia Mu. "Humph," scoffed another girl, adorned in flamboyant attire, her tone laced with disdain. "Lin Wei, Xia Mu has only been inside for a mere 10 minutes. What experience do you think he could possibly share with us? Perhaps merely tales of failure?" Although Lin Wei disapproved of the flamboyant girl's tone, she refrained from retorting, recognizing that Xia Mu's time in the instance was indeed quite brief. In such a limited span, a fragile archer would find it exceedingly challenging to single-handedly vanquish even a minor foe. Moreover, Xia Mu was impeccably dressed, devoid of any signs of battle. Perhaps he merely ventured in to survey the surroundings before retreating. "Xia Mu, you truly are bold, daring to enter the novice instance alone. Now you understand the cost of such bravado, do you not?" Qin Qianxue remarked, attempting to lighten the somewhat awkward atmosphere with a jest. Xia Mu offered a faint smile and replied in a calm tone, "I've already completed the instance." Qin Qianxue was momentarily taken aback, her smile faltering slightly. Completed it? How could that be possible? Chapter 15. Record-breaking according to Qin Qianxue's analysis, given the current combat prowess of their elite team. It would take no less than 3 hours to clear all the monsters in the novice dungeon, and that is without considering the boss. Summer Mu clearing alone? Huh. Indeed. As soon as Summer Mu's words fell, Lin Wei's expression became somewhat awkward. The alluring girl's derision was practically overflowing. Oh, cleared it? Surely our genius Summer Mu entered the dungeon, and the monsters were so terrified they all committed suicide, right? Huh. Summer Mu cast a glance at the alluring girl. Unfamiliar, and chose to ignore her. Qin Qianxue felt a tinge of disappointment. She believed that if Summer Mu could graciously acknowledge her failure, she would not be unable to comprehend it. However, to act as if victorious in the face of clear defeat, Summer Mu merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. Whether others believed him or not was of no consequence to him. He turned away indifferently and walked towards the entrance of the teleportation array, prepared to re-enter the dungeon. A single run through would allow him to reach level 10. It would take much time, and afterward, he could return home to prepare dinner for his sister. Consuming frozen dumplings every day is not good for the body. Seeing Summer Mu head towards the teleportation array, alone once more, Qin Qianxue sighed inwardly. Does this fellow not pay attention in class? Doesn't he understand the cool-down mechanism of dungeons? She raised her hand, intending to call out to Summer Mu, but her phone in her pocket began to ring. Qin Qianxue pulled out her phone to find that it was a call from her father, Qin Bai. Upon answering, before she could utter a word, her father's urgent voice came through the line. "Qianxue, where are you now?" "I'm at the teleportation center of the novice dungeon," Qin Qianxue replied, slightly perplexed. Her father was typically composed and seldom spoke in such a hurried tone. "Teleportation center? Perfect." Qin Bai's tone turned serious. "The completion record for our South City novice dungeon has been shattered, with a time of 17 minutes and 36 seconds. Did you see who emerged from the teleportation array?" "What?" Qin Qianxue exclaimed in astonishment. She knew the difficulty of the novice dungeon. Even a well-coordinated team would require 3 to 4 hours to clear it. Previously, the completion record for the South City novice dungeon was 42 minutes, achieved by a perfectly balanced level 9 team consisting of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers, who made extensive preparations and pushed through primarily by defeating the boss. Now, someone has completed it in 17 minutes and 36 seconds? How is that even possible? What does 17 minutes and 36 seconds signify? Even without engaging in battle, merely traversing the dungeon map would likely take around 10 minutes, wouldn't it? This achievement, not only in South City, but across the entire Dragon Kingdom, would be nothing short of miraculous. The novice dungeon has stringent level restrictions. Only awakened beings between levels 5 and 10 are permitted entry. Thus, the possibility of a higher level awakened being entering the novice dungeon to break records does not exist. Qin Qianxue's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Xia Mu, who stood within the teleportation array, and an astonishing conjecture suddenly flickered through her mind. She was about to call out to Xia Mu when she realized he had already vanished within the teleportation array. He truly was not constrained by the cooldown mechanism. Qin Qianxue murmured to herself. "Qianxue, what are you saying?" Qin Bai's voice on the other end of the line was filled with confusion as he inquired. Qin Qianxue, still dazed, stared at the spot where Xia Mu had disappeared. Xia Mu had previously emerged from the exit of the novice dungeon's teleportation array, and now he had once again entered the novice dungeon. Qin Qianxue understood precisely what this entailed. She felt as though her worldview was teetering on the brink of collapse. Entirely oblivious to Qin Bai's question. "Qianxue, are you listening?" Qin Bai asked again. Only then did Qin Qianxue snap back to reality, taking a deep breath. "Dad, the one who cleared it might be Xia Mu," she declared into the phone, still finding it hard to believe. "Xia Mu." Qin Bai was momentarily taken aback, then asked in astonishment, "Is that the Xia Mu whose potential exceeds 3,000? As a prodigy who had shattered the record in Nanshi, Qin Bai was certainly aware of him. Indeed, Qin Qianxue nodded. With Qin Qianxue's confirmation, Qin Bai was taken aback. Did he not awaken as an ordinary archer? How could he possibly clear the novice dungeon in such a short time? What level are his teammates? What is the configuration of his team? Faced with Qin Bai's rapid-fire inquiries, Qin Qianxue chuckled wryly. Dad, he had no teammates. Xia Mu broke the record solo. There was a moment of silence on the other end, clearly as Qin Bai processed this astonishing news. After what seemed like an eternity, Qin Qianxue finally heard Qin Bai exhale deeply through the phone. Qianxue, this matter must remain confidential. Aside from Xia Mu, you, and me, no one else is to know. Qin Qianxue sighed, casting a glance at the empty teleportation array, then at her teammates who were still in shock beside her. This may not be feasible. Huh? Qin Bai was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the implication in his daughter's words. Are many people aware? Qin Qianxue shook her head, including me. There are 5, my teammates. Qin Bai visibly relaxed, relieved that the number of those who had reached level 5 was still low. Otherwise, the situation would indeed be difficult to control. Qianxue, please put the phone on speaker. Following his instructions, Qin Qianxue activated the speakerphone and handed it to her 4 teammates. On the other end of the line, Qin Bai's voice was grave and resolute. I am Qin Bai, the head of the Battle Soul Pavilion's Nansha branch. I hereby solemnly announce that the events concerning Xia Mu that transpired today in the novice dungeon must not be disclosed. Those who violate this directive will face severe consequences. Qin Qianxue furrowed her brow, perplexed. Dad, is it really that serious? Qin Bai did not answer her question, but exhaled deeply. Execute the order. He then ended the call. As the busy signal echoed through the phone, Qin Qianxue and her companions exchanged glances, bewildered. In a solitary villa on the outskirts of Nansha, Qin Bai ended the call with his daughter, his expression grave. His incessant drumming of fingers on the coffee table revealed his inner turmoil. The record of 17 minutes and 36 seconds for a single refresh of a hand copy, if indeed accurate, would undoubtedly stir a tempest across the entirety of Longhua. Qin Bai swiftly dialed a number on his mobile phone, and after a couple of rings, it was promptly answered. A respectful voice on the other end greeted him. Mr. Qin, within 10 minutes, send all the information regarding a graduate named Xia Mu from Nansha No. 1 High School to my phone. Qin Bai commanded without a hint of hesitation. Understood, Mr. Qin. Chapter 16. Entry 2, on the other hand, Xia Mu navigated the dungeon with remarkable ease. Coupled with the augmentation of her innate attribute, enhancing attack power, her journey was effortlessly mastered. Kill of the Tsang Wolf, experience 50. Kill of the Tsang Wolf. Gold 30. Kill of the Tsang Wolf, experience 50. Kill of the Tsang Wolf, experience 50. Kill of Tsang Wolf Elite, experience 300. Kill of Tsang Wolf Elite. Gold 220. Kill of the Tsang Wolf, experience 50. As the system notifications continuously chimed, it could be said that Xia Mu sauntered through the dungeon once more, achieving another successful clearance. This particular venture yielded exceptionally bountiful rewards, with a total of 2,400 gold coins amassed. In addition, she acquired 7 pieces of white gear, 3 pieces of green gear, and 1 piece of blue gear. While the white gear held little practical value, the equipment shop offered a consistent buyback at half price. Selling these 7 white items would likely net around 1,000 gold coins. Among the 4 exquisite pieces of equipment, the most prized was a pair of boots classified as rare blue gear, enhancing strength by 15 points and constitution by 20 points. Furthermore, a green necklace, although it added intelligence, boasted a suffix that increased physical attack power by 10. Both items were perfectly suited for Xia Mu's personal use, and she promptly equipped them. The remaining 2 green items, which did not serve her needs, were naturally earmarked for sale. Simultaneously, as the dungeon boss, the Tsang Wolf King, collapsed, Xia Mu heard the long-awaited system notification. Congratulations, your level has successfully risen to level 10. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill, Split Arrow. Finally, she had reached level 10. A glimmer of joy sparkled in her eyes as she opened her data panel. Split Arrow was a conventional active skill unlocked at level 10 for archers, with the following effect. Upon use, each basic attack would split into 3 arrows for 30 seconds, each dealing 60 of the original attack damage. The cooldown period was 5 minutes. This was the archer's sole area of effect attack skill, capable of simultaneously striking 3 monsters. Unfortunately, its duration was relatively short. Typically, this skill would be employed when clearing low-level minor monsters, as attracting the ire of 3 foes simultaneously during a dungeon run would not be a prudent choice for a fragile archer. However, for Xia Mu, the scenario was quite different. Her epic willow bow, with its remarkably high attack speed combined with the substantial attack power afforded by her innate attributes, coupled with the area damage of split arrow, promised an exhilarating experience. Name: Xia Mu. Profession: Archer. Level: 10 health, 520, Magic, 250, Attack Power, 1042, Defense, 117, Attack Speed, 57 seconds, Strength, 67, Intelligence, 25, Constitution, 42, Agility, 57, Free Attribute Points, 5, Experience, 136, 30,000. In the future, I will amalgamate the base attributes and equipment attributes for clarity to avoid overwhelming you with complexity. Under the enhancement of the talent skill Soul Imprint, Xia Mu's base attack power has escalated to an impressive 715. Coupled with the strength and attack power bonuses from the 3 newly acquired exceptional pieces of equipment, his total attack power has surpassed the threshold of 4 digits. Such an attack power is an unattainable aspiration among players of the same level. To illustrate the significance of this figure, a warrior fully dedicated to attack would need to reach at least level 35 to attain such a level of power without any equipment bonuses. However, this comparison holds little substantial value, as a level 35 warrior, adorned with appropriately leveled gear, would undoubtedly exceed an attack power of 1042. Nevertheless, these considerations are not what occupies Xia Mu's thoughts at this moment. His true anticipation lies in his talent entries. He recalls that the introduction to hidden talents indicates that one special entry is activated every 10 levels. Having ascended to level 10, it is now time to activate his second talent entry. Xia Mu directs his gaze to the line of pale golden text beneath the attribute panel and gently clicks to expand the drop-down menu for hidden talents. Hidden talent: one special entry activated every 10 levels. Current entry 1. Soul Imprint permanently increases attack by 1 for each enemy unit killed, with no upper limit. Current entry 2. Battle Barrier grants a shield equal to the attack power value after disengaging from combat for 5 minutes. When the shield shatters, it inflicts 100 of attack power damage to all enemies within range. A shield with an attack power value equivalent to his own. Xia Mu scrutinizes the information regarding the second talent entry, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. The torches on the walls cast a distorted shadow of him, and fortunately, he is alone in the dungeon map at this moment. Otherwise, in the dimly lit depths of the wolf den, his eerie laughter would surely terrify even the wolves themselves. This is truly a cheat. Xia Mu forcibly suppresses the urge to cheer. Under the influence of the first talent entry, Soul Imprint, his attack power has already far exceeded that of any awakened class at the same level. And as he continues to vanquish more monsters, the disparity in attack power will only widen infinitely. However, he is acutely aware of his own glaring shortcomings, a lack of sustainability. While a sufficiently high attack power may prevent monsters from ever getting close, what if he is cornered? What if he is surrounded by a horde? What if he is ambushed? In this world, it is not only the monsters within the dungeon maps that can claim your life. Often, the most dangerous threats lurk in the shadows. This is also the reason behind Xia Mu's inability to contain his emotions upon witnessing the second talent, Battle Barrier. With this newfound talent, he was no longer a fragile being, signifying a substantial enhancement in his survivability during combat. The value of this shield was intrinsically linked to his own attack power, meaning that as he continued to vanquish foes, Xia Mu's offensive capabilities would rise in tandem with the fortitude of his shield. As he pondered this, a faint buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears, and he sensed an invisible energy barrier enveloping him. Could it be that the combat breath barrier had been activated? Xia Mu's eyes brightened. The barrier materializes 5 minutes after disengagement from battle, and it had been nearly that long since the fall of the Frostwolf King. Raising his hand, he felt his body, yet there was no tangible sensation. He could not perceive the existence of the shield at all. After a moment's hesitation, He retrieved a dagger from his system inventory, meant for assassins, and drove it into his arm. As the blade approached, a lattice shield materialized instantaneously, halting the dagger a mere millimeter from Xia Mu's skin, preventing any further penetration. Simultaneously, a faint crimson numeral appeared above his head, -1. It was then that Xia Mu noticed on his data panel. A delicate red shield bar had emerged beneath his health bar, precisely matching his attack power, 1041-1042. This is truly a talent skill tailored for me, he murmured to himself. The shield value effectively served as an additional life force. Only when the shield shattered would damage affect his true health. Moreover, upon the shield's breaking, it would inflict an area of effect damage equivalent to 100 of his attack power on all enemies within his range. This added yet another layer of security for Xia Mu. As his attack power accumulated, the damage dealt upon the shield's rupture would escalate correspondingly. Even if he were to plunge into the fray and become the target of concentrated assault, at least when the shield broke, he would create a safe zone within his attack range. Furthermore, the shield generated by the combat breath barrier was directly proportional to his attack power, implying that as Xia Mu continually enhanced his offensive capabilities, he was simultaneously augmenting his life force. Thus, the paramount task ahead was to persistently engage in monster slaying. With a light chuckle, Xia Mu activated the teleportation stone in his hand. Chapter 17. Has she bullied you? Upon returning to the teleportation hall, Xia Mu found that Qin Qianxue and her companions had vanished from the novice dungeon's teleportation array. Although Qin Qianxue was quite curious about the record-breaking achievement in the novice dungeon, every moment of experience was invaluable before the graduation ceremony. Even someone of her distinguished lineage would not allow fleeting curiosity to compromise an opportunity for dungeon training. Gazing at the empty teleportation hall, Xia Mu took out her phone and glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 in the evening. The hall was brightly lit, creating a barrier against the external cycle of day and night. Outside, the world was aglow with countless lights. Just as she was about to call Xia Jinyu, her phone rang. Xia Mu paused, looked at the caller ID, and couldn't help but smile. Brother. Upon connecting the call, Xia Jinyu's voice came through, lacking the usual cheerful vibrancy. Are you on your way home? I'm waiting for you to have dinner. Knowing her sister well, Xia Mu could sense that something was troubling her from the tone of her voice. Yeah, I just stepped out and will be home shortly, Xia Mu replied, choosing not to press further. After hanging up, she quickened her pace toward home. As she approached her rented apartment, she spotted a girl in a dark blue school uniform standing at the door, tiptoeing and waving at her. Xia Mu frowned slightly. Why are you standing outside? I just came out to see if you're back, Xia Jinyu replied, her naturally delicate features reflecting the charm of the Jian in Watertown, slightly slender, and her faded uniform jacket hanging loosely on her frame. Her porcelain white skin accentuated her large, bright eyes, and upon seeing Xia Mu return, she hurried forward. Observing the pale hue of Xia Jinyu's cheeks, Xia Mu couldn't help but frown. In this cold weather, why aren't you wearing something warmer? What if you catch a cold? She reached out to pinch Xia Jinyu's icy cheek, her reproach veiling a tender concern. I'm not cold. Xia Jinyu quickly shook her head, forcing a smile as she naturally linked her arm with Xia Mu's. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with concern. Brother, was your training smooth today? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. I had a fruitful day. But you, noticing the somewhat forced smile on Xia Jinyu's face, she inquired, is something bothering you? Not at all, Xia Jinyu hastily denied. I'm just a bit worried about you. Xia Mu felt a warmth in his heart, gently ruffling Xia Jinyu's hair. You silly girl, why would you worry about me? Haven't I told you? I awakened not as an ordinary archer, but as a powerful one. You needn't fret unnecessarily. But Xia Jinyu hesitantly looked up at her brother, her large eyes brimming with worry. What is really the matter? Xia Mu's brow furrowed, his tone becoming more serious. After a moment of hesitation, as if steeling herself for a monumental revelation, Xia Jinyu whispered, I saw Sun Man at school today. Xia Mu's gaze sharpened, his voice lowering. Did she bully you? A sudden chill emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had dropped several degrees. No. Xia Jinyu quickly shook her head, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I saw her with another boy whom I do not recognize. walking closely together near the small grove behind the playground. As she spoke, she anxiously watched Xia Mu's expression, feeling that their relationship appeared rather abnormal. After finishing, Xia Jinyu held her breath, her large eyes fixed intently on Xia Mu, worried that he might feel distressed, considering how close they once were. Yet, she felt compelled to inform Xia Mu. She could not allow her brother to remain in the dark about such matters. Upon hearing this, Xia Mu merely paused momentarily, his face soon adopting an expression of near indifference. He responded with a quiet "oh," his reaction as bland as if he had just heard trivial news about a stranger. Glancing at Xia Jinyu's worried demeanor, he understood the unusual reason behind his sister's concern and shook his head in resignation. "Do not worry," Xia Mu halted, his gaze locking onto his sister's eyes. "I'm not as fragile as you think. She made her choice, and I too have my own path to follow. Her departure will not bring me sorrow, nor will it defeat me. Do you understand?" Xia Jinyu stared at her brother in astonishment. His eyes were calm, devoid of any shadow. Gradually, her tense expression relaxed, a genuine smile breaking forth, filled with relief. "Yes." She nodded vigorously, her tone becoming lighter. "That's good. You scared me earlier. I was afraid you would be upset." She stuck out her tongue, regaining a hint of her usual playfulness. Xia Mu smiled back, ruffling Xia Jinyu's hair. "Come on, silly girl, let's go home and eat." As they pushed open the door to their rented apartment, a faint aroma of cooked dishes wafted out, instantly dispelling the chill from outside. The dim light within illuminated a small dining table already set with 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. A small dish of stir-fried greens glistened a vibrant green, exuding a fresh fragrance. A bowl of spicy sour shredded potatoes looked enticing, with red pepper strips scattered throughout, promising to be a delightful accompaniment to rice. The most noteworthy dish was a solitary serving of fried egg, placed in Xia Mu's bowl, thinly cooked with slightly crispy edges, emanating an alluring eggy aroma. Xia Mu's gaze fell upon the lonely fried egg, his brow furrowing slightly. "Why is there only one fried egg?" Xia Jinyu's eyes flickered briefly, and she casually replied, "I already ate my fried egg." She avoided meeting Xia Mu's gaze, her eyes wandering, the signs of her deception glaringly evident. Observing his sister's evasive demeanor, Xia Mu understood, a wave of bitterness rising within him. He let out a soft sigh, choosing not to say anything further, and walked directly to the kitchen doorway, deftly tying an old apron adorned with small floral patterns around his waist. "Brother, you don't need to fuss about it." Xia Jinyu hurriedly followed him inside, her tone somewhat urgent. "I'm really trying to lose weight lately. Look, I've gained some. I don't want to eat the egg. How thin have you become? And yet you still wish to lose weight." Xia Mu, without turning back, opened the old, worn-out refrigerator and retrieved the last 2 eggs from the depths. He set a pan on the stove and heated the oil. The oil sizzled softly at the bottom of the pan, and with practiced ease, Xia Mu cracked the eggs into the skillet, the translucent egg whites instantly solidifying into delicate white frills. "Brother." Xia Jinyu stood at the kitchen door, observing with a pained expression as her brother cooked the eggs. Her small face crinkled with concern. The remaining eggs in the house were few, and he would soon embark on daily adventures battling monsters, which would surely deplete his energy. "We need to save these eggs to replenish your strength," she said, her voice laden with reluctance, as if he were not preparing a simple meal, but rather sacrificing her most cherished treasure. Chapter 18. Childish tactics. A warmth enveloped Xia Mu's heart as he refrained from glancing back, concentrating instead on the sizzling eggs in the pan. Once both sides of the eggs had attained a tantalizing golden hue, he extinguished the flame and plated the 2 fried eggs, returning to the small dining table to take a seat. "Let us eat," he called out to Xia Jinyu, who lingered at the kitchen entrance. Slowly, she approached, her gaze fixated on the gleaming fried eggs, her expression still tinged with concern. A smile graced Xia Mu's face as he picked up his chopsticks, selecting the larger fried egg and placing it into Xia Jinyu's bowl. In a gentle tone, he reassured her, "Do not worry. We shall no longer endure such arduous days." Xia Jinyu cast a glance at her brother, hesitating momentarily before speaking. "I heard Lin Xiu at school today mention that starting next month, the school will cease to provide us with subsidies. We need to watch our spending. especially since you'll need to purchase equipment after reaching level 10. Lin Xiu? Xia Mu's brow furrowed, his voice growing somber. Is he the one from your class who constantly bothers you? He had heard this name from his sister a few times. It belonged to a spoiled, rich kid who flaunted his father's position as the vice principal, behaving arrogantly. It was evident that sharing such news with Jinyu was far from benevolent. Yes, Xia Jinyu nodded, sensing the chill emanating from her brother, her voice dropping to a whisper. Lin Xiu said his father is the vice principal, so he has insider information. He mentioned that. What did he say? Xia Mu interrupted coldly. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Jinyu replied, Lin Xiu claimed he could help us retain our subsidies provided I agree to. Oof. Xia Mu's disdainful snort cut her off. Perceiving her brother's anger, she quickly added, Rest assured, brother, I will not fall for such juvenile tactics. You must understand, that boy is not to be trifled with. Keep your distance from him. Upon seeing Xia Jinyu nod in agreement, Xia Mu's tense expression softened, and his tone became gentler. Since I have graduated from the first high school, it is only reasonable that the school halts the subsidies. I have awakened as a combat profession awakener. I possess the capability to earn a living. You need not starve yourself to save on this meager food supply. Do you understand? Xia Mu's resolute words instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance in Xia Jinyu, her stubbornness finally wavering as her eyes welled with emotion, causing her to lower her head. Setting down his chopsticks, Xia Mu reached out to ruffle her hair affectionately, saying softly, All right, let us eat. He paused, a touch of lightheartedness creeping into his voice as he added, By the way, I had a stroke of luck today. I was thinking of taking you to that old Zhang's beef hot pot you've been raving about. Old Zhang's beef hot pot. Xia Jinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, did you strike gold? Although she had yet to awaken, she had heard countless tales from her classmates about awakeners uncovering rare materials in dungeons and becoming instant millionaires. Xia Mu smiled and nodded. Yes, you could say that. Wonderful. Xia Jinyu let out a cheer, her small face radiating excitement and curiosity. Brother, what treasure did you acquire? Is it rare or perhaps high-grade herbs? Or valuable equipment? Xia Mu did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and took out his phone from his pocket, deftly tapping a few times on the screen before gently pushing it towards Xia Jinyu. Here, take a look for yourself. In the era of global digitization, the system's gold coins are linked to personal identities through a mobile wallet. The gold coins that awakened individuals collect during their trials are deposited directly into the mobile wallets tied to their real names. At that moment, Xia Mu's phone screen displayed the balance of his electronic wallet. Xia Jinyu glanced at the numbers in the wallet, then glanced again. Wait, Xia Jinyu snatched the phone from the table and meticulously counted. 10,000. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she repeatedly confirmed the figure. Suddenly, she raised her head, her large, round eyes staring at Xia Mu, her mouth slightly agape. Over 14,000 gold coins? She exclaimed, her voice slightly altered by excitement. This was no trivial sum in the age of digitization. The purchasing power of gold coins is exceptionally robust. 14,000 gold coins, if converted to the currency of the Dragon Kingdom prior to digitization, would equate to over 100,000, an amount that would take years of frugality for the siblings to accumulate. Xia Mu, observing the stunned expression on Xia Jinyu's face, smiled even more broadly and nodded affirmatively. Really? Xia Jinyu still found it hard to believe. She clutched the phone tightly and quickly glanced at the screen again, ensuring that the numbers were indeed real and not a mere illusion. She looked up once more, her gaze intense as she inquired, Brother, did you earn all this in just half a day? Yes, Xia Mu replied with certainty. Wow, that's amazing. Xia Jinyu cheered, excitedly shaking her brother's arm. Tomorrow, we must go to Laozhangji. I want to order 2. No, 3 portions of the most expensive snowflake beef. And I want duck intestines, 2 portions. Plus fatty beef rolls, shrimp paste, hairy tripe, yellow throat. I want to indulge. Xia Mu, watching Xia Jinyu's adorable eagerness to rush to the hot pot restaurant, laughed heartily. All right, no problem. Tomorrow, you can feast to your heart's content. In their small rental apartment, beneath the warm glow of the lighting, the laughter of the siblings intertwined. Xia Jinyu finally ceased her worries, joyfully picking up a golden fried egg and taking a large, satisfying bite, the crispy edges crackling delightfully between her teeth. As she ate, she excitedly planned for the hot pot feast the next day, chattering away incessantly. Xia Mu listened with a smile, his gaze gentle. The following day, as the morning light pierced through the thin mist, Xia Mu awoke from his slumber. It was the weekend, and he had promised his sister the night before to take her to the trading post, as well as to sell a few pieces of equipment that he no longer needed. At that moment, Xia Jinyu was still asleep. Xia Mu did not rush to wake her. After casually freshening up, he bought some breakfast and placed it on the table before heading out. Now, Xia Mu has reached level 10, yet he currently has no intention of upgrading to level 10 equipment. After all, given his present attack power and shield value, the level 10 basic gear seems rather inconsequential. Moreover, the epic grade Willow Bow in his possession endows him with an attack speed that the level 10 Iron Bow simply cannot rival. Upon arriving at the teleportation hall, and with time being of the essence, Xia Mu refrained from attempting the level 10 dungeon, instead choosing to return to the Novice Trial Arena's teleportation entrance. Unlike the Novice Dungeon, the Novice Trial Arena does not enforce strict level restrictions. The Novice Dungeon only permits awakeners of levels 5 to 10, whereas the Novice Trial Arena welcomes individuals of any level. However, defeating lower-level monsters within the Novice Trial Arena yields no tangible rewards, offering only a symbolic experience point of 1. Xia Mu stepped into the teleportation array of the Novice Trial Arena and opted for random teleportation. In a flash of white light, he vanished from the array. Upon the scene's transformation, he once again beheld the vast expanse of grassland, where the morning mist had yet to dissipate. The thin rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, rendering the dew on the blades of grass crystalline and clear. Perhaps due to the early hour, the Novice Trial Arena appeared particularly tranquil, with only a few scattered teams moving about in the depths of the prairie, seemingly yet to fully engage in their endeavors. The long-tailed rabbit area remained untouched, with vibrant long-tailed rabbits huddled together in the grass, quietly nibbling on the roots and occasionally producing soft crunching sounds. Xia Mu knocked an arrow on his willow bough, targeting the nearest gray-furred ball of fluff. Accompanied by the resonant hum of the bowstring, the arrow sliced through the air, striking its mark with unerring accuracy. A crimson -50 floated upward, and the gray long-tailed rabbit fell to the ground, silent as a marionette with its strings severed. Killed gray long-tailed rabbit. Experience 1, Chapter 19. Morning exercise. As Xia Mu listened to the sound of the system prompt echoing in his mind, a smile graced his lips. Though it was merely a symbolic gain of 1 experience point, it held little significance. The shadowy arrows from his willow bough suddenly split apart, forming 3 translucent arrows that materialized on the string. Slightly more slender than ordinary shadow arrows, they exuded a sharpness that was truly heart-stopping. Split arrow, Xia Mu exclaimed softly, and 3 beams of light shot forth, striking 3 distinct fluffy entities with precision. The 3 long-tailed rabbits, caught off guard, could not even emit a cry of despair before collapsing onto the ground. Kill white long-tailed rabbit, experience 1. Kill gray long-tailed rabbit, experience 1. Kill black long-tailed rabbit, experience 1. Xia Mu did not pause for a moment. The effect of the split arrow lasted only 30 seconds, bolstered by the epic speed attribute of his willow bough. His firing rate had surged to an impressive 2.6 arrows per second. With the split arrows enhancement, his basic attack rate nearly approached 8 arrows per second. In an instant, the entire area teemed with long-tailed rabbits, as arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. The rabbits, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, fell one after another without a chance to react. Each arrow's release was accompanied by the sound of the system prompt. Under the influence of the soul reaping mark, his attack power continued to accumulate. As the 30-second countdown concluded, Xia Mu exited the enhanced state of the split arrow. The once crowded thicket of long-tailed rabbits was now reduced by 2/3, leaving only a few at the periphery, oblivious to the fate of their kin as they continued to nibble on the grass roots. After clearing the outer area of all remaining long-tailed rabbits, Xia Mu opened his attribute panel. Name, Xia Mu. Class, Archer. level, 10 health, 520, shield, 1484, magic, 250 attack power, 1484, defense, 179, attack speed 2, 57 seconds, strength, 67, intelligence, 25, constitution, 42, agility, 57, free attribute points, 5, experience, 463, 30,000, gazing at the attack power figure of 1484 on the panel. A grin crept across Xia Mu's face. Just moments ago, this number had been 1042, an astonishing increase of 442 points. In less than 5 minutes. Such a growth rate was truly remarkable. With the respawn cycle of a novice trial arena set at half an hour, Xia Mu wasted no time in waiting. Instead, he swiftly activated the teleportation stone in his hand. Upon returning to the teleportation hall, he once again selected a novice trial arena at random, spending 10 gold coins to transport himself. The novice trial arenas consisted of over 1,000 unique maps, and each random teleportation led to a different numbered map. Previously, he had entered map number 659. This time, he found himself in arena number 016. Recognizing the familiar scenery, Xia Mu did not linger. He promptly activated the split arrow once more, embarking on a new round of harvesting against the bustling array of fluffy creatures in the thicket. As arrows flew forth, the long-tailed rabbits hidden within the grass fell one by one. Minutes later, the teleportation array of the novice trial ground glowed with a brilliant white light once again. And Xia Mu appeared, his face alight with an exuberant smile, only to vanish shortly thereafter. At the entrance of the teleportation array, the awaiting awakeners stared vacantly as Xia Mu repeatedly materialized and vanished within the array, scratching their heads in confusion. What on earth is he doing? One of the awakeners could not help but inquire. I have no idea, another replied, shaking his head. Perhaps he hasn't landed on the lucky number he desires. When the white light of the teleportation array illuminated for the 7th time, Xia Mu reappeared at the teleportation center. Just as he was preparing to continue his journey, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He retrieved it to find a missed call notification from Xia Jinyu. You were unavailable, busy, no response during the call from 13, which rang twice. Please respond promptly. Dragon Country Mobile, due to the differing dimensions of monster maps and Blue Star. Awakeners are unable to receive any signals when teleported to monster maps. However, if they are fellow Awakeners, communication can occur through the Friends interface. Xia Mu did not return Xia Jinyu's call. Instead, he sent her a message via WeChat, notifying her that he would be back shortly. They had arranged to visit the trading post together, and thus, Xia Mu reluctantly exited the teleportation hall. After a morning of harvesting, his attack power surged from an initial 1042 to an impressive 3726. He had lost all sense of what this figure represented, as it had long surpassed the theoretical attack power discussed in high school classes. He wondered what tier an attack power of 3,726 would occupy in university. Upon returning home, he found Xia Jinyu sitting leisurely at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. Her slightly oversized school uniform draped elegantly around her, and her long, dark hair was casually tied into a ponytail, with a few rebellious strands framing her fair cheeks. The morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow on her, outlining the delicate contours of her youthful form. Upon noticing Xia Mu's return, Xia Jinyu looked up, her almond-shaped eyes curving slightly with the remnants of sleepiness, though her innate vitality shone through. "Brother, you're back," she mumbled, her words muffled by the half-chewed porridge still in her mouth. Her slender wrist held the spoon, gently swaying, while the cuffs of her uniform appeared somewhat faded from countless washes. Xia Mu felt his heart soften, responding with a light chuckle. "I'll take a shower first, then we can head to the trading post to sell the gear and perhaps buy you a few new outfits." Xia Jinyu paused, shaking her head as she replied, "Brother, that's unnecessary. I'm fine in my school uniform. You're now an awakener, and there will be many instances where you will need money in the future." Xia Mu said nothing, merely gazing at her in silence. Xia Jinyu met his eyes and softly remarked, "Brother, I don't care about looking good. As long as you are here, I fear nothing." With a gentle sigh, Xia Mu lightly patted his sister's head and smiled. "Rest assured, we shall no longer have to endure such hard days. On the autumn days, the temperature is exceptionally pleasant, with sunlight cascading upon the streets, bestowing a gentle warmth. As Xia Jinyu steps onto the boulevard, she appears to be invigorated by the splendid weather, reverting to her lively nature, eagerly pulling the reluctant Xia Mu to pause and admire the surroundings. In the wake of global digitization, exchanges have emerged as the most vibrant and bustling locales in every city. The exchange in Nanshe is situated in the heart of the city, within the majestic Longting building, which stands tall and proud, sprawling over thousands of square meters, becoming a landmark of the entire metropolis. Chapter 20. The magnificent gem. Once Xia Jinyu had exhausted herself with play, Xia Mu guided her to the entrance of the Longting building. Unlike other locations, the entrance of the Longting building was not attended by receptionists or security personnel, but rather by two robust men clad in black uniforms. Adorning their chests was a badge depicting a dragon entwined around an ancient sword, the dragon sword medal, the emblem of the Battle Soul Pavilion. Indeed, in every city of the Dragon Kingdom, the exchanges were endorsed by the Battle Soul Pavilion. However, this did not imply that the significance of the exchange warranted the presence of two members of the pavilion as gatekeepers. After all, the total number of Battle Soul Pavilion members across the entire Dragon Kingdom was merely in the thousands, with only about 20 registered in Nan City. Thus, these two uniformed men could be regarded as external personnel of the pavilion. In truth, the Longting building served not only as the site of the exchange, but also as the office for the Battle Soul Pavilion in Nan City, which justified the presence of two external members at the entrance. The Longting building was divided into trading, auction, and office areas, each occupying different floors. Xia Mu took Xia Jinyu for a stroll through the trading area on the first floor, and they soon entered a shop that sold low-level equipment. Unlike the equipment shops found on the streets, this establishment offered a more comprehensive array of gear. On the street, one would often need to visit several shops to assemble a complete set of novice equipment. Each type of gear required a visit to a different store. In contrast, the equipment shop within the exchange provided a one-stop shopping experience, with all types of gear available in various sections of the same store. Upon entering, a sales associate dressed in a cheapao approached them with a melodious voice. "Hello, may I assist you in finding any equipment? I can guide you." Xia Mu gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Hello, I am here to sell equipment." "Very well, please follow me." The sales associate appeared unfazed by Xia Mu's words, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she gestured for them to proceed, leading the way. As Xia Mu trailed behind the sales associate toward the recycling area of the shop, Xia Jinyu, curious and wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Brother, there's so many pieces of equipment here." Her footsteps halted as they passed the weapons section. Xia Mu, puzzled, followed her gaze to find Xia Jinyu mesmerized by the dazzling array of staves displayed on the shelves, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "What is it?" Xia Mu inquired, perplexed. "Brother, these staves are so beautiful," Xia Jinyu exclaimed, her bright eyes shining as she pointed to one particular staff. "Look, that gem on the staff is enormous." Xia Mu chuckled at his sister's enthrallment. The sales associate, standing by patiently, smiled at Xia Jinyu and said, "Little sister, that staff is called the Seven Treasures Exquisite Staff. It requires a level 20 awakened to wield." "Level 20? Xia Jinyu playfully stuck out her tongue, shyly asking, "It must be very expensive, right?" The sales assistant was amused by Xia Jinyu's appearance, chuckling softly as she shook her head and remarked, "It's not expensive. Once you reach level 20, you won't find it costly. Let us go." Xia Mu gently patted Xia Jinyu on the head. "Oh," Xia Jinyu replied absently, yet her feet remained rooted to the spot. Observing her reluctance, Xia Mu sighed helplessly and said, "Never mind, you can explore the store for now. I'll sell my gear and return to find you." "All right," Xia Jinyu nodded, her gaze still fixated on the staff. The sales assistant led Xia Mu to the recycling area. Perhaps due to the early hour, the area appeared particularly deserted, with only a middle-aged man sitting somewhat bored at a large table. Xia Mu approached him, placing the dozen or so whiteboard items acquired from the novice dungeon onto the table. The man subtly furrowed his brow before rising, donning a professional smile as he inquired, "Sir, do you intend to sell these items?" "Yes," Xia Mu nodded. The middle-aged man sifted through the pile of whiteboard items and stated mechanically, 3 level 1 weapons, 900 gold coins, 1 level 1 armor, 300 gold coins. 6 level 1 accessories, 1,200 gold coins. 7 level 1 defensive items, 1,400 gold coins. Sir, that totals to 3,800 gold coins. Xia Mu nodded again, having no objections to the offer, as the recycling price for whiteboard items is typically calculated at half of the market value. Noticing Xia Mu's agreement, the middle-aged man said, "If there are no issues with the price, could you please provide your payment information?" Xia Mu handed over his phone, and shortly after, a notification chimed, indicating the receipt of funds. He was quite satisfied with this efficiency, watching as his mobile wallet gradually filled up. He then retrieved 3 pieces of equipment from his system inventory, 3 exceptional items obtained from the novice dungeon, consisting of 2 green items and 1 blue item. "Could you please assess these 3 items for me?" Xia Mu placed them on the table. Upon seeing the equipment Xia Mu had produced, the middle-aged man's professional smile transformed into one of eager interest. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Sir, these 3 items are of good quality. Do you intend to sell them?" As a recycling appraiser for the equipment shop, he received a commission for exceptional items. Recycling whiteboard items was merely a job, whereas acquiring exceptional gear was where the real profit lay, a common adage in their trade. Xia Mu noted the change in the man's expression and smiled slightly, saying, "Could you please provide an estimate? If the price is right, I will consider selling." The middle-aged man nodded, turning his attention to the 3 pieces on the table, this time inspecting them with much more care than he had with the whiteboard items. The shield in question was regarded as a transitional weapon. A middle-aged man lifted a green shield, furrowing his brow slightly, a hint of regret in his expression. Although the added strength attribute was not the optimal choice for a battle shield, it was nonetheless practical. He flicked the surface of the shield with his fingers, the dull echo reverberating through the spacious hall. "The buyback price is 3,000 gold coins." Xia Mu's eyelashes trembled slightly. This price was indeed somewhat unexpected. After all, it was merely a transitional weapon, and the added attribute was strength, not the constitution or agility most needed by a battle shield class. Initially, Xia Mu estimated that this equipment would fetch around 1,000 gold coins. So 3,000 coins was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Poverty truly limits one's perspective, he mused quietly, though his demeanor remained impassive. The middle-aged man picked up another green item, scrutinizing it for a moment, a flicker of delight crossing his face as he remarked, "This necklace with an added intelligence attribute is quite commendable, providing a boost of 20 points to intelligence, along with a 10 increase in spell damage, sufficient for use up to level 30. He then looked up at Xia Mu and inquired, "What do you think of a buyback price of 10,000 gold coins for this necklace?" Xia Mu nodded in acknowledgement without responding, gesturing towards the final blue item. "Please take a look at this one as well." Chapter 21. Let's play together. This chapter recounts the moment when Xia Mu achieved her first kill of the Frost Wolf King, resulting in the acquisition of a blue-quality accessory. The Spirit Bond Ring, rare, bestows an intelligence bonus of 20, with additional attributes. Blood Pact increases summoned creatures' health by 20, and Spirit Bond enhances summoned creatures' attack power by 20. The ring is suitable for wearers of level 1. The Spirit Bond Ring, with its 20 intelligence attribute and 2 supplementary affixes that bolster summoned entities' health and attack power, is undoubtedly an excellent piece of equipment for summoners. The middle-aged man nodded and picked up the Spirit Bond Ring. At the instant he cast the identification spell on it, Xia Mu keenly observed the pronounced movement of his Adam's apple. Clearly, the ring's worth exceeded her initial estimation. She mused inwardly. "This ring's attributes are quite commendable," the middle-aged man remarked, clearing his throat, "but comes with considerable occupational restrictions. It is only suitable for summoners." He continued, "For this ring, I can offer you 30,000 gold coins." Xia Mu maintained an impassive facade, yet inwardly she chuckled. Beneath the middle-aged man's feigned calmness, she could distinctly sense the excitement in his voice. It was evident that 30,000 gold coins was far from the true value of the Spirit Bond Ring. She shook her head and replied, "The prices for the 2 green items are acceptable as you stated, so let us proceed with that. However, I need to deliberate further on this ring." With that, she pretended to reach for the ring to reclaim it. "Sir," the middle-aged man hastily interjected upon hearing her words, if you find this price unsatisfactory, we can certainly negotiate further. Xia Mu smiled, about to respond, when her phone rang from her pocket. Upon retrieving her mobile device, she was momentarily taken aback by the name displayed on the caller ID, Qin Qianxue. This unexpected call piqued her curiosity. Although they had been classmates for 3 years and were somewhat familiar, they had never exchanged WeChat contacts, let alone spoken on the phone, particularly because Xia Mu had previously been accompanied by Sun Man Man. Casting an apologetic glance at the middle-aged man, she answered the call. "Xia Mu, where are you?" came Qin Qianxue's melodious voice from the other end. Glancing at the dome of the trading hall, Xia Mu, puzzled by the reason for Qin Qianxue's call, replied, "I am at the trading hall. Is there something you need?" A light giggle resonated through the line. "I want to play with you." Xia Mu rolled her eyes, thinking it rather childish. She retorted, "My mother doesn't allow me to play with fools." On the other end, Qin Qianxue appeared momentarily speechless, resulting in a lengthy silence. Xia Mu couldn't help but smirk. Their acquaintance was not particularly deep, and her impulsive remark had indeed been somewhat impolite. As she cleared her throat, preparing to apologize, she heard Qin Qianxue's playful voice, tinged with a nasal tone, admonishing her, "Didn't my aunt tell you that you shouldn't speak to a lady like that?" Xia Mu discerned that she was not genuinely angry and chuckled softly. "No, I have been in the orphanage since I can remember. My mother never imparted this truth to me." "Ah!" Qin Qianxue exclaimed, suddenly recalling Xia Mu's background, perhaps due to Xia Mu's consistently optimistic demeanor. Her classmates had naturally overlooked the fact that he was an orphan, including Qin Qianxue herself. It was only upon hearing Xia Mu's words that she realized her previous remarks had indeed been rather excessive. "Xia Mu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that," Qin Qianxue hurriedly clarified. Xia Mu nonchalantly replied, "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to not having seen my parents since childhood." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Did you seek me out for something?" "Yes, there is something," Qin Qianxue sighed in relief, saying, "It's hard to explain over the phone. You were at the exchange, right?" "Perfect. I'll be there shortly." "All right." After ending the call, Xia Mu glanced at the time on his phone and turned to the middle-aged man who had been waiting for a while, saying, "Boss, let us proceed with the buyback of those 2 green outfits at the price you mentioned. As for this ring, I need to deliberate further." Xia Mu was uncertain about the value of the spirit contract ring, and he presumed that the haggling process might be lengthy. So he decided to first see what Qin Qianxue wished to discuss. The middle-aged man's expression immediately shifted. He leaned forward, causing the large table in front of him to shake, and quickly said, "Young man, if you're dissatisfied with the price, we can certainly negotiate." Xia Mu shook his head. "I'm sorry. I need to think it over. I'll offer you 50,000 gold coins. How does that sound?" The middle-aged man extended his palm, his tone somewhat urgent. "Let us sell those 2 green outfits first," Xia Mu stated decisively, retrieving the spirit contract ring from the table and placing it into his storage space. The middle-aged man stared blankly at Xia Mu's actions, seemingly wanting to negotiate further. "Young man, the price is flexible." "Boss," Xia Mu interrupted him, his brow furrowing, and asked, "Are you still buying back these 2 green outfits?" "Very well." The middle-aged man sighed in resignation, collecting the 2 green outfits, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. Upon hearing the notification of 13,000 gold coins being credited to his account, Xia Mu finally turned to leave the buyback area. In the sales area, Xia Jinyu wandered amidst the dazzling array of equipment displays like a curious child, occasionally stopping to cast astonished glances at the various accessories and gear on display. After a prolonged period of browsing, Xia Jinyu began to feel a bit fatigued by the visual feast. She inquired with a sales assistant about the direction to the buyback area and prepared to meet up with Xia Mu. Having walked only a couple of steps, she heard an excited voice calling from behind. "Hey, Xia Jinyu, what are you doing here?" Xia Jinyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she turned to look back, spotting a boy with a spiky hairstyle approaching her with enthusiasm. The young man was tall and slender, clad in a designer tracksuit, his short hair styled upright with gel. His gaze upon Xia Jinyu burning with fervor. As she observed the boy approaching her with evident excitement, a flicker of disdain crossed Xia Jinyu's eyes, prompting her to turn away. "Xia Jinyu," the boy called out, Noticing her disregard, he hastened his pace to catch up and positioned himself directly in her path. Lin Xiao, do you need something? Xia Jinyu inquired expressionlessly as he blocked her way. Hee, nothing much, just didn't expect to encounter you here. Lin Xiao's fervent gaze lingered on Xia Jinyu's fair cheek, his breath quickening. With a hint of disdain in her elongated eyes, Xia Jinyu regarded Lin Xiao silently. Jinyu. Seemingly oblivious to the contempt reflected in her eyes, Lin Xiao retrieved a necklace from his pocket and presented it before her. Chapter 22. Dare to compete for my woman Jinyu. This necklace is one I personally selected for you. I present it to you. Lin Xiao's eyes glimmered with a confident smile. As Xia Jinyu was nearly the epitome of perfection, with the sole flaw of her family's modest means. However, to Lin Xiao, this flaw appeared to be an ideal entry point tailored for him. In his perspective, any problem that could be resolved with money was hardly a problem at all. Gazing at the delicate collarbone that peeked from Xia Jinyu's school uniform. Imagining the moment he would adorn her neck with the necklace, a wave of heat surged within Lin Xiao. Please step aside. I must find my brother. Xia Jinyu stated flatly, not even glancing at the necklace in his hand, her voice devoid of any emotion. If Xia Mu were to witness his sister's current aloof demeanor, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for before him, she had always been the epitome of obedience and charm. Your brother? Lin Xiao turned to glance in the direction Xia Jinyu intended to go, but saw no sign of Xia Mu. A smirk of disdain crept onto his lips as he inquired, by the way, have you given any thought to what I mentioned yesterday? There is nothing to consider. I cannot acquiesce to your demands. Xia Jinyu replied coldly, fully aware of the matter Lin Xiao was referring to. Why not? A flicker of malice flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, quickly concealed. Because I do not like you, Xia Jinyu retorted casually, stepping aside to avoid Lin Xiao. As she passed by him, Lin Xiao suddenly seized her arm. The direct rejection ignited a fury within him, his face contorting as he growled. Aren't you afraid that your grant will be revoked? Have you considered your brother's future? Without that grant, he won't even be able to afford university tuition. Let go. You're hurting me, Xia Jinyu exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in her arm, clearly due to Lin Xiao's considerable strength. She struggled to free herself, but her attempts proved futile. Unless you clarify your position today, I shall not release you, Lin Xiao hissed, his eyes ablaze with rage. Xia Jinyu's delicate brows knitted tightly, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Xiao. Just as she was about to speak, her expression shifted to one of feigned vulnerability. In that moment, Lin Xiao, blinded by anger, failed to notice her change in demeanor and continued to glare at her like a ravenous wolf. Let go! Xia Mu appeared behind Lin Xiao, placing a hand on his shoulder. Get lost. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Lin Xiao spat without turning around, swatting at the hand resting on his shoulder. I'll say it once more. Let go. Xia Mu's voice brimmed with fury. He had overheard their exchange clearly. How dare this scoundrel threaten his sister with the prospect of not attending university? It was utterly despicable. Get the hell off me. Lin Xiao, seething with pent-up anger, swung a fist backward towards the unwelcome intrusion. Ah, the pain. Before Lin Xiao could even throw a punch, he suddenly felt an immense force on his shoulder, causing his knees to buckle as he nearly sank to the ground. As a level 10 awakened being, Xia Mu, endowed with enhanced strength and physical attributes, found it exceedingly effortless to deal with an ordinary, unawakened individual. It was akin to capturing a mere chick. He leaned down to gaze at Lin Xiao, who was on the verge of kneeling, his eyes icy and menacing. Apologized to her. Feeling the increasingly overpowering force on his shoulder, Lin Xiao spat defiantly. Let go of me, or you will come to regret it. I shall repeat myself. Apologize to her. Xia Mu retorted, growing weary of the verbal exchange, intensifying his grip. Lin Xiao let out a cry of anguish as the bones in his shoulder creaked under the unbearable strain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xia Mu released Lin Xiao's shoulder, his gaze dark and his lips curling into a chilling smile. If their essay next time, you can forget about this arm. Summer Jinyu approached Xia Mu, gently tugging at his sleeve. Lin Xiao's father was the vice principal of Nanshur, one high school, a significant figure in the educational realm of Nanshur. Summer Jean, you feared that offending him could jeopardize her brother's prospects for university advancement. Lin Xiu, already weakened by pain, collapsed to the ground after being flung aside by Xia Mu. As he looked up and witnessed the closeness between Summer Jean Yu and Xia Mu, a fierce jealousy ignited within him. Struggling to his feet, clutching his aching shoulder, Lin Xiu glared venomously at Xia Mu, his voice a low, suppressed growl. Do you know who I am? How dare you vie for a woman with me? Vying for a woman? Xia Mu was taken aback, blinking as his gaze involuntarily shifted to his sister beside him. At that moment, Summer Jean Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor betraying a hint of confusion. Xia Mu stifled the urge to laugh. He had never considered anyone would refer to Summer Jean Yu as a woman. To him, she had always been a little girl, her whimsical nature unchanged. Seeing Lin Xiu's presumptuous attitude filled Xia Mu with amusement. Go on, tell me who you are, or perhaps who your father is. To instill fear in me, Xia Mu said, a smirk playing on his lips, laced with mockery. Lin Xiu, clearly taken aback by Xia Mu's reaction, hesitated, scrutinizing him for a few seconds, a sneer creeping across his face. Once you experience my methods, you will understand who I am. Xia Mu let out a light chuckle, a cold glint in his eyes. He was preparing to leave Nansha, and some latent threats needed to be eliminated. Do you find my words amusing? Lin Xiu squinted, questioning him. Xia Mu did not respond to Lin Xiu's inquiry. Instead, his smile widened, appearing even more delighted, his tone chilling. Being able to employ methods is one thing. Being able to bear the consequences is another. Since you wish to play, I hope you are ready to face the repercussions. Though Xia Mu wore a smile, Lin Xiu felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. With a facade of bravado, he left behind a hasty remark of wait and see before turning away in a flurry. Observing Lin Xiu's retreating figure, Xia Mu's gaze turned ominous. What a vice principal! Regardless of who stood behind you, I shall not allow you the opportunity to harm my sister. Brother, Xia Jinyu gently tugged at Xia Mu's arm. Only then did Xia Mu turn, reaching out to pat his sister's head, his voice tinged with annoyance. You were blocked in the road. Why didn't you cry out for help? Where has your usual cleverness gone? Xia Jinyu adjusted her tousled hair, pouting as she replied. Crying out for help would be too embarrassing. I refuse to believe that in a crowd, he could do anything to me. Chapter 23, Difficult Communicators You. Xia Mu exclaimed in exasperation, raising her hand as if to strike her sister's head. Xia Jinyu jumped in surprise, hastily shielding her head with her hands. All right, I admit my mistake. Next time I encounter such a situation, I will scream for help. If all else fails, I shall throw myself on the ground and make a scene. Is that acceptable? Xia Mu rolled her eyes, bemused by her sister's antics. Making a scene is rather unnecessary. Since we've already discarded any pretense, why not go all the way? Xia Jinyu muttered. Let us go. With an exasperated glance at Xia Jinyu, Xia Mu moved towards the entrance of the shop. After wandering around the trading hall for a while, they soon spotted Qin Qianxue striding gracefully through the entrance. It's not a good habit to leave girls behind while shopping, Qin Qianxue remarked, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Although directed at Xia Mu, her gaze lingered on Xia Jinyu, who trailed behind. Just as Xia Mu was about to speak, Xia Jinyu had already leapt in front of her, exclaiming, It's really Senior Qin? Qin Qianxue paused, taking in the sight of the vibrant young girl before her, and asked with curiosity, You know me? Of course. Senior Qin is the first person in Nansha to awaken a hidden profession. All the girls in our class idolize you. Xia Jinyu replied enthusiastically. Qin Qianxue chuckled softly, shaking her head as she turned her attention to Xia Mu. Xia Mu drew her sister back to her side and introduced, This is my sister, Xia Jinyu. Realization dawned on Qin Qianxue, who then smiled at Xia Jinyu, saying, I've heard tales of Xia Mu's talented sister. I didn't expect her to be such a beautiful girl. Senior Qin is the truly beautiful one, Xia Jinyu giggled. It would be wonderful if my brother could find a girlfriend as pretty as Senior Qin. Puffed. Cough, cough. The previously composed Xia Mu was caught off guard by Xia Jinyu's words, leading him to cough in surprise. He quickly covered his sister's mouth, apologizing to Qin Qianxue. My sister is just being silly. Please don't take offense. Qin Qianxue raised an eyebrow, saying, "Silly? Are you implying that I am not beautiful, Xia Mu?" Xia Mu felt a wave of frustration. It was evident that she was deliberately provoking him. He cleared his throat and shifted the conversation, asking, "What brings you to seek me out?" With a pointed glance at Xia Mu, Qin Qianxue replied, "My father wishes to meet you. I was wondering when you might be available." Xia Mu was taken aback. Qin Qianxue's father, Qin Bai, was the head of the southern city branch of the War Soul Pavilion, wielding power that even surpassed that of the mayor. What could such a figure want with him? A day prior, before awakening as a mere archer, he might have understood the request for a meeting. He had possessed an aura of extraordinary potential. However, now that his potential had diminished, what could he possibly offer that would warrant Qin Bai's attention? With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered. Could it be that his hidden talent had been discovered? It seems implausible. Unless he actively reveals his attribute panel, no one can ascertain his specific attributes. In this data-driven world, the personal attribute information of awakened individuals is exceedingly private, and no one or institution possesses the capability to access their personal data without consent. Even if one chooses to display their attribute panel, they can selectively conceal certain information, revealing merely their level and profession, with the possibility of hidden talents being exposed, eliminated. Xia Mu truly could not fathom why Qin Bai would wish to meet her. Qin Bai's influence in the entire South City is undeniably paramount. Establishing some connection with him might alleviate her concerns about leaving her sister alone in South City. After pondering for a moment, Xia Mu turned to Qin Qianxue and said, "I am available at any time. It primarily depends on Uncle Qin's schedule." Qin Qianxue contemplated briefly and replied, "If you have time now, my father should be in his office on the top floor. Shall I call to inquire?" Longting Building not only houses the exchange, but also serves as the office area for the Battle Soul Pavilion. So it is likely that Qin Bai is present at this hour. Upon receiving Xia Mu's consent, Qin Qianxue stepped aside to make the call. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a smile, saying, "My dad initially intended to invite you to our home this evening, but since we are fortuitously in the building, we can chat now, saving you time for your training." A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Mu's eyes. It appeared that Qin Bai's invitation was not merely a casual meeting, but indeed an invitation to his home, which seemed to carry an ambiguous undertone. One might consider that if it were simply a matter of business, a direct discussion in the office would suffice. Why extend an invitation to one's home? Certainly, Xia Mu nodded. "Let us wait by the elevator. My father has already arranged for someone to come down to escort us," Qin Qianxue said with a smile, gracefully making her way towards the elevator. Qin Bai's office was exceedingly spacious, yet furnished with minimalistic decor. A large, rectangular desk stood neatly against one wall, while the remainder of the expansive area was sparsely populated with a coffee table and several filing cabinets. The walls bore no decorations, lending the office a rather desolate appearance. When Xia Mu and the others entered the office, Qin Bai was already seated by the coffee table, a kettle beside him emitting steam. With a square jaw, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, his robust physique was evident even while seated. Xia Mu could distinctly perceive his tall stature. His expression was serious, suggesting he was a rather obstinate man. He is not an easy person to communicate with, Xia Mu thought to herself. "Dad," Qin Qianxue called, swiftly taking a seat on the adjacent sofa. Casually propping a cushion against her lower back, her long legs, clad in jeans, resting on the arm of the sofa. Qin Bai cast a glance at his daughter, but remained silent, evidently accustomed to her languid demeanor. "Hello, Uncle Qin." Xia Mu and Xia Jinyu were not as casual as Qin Qianxue. Upon arriving at the tea table, they politely greeted, "Hello. You must be Xia Mu, right? Don't just stand there, please take a seat." The moment Xia Mu was labeled as stubborn by Qin Bai, he suddenly broke into a broad smile. The juxtaposition of such a serious face with that smile struck Xia Mu as somewhat discordant. She let out a quiet sigh, realizing that she still had much to learn about discerning people's true natures, as her ability to judge character was still in need of refinement. Chapter 24. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Bai watched as Xia Mu took a seat opposite him, accompanied by her brother, Xia Jinyu. Although the siblings were not as casual as Qin Qianxue, they were somewhat influenced by her demeanor, showing a degree of relaxation. "I have long wished to meet you." Yet my numerous obligations have delayed this encounter until now, Qin Bai said, expertly preparing tea and soon presenting the freshly brewed beverage to the Xia siblings. Xia Mu gently tapped the table in appreciation and remarked, "Uncle Qin, you are indeed a busy man. Today, we have intruded upon your time." While Xia Mu spoke lightly, her heart was not as receptive. Although she was uncertain of Qin Bai's intentions for this meeting, she reasoned that since he had not sought her out prior to her awakening, there was even less reason to do so now. After all, on the surface, he had transformed from a promising genius into an ordinary individual. However, since he had not broached the subject, Xia Mu felt no urgency to inquire. Qin Bai waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "Intrude? Nonsense. You are, after all, the most promising awakener in the history of Nanshe. It is only fitting that I meet you." As Qin Bai spoke, he carefully observed Xia Mu's expressions, but she remained unfazed, her demeanor betraying no reaction to his words. This left Qin Bai with a curious impression. Was he truly seated before a mere youth freshly graduated from high school? With a light chuckle, Xia Mu responded, "I fear I may disappoint you. Uncle Qin, my potential merely manifested as the ordinary profession of an archer." Qin Bai paused, gazing intently at her for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "An ordinary archer? Youthful modesty can be a double-edged sword," he exclaimed. Typically, young individuals like Xia Mu, who had just awakened to a profession, would seize every opportunity to showcase their abilities, especially in the presence of someone of Qin Bai's stature, eager to prove their worth. After all, as the head of the southern city branch of the Battle Soul Pavilion, he wielded considerable influence in selecting candidates for recruitment. Having initiated the conversation, Qin Bai was taken aback by Xia Mu's unexpected response. Xia Mu lifted her cup and took a sip before smiling. "You are correct, Uncle Qin. Even if I have awakened to an ordinary archer profession, I should not belittle myself." Qin Bai's lips twitched, his expression straddling amusement and skepticism as he regarded Xia Mu. "Why don't we get straight to the point?" he suggested. Xia Mu paused, her hand gripping the teacup momentarily before she inquired with a smile. "What is it that you wish to discuss, Uncle Qin?" This was not an act of ignorance on Xia Mu's part. Since her awakening, she had been focused on the usual grind of leveling up. Despite her rapid progress, she had never showcased her level to anyone. At this moment, she sensed that Qin Bai's words hinted at a deeper understanding of something she was concealing. Yesterday, the 10-year record for clearing the novice dungeon in Nanshe was shattered by an extraordinarily remarkable achievement, Qin Bai stated, lightly tapping the table with his finger. "Moreover, I have heard that this was accomplished solo." Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to realize the reason behind Qin Bai's invitation for a meeting today. The swift completion of the dungeon yesterday had been rather effortless, and he hadn't initially considered this angle. Embarrassed, Xia Mu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Did I break a record?" I truly didn't pay much attention." Xia Mu, before Qin Bai could respond, Qin Qianxue could no longer contain herself. She lowered her long legs that had been resting on the armrest and glared at Xia Mu with indignation. "A hidden class. Struggled for over 2 hours with 4 high-level classes just to clear the minor monsters in the novice dungeon. We didn't even dare to touch the boss and had to retreat. Yet, you single-handedly breezed through and broke the record, and you say you didn't notice? It infuriates me." Seeing Qin Qianxue's flushed cheeks from her agitation, Xia Mu couldn't help but smile faintly. Maintaining a facade of calmness, he replied nonchalantly, "It was merely a few wolves." Was it really that difficult? Xia Mu was well aware that clearing the novice dungeon was no simple feat, however. If he wished for the Qin family to assist in looking after Xia Jinyu, he certainly needed to present some cards that would capture Qin Bai's attention. "You." Qin Qianxue pointed at Xia Mu, momentarily at a loss for words due to her frustration. Indeed, Xia Mu's current demeanor was quite infuriating. All right. Qin Bai shook his head helplessly. However, Xia Mu's current state oddly brought him some comfort, even for someone as seasoned as him. Facing a young and cheeky boy inevitably felt a bit awkward. Xia Mu glanced at Qin Qianxue's chest heaving with agitation, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He shrugged and remarked, "I was just fighting monsters normally, not paying attention to the time. Who knew I would inadvertently break the record?" Qin Qianxue completely lost it, pointing at Xia Mu and pleading with Qin Bai, "Dad, look at him like this. Could you please give him a good beating?" Seated nearby, Xia Jinyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She discreetly tugged at Xia Mu's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, you're being quite mischievous." Her words immediately garnered fervent agreement from Qin Qianxue, who looked at Xia Jinyu with a hint of gratitude. Even Qin Bai, seated at the head of the table, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "This lad does have a rather cheeky way of speaking," he mused, clearing his throat to mask his amusement. He then turned serious and said, "Xia Mu, may I take a look at your weapon?" Xia Mu was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in agreement, retrieving his epic-grade willow bow from his inventory and handing it to Qin Bai. Given Qin Bai's status, Xia Mu had no concerns about him coveting this modest level 1 purple gear. Qin Bai accepted the longbow and activated his appraisal skill. Willow bow, epic, attack power, 18 attack speed, 0, 3 additional affixes, gale engraving, attack speed 0, 3, torrent resonance, attack speed 0, 3, temporal shift, attack speed 0, 3, wearing level. Level 1 impressive, Qin Bai remarked, flicking the willow bow with his fingers before returning it to Xia Mu. The maximum stacking of your attack speed can elevate your base speed to 1. 2. Coupled with an additional 18 points of attack power. Acquiring such an exquisite weapon during the novice phase is indeed akin to divine favor. Xia Mu took the willow bow, nodded and smiled. "I am fortunate. This purple weapon indeed suits me well." Qin Bai's eyes shimmered with a dark light as he gazed at Xia Mu and remarked, "Yet, with merely this, you cannot break the record that has stood unshaken for a decade." Xia Mu's ability to conquer the novice dungeon in such a short span could only stem from 2 possibilities. Either he wielded a weapon of unparalleled attack power, or his class or attributes possessed a unique advantage. This was precisely why Qin Bai was eager to observe Xia Mu's weapon. It was evident that Xia Mu's situation belonged to the latter category. Chapter 25. The guardian ante of Xia Mu's record in the dungeon was achieved through wielding a high-damage, unrestricted weapon. Then in Qin Bai's eyes, even if it shattered the previous record, it would merely be a fleeting accomplishment. After all, as levels increase, the advantages conferred by such weapons would gradually diminish. However, if Xia Mu possessed the potential for infinite growth, she would indeed be a talent worthy of a nation's utmost cultivation. Noticing the seriousness in Qin Bai's expression, Xia Mu suppressed her playful demeanor. "Uncle Qin, I truly awakened as a standard archer, but my potential value is not merely for show. Its significance just hasn't manifested through my profession's awakening." Indeed, Qin Bai exhaled deeply, a hint of excitement in his tone. "Could you elaborate further?" Xia Mu smiled apologetically, stowing her willow bow in her system pouch. "I prefer not to disclose specific details for now, but I can assure you that the abilities I obtained certainly do not tarnish the worth of that 3,000 potential value." Qin Bai nodded slowly. "Xia Mu, I understand your reluctance to reveal your trump card upon our first meeting. You are wise to do so. But do you grasp the significance of completing the novice dungeon in 17 minutes and 36 seconds? Xia Mu shook her head, prompting Qin Bai to continue. "Our Dragon Country's fastest record for the novice dungeon is 35 minutes and 8 seconds, meaning you have broken the previous record in less than half the time. If I were to submit this achievement to headquarters, you would immediately receive the most prestigious training from the War Soul Pavilion." Xia Mu chuckled lightly. "Uncle Qin, I understand the adage that a tree standing out in the forest will be felled by the wind. In this small South City No. 1 high school, I have faced numerous exclusions and suppressions due to my potential value. Fortunately, we were all students then, engaging in petty tactics. Now that I have graduated, I am no longer confronting high schoolers. Before I possess adequate self-defense capabilities, I can excel without revealing all my cards." Qin Bai paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Xia Mu, having such composure at your age is commendable. I have some influence in South City. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me." Xia Mu's eyes brightened. This was the very response she had been waiting for. She respectfully raised her teacup, saying, "Thank you so much, Uncle Qin. I toast to you with this tea in place of wine." "Excellent." Qin Bai chuckled, cheerfully clinking his teacup with Xia Mu's. Xia Mu downed the tea in her cup, then watched as Qin Bai drank from his own. With a grin, she said, "Uncle Qin, I actually have a small favor to ask of you." Qin Bai was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of mischief in Xia Mu's eyes, as if he had fallen into a trap. Resigned, he pointed at her with a finger. "You rascal. Speak up. I will not refuse any request I can assist with." Xia Mu set her teacup down, gesturing to the young girl beside her earnestly. "Uncle Qin, this is my sister, Jinyu. In the near future, I shall be departing for university, and I kindly request your assistance in looking after matters in Nanshur before my departure." Xia Jinyu widened her eyes in astonishment at Xia Mu, never expecting her to make such a modest request of a figure as significant as Qin Bai. She discreetly tugged at Xia Mu's sleeve, saying, "Brother, rest assured, I could take care of myself. Is that all?" Qin Bai's lips twitched slightly, feeling a twinge of grievance. After all, he was the spokesperson for the Nanshur branch of the Battle Soul Pavilion. Was he to serve as a guardian? Surely there must be more pressing matters that required his attention. If it were possible, he would genuinely wish to pry open Xia Mu's mind to understand her thought processes. Xia Mu was aware that her request might be somewhat inappropriate from Qin Bai's perspective. With a hint of apology, she replied, "Uncle Qin, this matter holds great significance for me, so such matters do not require my father," interjected Qin Qianxue, pulling Xia Jinyu's hand. "Sister Jinyu, on the day of the graduation ceremony, stay close to me, and I will introduce you to some friends from your cohort." "Thank you, Sister Qianxue," Xia Jinyu responded smartly, adapting her address for Qin Qianxue from Sister Qin to Sister Qianxue. Qin Bai rubbed his forehead and reassured, "Do not worry, your sister is safe in Nanshur. There shall be no issues regarding her safety." He suddenly paused, turning to Xia Mu with a question. "Did you mention that you're going to university? Which institution?" Xia Mu was slightly taken aback by Qin Bai's reaction, nodding in response, "Indeed, the Awakener Academy. You still wish to attend university?" Qin Bai could not help but raise his voice. "What university?" "After the graduation ceremony, you are to report immediately to the assessment officer of the Battle Soul Pavilion." "What?" Xia Mu stared blankly at Qin Bai, taking a moment to comprehend. "Am I also being earmarked?" But what?" Qin Bai inquired, somewhat exasperated. This young man was infuriating, still contemplating attending the Awakener Academy. It seemed all his previous discussions had been in vain. Xia Mu hesitated. "Uncle Qin, I prefer not to disclose my abilities for now. As a mere ordinary archer, I doubt I would catch the attention of the Battle Soul Pavilion." Qin Bai waved his hand dismissively. "Focus on enhancing your level and abilities before the graduation ceremony. I will handle the rest." He added, "Rest assured, you will not be compelled to reveal your hand." Upon hearing Qin Bai's assurances, Xia Mu smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Qin." Xia Mu was no fool. Understanding the benefits of joining the Battle Soul Pavilion without revealing her trump card, she would not naively insist on attending the Awakener Academy. Knowing that the training resources offered by the Battle Soul Pavilion far surpassed those of the Academy, Qin Bai refilled Xia Mu's cup with tea, shaking his head. "No need for thanks. You are a talent. While I may not know the specifics of your abilities, your current achievements are certainly sufficient to qualify you for the Battle Soul Pavilion." Qin Bai paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, the path to the Soul Combat Pavilion is not as easily traversable as you might imagine. The current situation in our Dragon Nation is rather grim." Xia Mu raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Uncle Qin, why do you say that?" Qin Bai hesitated, sighed, and replied, "Such matters will naturally become clear to you once you join the Soul Combat Pavilion. For now, discussing them holds little significance." Xia Mu nodded. Qin Bai's words were not without reason. As a novice awakener who had just graduated from high school, understanding these national-level issues would be of little use to him. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Xia Mu stood up with her sister to take their leave. Upon seeing Xia Mu preparing to depart, Qin Qianxue also rose to follow. Chapter 26. The cycle altar. As the three individuals exited the trading house, midday was approaching. Xia Mu squinted at the sun hanging high above and turned to Qin Qianxue, saying, "We should head home for lunch. What about you?" Qin Qianxue hesitated momentarily before speaking. "How about we have lunch together?" "My treat," she quickly added. "Let us celebrate my newfound friendship with Jinyu." Xia Mu smiled and replied, "Sure, but let me pay. I owe you for helping me out." "I insist on treating," Qin Qianxue interjected, cutting Xia Mu off. "If you truly wish to thank me, You can repay me in another way. Xia Mu paused, perplexed, and asked, repay you with what? Qin Qianxue's gaze flickered slightly as she waved her hand dismissively. Let us discuss it after the meal. Let us address it now, or I fear I may lose my appetite, Xia Mu said, a hint of suspicion in her eyes as she tugged at the corner of her mouth. Qin Qianxue's ears turned faintly red, her words caught in her throat. You. Xia Mu's expression turned peculiar as he regarded Qin Qianxue's flushed face, meekly inquiring, do you wish for me to offer myself? How absurd! Qin Qianxue exclaimed, lifting her foot as if to kick his shin, only to halt midway and stomp her foot instead. Then what do you propose I use as repayment? Aside from this, I doubt I possess anything else you would desire. Xia Mu shrugged. Take me to level up, Qin Qianxue blurted out, turning her head away and inadvertently catching sight of Xia Jinyu, who was stifling laughter, causing her face to flush even more. Xia Mu was taken aback by her rapid response. What do you mean, Qin Qianxue bit her lip in frustration and turned to Xia Mu defiantly. You're so skilled, clearing the novice dungeon in mere minutes. Is it too much to ask for you to help me level up? Xia Mu rolled his eyes. If you wanted to help you level up, just say so. Why the hesitation? I thought you were someone else. Qin Qianxue shot him an indignant glare, internally cursing him, this insufferable guy. Can he not be a bit more proactive? Observing Qin Qianxue's somewhat embarrassed and indignant demeanor, Xia Mu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. It's not a big deal. Just state your request. Why act as if you're too shy to ask for bride price? Xia Mu, are you trying to get yourself killed? Qin Qianxue exploded, slamming her handbag against his arm. Enough chatter. Are you going to help or not? Of course I will. Xia Mu responded readily. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression froze as he awkwardly laughed. There seems to be a slight issue. What issue? Qin Qianxue's eyes widened in surprise. I can no longer enter the novice dungeon, Xia Mu said, looking innocent. What do you mean? Qin Qianxue was taken aback, but soon. Her face reflected shock as she incredulously asked, You mean, you've already reached level 10? Yes, Xia Mu nodded. Level 10? How is that possible? It has barely been a day since awakening. It is worth noting that, with Qin Qianxue's team, despite not wasting a moment, they have only reached level 7. Who then? Is truly the awakened one of the hidden profession? Moreover, it is said that the experience required to ascend from level 9 to level 10 increases exponentially compared to the preceding levels. How on earth did you achieve this? Qin Qianxue wore a dazed expression. Xia Mu chuckled awkwardly. I just casually fought some monsters. The atmosphere became palpably tense at this moment. Qin Qianxue lacked the will to critique Xia Mu's infuriatingly nonchalant remark. Her lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at Xia Mu, her mind racing with thoughts. This person is cheating. This person is cheating. This person is cheating. This person is cheating. Xia Mu sighed, waving his hand in front of Qin Qianxue, his brow furrowing slightly. If it comes to that, I could take you to the novice trial grounds to hunt monsters. The area with higher-level creatures is relatively less populated, so it should be quite efficient. Xia Mu felt quite helpless. After all, he owed her a favor. Qin Qianxue gradually regained her composure, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Mu for a moment. She raised her delicate hand, and a starry parchment scroll materialized in her grasp. Take a look at this. What is this? Xia Mu inquired, observing the parchment scroll in Qin Qianxue's hand. It gleamed with a soft luminescence beneath the sunlight. Clearly not an ordinary item. This is a level 20 reincarnation altered dungeon scroll, Qin Qianxue explained. It is applicable for awakened ones below level 20 and, upon activation, it grants access to the reincarnation altered dungeon once. The reincarnation altar? Xia Mu frowned and shook his head. He had never heard of this dungeon before. Could you elaborate? Qin Qianxue nodded, stating, in the reincarnation altar, there are 290 minor monsters and 10 elite monsters. After clearing the monsters, the dungeon space will respawn 300 monsters, repeating this cycle for a duration of 3 hours. The session will end either when time runs out or when the awakened one's level surpasses 20. What are monster levels? Xia Mu inquired. The dungeon is divided into 3 difficulty levels: easy, hard, and hell, with monsters at levels 10, 15, and 20 respectively. The elite monsters are 5 levels higher than the regular ones. A flicker of anticipation shone in Qin Qianxue's enchanting eyes as she fixed her gaze on Xia Mu. "Are you confident? This is quite a treasure," Xia Mu said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although these monsters might pose a challenge for a typical level 10 awakened one, to him, they represented a veritable source of attack power extraction. With their infinite respawning, the experience provided by monsters of this level would be perfectly suited for him, far more advantageous than grinding long-haired rabbits in a novice trial grounds. Seeing the expression on Xia Mu's face, Qin Qianxue felt a sense of relief wash over her, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Then, after we finish our meal, let's begin. All the equipment and gold that drops will belong to you. I only desire the experience." Agreed. Xia Mu readily accepted, though a hint of frustration lingered as he realized that, despite his intention to repay a debt, he suddenly felt as if he owed her yet another favor. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and inquired, "Where did you acquire this scroll?" "Oh, my father purchased it at an auction a couple of days ago," Qin Qianxue replied nonchalantly, "for 100,000 gold coins." Xia Mu was left speechless. Well, it seemed this favor would remain unpaid. Even if he were to strip down completely and sell every last possession, including his undergarments, he wouldn't be able to amass 100,000 gold coins. With this thought in mind, Xia Mu retrieved the spirit contract ring from his system pouch and said, "Could you take a look at this ring for me?" Chapter 27. Profession-specific. Qin Qianxue received the ring handed to her by Xia Mu and activated the identification spell. Spirit Bond Ring, Rare, Intelligence 20 additional affixes. Blood Bond, Summon Creatures Health 20. Spirit Bond, Summon Creatures Attack Power 20. Where level 1 beside her. Xia Jinyu secretly gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you're impressive. You've already presented a token of affection so swiftly." It seemed her concerns about her brother being ensnared in romantic woes were entirely unwarranted. Xia Mu gazed at the faint glimmer of the identification spell reflecting off the ring in Qin Qianxue's hand, remaining silent and undisturbed. He recalled the appraiser at the trading post who had ultimately valued the ring at 50,000 gold coins. But he had hesitated at the peculiar expression on that individual's face, leading him to decline the sale. Over the past 3 years, in their effort to save 2,000 gold coins for a set of novice white gear, he and his sister had lived frugally, even foregoing meat. Now, a single piece of equipment could be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Xia Mu felt a wave of emotion. His personal bank account was linked to Xia Jinyu's, yet she had never frivolously spent a coin beyond essential expenses. He turned to glance at his slender sister, a hint of regret in his eyes, realizing that such hardships should no longer be a part of their lives. Xia Jinyu, who was observing him, felt a flicker of confusion at his gaze. What was going on? He had been charmingly engaged in courting, and now he looked at her with such a stare. Was he worried she might be jealous of a new sister-in-law? Feeling warmth in her heart, Xia Jinyu hurriedly took Xia Mu's hand, offering him a comforting glance. Xia Mu affectionately ruffled Xia Jinyu's hair, now filled with assurance that he could provide a better life for her in the future. The two siblings consoled one another across their disparate realities. Qin Qianxue concluded the identification spell, taking a deep breath. "Xia Mu, where did you acquire this?" "It dropped in the novice dungeon yesterday." "What do you think?" Xia Mu inquired. "This." Qin Qianxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "This ring is exceedingly precious. The 20 intelligence and the 2 additional affixes are a perfect match for a summoner." "Indeed," Xia Mu nodded, replying, "I too believe it is remarkable. Though its limitations are rather apparent, it is only suitable for summoners." "You know nothing," Qin Qianxue exclaimed with excitement. "That's not a limitation, it's exclusivity. Although this spirit bond ring is a level 1 piece of equipment, the 2 affixes enhance by percentage, making it an ideal lifelong accessory for the right awakened one." Xia Mu suddenly found Qin Qianxue's argument compelling. Limitations and exclusivity were essentially 2 sides of the same coin, and this rephrasing significantly elevated the perceived value of the ring. "How much do you intend to sell this ring for?" Qin Qianxue asked. Xia Mu was uncertain about the ring's market value and shook his head. "I'm not sure, but earlier at the trading post, that appraiser offered me." He spread his palm open. 50,000? That guy is utterly outrageous. As Xia Mu's words hung in the air, Qin Qianxue gritted her teeth and declared, "This ring is worth at least 1 million. Sell it to me." 1 million? Xia Mu nearly bit her tongue in disbelief at the price Qin Qianxue had proposed, as she had intended to suggest merely 50,000 gold coins. Indeed, Qin Qianxue nodded resolutely, asserting, "This ring is extraordinarily precious for an awakened summoner, providing a remarkable 20 boost to both health and attack power. It could easily be deemed a divine artifact. However, since it is only a level 1 piece of equipment with a mere 20 intelligence points, it would undoubtedly command an exorbitant price at auction otherwise." Beside them, Xiao Jinyu also wore an expression of shock, gazing at the ring in Qin Qianxue's hand. She pondered. What are they discussing? 1 million? Are they referring to gold coins? The ring appears rather unremarkable, devoid of any gemstones. Surely, they cannot mean gold coins. Even 1 million joy beans would seem excessive. Is it truly worth 1 million? Xiao Mu saw confirmation once more. The concept of 1 million gold coins equates to a staggering 10 million Dragon Kingdom currency in this small southern city. Possessing 1 million gold coins would nearly signify financial freedom. Exactly. Qin Qianxue nodded. If you are willing to sell it to me, I will immediately call my father and have him transfer the funds. Xia Mu scrutinized Qin Qianxue's gaze, and upon assuring herself that she was not being deceived, she began to believe that she had indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous windfall. Internally, she cursed the appraiser for being a swindler. But what do you need this ring for? Xia Mu inquired with confusion. Isn't this ring only suitable for summoners? Qin Qianxue paused, baffled, and replied, "Isn't my profession that of a summoner?" Xia Mu frowned, recalling, "I remember your awakened profession being dragon contract holder. Isn't a dragon a summoned beast?" Qin Qianxue rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Do you think it will turn me into a fire-breathing dragon?" Xia Mu scratched her head, offering a nervous chuckle without responding. Recognizing the expression on his face, Qin Qianxue knew her guess was correct and, feeling somewhat vexed, said, "Will you sell me this ring or not? Or what price would you be willing to accept?" "Well," Xia Mu smiled, responding, "I have no issue selling you the ring, but given our acquaintance, let us settle on 800,000. Xia Mu was not merely pretending to be generous. Had Qin Qianxue not disclosed the ring's true value, she might have genuinely sold it for the initial 50,000 gold coins. After all, in Southern City, there were few individuals with the means to purchase such an item. Perhaps, as Qin Qianxue suggested, the ring could fetch an even higher price at auction. Yet, with her current capabilities, she lacked even the qualification to enter an auction house. Qin Qianxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated Xia Mu would voluntarily lower the price. This fellow. She regarded Xia Mu with suspicion, her cheeks unexpectedly flushing with warmth as she pondered something. As Xia Mu observed that Qin Qianxue had yet to respond after a prolonged silence, with a sense of camaraderie, gently patted her shoulder and remarked, "Do not be overly moved. Let us proceed with the transaction." Qin Qianxue, feeling a tinge of shyness, shot him a quick glare before stepping aside to retrieve her phone from her handbag. She dialed a number, and soon after, the sound of a transaction notification resonated from Xia Mu's mobile device. "Your personal mobile banking has received a transfer of 1,000,000 gold coins from Qinbai." Upon hearing the notification, Xia Mu cast a puzzled glance at the returning Qin Qianxue. The blush on her cheeks had not entirely faded, and as she noticed his gaze upon her, she averted her eyes slightly and explained, "My father mentioned that this ring is exceedingly precious. Offering 1 million gold coins is already a considerable concession, and I cannot allow you to bear too great a loss." Xia Mu, with a resigned nod, acknowledged her words, reasoning that the Qin family was affluent and likely did not mind the additional 200,000 gold coins. He would simply regard it as their act of benevolence. He chose not to elaborate further and called out to his sister, who had been lost in a daze, smiling as he said, "Come, let us go. I shall treat you to this meal today." Chapter 28. Qin Qianxue's profession. After their meal, Xia Mu and Qin Qianxue arrived at the teleportation center. The reincarnation altar dungeon is classified as a special instance. The two stepped into the exclusive teleportation array, which shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Qin Qianxue extended an invitation to form a party with Xia Mu, and upon his acceptance, she promptly tore open the contract scroll. A brilliant golden radiance erupted, enveloping both individuals within the teleportation array. Before Xia Mu appeared the difficulty options for the reincarnation altered dungeon: easy, hard, and hell. As Qin Qianxue's delicate finger was about to touch the easy option, Xia Mu raised his hand to halt her. Based on Qin Qianxue's previous explanations, Xia Mu had gained some understanding of the reincarnation altar dungeon. The regular monsters in easy mode were level 10. Those in hard mode were level 15. And the hell mode featured level 20 monsters, with elite creatures being 5 levels higher than their regular counterparts. After a rigorous session in the novice trial grounds that morning, Xia Mu's attack power had now surpassed 3,700. When his attack power was merely over 300, he could already eliminate the level 5 howling wolves in the novice dungeon. With his current strength, he believed dispatching level 15 monsters would pose no challenge. Let us choose hard mode, Xia Mu declared with unwavering confidence. Were it not for the consideration of the 100,000 gold cost for the dungeon scroll, he might have even contemplated attempting the hell mode. However, he decided against it, as that was a significant sum, and failure would be quite embarrassing. Qin Qianxue hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on Xia Mu's assured countenance. Gritting her teeth, she shifted her finger from the easy mode to the hard mode. A flash of white light enveloped them, and after a brief moment of blurred vision, they found themselves in an expanse reminiscent of an underground cavern. The space was not particularly large, roughly the size of a football field. It was open, save for a modest altar standing prominently in the center. They stood on a square safety platform at the edge of the cavern, with a stone staircase of about 10 steps leading downwards. Surrounding them were several black and red wild boar monsters. Wild boar monster type: ordinary level, 15, hard mode, attack, 420 defense, 200 health, 1200. Qin Qianxue's expression soured. The situation was clearly unfavorable. These wild boars were aggressive creatures, and as soon as they descended from the platform, at least 7 of the beasts would initiate an attack. For Qin Qianxue, who was level 7, these level 15 wild boars were akin to a nightmare. This is a disastrous start. What should we do? Qin Qianxue lamented. Their attack power is too high. My summoned beast 1T withstand it all. Don't worry, just stay behind me, Xia Mu replied nonchalantly. Upon seeing the attributes of the wild boars, he began to regret not choosing the hell mode. These monsters were indeed beneath his notice. Are you certain? Qin Qianxue questioned, skepticism lacing her voice. She could not fathom the source of Xia Mu's confidence. Without a front line capable of absorbing damage, the advantages of an archer's attack would be rendered ineffective. At this moment, the situation was dire, surrounded by numerous monsters. The moment one stepped outside the safety zone, they would be immediately subjected to a barrage of attacks. Fear not, Xia Mu chuckled lightly, retrieving his willow bough and preparing to stride forth. Wait, Qin Qianxue urgently called out to him. Taking a deep breath, she conjured her emerald staff, and with a graceful motion of the staff's tip, an enigmatic trajectory was traced in the air. Suddenly, the space behind her tore open, revealing a 3-meter-high rift from which a crimson dragon's head emerged, exuding a sulphurous aura. As the rift began to close, the entire space appeared to warp under the intense heat. Before Xia Mu stood a towering 2-meter-high crimson dragon beast, its dark red scales shimmering with a lava-like luster. Its wings unfurled, and the semi-transparent membranes bore intricate patterns reminiscent of flowing magma. Fire Dragon. Summoned beast level, 9 attack, 350 defense, 60 health points, 800. Is this your summoned beast? Xia Mu marveled, gazing at the evidently youthful fire dragon and feeling a twinge of envy. Yes, its name is Little Red, Qin Qianxue nodded, explaining. My class ability is to summon divine dragons. For every 10 levels I ascend, I can summon another dragon of a different attribute. This fire dragon is my first choice. Its overall attributes favor ranged attacks, with relatively low defense and health. Once I reach level 10, I plan to select a defensive rock dragon to complement it. Xia Mu refrained from teasing Qin Qianxue about her seemingly arbitrary naming choice, finding the name Little Red rather fitting, both vivid and easy to pronounce. Can it level up? He inquired curiously, examining Little Red's attribute panel. Typically, summoned beasts lack a concept of levels. For instance, a necromancer like Sun Man could only summon a level 1 skeleton, which would remain level 1 regardless of how long it survived. To enhance the skeleton's combat power, one would need to elevate the summoner's intelligence attributes or improve their equipment. As with the spirit contract ring, Qin Qianxue's fire dragon, summoned at level 9, was evidently different from ordinary summoned beasts, possessing growth potential akin to that of an awakened individual. It seemed that Little Red resembled a pet to Qin Qianxue more than a mere summoned beast, which explained her desire to name it. Indeed, Qin Qianxue raised her hand, and the fire dragon obediently lowered its massive head to her, allowing her to gently stroke it. My summoned beast can level up in battle, requiring less experience than an awakened one, which is why it currently exceeds my level by 2. Truly impressive for a hidden class, Xia Mu complimented. According to Qin Qianxue, for every 10 levels she ascended, she could summon an additional beast. Imagining the scene of 5 dragons summoned at level 50 was awe-inspiring. A single individual's combat prowess could rival that of an entire team. If her level were to rise even further, the spectacle would be unimaginable. Let me have Little Red draw the attention of the wild boars first, luring them as far away from the safety zone as possible before we strike, Qin Qianxue suggested. What happens if your summoned beast is slain? Xia Mu inquired. Qin Qianxue curled her lips and replied, if the summoned beast perishes, it will lose a level and its loyalty will decrease by 1%. Once its loyalty falls below 30%, I will no longer be able to summon it. Is there a way to enhance the loyalty of the summoned beast? Xia Mu continued to ask. Qin Qianxue shook her head. Not at the moment, but I suspect there will be methods introduced later. Xia Mu nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Glancing at the countdown timer displayed above the system, she smiled and said, you and Xiaohong follow closely behind me. Let us commence. Without waiting for Qin Qianxue's retort, Xia Mu stepped boldly out of the safe zone. Chapter 29. The frenzied harvest with his arrival. The surrounding wild boars became acutely alert, their blood-red eyes gleaming ominously as they fixed their gaze upon Xia Mu. Accompanied by sharp, piercing squeals, several wild boars surged forward simultaneously, exhaling puffs of mist from their nostrils, their tusks glinting with a chilling brilliance, charging towards Xia Mu from various directions. Split arrow. A low command resonated as Xia Mu's bowstring quivered, and the luminous arrows erupted forth in an instant. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of arrows piercing flesh resonated, abruptly halting the boar stampede. In less than a breath's time, the advancing wild boars, unable to emit a single cry, collapsed in mid-lunge. The team successfully killed a red wild boar, experience 140. The team successfully killed a black wild boar, experience 140, acquired gold 320. The team successfully killed a black wild boar, experience 140. The team successfully killed a black wild boar, experience 140. Congratulations! You have acquired a whiteboard level equipment, fine iron sword. The team successfully killed a red wild boar, experience 140. The system notifications flooded the screen. Wow, the experience is astonishingly high. Xia Mu's eyes sparkled. The experience gained was nearly 3 times that of the gray wolves in the novice dungeon. This was already in a team setting. If he were to tackle it solo, the rewards would be even more formidable. For Xia Mu, the difficulty of grinding monsters here was akin to that of the novice dungeon. With a staggering attack power exceeding 3,700, every creature fell with a single arrow, without exception. To ascend from level 10 to 11, he required 30,000 experience points. Judging by the experience from the wild boars, he would need to slay just over 200 to level up. Without wasting a moment, he beckoned to the astonished Qin Qianxue with a flick of his finger and began to advance, arrows raining down in a flurry. Qin Qianxue stared in awe at the rapid rise of her experience bar, then glanced up at Xia Mu, enveloped in golden-hued arrows bolstered by the split arrow and willow bough. It dawned on her why Xia Mu could conquer the novice dungeon in such a brief span. In comparison to Xia Mu, Qin Qianxue felt her hidden profession paled in significance. This fellow hardly required any cover at all. She muttered to herself, her staff rendered useless, dragged behind her as she followed Xia Mu and his beast in a daze. Buzz! Just a few steps later, two golden pillars simultaneously enveloped her and Little Red. Elevodab. She opened her attribute panel, contemplated for a moment, and allocated her free attribute points to intelligence, as the attributes of her summoned beast depended on the awakener's intelligence. As a fire-type pet, Little Red primarily relied on spell attacks, but to enhance its sustainability, Qin Qianxue allocated 1 point to Constitution and 4 points to Intelligence. Before she could close her attribute panel, another buzz resonated and a golden pillar enveloped her once more. The upgrade has occurred once more. Qin Qianxue gazed at the notification of her level advancement, her heart fluttering with exhilaration. The velocity of this enhancement felt almost dreamlike. As Xia Mu pressed forward, the monsters within the reincarnation altar fell in droves, akin to harvested wheat, their corpses accumulating upon the floor. In less than 5 minutes, all 300 wild boar monsters within the altar had been vanquished. Qin Qianxue's level surged from 7 to 10, while Xia Mu ascended to level 11. Observing the desolate cavern, she scratched her head in confusion and inquired, "Wasn't it said that each monster respawn would yield 10 elite creatures? Where are they?" Qin Qianxue rolled her eyes and gestured silently toward the spot not far away. Following her indication, Xia Mu beheld several white wild boar corpses resting quietly in the shadows of the stalactites, 2 of which remained frozen in a charging stance, their embedded light arrows still flickering. The white wild boars were slightly larger than the usual red and black varieties, although Xia Mu had not examined their attributes. He presumed their power would not be formidable, destined to meet the same swift demise. The white boar elite bore a defense of 400 and health of 2,000. Qin Qianxue could only sigh in exasperation. To an ordinary individual, the attributes of the white boar would certainly categorize it as a formidable foe. Yet under Xia Mu's overwhelming might, the distinction between elite and common monsters was rendered moot. Xia Mu chuckled lightly, asking, "How long until the next wave of monsters respawns?" "I have no idea," Qin Qianxue replied with a shake of her head, acknowledging her inexperience as a newly awakened adventurer. This was her first encounter with the reincarnation altar dungeon, and her knowledge of it was scant. Xia Mu examined his experience bar. The requirement for level 12 was an astounding 55,000 points, indicating a steep increase in difficulty post-level 10. "Let us return to the safe zone," he suggested. Surveying the empty cavern, Qin Qianxue nodded, remaining cautious in the battle zone. Should the next wave spawn nearby, they would have little time to react, which would indeed spell disaster. The duo retreated to the elevated platform, where Qin Qianxue waved her staff once more, conjuring a spatial rift from which a small dragon, as black as coal, emerged. Upon its arrival, the little dragon affectionately nudged Qin Qianxue's leg with its tiny head, evoking a surge of envy in Xia Mu. Qin Qianxue, delighted, patted the black dragon's head and cheerfully declared, "From now on, your name shall be Dahei." Xia Mu blinked in surprise and asked, "Why not call it Xiaohei instead?" With utmost seriousness, Qin Qianxue responded, "In the future, there will be another Dark Law dragon, also black. That one shall be called Xiaohei. Otherwise, this elder brother here may become displeased." "That makes sense," Xia Mu acknowledged, giving Qin Qianxue a thumbs up. As she looked at the youth's raised thumb, a smile graced Qin Qianxue's lips. Yet, neither of them realized how ludicrous it would sound to call out Xiaohei before a fully grown Dark Law dragon towering 20 meters high. Approximately 5 minutes had elapsed when the altar at the heart of the cavern suddenly resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the entire space to tremble. Shortly thereafter, crimson ripples emerged at the edge of the safe zone, unmistakably heralding the onset of a new wave of monstrous spawns. As beams of light flickered, countless spectral wild boar creatures materialized throughout the expanse, and in the blink of an eye, the once spacious area became densely populated once more. It had begun. Xia Mu was the first to descend the stone steps, activating her splitting arrows to commence an unrestrained harvest. Armed with the experience from their previous encounter, Qin Qianxue felt no trepidation this time. She leisurely followed Xia Mu, accompanied by her two little dragons, one black and one red. Big Black has leveled up to LV 2. Big Black has leveled up to LV 3. The moment Qin Qianxue stepped beyond the confines of the safe zone, a golden beam enveloped Big Black. She observed as Big Black's dark form expanded rapidly within the radiant light, soon reaching a size comparable to that of Little Red. She found no need to check Big Black's attribute panel, as the upgrades were swift and effortless. She could allocate points all at once upon exiting the dungeon. Her gaze shifted to the boy ahead, who was relentlessly loosing arrows, and a faint smirk curled at the corners of Qin Qianxue's lips. What an anomaly. Chapter 30. The Battle of National Fortune. Meanwhile, atop the Dragon Tower in the heart of the city, in the expansive office of Qin Bai, sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across the spacious room, while the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. It was unexpected that the assessment officials visiting Nansha this year would be the two of you. Qin Bai, holding a delicate ice-cracked teacup, took a gentle sip of the fragrant brew, a faint smile gracing his features. Seated across from him was Zhang Ling, a burly figure with a hint of roguish charm, who chuckled, "Boss, I heard that our Qianxue has awakened a hidden profession, so I specifically snagged this assignment." He languidly stretched, his movement inadvertently tugging at the neckline of his camouflage t-shirt, revealing a scar shaped like a beast claw that snaked down and disappeared beneath the fabric. Despite the barrier of cloth, the fierce outline of the scar was palpable. With a level 53 advanced profession as a Xuanwu battle shield, Zhang Ling's exterior might appear rugged, yet his words carried a touch of familiarity. "Oh, come on, you brute." Beside Zhang Ling was a fiery-haired woman, her high ponytail exuding an air of spirited confidence. She lifted her teacup with a casual grace, though a glint of sharpness flickered in her gaze. Su, a level 56 advanced profession as a flame archer, was once a member of Qin Bai's quintet. Upon hearing Zhang Ling's remark, Su let out a light laugh. "I reckon you're just craving the roast goose here. Aren't you? Aren't you tempted?" Zhang Ling grumbled in dissatisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at the smiling Qin Bai. "I'm not tempted," Su retorted unabashedly, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "I mainly miss our boss, but if he insists on treating me to a roast goose, I might reluctantly indulge." Qin Bai chuckled softly, playfully tapping Su's hand. "You still relish teasing the brute. But speaking of which, it has indeed been quite some time since we gathered." The sharpness in Su's eyes softened, replaced by a glimmer of nostalgia as her voice softened. "Those were truly wonderful times, when the five of us battled monsters and leveled up together, fearless of anything." The office fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Zhang Ling downed his tea in one gulp and slammed the cup onto the table, the sound echoing starkly in the tranquil office. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Damn, the Ko Nation. If they weren't so treacherous, Li Yi and Sister Yin would. Brute. Su quickly hushed him, sending a warning glance at Zhang Ling. It was then that he realized he had misspoken, the ferocity in his expression swiftly replaced by regret, and he glanced nervously at Qin Bai, his eyes betraying his tension. Indeed, Qin Bai set down his teacup, his gaze drifting toward the window. Though Li Yi may be timid, he has never faltered in his support skills when danger arises. As for Xiaoyun, his voice descended into a low murmur, tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. Xiaoyun's spiritual healing technique has undoubtedly saved us countless times. The leader, Su, with reddened eyes, followed Qin Bai's gaze towards the sky outside the window and softly remarked, "They're watching from above. If Sister Yin could see how outstanding Qianxue has become, she would surely be delighted." Qin Bai inhaled deeply, gradually retracting his gaze, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a steely resolve. "We at the War Soul Pavilion are the special soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoyun and Li Yi sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, and I take pride in them." However, his tone abruptly shifted to a harsh edge, a chilling aura permeating the office. Revenge must be sought. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Zhang Ling clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hand bulging, while Su pressed her lips together, both their eyes aflame with the same fervor. After a prolonged silence, Qin exhaled a long breath of stale air, his voice regaining its steadiness, but weighed down by an unprecedented heaviness. Revenge must be exacted, but at this moment, the foundation of our Dragon Kingdom is already precariously teetering. He turned to his two old comrades, his gaze sharp as a blade. The consecutive failures in the national fortune wars have plunged our national fortune into a trough. If we fail to break into the top rankings again, and our national fortune continues to plummet. Qin did not complete his sentence. Yet Zhang Ling and Shi Su both understood the gravity of the impending consequences. Since the advent of global digitization, the national fortune wars, held every decade on Blue Star, hang like a sword of Damocles over all nations. Every country will be drawn into this conflict. The rules of the national fortune wars are both simple and brutal. Each nation selects its 5 most elite individuals from the newly awakened talents of that year to form a team, cast into a battlefield fraught with unknowns and peril, where they engage in a month-long struggle for survival. Ultimately, the nation whose team plunders the most resources emerges victorious. Out of the 150 nations on Blue Star, the top 10 will mercilessly divide 10 of the national fortune from the remaining 140 nations. Unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom has failed to secure a position in the top 10 for 3 consecutive national fortune wars. The national fortune is the lifeblood of a nation. It influences the probability of graduates awakening combat professions each year, the drop rates and experience gained from slaying monsters during training, and even the density of monsters in outdoor dungeons. Thus, the national fortune wars are of paramount importance to every nation. One failure damages the national fortune, slows the growth of newcomers, and renders them weaker for the next battle. This creates a vicious cycle that could plunge a nation into irretrievable ruin. The sadness in Shi Su's eyes was swiftly replaced by a chilling sharpness as she straightened her posture and declared, "Therefore, we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. The upper echelons are resolute. No matter the cost, we must unearth true elites. Our purpose in Nanshe is to find the sword that will shatter the stalemate for the War Soul Pavilion and the National Fortune Wars Reserve Team. This time, we cannot afford to fail." Qin nodded slightly and said, "Perhaps Nanshe will indeed surprise you this year. There are a few young individuals here with remarkable potential." Upon hearing this, the earlier heaviness lifted slightly for Zhongling boss. "Speaking of surprises, isn't our greatest surprise this year none other than our Qin Qianxue? Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, only 3 hidden professions have been awakened this year, and Qin Qianxue is one of them. Moreover, the dragon contract holder is a pinnacle among hidden professions." His eyes sparkled with unabashed excitement. The power of the divine dragon. With proper cultivation, this could undoubtedly be a trump card in the battle for national fortune. Shi Su appeared to be more composed than Zhang Ling. She was not entirely captivated by Qin Qianxue's radiance. "Boss, you mentioned several promising individuals earlier. Besides Qin Qianxue, who are the other newcomers worthy of our focused attention? Time is of the essence. We need to identify our targets swiftly." Qin did not respond immediately. Instead, he lightly tapped the edge of his cracked ice-patterned teacup, producing a crisp and rhythmic sound. Just as Zhang Ling was on the verge of urging him, he finally slid a thin dossier across the teetable towards Shi Su, and Zhang Ling Shi Su was the first to pick up the documents, her keen gaze swiftly scanning the pages. However, as she delved deeper into the contents, her initial focus was gradually replaced by confusion, her delicate brows instinctively knitting together. Chapter 31. A Flicker of Anger the Archer. "Chief, this." Shi Su handed the documents in her possession to Zhang Ling. Her gaze directed at Qin filled with a tumult of confusion and disbelief, her voice laced with hesitation. "Chief, although this document indeed indicates his potential, is astonishingly remarkable. He has merely awakened as an ordinary archer. There are no records of any extraordinary talents. This utterly contradicts the selection criteria of our Battle Spirit Pavilion, particularly for the National Fortune Reserve Team. This document is the foundational information regarding Xia Mu that Qin had previously instructed his subordinates to gather. It merely outlines Xia Mu's performance records during his time at school, yet there is a conspicuous absence of any achievements following his awakening." Qin seemed to have anticipated Shi Su's reaction, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. I promised that young lad I would not reveal his trump card. Therefore, I cannot divulge the specific reasons. However, what I wish to convey to you now is," he leaned forward slightly, his tone resolute, "that one of the 3 slots from the South City Battle Spirit Pavilion must be allocated to Xia Mu." Su was taken aback, her expression quickly morphing into one of evident conflict. She lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Bai's piercing gaze, her voice soft yet unwavering. "Chief, I apologize. If this matter is based solely on this document and your recommendation, I must decline. This year's slots in the Battle Spirit Pavilion pertain to the National Fortune War Reserve Team and cannot allow for even a hint of favoritism." In her current understanding, the chief's intention was glaringly apparent. He sought to leverage connections to recommend a young recruit into the Battle Spirit Pavilion. However, given the current state of the Dragon Nation, how could such actions be justified? She found it intolerable, especially considering the individual advocating for this was her former squad leader. Beside her, Zhongling swiftly perused the documents, his brow furrowing slightly. He promptly pushed the papers back towards Qin Bai, silently aligning himself with Su's stance. Qin Bai observed the documents being decisively returned, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chilling demeanor that seemed to lower the temperature in the office. "You both." Qin Bai's voice deepened, laced with suppressed fury, his gaze slicing through Zhongling and Su like a blade. "I am somewhat incensed." "Chief." Zhongling raised his head, the former authority of Qin Bai still palpable. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, he defiantly stated, "Even if you were to strike me now, this matter cannot be acquiesced to." "Chief, I am truly sorry." Su did not shy away this time. She forced herself to meet Qin Bai's eyes, brimming with anger. "This selection is a matter of national survival. We must seek warriors who can carve a path through the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood for the Dragon Nation. I cannot take this lightly." Her tone exuded an unassailable conviction. Qin Bai narrowed his eyes, reclining against the broad back of his chair, a self-mocking and icy smile playing at the corners of his lips. "It appears that after several years apart, I, Qin Bai, am no longer the leader you once trusted. Have my words become utterly worthless in your eyes?" A sense of urgency gripped Su as she exclaimed, "Boss, we undoubtedly trust you without reservations. You are our eternal leader." It's just that in this matter her words were abruptly interrupted by Qin Bai's cold laughter. "Unconditional trust?" Qin Bai slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea in the cup to ripple, his voice rising sharply in anger. "Do you truly see me, Qin Bai, as a petty individual who would betray national interests and toy with the future of Long Country for personal feelings or to favor a junior? You are not merely questioning my decisions. You are insulting me, striking at my very core." "Boss." Su and Zhongling were both taken aback by this thunderous wrath, with Su paling visibly. In her memory, Qin Bai had never been so stern or so furious in his rebuke. Confusion swirled in her mind. Had she truly misjudged her leader? "Boss, could it be that this Xia Mu truly possesses extraordinary qualities?" Qin Bai took a deep breath, suppressing the churning anger within him, and coldly stated, "Indeed, and far beyond your imagination. As for the specifics, I advise you not to merely focus on the surface of one's profession. Xia Mu's potential, tested at 3,000 mH, is merely a reflection of the limitations of our testing equipment here in Nansha." His gaze was piercing as he articulated, "What I can tell you is that if we must choose only one between Xia Mu and Qin Qianxue to participate in the National Fortune Battle, Xia Mu's priority is undoubtedly above that of Qin Qianxue." "What?" Zhongling was so astonished that he sprang up from the sofa, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su froze entirely, her mouth slightly agape, her face a canvas of extreme shock and incredulity. Qin Qianxue's dragon contractor was already a top-tier hidden profession. How could this ordinary archer, Xia Mu, possibly rank above her? They once again perused Xia Mu's file, scrutinizing it closely. Yet aside from the remarkable 3,000 mH potential, the document revealed nothing extraordinary about him. This Zhongling and Su exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes meeting in the air. This time, they both discerned a flicker of doubt in each other's gaze. The character and insight of Qin Bai were something they had verified with their lives. His anger did not seem feigned. He even resorted to harsh words that insulted his dignity. Thus, it seemed that Xia Mu truly harbored secrets capable of overturning their understanding. Let's leave it at that for today. You may take the documents back to the hotel. Qin Bai's voice returned to a neutral tone as he waved his hand dismissively. Huh? Zhang Ling stared blankly at Qin Bai, struggling to grasp the abrupt dismissal. Qin Bai frowned, his gaze icy. What's wrong? Do you have further matters? Boss Zhang Ling finally regained his composure, forcing a sheepish and overly flattering smile. Rubbing his hands nervously as he mumbled, Boss, that roasted goose we get lost. Qin Bai rolled his eyes dramatically, grabbing a nearby folder as if to throw it, exclaiming, I'm not in the mood. Seeing you annoys me. Hurry and leave. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Ling and Su hastily seized the materials regarding Xia Mu and nearly fled from Qin Bai's office. The moment the door closed behind them, both let out a long sigh, exchanging glances that revealed an impenetrable confusion and an unprecedented seriousness in each other's eyes. Who exactly was this seemingly ordinary archer? Xia Mu? Chapter 31 yesterday seemed perfectly fine. As the countdown for the dungeon approached its final moments, the last wild boar, with its massive form, collapsed under the onslaught of Xia Mu's arrows. He stowed away his willow bough, feeling a hint of fatigue in his arms after 3 hours of relentless combat. It became apparent that he needed to allocate some attributes to his stamina. Otherwise, enduring such prolonged battles would be unfeasible. Rubbing his aching arms, Xia Mu mused to himself. Standing beside him, Qin Qianxue observed the now considerably bulkier Xiaohong, whose presence exuded a fierce aura. A glance at Dahu, now equally robust, revealed that her initial astonishment had faded. The torrent of experience gained during these 3 hours felt akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. Her level skyrocketed from 7 to 15 in an instant. Xiaohong and Dahu had ascended to levels 22 and 20, respectively. Meanwhile, the teammates who had fought alongside them just yesterday, Qin Qianxue bitterly tugged at the corners of her mouth, pondering how they were still struggling around level 8. What could she possibly say to them? A sense of unease welled within Qin Qianxue as she grappled with how to explain this disparity to Lin Wei and the others. With such a vast gap in levels, their progress in the dungeon had become completely disjointed. How could she face her former comrades? The close-knit team of yesterday was now unable to venture into dungeons together. The thought of having to articulate this was exceedingly awkward. Xia Mu, however, was devoid of such worries. His mood could be described as radiant. The rewards from the 3-hour battle exceeded all expectations. The influx of gold alone surpassed 30,000, accompanied by a dozen green items and 5 blue ones, while the white items were numerous beyond counting. Xia Mu swiftly assessed the gear he had acquired. Yet, to his slight disappointment, none of the 5 blue items were suitable for archers. They were either heavy plate armor, magical robes, or two-handed weapons for warriors. He shrugged, not overly concerned. Given his current prowess, while blue gear was valuable, it was not indispensable. His gaze shifted to the pile of green items, where an ancient-looking ring caught his attention. Ring of Wild Breath Green, Strength 35 Rage, Physical Damage 10 level. 10-0. This is quite remarkable. Xia Mu's eyes lit up. A 10 increase in physical damage. For someone with exceptionally high base attack power like him, the most beneficial enhancement was not the flashy attributes, but rather a straightforward percentage increase in attack power. Without hesitation, he adorned his finger with the ring, feeling a subtle surge of energy coursing through his limbs. Next, he sifted through the mountain of white gear, selecting a few acceptable level 10 items to replace his meager level 1 novice attire. Although they were all basic items, the level 10 gear boasted significantly higher base attributes than his former equipment. He casually summoned his attribute panel. Name, Xia Mu. Class, Archer. Level, 15 health, 1440 shield, 14,863. Mana, 300 attack power, 14863. Defense, 235, attack speed 3. 1 second, strength, 94, intelligence, 30, constitution, 64, Agility, 79, free attribute points, 30, experience, 75,690, 300 to 20,000. Equipped with level 10 gear, Xia Mu's fundamental attributes soared to new heights, with his health surpassing the 4-digit mark at 1440. He shared the same level as Qin Qianxue, both standing at level 15, though his experience points exceeded hers. After 3 hours of harvesting, Xia Mu's base attack power accumulated to 11182. With the percentage increase from his equipment, his damage skyrocketed to over 14,800. In a state of bare equipment, this figure was sufficient to overwhelm all awakened beings in the Dragon Kingdom. This only reflected his basic damage from normal attacks. If he activated the charged skill of the Frost Wolf's grip, Xia Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the power of that single arrow could conservatively be estimated to unleash a terrifying figure exceeding 40,000. In his perception, the only creatures capable of withstanding such a shot without perishing would likely be the wild bosses. The distribution of free attribute points had been temporarily set aside by Xia Mu upon reaching level 10. On one hand, due to the enhancement of his hidden talent, he felt no urgency in allocating these points. On the other, he wished to plan more prudently. Finding a stone to sit upon, he contemplated thoroughly, ultimately deciding to allocate the 30 free attribute points to agility. After all, for one who possessed the hidden attribute of soul-piercing imprint, investing points into strength would be a sheer waste. The marginal increase in attack power from strength was negligible compared to the already unreasonable damage he could inflict. Moreover, with the benefits of level 10 gear enhancing his constitution, his endurance was not a pressing concern, especially with the over 10,000 shield provided by the barrier of battle. As for intelligence, what concern was that to an archer? Now, the only attribute points truly required were those that would enhance his attack speed. By allocating the 30 free attribute points to agility, his agility surged to 109, causing his attack speed to leap to 3.8 arrows per second. This meant that while in the state of split arrow, Xia Mu could now reliably unleash 10 arrows in a single second. His firepower coverage capability had escalated once more, with less than 250,000 experience points needed to level up. Xia Mu glanced at the experience bar, a slight smile gracing his lips. What appeared to others as an insurmountable number was, for him, merely the next insignificant goal. As the countdown reached 0, the surrounding environment began to warp and blur. A gentle white light enveloped the two of them. When the radiance dissipated, Xia Mu and Qin Qianxue reappeared in the bustling plaza of the teleportation center. "Do you appear somewhat unhappy?" Xia Mu glanced at the taciturn Qin Qianxue. Qin Qianxue forced a resigned smile, exhaling softly. "It's not that I'm unhappy. Rather, I'm a bit bewildered. I initially thought reaching level 10 today would be quite an achievement, yet." She spread her hands, her tone laced with confusion. "I jumped straight to level 15. The speed of this advancement is unbelievable." Xia Mu was taken aback, then chuckled. "Isn't rapid progression a good thing? How many people yearn for that?" "It is good, indeed." Qin Qianxue pouted, anxiously ruffling her hair, unsure how to explain this to Lin Wei and the others. Just yesterday, they had battled through the beginner dungeon together, and now. Her sentence trailed off. But the implication was clear. This vast disparity in levels had rendered their camaraderie painfully awkward. Observing Qin Qianxue's disheveled hair, Xia Mu couldn't help but smile wryly, shrugging lightly. "Well, I'm afraid I can't be of assistance here." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the teleportation center reached its zenith of bustling activity. A multitude of awakened ones traversed the area. The crowd surged, and they jostled against one another, either hurrying along or engaging in boisterous conversation. The shouts for team formations, cheers of successful completions, the vendors hawking their wares, and the cries of various battle pets melded into a cacophony that surged towards the vaulted ceiling. Xia Mu emerged from the specialized teleportation array for dungeons, with Qin Qianxue trailing behind, still troubled by how to communicate her level to her teammates. Her brow furrowed in worry. Suddenly, Xia Mu raised an eyebrow, rolling his eyes in mild exasperation as he spotted a striking group of 5 amidst the throng. Their prominence was not due to their looks, but rather the flamboyant attire of their leader, which was quite eye-catching. He donned an exaggerated bronze glimmering breastplate that adorned his torso, while a massive silver shield stood before him, its crystalline embellishments catching the sunlight and shimmering with each movement. Typically, in non-essential situations, most individuals opted to conceal their gear, as such armaments could hinder mobility and inadvertently reveal one's level. Those who flaunted their equipment so openly in the streets were indeed a rare sight. Chapter 32. The first team? Qin Qianxue. I truly did not anticipate that we would ascend to level 5 so swiftly, exclaimed a tall, lanky boy trailing behind Qin Qianxue, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. I wager that we are undoubtedly among the first teams to enter the novice dungeon this year. Haha. Qin Qianxue, leading the way, endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, yet the involuntary twitch of his lips betrayed his inner pride. Standing beside him, Sun Man discreetly rolled her eyes. She was acutely aware that, in a time when everyone was eager to maximize their time and expedite their progress, Qin Qianxue had only just awakened leisurely after the sun had risen high in the sky. With such a pace, he dared to consider himself the first team to enter the novice dungeon. At the very least, she knew that Qin Qianxue's team would not be inferior in terms of composition and efficiency. It was perplexing where this group derived their unfounded confidence. What a pity about that wild boss yesterday. Another short, stout boy interjected with indignation. If it hadn't been snatched from us, we could have reached level 5 yesterday, perhaps even cleared the novice dungeon. Such a waste of a day. Qin Qianxue's expression darkened at the remark, a heavy grunt escaping his nose, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Let me find out which fool dared to steal my boss. If I catch them, he ground his teeth menacingly, I will ensure they regret ever being born. As the 5 of them made their way toward the teleportation array for the novice dungeon, the tall boy suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Qin Qianxue, look at Xia Mu. Upon glancing up, Qin Qianxue indeed spotted Xia Mu descending the steps of the exclusive passageway leading from the dungeon. A mischievous and malicious smile swiftly crept across his face. Without hesitation, he roughly pulled Sun Man closer, his arm clamping around her waist like a vice, pinning her firmly against his gleaming bronze armor. Sun Man stiffened visibly, a hint of resistance evident. She understood Qin Qianxue's intentions, to use her, his former girlfriend, to provoke and humiliate Xia Mu. Let us go, Qin Qianxue commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. A flicker of discomfort crossed Sun Man's face, yet she offered no further resistance, stiffly allowing herself to be ushered forward by Qin Qianxue. Ah, is this not our genius, Xia Mu? Qin Qianxue boisterously obstructed the steps, standing a head shorter than Xia Mu, tightening his grip on Sun Man's arm, his tone laced with unabashed levity and mockery. Xia Mu stood atop the steps, his gaze sweeping over Qin Qianxue before lightly glancing at Sun Man's profile, ultimately resting back on Qin Qianxue's face, his expression devoid of any ripple of emotion. This dismissive gaze felt like a punch to Qin Qianxue's gut, leaving him frustrated and irate. He pressed on, what is the matter? Our genius Xia Mu has awakened such an impressive archer class, yet he can't even be bothered to greet his classmates? Qin Qianxue's cutting words elicited laughter from his teammates behind him. Qin Qianxue, how could you say such a thing? Wang Cheng interjected with a gleeful malice, his voice sharp and piercing. Our Xia Tian awakened as a legendary ordinary archer with a potential score of 3,000. Surely, your words are rather unkind. Haha. The pent-up frustration from 3 years of overshadowing by Xia Mu manifested as a twisted pleasure, causing his laughter to resonate with an unsettling edge. Ah, Wang Cheng, please refrain from such remarks. They severely wound Xia Tian's pride. A stocky boy quipped lightly with a sarcastic tone. Yet our Qin Qianxue was with Sun Man yesterday and has already wrapped his arm around her waist today. TSK. What progress? What finesse? Brothers, I'm in awe. His lewd gaze flitted over Qin Qianxue's hand resting around Sun Man's waist. Xia Mu regarded the clowns before him with indifference. Had he truly awakened as an ordinary archer, their jests might have stung, but now, in his eyes, they were mere trifles, devoid of significance, and he felt no desire to engage them. To Qin Qianxue and his cohorts, Xia Mu's silence morphed into an inability to respond, a sensation that Qin Qianxue relished. Wrapping an arm around her waist? What skill is that? He declared proudly. Are you not aware that Sun Man spent the night at my home last evening? This pronouncement detonated like a bomb, capturing the attention of all present. What? Exclaimed the stocky boy, deliberately raising his voice in exaggerated disbelief. Qin Xiao, are you serious? Qin Qianxue smirked dismissively. Did you not notice how Sun Man's gait today differs from her usual? Qin Xiao, you are too audacious. Xia Mu and Sun Man have been together for 3 years, and I doubt they've even kissed. Yet you in just a day have gone straight to this level. The stocky boy's gaze shifted to Xia Mu, now imbued with genuine pity. This time, it was sincere, as he truly felt a pang of sympathy for him. Sun Man, cradled in Qin Qianxue's embrace, felt more like a mere plaything, subject to their whims, her dignity cast aside. She clenched her teeth, her body rigid as a piece of wood, her head bowed low, her long hair obscuring much of her face. The foul stench that had invaded her mouth the previous night resurfaced, causing her stomach to churn. Endure it, Sun Man whispered to herself, steeling her resolve. To secure her place in the Battle Soul Pavilion, she must persevere. What did it matter if Xia Mu had treated her well in the past? He could not take her into the Battle Soul Pavilion, rendering it all meaningless. Why the silence? Qin Qianxue taunted, his wicked fire intensifying at Xia Mu's continued reticence. Do not be too disheartened. After all, Man's choice was astute. Following me, she'll effortlessly reach level 5. If she remained with you, he disdainfully appraised Xia Mu. You'd be stuck in a novice trial area hunting rabbits. Ha. Exactly. Qin Xiao is not someone you, an archer, can compare with. A lanky boy chimed in, eagerly flattering. We aim to be the first team to conquer the novice dungeon. The first team? Qin Qianxue had quietly materialized at Xia Mu's side, her presence unnoticed until now. With an effortless grace, she intertwined her arm with Xia Mu's, a smirk of unrestrained mockery playing at the corners of her lips. Her gaze pierced through Qin Qianxue like an icicle. Qin Qianxue, how beautifully you dream in broad daylight. Your audacity is truly astonishing. Qin Qianxue's expression darkened, and just as he was about to erupt in anger, he hesitated, mindful of Qin Qianxue's status, and was compelled to stifle his fury. Chapter 33. That was rightfully mine. Qin Qianxue's gaze shifted towards Sun Man, nestled in Qin Qianxue's embrace, her tone dripping with condescension and pity. Sun Man, I must say, your judgment is utterly deplorable. However, her words took a turn, her smile radiant to the point of being blinding. I must still extend my gratitude to you. Sun Man's body stiffened, her face obscured by her hair, revealing an expression of disbelief. A torrent of complex emotions engulfed her, shock, absurdity, and a painful sting that she was reluctant to acknowledge. Through her hair, her resentful eyes darted toward Xia Mu. Xia Mu, however, chose to disregard the venomous glare directed at him. Still relying on a woman to elevate your status? Qin Qianxue sneered as he caught sight of Qin Qianxue linking arms with Xia Mu. Someone like you is nothing but a burden. If I were in your position, I would have long since found a crevice to hide in, rather than face the world in shame. Qin Qianxue dared not speak harshly to Qin Qianxue, and instead unleashed his frustrations upon Xia Mu. He was well aware that Qin Qianxue's actions were an attempt to salvage his dignity, so he did not foolishly withdraw his arm. Leaning closer to Qin Qianxue, he whispered in a voice meant only for their ears. A burden? Huh. Care to guess why I emerged from the transmission array? His tone dripped with icy mockery. With your meager intellect, do you truly believe you can claim the first kill? Dream on. Go home and wash up for a good night's sleep. Qin Qianxue froze momentarily, realizing Xia Mu spoke the truth. He had indeed witnessed Xia Mu emerging from the transmission array, a detail he had previously overlooked. Now, this revelation struck him like a cold bucket of water, chilling him to the bone. He understood that whether in a novice instance or a special dungeon, one needed to be at least level 5 to enter. Since Xia Mu had emerged from the transmission array, it meant his level was undoubtedly above 5. The smug expression on Qin Qianxue's face faded like a receding tide, replaced by a pallor of disbelief. He glared at Xia Mu with a ferocity that could pierce through flesh. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The awakening ceremony had only concluded yesterday. Even he, with the advantage of his family's equipment and a well-coordinated team, had only barely reached level 5 through sheer effort. How could Xia Mu, whom everyone had deemed a failure just yesterday, possibly have achieved level 5 as well? Unless a thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. The ancient brute rabbit that had been within his grasp yesterday, the very beast that their team had fought tirelessly to weaken, yet had been snatched away at the last moment. Qin Qianxue's breath quickened, veins throbbing on his forehead. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Xia Mu with a gaze filled with rage and murderous intent. His voice, hoarse from fury, erupted. Xia Mu, did you steal that boss yesterday? Steal? Xia Mu let out a derisive laugh. After all, he was indeed my boss. Without a hint of denial, he slowly straightened up, looking down at Qin Qianxue from a height, a cold and mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he distinctly uttered 2 words, fool. The surrounding crowd fell into a profound silence. Xia Mu didn't spare Qin Qianxue a second glance. He slightly tilted his head and softly said to the smiling Qin Qianxue beside him, let us go. Qin Qianxue nodded with a smile, linking her arm with Xia Mu's. Disregarding Qin Qianxue's murderous glare, and they walked past him towards the exit of the teleportation hall. Qin Qianxue's gaze clung to Xia Mu's departing figure like a poison hook, his facial muscles twitching, contorting into a grotesque grin. He slowly, deliberately squeezed out a chilling voice between gritted teeth, his tone as sinister as a snake's hiss. Good. Very good, Xia Mu. Recalling the shocking scene from yesterday, the ancient brute force rabbit's head exploding with crimson numbers, he realized that such damage must be accompanied by unimaginable equipment. Could it be a weapon of no rank? This thought caused Qin Qianxue's heart to race. A single arrow inflicting over 200 damage on a boss? I shall see if you, a mere lowly waste, can protect the treasure in your possession. Outside the teleportation hall, the autumn evening glow bathed the entire southern city in a warm orange hue. Qin Qianxue slightly turned her head, her gaze falling on the hand still linked to Xia Mu's arm. She was unaware of why she had instinctively clasped his arm just moments ago. Now, this deliberately created intimacy appeared particularly vivid under the golden light, causing a subtle blush to grace her fair cheeks. She remained composed but couldn't conceal a hint of awkwardness as she gently withdrew her arm from Xia Mu's embrace, attempting to make the motion seem natural, as if merely adjusting her sleeve disturbed by the wind. Clearing her throat, Qin Qianxue deliberately avoided Xia Mu's gaze, her voice tinged with an imperceptible tension. Don't misunderstand. I simply despise their bullying and wanted to provoke them a little. Xia Mu paused, turning to face Qin Qianxue. He calmly nodded yes. I understand. Thank you. Qin Qianxue felt a pang of unexpected disappointment at Xia Mu's tranquility, akin to being lightly brushed by a feather, tingling yet empty. She shook her head to cast aside this strange thought, lifting her chin defiantly as her tone returned to its usual haughty demeanor. Is that all? Just a thank you? I sacrificed my reputation to help you, and you think that mere verbal gratitude suffices? Xia Mu regarded her feigned dissatisfaction with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, we seem to have delved into this topic quite thoroughly this morning. If you are truly craving my company, go to hell. Qin Qianxue's face flushed crimson as she raised her hand in a mock strike, yet her fist came to an abrupt halt mid-air. Shooting him a fierce glare, her ears tinged with the glow of the sunset, she resolved that this matter was far from settled. Xia Mu nonchalantly shrugged, her fingers lightly tracing the air before her. A flicker of light danced through the space, and in her hand materialized a delicate necklace. The chain, composed of a lustrous silver-white metal, was intricately crafted, while the pendant was a teardrop-shaped blue gemstone that refracted enchanting hues under the twilight's glow. Here, this is for you. Xia Mu extended the necklace towards Qin Qianxue, fortunate once more to present her with an exclusive piece of equipment for summoners. Qin Qianxue paused in surprise, accepting the necklace Xia Mu offered, as the light of the identification spell shimmered around it. Instantly, A radiant smile blossomed on her face. Tears of Tranquility necklace. Rare. Intelligence 50 additional affixes. Contract of Healing. Consumes 50 of the summoner's magic to restore 50 health to the summoned beast. Soul Rebirth. The summoned beast recovers 2 health per second when out of combat. Wearing level. Level 10 incredible. Qin Qianxue looked up at Xia Mu, her eyes sparkling. This necklace is worth at least 50,000 gold coins. Are you certain? You're giving it to me so freely? Xia Mu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Yes, it is for you. Qin Qianxue toyed with the necklace, her voice brimming with joy. Thank you. This gift pleases me immensely. She paused as if recalling something, and her tone grew slightly more serious. I intend to slow down my leveling pace and wait for Lin Wei. Otherwise, I might not withstand the wrath of my plastic sister. Xia Mu nodded. The highest level record before the graduation ceremony in Nan City was merely level 16, and they had already reached level 15, so there was indeed little necessity to continue the frantic pursuit of experience. The admission line for the Awakeners Academy was only level 10, although a difference of 5 levels may seem minor. The total experience required for those 5 levels was sufficient to elevate an Awakener from level 1 to level 10 over 10 times. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary attention, Xia Mu mused quietly. Chapter 34. The Conspiracy as night descended upon the Chun residence. The heavy mahogany door of the study stood resolutely closed. The opulent aroma of expensive cigars lingered in the dim light of the table lamp. Chen Jigang stood before the grand mahogany desk. The fury from being humiliated by Xia Mu at the transfer center in the afternoon had ebbed, leaving behind a chilling resentment that simmered within him. Opposite him, seated in a spacious leather chair, was a well-groomed, middle-aged man of around 50, Chun Hong, the head of the armament group of the Southern City branch of the War Spirit Pavilion. Though both Chun Hong and Qin Bai belonged to the War Spirit Pavilion, their standings and roots were starkly different. Qin Bai was the commander dispatched from the headquarters, holding the highest authority in the Southern City branch, while Chun Hong was the core figure of the prominent local Chun family, who, leveraging the vast influence of the family's business network and intricate connections within Southern City, firmly occupied the lucrative position of armament group leader. This group controlled critical resources such as equipment procurement, maintenance, and distribution within a branch. In this role, Chun Hong adeptly intertwined the interests of the family business with the resources of the War Spirit Pavilion. Although his status paled in comparison to Qin Bai, his influence was nonetheless considerable. At that moment, Chun Hong's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He slowly set down the report in his hand and lifted his eyes to his only son, keenly detecting the simmering hostility emanating from Chen Jigang. Even at this late hour, your temper remains so volatile? Chun Hong's voice was low and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. Although it was posed as a question, the tone resembled a mere statement of fact. Chen Jigang abruptly lifted his head, his voice tinged with restrained excitement. Father, I have uncovered a secret about Xia Mu. Oh. Chun Hong's eyebrow arched slightly, revealing a flicker of interest. Xia Mu? That genius with a potential of 3,000 who awakened as an ordinary archer? What secret could he possibly possess? With fervor, Chen Jigang leaned on the desk, his voice urgent. Father, do you know what level he reached today? He emerged from the dungeon transfer array. Moreover, I witnessed him firsthand. He appeared remarkably composed, far from the demeanor of someone who has just crossed the threshold of level 5. Chun Hong's gaze sharpened, the cigar pausing between his fingers. Level 5? Indeed. Chen Jigang's eyes sparkled with conviction. How could he achieve such rapid advancement? Even faster than I? How so? Chun Hong scoffed, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. If he had joined a competent team and tirelessly farmed monsters since his awakening, coupled with a stroke of luck, reaching level 5 in a single day is not entirely implausible. Is this truly worthy of your distress? Chen Jigang faltered, sensing his father's discontent regarding his own recent lack of diligence. A flicker of guilt crossed his face before he quickly added, even so, there is still one matter that remains inexplicable. Chun Hong cast a sidelong glance at his son, but refrained from responding. Chen Jigang pressed on. Yesterday, I discovered a wild boss in the novice trial arena. After a grueling battle, I had whittled down its health to a mere sliver, only to have it slain by Xia Mu's arrow. His damage output was astonishing. Oh, only then did Chen Hong lift his head, seemingly intrigued, as he redirected his focus toward Chen Jigang. Elaborate further. Chen Jigang swallowed hard and remarked, even our team's high-attack warriors, with all their might, can only inflict a little over 10 points of damage to the boss, and the elemental mage's fireball spell deals roughly 20 points. Yet, with a single arrow, Xia Mu dealt over 200 points of damage, completely draining the boss's remaining health. This is something that we, as novice awakeners, could hardly achieve. Over 200 points? Chen Hong, the leader of the armament group of the Battle Soul Pavilion, possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the damage data of awakeners. To see such a damage output from a newly awakened archer, barely a day into their awakening, was nothing short of preposterous. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jigang continued, I suspect that he possesses, quite possibly, an unimaginable top-tier piece of equipment. Perhaps even that legendary level-restricted gear that comes with extraordinary attributes. Level-restricted gear. Chen Hong's pupils constricted sharply, his breathing becoming labored. As the head of the armament group, he was all too aware of the implications of such gear. It was almost mythical. Should it come into existence, it would incite a frenzy among all factions vying for it. Its existence would mean that a low-level practitioner could possess the terrifying power to crush their peers and even challenge high-level monsters. Are you certain? Chen Hong's voice trembled slightly, a hint of barely restrained excitement breaking through his usual composure. With 90% certainty, Chen Jigang asserted firmly, Father, consider this. What else could explain a novice archer inflicting over 200 points of damage on a boss, if not for such a legendary artifact? Chen Hong rose, pacing the study, the smoke from his cigar swirling with his movements. If this hypothesis holds true, the value of that equipment is beyond measure. Xia Mu, an orphan, an archer. Chen Hong muttered to himself, how could a powerless, impoverished lad possess such equipment? Noticing his father's lingering doubts, Chen Jigang hurriedly interjected, Father, regardless of how he came by this equipment, the fact remains that he can inflict such high damage. Indeed, whether this boy truly possesses level-restricted gear, even the slightest possibility warrants consideration. Chen Hong's eyes grew increasingly bright and cold. Very well, a mere nobody with no connections dares to wield such a treasure? This is a fortuitous opportunity, a magnificent gift from the heavens to our Chen family. Chen Jigang's face illuminated with ecstasy. Father, what's a rush? Chen Hong interrupted, a sinister smile crossing his face. As long as it remains in his possession, it will eventually be ours. He resumed his seat, his fingers gently tapping the mahogany desk, producing a dull sound. Father, Chen Jigang suddenly recalled something and said hastily, There's one more thing. I've noticed that Qin Qianxue has been getting very close to Xia Mu these past few days. Their relationship is advancing rapidly. Just today, in the teleportation hall, before everyone, Qin Qianxue even took the initiative to link her arm with his. Qin Qianxue, the daughter of Qin Bai? Chen Hong's gaze instantly transformed into one of vigilance. Are you suggesting that the Qin family might have also uncovered the secret surrounding Xia Mu? Are they deliberately approaching him? It is indeed a possibility. Chen Jigang affirmed with a hint of jealousy in his tone. Prior to the awakening, Qin Qianxue and Xia Mu shared merely an ordinary classmate relationship. Yet, when Xia Mu awakened to a seemingly worthless profession, and all others mocked him, Qin Qianxue instead chose to draw near. She even displayed such intimacy in public? This is exceedingly peculiar. Given Qin Qianxue's status, how could she possibly affiliate herself with someone universally regarded as a waste? There must be something amiss. The Qin family is undoubtedly eyeing that piece of equipment. Chen Jigang's words instilled a sense of urgency in Chen Hong. If Qin Bai were to intervene, the situation would become increasingly complex. Very well. Chen Hong's voice turned frigid, his expression grim. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Tomorrow, you shall proceed with your regular training and leveling up, avoiding any interaction with Xia Mu to prevent arousing suspicion. Father, do you mean? What I mean is... Chen Hong smirked coldly. That piece of equipment must bear the Chun's surname. Regardless of its nature, it is destined to serve as a stepping stone for our family's advancement. As for that little insect, Xia Mu, a glimmer of undisguised malice flickered in his eyes. An orphan awakened to a worthless profession can quietly vanish in Nanshur without anyone caring. In the study, the father and son exchanged glances, each discerning the greed and ruthlessness reflected in the other's eyes. Chapter 35, Is That All? The following morning, as the delicate mist had yet to fully dissipate, the air around the novice trial arena was filled with the incessant and monotonous sound of arrows slicing through the air. Xia Mu strolled leisurely through the grass, wielding his longbow, which had transformed into a merciless harvesting machine. Each arrow, glimmering with a cold light, found its mark in the unsuspecting body of a long-haired rabbit, eliciting faint points of experience. While he wished to avoid drawing excessive attention due to rapid level advancement, the accumulation of hidden attack power could not be neglected. This was his core advantage, the true trump card that grounded him in this world. An hour of mechanical hunting ensued, tedious yet efficient. When the morning mist finally lifted and sunlight bathed the trial arena, Xia Mu paused his activities. He summoned his attribute panel, his gaze sweeping over the attack power section. Attack power, 18,068. His attack power had surged by over 3,000 points once more. At this moment, he had surpassed the formidable threshold of 15,000. Should he encounter the ancient brute rabbit again, with his current attack power, even without utilizing charging skills, a single arrow would suffice to eliminate it instantaneously. Xia Mu recalled his teacher mentioning in a casual conversation that with his level 25 warrior's strength, it would take approximately a minute to defeat a level 5 wild boss through sheer damage absorption and continuous output. Wild bosses fundamentally differed from dungeon bosses. While their attack and defense were not particularly strong, their defining characteristic was their exorbitantly high health points. The ancient brute rabbit was merely the most basic level of wild boss, yet its health had already reached an impressive 18,000. What staggering levels of health would those high-level area lord class and even world-class wild bosses possess, often exceeding 100 levels? It was said that several years ago, across the sea from the Dragon Kingdom, in a land of Korea, a lord-class wild boss unexpectedly spawned on a high-level wild map. To vanquish this boss, Korea mobilized nearly all the advanced awakeners capable of combat within the nation. The battle raged on for a grueling 7 days and nights. Ultimately, Korea paid a harrowing price, losing nearly a third of its awakeners, yet they managed to defeat the boss with great difficulty. The losses incurred during this campaign were catastrophic, enough to shake the very foundations of a nation. Strangely, however, Korea did not experience a decline in national strength due to this loss. On the contrary, in the ensuing years, they achieved unexpectedly high standings in the national fortune war, with their overall national power not only remaining stable, but exhibiting a peculiar trend of accelerated growth. The reasons behind this, though shrouded in official secrecy, were well understood by astute observers. Upon returning home, Xia Jinyu had already prepared breakfast. Xia Mu hastily consumed a few bites before making his way back to the trading post, needing to dispose of the mountain of spoils accumulated in his backpack. In truth, if he merely intended to recycle the basic equipment, he could easily manage it directly through his system backpack interface. However, operations within the system backpack incurred a 10 handling fee. Xia Mu considered himself not affluent enough to disregard such a toll, thus making the trip worthwhile to save the expenditure. Upon re-entering the bustling hall of the trading exchange, Xia Mu navigated with ease, politely declining the guidance of a charming saleswoman, and proceeded directly to the equipment recovery area. The middle-aged appraiser remained, as he had the day before, languidly seated behind a large desk, eyes closed in feigned slumber, fingers idly tapping on the surface. Hearing the footsteps approaching, he lazily opened a narrow slit of his eyes to glance at Xia Mu, then promptly closed them again. Unfazed, Xia Mu approached the counter, ready to retrieve his equipment. Suddenly, the previously slumped appraiser sprang up from his chair as if jolted by electricity. He fixed his gaze on Xia Mu, his face instantly flushing crimson, breath becoming rapid. Startled by the appraiser's sudden movement, Xia Mu nearly dropped the whiteboard helmet he had just extracted. Ah, little brother, you have finally arrived. The appraiser's voice trembled with excitement as he reached out across the expansive desk, eager to shake Xia Mu's hand. Instinctively, Xia Mu stepped back, evading the overly enthusiastic grasp, and felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the appraiser's flushed face and gleaming eyes. "What are you doing?" Xia Mu managed to steady his heartbeat and asked with irritation. The appraiser seemed to realize his reaction was overly intense, awkwardly retracting his hand and rubbing it, his face adorned with an almost obsequious grin. Little brother, are you here to sell equipment?" Xia Mu could not suppress a dramatic eye roll. Was he here to chat over tea instead of selling equipment? He nodded, too weary to engage in unnecessary banter. With a mere thought, he summoned a mountain of whiteboard equipment from his system backpack, filling half the desk as if it were a miniature hill. The appraiser's gaze swept across the heap, his excitement and anticipation visibly solidifying. He looked up, bewildered, and asked, "Is this all?" "Yes. Let's start with these," Xia Mu replied in a neutral tone. Yesterday, during the reincarnation altar dungeon, Qin Qianxue had set the team mode to experience share. But all equipment and gold belonged to Xia Mu. After 3 hours of intense monster grinding, he had amassed 60 to 70 pieces of this level 10 whiteboard equipment, indeed forming a veritable mountain. The phrase "let's start with these" reignited hope in the appraiser, who eagerly concurred, "Yes, yes. Let us proceed with these." Without further ado, he swiftly began to sort, categorize, and count the equipment. In under 2 minutes, he completed the inventory and looked up at Xia Mu with courtesy, stating, "Little brother, your equipment is valued at a total of 23,000 gold coins." "All right," Xia Mu nodded, presenting the payment information before him. The appraiser paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, promptly transferring the funds to Xia Mu's account. Upon hearing the notification of 23,000 gold coins deposited into her account, Xia Mu nodded with satisfaction. The middle-aged appraiser, having completed the transfer, did not take a seat. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the table, and stared intently at Xia Mu, his gaze brimming with unabashed, almost palpable anticipation. Amused by his eager expression, Xia Mu retrieved more than 10 pieces of green gear and 5 pieces of blue gear from her inventory. Noticing that Xia Mu had paused in her actions once more, the appraiser could not restrain himself and inquired again, "Is that all?" Xia Mu rolled her eyes and replied with irritation, "Why don't you appraise these pieces of equipment first?" Chapter 36. A sudden inspiration, the middle-aged appraiser stifled his eagerness, meticulously evaluating the equipment laid before him. This jade ring is quite commendable, bestowing an intelligence bonus of 50 along with a 10 increase in spell damage. A truly practical attribute, ideally suited for magic-oriented professions. I shall offer you 20,000 gold coins for this. As for this Windsplitter dagger, its attributes are somewhat lacking. With an ordinary physical attack enhancement and a rather meager armor-piercing effect, I can only propose 8,000 for it. This rock-solid chest plate boasts significant defensive capabilities and a commendable constitution bonus. Yet alas, it is merely armor. I shall value it at 15,000. He swiftly enumerated the prices, his pace brisk. Finally, he lifted his gaze, a broad smile adorning his face, and addressed Xia Mu. "Young sir, you see. The total value of these items amounts to 250,000 gold coins. This offer is undoubtedly the highest in our redemption area. What do you think?" Xia Mu nodded, clearly noting that the prices offered were somewhat above the standard redemption rates. "Indeed, it is acceptable." He simply nodded and sent over the payment information. Ding! The delightful sound of a transaction notification chimed, confirming the deposit of 250,000 gold coins. "Thank you." Xia Mu expressed his gratitude to the middle-aged appraiser and turned to leave. Young sir, wait please." The appraiser, sensing Xia Mu's intent to depart, called out urgently, hastily emerging from behind the table. Xia Mu paused and calmly turned to face him. The appraiser, with an air of urgency, inquired, "Young sir, is that ring from yesterday still for sale?" Fearing Xia Mu might misinterpret his intentions, he quickly added, "Rest assured, if you choose to sell it, I will ensure the price is to your satisfaction." I failed to recognize its worth yesterday, but today I promise you a fair valuation. It has already been sold. Xia Mu replied coolly, uttering just 2 words. Sold, sold. The appraiser appeared struck by lightning, his complexion draining of color, and his voice involuntarily rising in pitch as he pressed on, sold. To whom? For how much? That is of no concern to you. Xia Mu replied with an even tone, turning to leave once more. He understood the appraiser's behavior from the previous day. In the business of equipment appraisal, one relies heavily on perception and experience, and finding bargains is their means of profit. The low offer from yesterday stemmed from the appraiser's overreaching ambition, and his regret today was only natural. However, the ring now adorned the finger of Qin Qianxue, rendering any further discussion futile and a mere waste of time. Upon exiting the trading house, Xia Mu gazed at the sum of over 130,000 gold coins in his mobile banking account, and a thought, once deemed unattainable, began to take root in his mind. Once this notion emerged, it became inescapable. He yearned to purchase a home for himself and Xia Mu, to no longer rely on the hospitality of others, to escape the scrutiny of landlords, and to alleviate the constant worry of being evicted due to the whims of an ill-tempered proprietor. Those who have never experienced the trials of renting may never truly grasp the sentiment. Within the confines of a rented abode, every action must be contemplated through the lens of the landlord's potential disapproval. As the lease draws to a close, trepidation arises over whether the landlord will renew the contract or impose an increase in rent. Such concerns shall no longer plague him. He need not consult Xia Mu on where to purchase a home, for he has gleaned this information from his sister's unguarded expressions of longing and desire. Brother, look at how beautiful the houses are in Qianxue, brother. I heard from my classmates that the houses in Qianxue come with little gardens. If we had one, I would fill it with flowers. Brother, once I awaken to a promising career and earn substantial wealth, I shall buy you a house in Qianxue with the largest garden. Qianxue, a renowned residential area in the western suburbs of Nanshi, famed for its tranquil environment and exquisite standalone villas with charming courtyards. Nanshi is merely a 5th-tier city, where property prices are relatively modest. Villas like those in Qianxue are priced at around 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins, a trivial matter for Xia Mu, who possesses over 130,000 gold coins at present. Buy a house. Let us purchase in Qianxue. Today is the day. Xia Mu resolved, keeping his intentions a secret from Xia Mu, wishing to surprise her instead. He hailed a taxi and opened the door, settling into the seat. To the Qianxue sales center, please. All right. The young driver responded readily upon hearing the destination, starting the vehicle and speeding ahead. Qianxue lies in the western suburbs of Nanshi. Such suburban villas are currently in high demand, conveniently distanced from the city while evading the clamor of urban life. As Xia Mu gazed out at the rapidly shifting cityscape, it gradually gave way to a broader vista, with skyscrapers diminishing and greenery proliferating. The taxi glided smoothly along the tree-lined avenue leading to the suburbs. The city's din filtered through layers of verdant foliage, leaving only the sound of tires against the pavement and the soft hum of the engine. Driver, please stop near that patch of small woods ahead. Xia Mu's voice was calm as he spoke. The driver hesitated. Sir, we aren't at Qianxue yet. This place is quite isolated, I am aware. I need to attend to a personal matter. Xia Mu replied with an air of nonchalance that carried an undeniable authority. Rest assured, the fare will be covered. Glancing into the rearview mirror, the driver caught sight of Xia Mu's tranquil yet profound gaze, causing an inexplicable tightening in his chest. He instinctively nodded and eased the car to a halt beside a sparse grove of birch trees. Almost as soon as the taxi came to a standstill, a black SUV that had been trailing them suddenly accelerated, coming to a screeching halt directly in front of the taxi, effectively blocking their path. The doors flew open with a loud thud, and 3 men clad in black, exuding a formidable aura, leapt out. At the forefront stands a bald man, approximately in his 40s, his face marred by a grotesque scar that stretches from his brow to the corner of his mouth. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, emanate an aura of seasoned ferocity. He deftly manipulates a glistening dagger, showcasing his skill. To his left looms an exceptionally formidable figure, a muscular giant wielding a heavy battle axe, the blade still bearing dark crimson stains. To his right is a gaunt man, his gaze sinister, who skillfully twirls several diamond-shaped darts that shimmer with an eerie blue luminescence between his fingers. Chapter 37. Counterattack. The trio approached in a formation, their gazes fixated on Xia Mu, who had just stepped out of the car, completely disregarding the pallid-faced driver in the front seat. Well, young man, quite audacious, aren't you? Knowing we were tailing you, yet still daring to stop? The bald, scarred man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his scar twisting ominously, enhancing his menacing demeanor. He scrutinized Xia Mu from head to toe, dripping with mockery and disdain. Had circumstances permitted, Xia Mu would have preferred to keep driving. Yet the speed of their off-road vehicle was clearly beyond that of taxi. It was only a matter of time before they forced him to halt, their delay merely a prelude to selecting a more advantageous location for their confrontation. The burly man beside the bald one let out a thunderous laugh. "Haha, boss. Look at him. Is he paralyzed with fear? Standing there and not fleeing. Perhaps his legs have turned to jelly?" The sinister, lean man chuckled darkly. "We initially thought you, a fledgling newly awakened, would remain in the city. We were concerned we wouldn't find an opportunity to strike. Yet here you are, graciously wandering into our isolated lair for us to eliminate you." Xia Mu stood silently beside the taxi, his expression void of emotion. With a calm gaze, he surveyed the trio before gently closing the taxi door. A flash of light flickered in his hand, revealing a willow wood bough. "Oh, it seems you refuse to accept your fate. You've drawn your weapon. Are you intending to spar with us?" The burly man's laughter grew increasingly boisterous. "Did Qin Qianxue send you?" Xia Mu's voice, though quiet, resonated clearly in the ears of the three. "Is it merely because I called him a fool?" A glint of coldness flickered in Xia Mu's eyes. There were few in Nanshire with whom he had disputes, and the only one with both conflict and influence was Qin Qianxue. Yet, was it truly warranted to condemn him to death over such trivialities? The bald, scar man's gaze sharpened. Then he smirked malignantly. That could be considered a secondary reason. "Oh," Xia Mu furrowed his brow. "Is there another reason?" The bald man grinned broadly. "Regardless, you are soon to meet your demise, so it would do no harm to enlighten you. Our boss desires the exquisite equipment you possess. An innocent man may bear the burden of guilt simply by possessing something valuable. I advise you to surrender it willingly. With your capabilities, you are unworthy of such a treasure." "Exquisite equipment?" Xia Mu was taken aback, glancing at the willow wood bough in his grasp. Although classified as an epic-grade purple item, its low level rendered it merely a transitional tool for novices, holding little value to others. Was it truly worth this grand display of force? Was Qin Qianxue's family in such dire straits? Aside from this bough, he possessed no superior equipment, merely a few blue items at best. Moreover, he had never revealed this bough to anyone except Qin Bai. How could Qin Qianxue possibly know of it? The thought that Qin Bai and the Chun family conspired to seize his level 1 bough struck Xia Mu as absurdly humorous. "Head boss, there's no need to waste time with him. Let us finish this swiftly and get back to sleep." The burly man sneered, poised to strike. "Wait," Xia Mu called out, halting him. The burly man instinctively halted his advance, staring blankly at Xia Mu. After a few blinks, realization dawned, and he furiously retorted. "What the hell? Do you think just because you say wait, I will stop?" Xia Mu smirked, feigning disdain as he remarked. "It seems rather pathetic that it takes 3 of you to deal with a mere novice like me." The burly man, clearly infuriated by Xia Mu's words, glared and shouted. "We are all level 25 awakened ones, sent to confront you not because you are formidable, but due to the significance of what you possess." "Oh." Xia Mu nodded, feeling reassured. "Level 25? Indeed, not impressive at all. 3 awakened ones of that caliber were well within his control." Seeking death. The ferocity in the burly man's eyes intensified as he let out a roar and charged towards Xia Mu. Perhaps due to his massive frame, his approach seemed somewhat cumbersome. Xia Mu raised his longbow, the string gradually tautening, a luminous arrow forming, aimed directly at the burly man. Noticing the arrow pointed at him, the burly man curled his lip in contempt. As a pure strength-type berserker, he He scorned any form of technique. His ultimate skill was the raw explosion of power. Ignoring the arrow, he charged forward with determination. Whoosh! The clear sound of the bowstring reverberated, almost inaudible beneath the thunderous thuds of the burly man's footsteps. He raised his massive axe above his head, a savage grin spreading across his face as he envisioned Xia Mu's brain splattered. Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced his mind, bringing his forward momentum to an abrupt halt. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and the world around him began to blur. A wave of fatigue surged from head to toe. Above him, a colossal crimson number floated into view. Minus 3,760. The burly man shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the overwhelming fatigue. But with that simple motion, he was horrified to see a murky mixture of red and white splatter from his forehead. His eyes bulged, filled with utter disbelief. How could this be possible? He was a level 25 berserker renowned for his strength. His opponent was merely an archer, one who had awakened just yesterday. No, the burly man screamed inwardly, engulfed by immense terror. He finally comprehended the nature of the monster he had provoked. This was no lamb ready for slaughter. It was a primal beast clad in human skin. Yet, his fear and regret could never be articulated. The burly figure crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud, raising a cloud of dust. Until his last breath, he could not fathom why an archer who had just awakened a day ago could inflict such terrifying damage. As the formidable figure collapsed, a package materialized beside his lifeless body. In this era of global digitization, upon the demise of an awakened being, a system package is released. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The robust man went from action to death in merely 2 seconds. The sinister smiles and disdain on the faces of the bald, scarred man and the gaunt, brooding figure vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror and dread. They could scarcely comprehend the manner of the strong man's demise. All they witnessed was his fierce charge forward, and then he was dead. Chapter 38. Murder and plunder act swiftly. His damage is abnormal. Do not grant him the opportunity to strike. The bald, scarred man, true to his role as captain, quickly regained his composure amid the shock, issuing a stern command. He dispelled any notions of underestimating the situation as the speed of his level 20 agile assassin surged forth. His form transforming into a fleeting shadow that darted behind Xia Mu, a dagger gleaming ominously in his grip, aimed directly for Xia Mu's heart. Simultaneously, the sinister thin man made his move. As a ranged attack specialist, he deftly flicked his wrist, sending 3 ethereal blue darts soaring in a triangular formation, silently and swiftly targeting Xia Mu's throat, heart, and lower abdomen, angles calculated to deny any chance of evasion. Their synergy was impeccable, revealing them to be seasoned killers accustomed to working in tandem. To them, facing an archer who had merely just reached level 5 was an underestimation of their opponent's capabilities. Yet the reality confirmed their assumptions. Confronted with their nearly flawless coordinated assault, Xia Mu's body was unable to muster even the most basic of reactions. The sounds of impact reached his ears almost instantaneously. Clang! Thud! 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 The dagger and the 3 lethal darts struck Xia Mu's body almost simultaneously. A cruel smile began to curl at the corners of the scarred man's lips, mirrored by the sinister thin man. However, the anticipated sound of the dagger piercing flesh and penetrating the heart failed to materialize. Instead, the dagger met an extraordinarily resilient and elastic force. Similarly, the 3 darts encountered an almost imperceptible lattice-like energy barrier upon contact with Xia Mu's body, which flickered momentarily, deflecting the darts with ease. They fell helplessly to the ground, failing to even graze Xia Mu's clothing. The sinister thin man's pupils constricted sharply, akin to pinpricks. The scene before him utterly shattered his understanding. What kind of defense was this? Was it a magical shield? Why was there no elemental fluctuation whatsoever? The bald, scarred man remained frozen in his thrusting stance, the dagger still pressed against Xia Mu's back, his eyes mirroring the same incredulity as his companion. He had initially surmised that Xia Mu's peculiar high damage output had allowed him to defeat the burly man. According to his calculations, as long as he and his ally utilized their speed advantage to evade the opponent's attacks, or approach for close-range strikes before the opponent could initiate their assault. Eliminating a fragile archer should have been a trivial task. However, reality diverged significantly from his expectations. This fledgling, who had only just awakened, possessed not only astonishing attack power, but also unparalleled defensive capabilities. No, this was not merely a matter of defense. Regardless of how high one's defense might be, a forced deduction of at least one life point should occur upon receiving an attack. What kind of situation allows for such direct immunity? What manner of creature is this? This was the question that plagued the Scar Man's mind. He glanced up at Xia Mu, who exhibited no reaction whatsoever, sending a chill down his spine. With instinct overriding reason, he instinctively darted back to his ally's side. Faced with a newly awakened novice, the bald, scarred man realized, at this moment, that he could only find a semblance of security in the presence of his comrades. It was utterly astonishing. The scarred man exchanged a glance with the sinister, emaciated figure, both recognizing a hint of retreat in each other's eyes. They nodded in mutual understanding and began to withdraw slowly. Meanwhile, Xia Mu, having endured the recent assault, exhibited no sign of discomfort, not even a furrowed brow. He glanced at his data panel. Shield 16418-18068. His shield had absorbed over 1,600 damage. Had it not been for the Bastion of Rest, that combined strike from the two adversaries would have been sufficient to eliminate him instantly. Xia Mu gradually lifted his gaze, his icy stare fixed upon the retreating silhouettes of the bald man and the sinister figure. Now they wished to flee? It was too late. His voice, cold and unyielding, resonated as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. He harbored no mercy for those who sought his life. He gently drew back his bowstring, and two slender arrows, imbued with terrifying power, materialized instantly. Sensing the imminent threat of the arrows, the bald man turned as pale as a sheet. He yearned to escape, yet his body remained paralyzed by sheer terror. As he looked at Xia Mu, his eyes brimmed with despair and disbelief. What manner of monster are you? Level 5. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. His entire worldview had shattered. Even the most absurd attributes could not render one completely defenseless. The sinister figure, utterly petrified, felt his legs give way and collapse to the ground, weeping profusely. Spare my life. It was Chun Hong. Chun Hong sent us here. We were merely following orders. I beg you. At that moment, he was stripped of all malice, leaving only the primal instinct for survival. Xia Mu's expression remained inscrutable. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. These individuals were undoubtedly stained with the blood of others. Whoosh, whoosh. Two arrows sliced through the air with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible, leaving only faint trails of light in their wake. The bald man barely registered a glimmer of cold light rushing towards him before a chill pierced his brow, plunging his consciousness into eternal darkness. The other arrow found its mark, piercing the throat of the sinister figure and forever silencing his pleas. Clutching his bleeding neck, his eyes filled with abject terror and confusion, he convulsed and fell, dying without ever comprehending how an ordinary archer could instill such dread. A gentle breeze swept through the birch forest, rustling the leaves and dispersing the lingering scent of blood. Xia Mu, with an impassive demeanor, rifled through the belongings of the three individuals. This was his first experience of killing and looting, and the spoils were indeed considerable. He discovered over 500,000 gold coins, along with a rare pair of level 20 purple boots, boasting impressive attributes, an increase of 80 points in agility, 80 points in constitution, and a 30% boost to movement speed. Though originally intended for elite assassins, the enhancements in agility, speed, and constitution were equally beneficial to Xia Mu. Regrettably, the level requirement of 20 prevented him from donning them at present. The remaining items consisted of several blue gear pieces and an assortment of miscellaneous trinkets. Xia Mu collected the useful items into her storage space, casting not a glance at the three gradually cooling corpses on the ground. She turned and approached the taxi. The driver, already terrified beyond measure, huddled in his seat, trembling uncontrollably. Xia Mu opened the door and settled inside, her tone still remarkably calm. "Driver, please continue to the Yunqi Xiaozhu Sales Center." As if awakening from a dream, the driver gazed at Xia Mu's youthful yet disturbingly serene face in the rearview mirror, swallowed hard, and hastily started the vehicle. The car maneuvered around the obstructing SUV and re-entered the tree-lined avenue. Chapter 39. A fortuitous encounter not long after Xia Mu departed. Two figures silently emerged at the edge of the blood-soaked battlefield. One of them, a towering man clad in camouflage, revealed sinewy muscles and a grotesque scar resembling a beast's claw across his chest. This was none other than Zhongling. He crouched down to meticulously examine the three lifeless bodies, his rugged visage etched with a mixture of gravity and astonishment. "Hiss!" Zhongling inhaled sharply, his voice resonating with a deep timbre. The boss truly did not misjudge. This kid is not merely formidable. He is akin to a humanoid beast. 1 against 3. And look at these wounds, clean and decisive. Each a single fatal blow. This kid has a ruthless hand. Standing beside Zhongling was Shirsu. She remained silent, her gaze sweeping the battlefield with the precision of a hawk. Her eyes fell upon the scattered darts on the ground, and her brow furrowed slightly. Not just in terms of offensive capability. Shirsu's voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. There is something peculiar about this kid. Either he possesses extraordinary defensive equipment or some formidable protective skill unknown to us. I suspect. Even the boss has gravely underestimated this fellow. Zhongling nodded in agreement. His deep voice rumbled. "What shall we do now? Assist this kid in cleaning up?" "Indeed," Shirsu affirmed, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. "Brawny, contact the Nanshire Police Department. Inform them that we have discovered members of a local malevolent awakening organization, and due to their refusal to surrender, we have executed them on the spot. Urge them to send personnel immediately to handle the scene, ensuring it is cleared of any trace and that no unrelated individuals discover what has transpired here." Zhongling was taken aback, disdain creeping into his tone. "Are you attempting to claim even the child's credit?" Shirsu rolled her eyes and replied, "The credit will be returned to him, but since he wishes to remain low-key, we shall lend him a hand." She paused, her gaze drifting once more towards the direction Xia Mu had departed, her tone laced with intrigue. "This Xia Mu truly conceals himself well. He is far more interesting than I had anticipated. Let us return and report to the boss." "Agreed," Zhongling nodded, adding with a hint of levity, "and let us enjoy some roasted goose." In a flash, the two figures melded into the shadows, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the birch forest, leaving behind 3 cold corpses and a scene of chaos, awaiting the official resolution that was soon to come. Yunqi Villa was truly deserving of its title as the benchmark for high-end residences in Nanshire. Before the sales center stood an architecturally striking curved glass curtain wall, upon which sunlight cascaded, refracting a gentle luminescence. The clear, ornamental pond revealed a few koi gracefully swimming, the sound of water trickling harmonizing with the meticulously trimmed greenery, filling the air with a delightful blend of natural fragrance and high-end aroma. A grand crystal chandelier hung in the center of the hall, casting a soft glow, while a vast model displayed the entire planning layout of Yunqi Villa, the landscaping, and the intricate details of each villa in exquisite clarity. Xia Mu entered the hall and made his way directly towards the central model. "Greetings. May I inquire about something?" A female consultant, elegantly attired in a fitted uniform skirt and adorned with subtle makeup, approached with a professional smile. However, her words faltered mid-sentence, transforming into an expression of profound surprise. "Oh? Xia Mu?" Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be recognized in such a place. He glanced up to see the consultant, appearing to be in her early 30s, with a gentle and refined visage. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him. "Lin Jie?" Xia Mu chuckled, pleasantly surprised to encounter an acquaintance here. Lin Wan was his neighbor in the rental apartment, a single mother to a 6-year-old daughter named Nyo, known for her kindness and care towards Xia Mu and his sister. He recalled that she previously worked as a sales assistant in a shopping mall, and he had anticipated meeting her here. "Xia Mu, it truly is you." Lin Wan's initial astonishment quickly morphed into delight, followed by a hint of confusion. How? How did you come to be here? I came to look at some properties, Xia Mu replied with a smile. Look at properties? Lin Wan's voice instinctively rose in pitch, attracting a disapproving glance from a nearby, seasoned consultant. She quickly stuck out her tongue and hurried to Xia Mu's side. Xia Mu, the properties here, they are quite expensive. The cheapest apartment starts at over 100,000 gold coins, and the villas even more. Her words trailed off, as she was well aware of Xia Mu's financial situation after years of being neighbors. Xia Mu chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation. It's all right, Lin Jia. I'm just browsing. Since you're working here, could you assist me with some information? Lin Wan regarded Xia Mu's earnest expression with a slight sense of resignation. However, as there were no other clients present in the sales office, she thought it a perfect opportunity to engage in conversation with her neighbor while honing her professional skills. All right, I'll show you around, Lin Wan said, suppressing her complex feelings as she led Xia Mu toward the central model display, whispering as they walked, but Xia Mu, just looking is fine. The prices here are truly steep. Upon reaching the model display, Lin Wan began her detailed presentation. Yunqi Shaozhu is divided into 3 areas: Lanyue Bay, Qixia Courtyard, and Yunding Villa. She elaborated thoroughly on everything from the layout and lighting orientation to the surrounding scenery, decoration standards, and property services. Xia Mu listened attentively, his gaze ultimately fixating on a model of a detached villa in the Yunding area, which boasted an exceptional location and a notably spacious yard. Lin Jia, how much is this villa? Xia Mu inquired, pointing to it. Lin Wan followed his gesture, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Xia Mu, your taste is quite impressive. This is my favorite as well. It's situated at the top of the slope, overlooking the entire community and the distant river view. It has 2 large yards totaling 150 square meters. The decoration standard is the highest. As for the price, it might shock you. She paused, lowering her voice further. The market price is 580,000 gold coins. 580,000 gold coins. This price was somewhat above Xia Mu's expectations. However, gazing at the expansive yard before the villa, he had already made up his mind. Lin Wan noticed that Xia Mu remained silent and assumed he was taken aback by the price. With a smile, she remarked, "What's the matter? Are you intimidated by this price? I assure you this." Lin Jia, I've decided on this one. Xia Mu interjected with a smile. Huh? Lin Wan momentarily found herself at a loss, staring blankly at Xia Mu. Upon seeing his earnest expression, she asked, somewhat perplexed, "Do you truly intend to purchase this property?" Chapter 40 Invitation. Well, I'll buy it. Xia Mu nodded, adding, "Sister Lin, don't be surprised. I have now awakened as a player. Yesterday, I acquired a remarkable piece of equipment in the dungeon and made a tidy profit. Just go ahead and place the order." Upon hearing Xia Mu's explanation, a glimmer of envy appeared in Lin Wan's eyes, followed by a sudden exclamation, "Wow." Xia Mu couldn't help but smile. He never expected this demure, neighborly sister, whom he regarded as graceful, to utter such a phrase. After a moment's pause, Lin Wan glanced around to ensure no other colleagues were within earshot before leaning closer to Xia Mu and whispering, "The minimum price for this property is 500,000 gold coins, but this price requires our manager's approval for sale. Please negotiate vigorously. If the manager disagrees, pretend to walk away. Given the current real estate market, he will likely agree to sell." Xia Mu, catching the mischievous glint in Lin Wan's eyes, teased, "Sister Lin, this is rather clandestine. The company might penalize you if they find out." Lin Wan shot him a playful glare before turning towards the manager's office. Before long, a man in a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled and appearing to be around 40 years old, emerged following Lin Wan. "Good day, sir. I am Wang Tao, the sales manager here." He extended his hand with a warm smile. "I hear from Shaolin that you're interested in our Villa Number 1. You have an excellent eye. This is the crown jewel of our project. Truly a remarkable value." Xia Mu shook his hand lightly, stating directly, "Manager Wang, I'm indeed interested in the property, but the price is utterly exorbitant. My budget is quite limited. If the price is not suitable, I shall seek alternatives." With that, he turned to leave. Wang Tao's smile faltered momentarily, and he quickly interjected, "Sir, Please wait. The price is negotiable. Let me offer you a sincere price of 550,000 gold coins. This is a special exception. 550,000? Still too high, Xia Mu replied, shaking his head resolutely. 500,000 gold coins is my final offer. If that works, I'll purchase it now. If not, I shall take my leave. Sir, we cannot accept 500,000. Then I shall be on my way. Farewell. Wait, let us discuss this further. 500,000 is my offer. If that doesn't work, then it's settled. Wang Tao hesitated, observing Xia Mu's unwavering expression. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, very well, Shaolin, please take this gentleman to sign the contract. In this digitized world, the home buying process was remarkably straightforward. After signing a purchase agreement, Xia Mu transferred the funds to the designated account, and the sales center promptly recorded the villa's property number into Xia Mu's personal identification information, completing the transfer without the need for cumbersome property certificates. As Xia Mu exited the sales center, the noon hour approached. He transferred 20,000 gold coins to Lin Wan from his account, as the income of sales consultants largely depended on commissions. With the villa sold at the base price, Lin Wan's share would undoubtedly be meager. Having saved 80,000 gold coins, Xia Mu felt it only fair to ensure she did not suffer a loss. Xia Mu stood by the roadside, the sunlight piercingly bright, causing him to squint slightly as he haphazardly hailed a passing taxi. To the transit center, he instructed, promptly closing his eyes. Having just survived an assassination attempt and accomplished a significant milestone in his life, he felt an inevitable weariness enveloping his spirit. As the vehicle set in motion, Xia Mu leaned back against the seat, the urban landscape outside the window swiftly retreating. The play of light and shadow danced upon his tightly shut eyelids, yet it could not dispel the tumultuous images swirling in his mind. The joint assault of those two assassins had been so swift that he barely had a moment to react before being struck decisively. Had it not been for the barrier of combat energy, Xia Mu's gaze suddenly turned icy, his hand resting on his knee, instinctively clenching into a fist. Chenji Gang. This score must be settled. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang abruptly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Xia Mu inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult of emotions, and swiped to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Xia Mu, it's Qin Bai. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Xia Mu was taken aback, then quickly smiled apologetically. Uncle Qin, I'm sorry. I left in such a hurry today that I forgot to take your contact information. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Qin Bai's hearty laughter echoed through the line. Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together. I have two friends who would like to meet you. Your friends? Xia Mu felt a twinge of confusion. Qin Bai's acquaintances would undoubtedly hold a significant status. Why would they be interested in him, a mere novice who had just awakened? Though puzzled, he found no reason to decline Qin Bai's invitation. Of course, Uncle Qin. Just let me know the location, and I shall arrive punctually. Splendid. I'll send the address to your phone shortly. Qin Bai replied decisively, then added, by the way, invite Jin Yu as well. It would be nice for her to accompany Qin Qianxue, and the young ones together make for a livelier atmosphere. Certainly, Xia Mu agreed. Ending the call, after sending a quick message to Xia Jinyu, he once again closed his eyes. The specter of the assassination lingered in his mind. He needed more potent offensive capabilities to elevate the power of his soul slaughter imprint to a level capable of obliterating all opposition. For the entirety of the afternoon, Xia Mu resembled an unflagging machine, relentlessly shooting long-tailed rabbits in the outskirts of the novice trial grounds. There was no challenge, no variability, only the monotonous act of shooting. The repetitive tedium of each bow drawn, each arrow released, and each long-tailed rabbit that fell was accompanied by the increase in attack power bestowed by the soul slaughter imprint. Draw the bow, release, hit. Draw the bow, release, hit. He moved like a programmed killing machine, devoid of any extraneous motions. Sweat had long since soaked through his back, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the grass. Yet his grip on the bow remained as steady as a rock, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Occasionally, novice teams passing through this area would pause, drawn by the sight of the figure shrouded in the glow of arrows, unable to resist watching for a moment. That fellow. Could he be suffering from some grave malady? Such formidable damage, yet he still resorts to shooting rabbits in the novice trial grounds? Who can tell? Perhaps he has endured severe trials in high-level zones and seeks to vent his frustrations here. Nonetheless, his efficiency is utterly terrifying. It would be wise to keep our distance. Something feels amiss. Ignoring the discussions swirling around him, Xia Mu remained oblivious. His world had been reduced to the reverberating twang of the bowstring, the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air, the blinding brilliance of targets bursting, and the successive imprints of soul harvesting etched deep within his essence. Chapter 41. Missing time flowed silently amidst the monotonous repetition. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a deep, rich purple, until the last vestige of warmth was entirely consumed by the earth. With a swift motion, the final arrow pierced the body of a long-tailed rabbit, and Xia Mu finally ceased his actions. He had lost count of how many long-tailed rabbits he had slain that day. Gradually lowering his arm, he could still feel the lingering warmth from the vibrations of the bowstring against his palms. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted the striking figure of attack power, 27,904. A significant increase of nearly 10,000 points since the afternoon. Almost there. Xia Mu gently rubbed his slightly sore arm, speaking softly to himself. He promptly stowed the willow bough back into his system backpack and activated the teleportation array in his hand, his form vanishing in a flash of white light. Meanwhile, at the Chun family villa, Chun Hong reclined on an expansive leather sofa, idly rolling a lustrous string of rosewood prayer beads between his fingers, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Qin Qianxue, on the other hand, appeared far less composed, pacing anxiously about the room. "Father, why has there been no news yet?" Qin Qianxue paused, unable to contain his impatience, his voice tinged with frustration. He had envisioned countless times how splendid he would look adorned in unrivaled gear. What a sight to behold! In the upcoming selection for the Battle Spirit Pavilion, he would surely make a remarkable impression. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. "What's the rush?" Chun Hong replied, eyes closed, his tone flat. "It's just a newcomer, after all. How could he possibly turn the tide while being hunted by 3-leveled assassins? Once they clean up the situation, news will surely follow." Despite his calm words, Chun Hong's fingers moved more swiftly over the prayer beads, betraying the unease within him. Hearing this, Qin Qianxue's eyes glittered with greed as he licked his lips. "Father, if Xia Mu truly possesses unrivaled gear, we stand to gain immensely. Once we have the item in hand, not only will we strive to join the Battle Spirit Pavilion, but they might even plead for my membership, depending on my mood." Chun Hong nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to the antique floor clock in the corner, his brow furrowing. The efficiency is indeed declining for a mere newcomer. It's astonishing that there has been no news all afternoon. He picked up his phone and dialed an encrypted number. "Beep, beep, beep, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." The cold electronic voice echoed repeatedly. Chun Hong's fingers froze momentarily, an ominous premonition surging within him. The composure in his eyes vanished, replaced by a subtle gravity. "Father, what is the matter?" Qin Qianxue, noticing the change in his father's expression, hurriedly inquired. "Not in service," Chun Hong's brow knitted in concern as he spoke in a somber tone. "What?" Qin Qianxue exclaimed, rushing to add, "How can it be out of service? Did he not send 3 people? What are the other 2? Chun Hong remained silent as he searched through the contacts on his phone once more and dialed again. "Beep, beep, beep. The user you have dialed is not in the service area." The same cold, mechanical voice echoed back, causing Chun Hong's expression to shift dramatically. He quickly dialed another number. "Beep, beep, beep. The user you have dialed is not in the service area." Chun Hong's face darkened to an almost palpable gloom as he slowly placed the phone down, squinting in silence. "Dad, still no connection?" Qin Qianxue, clearly sensing something amiss from his father's demeanor, inquired urgently. Chun Hong nodded, and the air in the living room instantly thickened. Moments ago filled with hopeful visions of the future, it now lay heavy with oppressive silence. "Dad, this doesn't feel right." Qin Qianxue's voice trembled slightly, his complexion paling as he processed the gravity of the situation. 3 individuals, all unreachable? Even if they encountered some trouble, it was implausible that none could be contacted. Could it be? Could it be that the 3 of them? An outrageous thought flashed through his mind, so absurd that he could hardly voice it. This is impossible. Chen Hong abruptly rose from the sofa, pacing back and forth in the living room, completely losing his previous composure. That kid, no matter how cunning, was merely a fledgling, while these 3 were seasoned veterans, each having reached level 25, bloodied and battle-hardened over a decade, working in perfect unison. Even if that kid possessed unparalleled equipment, it was inconceivable for him to eliminate all 3. Something must be amiss. Shun Jigang shared his father's sentiments, furrowing his brow as a thought struck him. Dad, do you think it's possible that after dealing with Xia Mu, they became greedy after acquiring the equipment? Chen Hong halted abruptly, and his son's words ignited a wildfire of realization within him, overshadowing all trepidation. Yes, it must be so. The more he contemplated, the more logical it seemed. Even the most loyal confidants might succumb to temptation when faced with a monumental allure. He slammed his palm on the coffee table, causing the crystal ashtray to jump. These 3 bastards. How dare they betray me? Do they truly believe Chen Hong is made of clay? He trembled with rage, his chest heaving violently, veins bulging on his neck, utterly stripped of his usual composure. Shun Jigang, too, was inflamed by his father's fury. Envisioning the coveted unparalleled equipment possibly slipping away, his eyes burned with indignation. Damn it, 3 treacherous scoundrels. Dad, we must not let them escape. We need to drag them out. I want to personally flay them alive. Certainly, they cannot be spared. Chen Hong seethed, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. I will ensure they understand the consequences of betraying me. Just as the father and son were consumed by their rage, Chen Hong's phone rang. Both froze momentarily, their gazes fixed on the device resting on the sofa. Chen Hong picked up the phone, inhaling deeply before answering the call. Speak. His voice was laced with suppressed fury. Mr. Chen, we have received news from our police department. In the birch forest west of the city, the bodies of Viper, Scorpion, and Barbarian have been discovered. What? All dead? Upon hearing this, Chen Hong was rendered utterly speechless. According to his analysis, even if Xia Mu possessed a weapon of unparalleled rank, it would be impossible for him to simultaneously eliminate 3 assassins of level 25. Given the slightest opportunity, these assassins could instantaneously dispatch their target. Could it be that Xia Mu possesses not just a singular weapon of unmatched caliber, but an entire set of such unparalleled equipment? As his thought crossed his mind, Chen Hong felt a buzz resonate in his brain, and his blood surged to his head. His hand, clutching the communicator, trembled slightly as he urged, quickly, tell me the situation on site. His voice brimmed with an insatiable urgency. If the circumstances truly aligned with his imaginings, then the value of the equipment in Xia Mu's possession would be incalculable. The current situation remains unclear. However, reports indicate that the trio was discovered in the White Birch Forest west of the city by personnel from the Battle Soul Pavilion. For reasons unknown, they were deemed awakened forces of malevolence from Nan City and were summarily executed by the Battle Soul Pavilion for resisting arrest. Chapter 42. You are a sycophant listening to the words emanating from the phone. Chen Hong suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. He had initially believed that his 3 trusted subordinates had been ambushed while on a mission, only to discover that it was a comical blunder instead. As an assassin, how could they lack even the most basic ability to conceal their whereabouts? After a moment of silence, Chen Hong abruptly seized a heavy bronze paperweight from his desk and hurled it violently against the wall. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Bang! That's. The priceless antique vase shattered into countless pieces, fragments scattering everywhere. They deserved it. 3 inept individuals who can't even handle such a trivial task. Did I spend a fortune to support you just for you to squander it? With bloodshot eyes and a menacing visage, he bore no resemblance to the composed demeanor he typically maintained. Qin Qianxue, startled by Chen Hong's reaction, asked vacantly, Father, what happened? True to his status as a seasoned individual in power, Chen Hong quickly regained his composure. the redness in his eyes receded. He slowly resumed his seat on the sofa, exhaling a long breath of exasperation. Those three imbeciles were discovered by the members of the Battle Spirit Pavilion before they could even complete their task, and they were exterminated in the white birch forest to the west of the city. What? Qin Qianxue nearly choked upon hearing this. These three were, after all, capable subordinates nurtured by his father, yet they committed such a rudimentary error. He could only ask in disbelief, what are we going to do now? The graduation ceremony is approaching, and with the assistance of an unranked weapon, Xia Mu will surely be chosen by the Battle Spirit Pavilion. It will be difficult to eliminate him afterward. Qin Qianxue's desire to eliminate Xia Mu was not merely a matter of equipment. The humiliation he suffered yesterday at the teleportation center, where he attempted to disgrace Xia Mu but ended up being humiliated himself, left a bitter taste in his mouth. Especially the contemptuous term he used before departing, fool, felt like a public slap to his face. Murder and treasure-seeking are one thing, but if he were to prioritize, he would choose to take a life. Let us put this matter on hold for now, Chen Hong said, his expression darkening as he gently massaged his slightly aching temples. In the Dragon Kingdom, murder is inherently a grave offense, and as a member of the Battle Spirit Pavilion, the sin would be exacerbated, especially when the target was a newly awakened individual. You must not involve yourself any further. Let us observe how the situation unfolds. I hope those three fools did not reveal their identities before they were killed. If news of our intention to eliminate Xia Mu leaks, it will bring significant trouble. Shen almost dead. Father, silence. Chen Hong's voice cut through his son's words sharply. In the remaining days, focus on elevating your rank. The recruitment slots at the Battle Spirit Pavilion have likely diminished significantly. If you continue to maintain your current state, I will not be able to assist you. As for the one by your side, Chen Hong hesitated for a moment, uncertainly asking, what is that girl's surname? Her? Qin Qianxue's lips curled into a cold smile, a trace of undisguised disdain evident in his expression. It doesn't matter what her surname is. She is merely a plaything, something I could discard at any moment. Chen Hong nodded wearily, closing his eyes as his heavy head sank deeply into the luxurious leather backrest of the sofa. He raised a hand to gently massage his slightly aching temples and waved dismissively at Qin Qianxue. Understanding the cue, Qin Qianxue refrained from further conversation, silently turning to leave the study. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Xia Mu swiftly washed away the faint scent of blood that clung to him, changing into a set of clean clothes. Accompanied by the already prepared Xia, he stepped out. Wangjiang Tower, a legendary establishment perched in the clouds of the southern city, offers splendid views along the river and symbolizes the pinnacle of social status. It stands proudly in the most radiant locale by the riverside, a palace woven from the glow of lights. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, the expansive river mirrored the city's neon brilliance, shimmering with color. Dressed in elegant attire, the waitstaff moved gracefully, and the air was infused with the delicate fragrance of exquisite perfume. Brother, is Uncle Qin really treating us to a meal here? Xia Jinyu inquired, her voice tinged with excitement as she surveyed the opulent decor of the hall. Yes, Xia Mu replied, smiling as he affectionately tousled his sister's hair. Xia Jinyu, brimming with joy, linked her arm with Xia Mu's. Let us hurry then. We mustn't keep Uncle Qin waiting. Xia Mu nodded and provided the name Qin to the welcoming hostess. The head waitress, clad in a qipao, immediately approached them with a smile as warm as a painting. Greetings, Mr. Qin is awaiting you in the Guanlan Hall on the top floor. Please follow me. She slightly inclined her body, exuding respect. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, Xia Jinyu tightened her grip on her brother's sleeve, curiously and cautiously surveying the luxurious surroundings. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, a deliberately elevated female voice called from behind. Oh, isn't this our little commoner Belle, classmate Xia Jinyu? The siblings paused, turning toward the sound. A girl in a deep blue, low-cut evening gown sauntered toward them like a peacock displaying its feathers, her face adorned with unabashed disdain. Following her were two similarly flamboyantly dressed girls, their expressions akin to spectators at a performance. Xia Mu was swiftly overwhelmed by a potent wave of perfume that shattered the surrounding delicate aroma, causing him to frown involuntarily. Xia Jinyu recognized the intruder and gave a slight smirk, her tone nonchalant. "Oh, it's Zhao Qian." Having casually acknowledged her, she turned her attention back to Xia Mu, naturally linking her arm with his, ready to proceed. Her demeanor suggested that Zhao Qian was nothing more than an inconsequential passerby, instantly disregarded in such a manner. A flicker of anger crossed Zhao Qian's face, and her contemptuous smile faltered. She despised Xia Jinyu's calm and unperturbed attitude. Pretending to be so aloof, she scoffed. As the elevator doors were about to open, Zhao Qian hastily adjusted her stance on her high heels, her red lips curling into a bitter arc. "I heard today is Lin Xiao's birthday party, and yet here you are, rushing like a sycophant?" Indeed, one of the girls trailing behind her cast a disdainful glance at the simple floral dress adorning Xia Jinyu, sneering as she spoke. She was aware that Lin Xiao was in a good mood today and hoped to seize the opportunity to gain his favor and alleviate her own air of poverty. Xia Mu's expression turned icy in an instant, ready to respond, but her younger sister had already turned gracefully. Xia Jinyu tilted her head slightly, a pure and innocent smile illuminating her face, her voice ringing clear like a bell. "Oh, so today is Lin Xiao's birthday? Thank you for the information." However, she elongated her tone, her large eyes blinking playfully. "You all are his sycophants, here to celebrate his birthday, but I am not. As for your notions of favor, I suggest you keep those to yourselves." A nearby passing server couldn't contain a chuckle, quickly lowering his head to mask his amusement. Xia Mu was taken aback. She had not anticipated her sister's retort to be so incisive. Indeed, upon hearing Xia Jinyu's words, Zhao Qian's face turned a deep shade of crimson, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice suddenly rising. "Xia Jinyu, stop pretending. You think you belong in Wangjiang Tower with your pitiful appearance?" Xia Jinyu stuck out her tongue triumphantly, smiling as she replied, "My apologies. But I am here today at someone's invitation to dine." Chapter 43. The bashful young lady invited by someone? Huh, what a ridiculous joke. Zhao Qian laughed exaggeratedly, as though she had heard the grandest of tales. "Do you even know where you are? Who would be blind enough to invite a pauper like you to Wangjiang Tower? Have you finally attached yourself to some wealthy tycoon? Or perhaps you've finally come to your senses and are seeking a benefactor to sell yourself for a good price? But with your kind, I doubt you could even afford a meal here." The two girls behind her chimed in with mockery. "Exactly. Have you looked in a mirror? Don't dirty the carpet of Wangjiang Tower." As they spoke, their disdainful glances flickered towards Xia Mu. "Indeed, have I not just secured a rich patron?" Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xia Jinyu not only remained unperturbed but affectionately leaned her head on Xia Mu's shoulder, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, resembling a cunning little fox. Unlike certain individuals who would eagerly offer themselves, yet remain unwanted. Her voice, though soft, cut through Zhao Qian's harsh laughter, each word piercing like a venomous needle in her heart. "You, Xia Jinyu, you shameless wretch. Who are you calling desperate?" Zhao Qian trembled with rage, her meticulously crafted visage contorting grotesquely, raising her hand as if to claw at her. "Whoever responds is the one being targeted," Xia Jinyu retorted lightly, stepping back deftly to evade Zhao Qian's flailing claws. At the same moment, Xia Mu advanced protectively, positioning himself behind Xia Jinyu, his icy gaze slicing through Zhao Qian like a blade. A chilling sensation surged from Zhao Qian's feet to the crown of her head, causing her raised hand to freeze midair. Xia Jinyu observed the sturdy back of her brother shielding her, a wave of security washing over her. With a proud gaze, she turned to Zhao Qian, delicately waving a hand dismissively before her nose. "Brother, let us leave. There's an odd smell here that's giving me a headache." Xia Mu nodded slightly, acutely aware of his sister's small hand tightening around his and then gradually relaxing, along with the fleeting glimmer of triumph in her eyes. A complex emotion mingled with resignation and intrigue coursed through him. It seemed the fledgling he sheltered under his wings was not as fragile as he had imagined. As the elevator doors opened, Xia Mu and Xia Jinyu prepared to step inside when a voice called from behind. Jinyu? The siblings turned to see Lin Xiao entering, clad in high-end casual attire. His face bore a hint of surprise, and his lingering gaze swept over Xia Jinyu with an unsettling possessiveness as he beheld her graceful appearance. Lin Xiao curved his lips into what he deemed an alluring smile. I'm so glad you finally came. It seems you still hold me in your heart. Although his tone was deliberately softened, it failed to mask the underlying condescension. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Xiao disregarded the protective Xia Mu and reached out to grasp Xia Jinyu's wrist. Tonight, you'll keep me company, and I shall overlook the past. Xia Jinyu's face immediately contorted with disgust. Lin Xiao's gaze and gestures filled her with revulsion and offense. In a flash, Xia Mu intervened, forcefully swatting away Lin Xiao's hand. The impact eliciting a pained cry from Lin Xiao, his expression shifting dramatically. His face bore no expression, yet the frigid malice swirling in his eyes threatened to freeze anyone in their gaze. It seemed that the words I spoke to you just days ago fell on deaf ears. Do you no longer wish to use your hands? Lin Xiao winced in pain, rubbing his reddened wrist, casting a scornful glance at Xia Mu. TSK. Do not assume I am unaware of your identity. You are merely the brother of the wasteful archer, Jinyu. What? Do you still wish to put on a show before me? Ever since suffering a loss at the trading hall, Lin Xiao had secretly investigated Xia Mu's identity. Upon discovering he was indeed Xia Jinyu's brother, his anger flared to a boiling point. For someone of his stature to be beaten by a mere archer living off school subsidies was an utter humiliation. Lin Xiao glared at Xia Mu with venomous eyes, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. Why bother, since you have personally delivered your sister to me? You may as well abandon your pitiful pride, lest I become displeased, for with a mere word from my father, your future shall be forfeit. Slap. Xia Mu, without indulging in further words, expressionless, raised his hand and struck Lin Xiao across the face. The motion was not swift, yet it carried an undeniable force, leaving 5 vivid fingerprints on Lin Xiao's fair cheek, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Stay away from my sister. Xia Mu's voice was not loud, yet it radiated an icy chill, each word laced with murderous intent. You waste dare to hit me? Lin Xiao clutched his face, astonished and furious, the sting of pain burning fiercely. Moments ago, when Xia Mu had brushed aside his wrist, Lin Xiao could rationalize it as a last attempt at preserving some dignity, not wanting to appear as though he sought glory by betraying his sister. But this slap was intolerable. The sheer humiliation of being publicly struck sent a rush of blood to his head, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Mu, unleashing a torrent of curses. How dare you? Do you know who my father is? My father is Lin Guodong. I will make you. Slap. Xia Mu retaliated with another resounding slap, this time landing on the other side of Lin Xiao's face. The force of the blow turned Lin Xiao's head sharply, stars dancing before his eyes, his skin searing as though branded, tears instantly welling up. In a fit of uncontrolled rage, he raised his other hand, awkwardly cradling his face. Now, he stood there with both hands covering his cheeks, resembling a bashful maiden. Stay away from my sister. Xia Mu leaned slightly closer to Lin Xiao's contorted face, enunciating each word with clarity. Otherwise, whether your father is the vice principal or even the mayor, in my eyes, he is not worth mentioning. The unabashed contempt and raw murderous intent pierced Lin Xiao's heart, sending a shiver from his spine to the top of his head, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps. The entire hall of the tavern fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that Xia Mu, a mere impoverished student, would dare to strike Lin Xiao twice without reservation. Outrageous! Just as the tension reached its peak, a voice, filled with fury, rang out from behind. A middle-aged man, clad in a dark administrative jacket, with slicked back hair and a prominent belly, strode towards them with an imposing demeanor. This was none other than Lin Xiao's father, Lin Guodong, the vice principal of Nanshi No. 1 High School. Xia Mu, how dare you? Lin Guodong's voice thundered before his presence could be fully registered. He immediately noticed the symmetrical, vivid red handprints on his son's face and the trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. igniting an inferno of rage within him. How could his son, Lin Guodong's own flesh and blood, have been assaulted by a mere destitute student? He hurriedly approached Xia Mu, his finger almost jabbing at Xia Mu's nose, his words spewing forth like venom. In broad daylight, you dare to commit violence in a public space, to assault a fellow student. Who gave you the audacity? You are utterly lawless. Standing tall, Xia Mu shielded Xia Jinyu completely behind him, displaying no trace of fear. Observing Lin Guodong's clumsy performance, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. Vice Principal Lin, your son initiated this altercation with vile words and inappropriate actions toward my sister. I merely took it upon myself to impart some basic lessons on decency to this unworthy individual. What is this? A case of the Lin family setting fire while forbidding others from lighting a candle? Or have you, Lin family, assumed such dominance in Nanshe that you dismiss the law entirely? Is it not a simple matter to cast aspersions? Chapter 44. Passing by, witnessing the commotion discipline. Lin Guodong seemed to have heard the most absurd joke in existence. He pointed at Lin Xiaohong's swollen cheek, his voice suddenly rising, filled with fury. Is this what you call discipline, Xia Mu? I warn you, do not think that awakening a profession renders you invincible. What have you awakened? An archer, the most mundane of professions. On the battlefield, you are merely cannon fodder. His voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the hall, drawing the attention of distant guests who were oblivious to the unfolding drama. As he noticed the crowd's gaze drawn towards him, Lin Guodong's lips curled into a cold smile. He intended to publicly humiliate Xia Mu, to trample him into the mud. Do you think you are something special? Lin Guodong puffed out his chest, a haughty expression on his face, a poor student who can only survive through the meager charity of the school. A mere awakening of a common profession, with a bleak future ahead. Do you dare to discipline the son of Lin Guodong? I assure you, with just a word from me, you will never even touch the threshold of the lowest awakening academy. Your sister will find it impossible to navigate the halls of Nanshe No. 1 High School. Do you believe me? Lin Guodong regarded Xia Mu as one would an ant, ready to be crushed at any moment. He understood these impoverished students all too well. Gaining admission to a decent awakening academy was their only chance at redemption. Each time he wielded this threat, no resilient spirit had ever managed to withstand it. As expected, upon hearing his words, Xia Mu's brow furrowed slightly. Lin Guodong's arrogance intensified, the corners of his mouth beginning to lift. Just a waste of space. Daring to lay hands on his son? He was already contemplating whether to humiliate Xia Mu by forcing him to kneel or slap himself, to ease his son's pent-up anger. However, unbeknownst to him, Xia Mu's true concern was not the so-called Awakening Academy. Xia Jinyu, furious, turned pale, clutching her brother's sleeve tightly, wanting to retort, but was gently restrained by Xia Mu. He looked up at Lin Guodong, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with scorn and derision. Awakening Academy? Ha! He scoffed. This threat holds no weight for me. The safety of his sister was his only Achilles heel. Since the Lin father and son had dared to tread upon it, they should brace themselves for his retribution. Xia Mu narrowed his eyes, a sense of indifference enveloping him. With his current strength, 3 Lin Guodongs tied together would not withstand a single arrow from him, until he ensured Xia Jinyu's absolute safety. Not even the open doors of the Battle Spirit Pavilion would hold the slightest allure for him. You, arrogant fool! Lin Guodong was choked by Xia Mu's demeanor, a surge of rage coursing through him. His entire body trembled with fury, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Xia Mu. You are utterly insubordinate. Security, where are the security guards? Arrest this unruly lunatic. Call the police. I will charge him with intentional harm. Let him rot in jail. On the periphery of the crowd, several security guards exchanged helpless smiles, sighing softly as they mustered the courage to part the throngs and approach the Xia Mu siblings. The senior-most guard, bearing a hint of apology on his face, spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. Sir, I apologize, but please cooperate. As he reached out to seize Xia Mu's wrist, Xia Mu's eyes narrowed, muscles tensing in readiness to retaliate. Just then, a coarse voice laced with mockery interjected, Oh, quite the spectacle. Are we putting on a grand performance here? The crowd parted like a wave, revealing a man and a woman who had quietly positioned themselves nearby. The man, clad in a camouflage t-shirt, showcased muscles straining against the fabric, a grotesque scar resembling a beast's claw slashed diagonally from his collarbone to his chest, radiating an intimidating aura under the light. He stood with arms crossed, a lit cigarette dangling unlit from his lips, observing Lin Guodong with palpable disdain. The woman, adorned with fiery red hair, hands tucked into her pockets, surveyed Lin Guodong and his companions with piercing eyes. The newcomers were none other than Zhang Ling and Shi Su. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Mu's eyes. He had not anticipated anyone stepping in on his behalf at such a moment. He glanced sideways at the pair, his brows furrowing slightly. He had no recollection of them. Could it truly be an instance of unprovoked chivalry? Lin Guodong, interrupted and visibly displeased, narrowed his triangular eyes, scrutinizing the casually dressed duo. To him, they appeared far from noteworthy figures, rather resembling idle bystanders with no business intervening. Who do you think you are? Get lost and mind your own business. Lin Guodong's voice rose sharply, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Ling and Shi Su as he bellowed at the security guards. Are you blind? Throw these clueless interlopers out immediately. Zhang Ling grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, swaggering forward with an air of bravado that made Lin Guodong's lackeys instinctively shrink back. Just passing by, enjoying the show. Is that a problem? I must say this esteemed leader. He deliberately elongated the word, his gaze lingering mockingly on Lin Guodong's beer belly. You wield quite the authority, don't you? Threatening students in public? Just because someone awakens to an ordinary profession? TSK, they say one should set an example. With your mindset and leadership skills, even a dog would find it distasteful. Shi Su also stepped forward, positioning herself not far from the Xia Mu siblings. Though she remained silent, her cold, piercing gaze felt like a tangible blade, fixating on Lin Guodong and inducing an inexplicable sense of dread within him. She spoke softly, yet her tone bore an undeniable air of judgment. This student merely sought to protect his younger sister from harassment. What wrong has he committed? Conversely, you, with your bullying tactics and vile language, exhibit behavior that is utterly repugnant. Her frosty gaze swept over Lin Guodong before settling on Lin Xiaoshan, who was covering his face, eyes filled with venomous resentment. Lin Guodong's face turned ashen, stifled by the verbal onslaught from the duo, particularly Shi Su's scathing remark, which struck him like a resounding slap. He felt his authority was subjected to an unprecedented provocation. Yet, upon gazing at Zhang Ling's formidable physique and Shi Su's icy demeanor, he found himself momentarily hesitant to scold them as he had with Xia Mu. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak so recklessly here? Lin Guodong barked, attempting to assert his identity as a means of intimidation. Of course we do, Zhang Ling casually responded while digging at his ear. Did you not just say it yourself? You're the vice principal, right? Such a grand title. You nearly frightened me to death. He exaggeratedly patted his chest, eliciting a few suppressed chuckles from those around. Chapter 45. Distinguished guest Lin Guodong was so incensed that his corpulent body trembled, his face contorted into a hue of deep purple. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against these two individuals who clearly disregarded conventional norms. He pointed a finger at Xia Mu, intending to utter a few harsh words, when the elevator doors chimed open once more. The elegantly composed supervisor, having gracefully concluded a phone call that had seemingly connected at an unknown moment, slightly bowed to the Xia siblings, her demeanor now more respectful than before. Mr. Xia, our esteemed guest is awaiting you in the private room. It was as if she had completely overlooked Lin Guodong's ashen complexion. Unwilling to let Xia Mu off so easily, Lin Guodong took a bold step forward, preparing to obstruct Xia Mu's path, only to hear the supervisor's voice declare, Mr. Lin, Mr. Xia is a distinguished guest of our establishment. Should you insist on causing a disturbance, we will have no choice but to summon security to escort you out. Distinguished guest. Lin Guodong was momentarily taken aback. He was a regular patron here, and the supervisor surely recognized him. The only explanation for her audacity in speaking to him in such a dismissive manner was the undeniable significance of the guest accompanying Xia Mu, which evidently surpassed that of Lin Guodong. Xia Mu nodded, his expression inscrutable as he cast a brief glance at Lin Guodong, then took hold of Xia Jinyu's hand and calmly turned to step into the elevator. Zhang Ling and Shi Su exchanged knowing glances, a subtle smirk gracing their lips. In that fleeting moment, they had keenly detected a glimmer of lethal intent in Xia Mu's eyes, a gaze far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. More astonishingly, this fearsome aura was effortlessly reined in, returning to a placid state in the blink of an eye. Such composure was truly formidable. Zhang Ling flashed a grin at the ashen-faced Lin Guodong, saying, "Well, the excitement has concluded. Carry on, Chief, with your imposing presence." With that, he casually waved his hand and, alongside Shi Su, followed closely behind the Xia siblings into the spacious elevator cabin. As the elevator doors slowly closed under the scrutiny of onlookers, outside stood a father and son from the Lin family, their expressions dark with displeasure. Inside, the Xia siblings maintained their serene demeanor, accompanied by Zhang Ling and Shi Su, who wore expressions of playful amusement. Once the doors shut, the confined space contained only the five of them. Xia Mu then turned to Zhang Ling and Shi Su, a genuine smile gracing his features. "I sincerely appreciate your support just now." "Oh, it was a trivial matter," Zhang Ling waved dismissively. "Such bullies who exploit their power are the bane of my existence. I can't help but feel the urge to confront them whenever I encounter one." He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "That Principal Lin is the worst." Xia Jinyu pouted. "Last semester, Lin Xiu bullied a classmate of ours, inflicting serious harm. Yet Principal Lin twisted the facts, falsely claiming that our classmate had initiated the conflict, resulting in their expulsion. Damn it, that scoundrel." Zhang Ling scowled, spitting in contempt before turning his attention back to Xia Mu, rubbing his chin with a contemplative expression. Shi Su remained silent, yet her keen eyes were equally fixated on Xia Mu, brimming with intrigue. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Xia Mu inclined his head slightly towards Zhang Ling once more. "Regardless, I must extend my gratitude to both of you." As they spoke, the elevator chimed softly, and the doors gradually slid open. The head attendant stepped out first, graciously holding the door frame with one hand, and gestured to Xia Mu, saying, "Mr. Xia, please this way." Xia Mu nodded, leading Xia Jinyu out of the elevator. Just as he intended to bid farewell to Zhang Ling and Shi Su, he noticed that the two had naturally followed suit. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Mu's face, quickly replaced by a smile as he remarked, "What a coincidence. You two are also on this floor?" Shi Su parted her crimson lips, ready to respond with a gentle smile. "Well, it's not exactly a coincidence, However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Ling abruptly slapped his thigh, interrupting her. He took a swift step forward, casually wrapping an arm around Xia Mu's shoulder, half pushing, half leading him in the direction indicated by the attendant. "Brother, I am Zhang Ling meeting you as fate, and you just mentioned wanting to thank us, right? It's mealtime. It wouldn't be too much to treat us to a meal, would it?" As he spoke, he shot a quick, mischievous wink at Shi Su, his face adorned with a playful grin. Shi Su rolled her eyes in exasperation, but chose not to expose Zhang Ling's antics. Indeed, once Zhang Ling's overly familiar suggestion was made, the smile on Xia Mu's face instantly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Ahem. Well, he coughed lightly, subtly extricating himself from Zhang Ling's embrace while striving to maintain a polite smile. "Brother Zhang, I truly apologize. Today, an esteemed elder is hosting, and it is rather inconvenient to bring friends along. So, hey, brother, that is a bit inconsiderate." Zhang Ling waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of distaste. "There's no time like the present. Today is perfect. We are not picky. We just want a meal. Besides, any elder who can host at Wangjiang Lu must be a person of significance. It would be a wonderful opportunity for us to broaden our horizons and pay our respects." Xia Mu felt a throbbing in his temples, overwhelmed by the audacity of this man. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, contemplating how to refuse Zhang Ling, only to find that Zhang Ling had already chosen to follow the attendant, striding directly toward a private room named the Guanlan Hall. Xia Mu hastily pursued him. Su shrugged, sharing a bemused smile with the equally bewildered Xia Jinyu, and leisurely joined them. The attendant's professional smile seemed to falter momentarily, yet her composure prevailed, and she merely rapped lightly on the door before pushing open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door. Inside was an elegantly styled room with expansive views. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic vista of the bustling river scenery of the southern city. The private room featured a tea area, where Qin sat leisurely at a tea table, savoring his drink, while on a nearby, single sofa, Qin Qianxue lounged lazily, her long legs crossed and resting on the arm of the sofa. Pushed by Zhongling, Xia Mu nearly stumbled into the room, his face still bearing traces of embarrassment and resignation. Upon hearing the door open, Qin set down his teacup and looked up, his expression revealing no surprise at the entrance of the three. "Haha, Xia Mu, Jinyu, you've arrived. Come in and have a seat," Qin cheerfully called, gesturing to the adjacent seats. Upon hearing the noise, Qin Qianxue turned and sat up, beckoning to Xia Jinyu with a wave of her hand. "Jinyu, come sit over here." "Hello, Uncle Qin." Xia Jinyu, ever obedient, greeted him warmly and proceeded toward the spot indicated by Qin Qianxue. Xia Mu also offered an awkward smile toward Qin contemplating how to articulate the unexpected presence of these two guests. However, he soon noticed that Qin Bai's gaze had bypassed him, settling instead on Zhongling and Su, who had followed him behind. "Brute," he remarked, "I asked you to fetch someone, not to bring Xia Mu here as if he were hostage." Chapter 46. The Predicament of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhongling's mischievous demeanor swiftly transformed into one of earnestness. He released Xia Mu, rubbing his hands together with a sheepish grin, and said, "Boss, what do you mean? I merely found Xia Mu to be amiable and wanted to get closer. I certainly did not bully him, just asked Su." Su rolled her eyes, too disinterested to engage with him, and walked directly to the sofa opposite Qin Bai. Sitting down. "Boss," she greeted Qin Bai. Xia Mu, perplexed, glanced at the exasperated Qin Bai, then at the honest and simple Zhongling, and finally at the composed Su. His gaze landed on Qin Qianxue, who was making a face at him, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Uncle Qin, do you know them?" Xia Mu felt his mind struggling to grasp the situation. Qin Bai chuckled heartily and gestured for everyone to take a seat. "Not only do I know them, Xia Mu, let me introduce you." He pointed to Zhongling, who was plopping down onto a chair. "This is Zhongling, a member of the Special Operations Team of the Battle Soul Pavilion, Level 53 Earth Shield." He then indicated Su, and this is Su, also a member of the Special Operations Team, Level 56 Flame Archer. Xia Mu was taken aback. He had not expected these seemingly unremarkable individuals to be awakened ones of such high levels, and moreover, members of the Battle Soul Pavilion. Qin Bai continued with a friendly smile, "These two are my comrades from past adventures, brothers in arms. Additionally, they are the examiners responsible for the selection of Battle Soul Pavilion members at Nanshur No. 1 High School this year." Xia Mu stared at Zhongling, feeling somewhat speechless. No wonder he had been so familiar in the corridor, shamelessly insisting on joining them for a meal. He was, after all, an invited guest. His previous attempts to decline had been exceedingly awkward. Was it truly fair for an elder to play tricks on him like this? As he observed Zhongling's cheeky grin, Xia Mu silently grumbled. Zhongling, noticing Xia Mu's expression, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Sisu, did you see that?" The look on his kid's face was as if he had swallowed a fly. "Ha ha." Su took a sip of her tea, her gaze on Xia Mu teasingly, and said in a leisurely manner, "Well, his adaptability is decent, though he does possess a rather thin skin, making him prone to embarrassment." Xia Mu, Xia Jinyu, sitting nearby, could not help but cover her mouth and stifle her laughter. Seeing the expressions of the group, Qin Bai could surmise what had transpired and could only shake his head in resignation while chuckling. All right, you all should stop teasing Xia Mu." He then turned to Xia Mu and added, "Zhongling here enjoys indulging in such mischievous antics. Don't take it to heart." Xia Mu nodded in reluctant agreement and managed a smile. "Let us sit down," he said. Qin Bai stood up, beckoning everyone toward the dining table. "Today's meal is primarily for you all to get acquainted." As Zhongling boisterously ordered dishes, The atmosphere in the private room gradually warmed up. Exquisite dishes were served in a continuous stream, filling the air with delightful aromas. As the host, Qin engaged in light-hearted banter, exhibiting no airs of superiority when addressing the newly graduated Xia Mu. Qin Qianxue smiled as she beckoned Xia Mu to sit beside her, frequently adding dishes to her bowl while quietly introducing them, leading the two young women into an intimate conversation, their camaraderie palpable. Zhang Ling, indulging in a goose leg, spoke indistinctly of amusing anecdotes from their former team, while Su elegantly savored her food, occasionally puncturing Zhang Ling's tall tales, eliciting a bemused smile from Qin Bai and the melodious laughter of Qin Qianxue. As the evening wore on, and after several rounds of drinks, Qin Bai set down his glass, his smile dimming slightly as he regarded Xia Mu. You and Qin Qianxue are this year's awakened graduates. I trust you have heard of the National Fortune Battle? A flicker of realization crossed Xia Mu's mind. Was Qin uncle referring to the decennial National Fortune Battle? Indeed, Qin Bai affirmed. Xia Mu replied, Yes, I have heard my mentor mention it, but only in passing without elaboration. Zhang Ling swallowed his food with difficulty, his tone abruptly sobering as the previous levity vanished. Damn it! Our dragon country has failed to break into the top 10 in the last 2 consecutive national fortune battles. How can this not be a cause for concern? Su set down her chopsticks, her voice cool yet grave. To be precise, we have ranked outside the top 15 for 2 successive sessions. If we do not enter the top 10 this year, our nation's fortune will plummet to its historical nadir. The atmosphere within the private room grew tense. Even Xia Mu, who had been struggling with her roasted goose wing, ceased her efforts. Suddenly, Xia Mu recalled Qin Bai's earlier remarks in his office regarding the arduous path of the Battle Soul Pavilion and the grim outlook for Dragon Country. At the time, she had wondered why Qin Bai had expressed such sentiments. It now appeared to be linked to this national fortune battle. Is the concept of national fortune truly so daunting? Qin Qianxue couldn't help but inquire softly, though she understood its significance. Hearing the gravity with which the elders spoke of it was a first. Daunting? My dear girl, this pertains to the very survival of our dragon country, Zhang Ling declared, lightly thumping his fist on the table. He turned to Qin Qianxue and then to Xia Mu. National fortune can be deemed the most vital aspect since the advent of global datization. A nation's robust fortune correlates with a higher proportion of newly awakened combat professionals each year, showcasing great potential. While training in the wilderness or battling in dungeons, the equipment, materials, and experience gained will be enhanced. Even the density and strength of monsters that spawn in the wild will favor our nation's awakened ones. Conversely, he let out a heavy sigh. A weakened national fortune results in a diminished chance of awakening combat professionals, plummeting drop rates and experience acquisition, amplified dangers in the wild, and monsters that are scarce yet more formidable. The nation's combat capability would spiral into a vicious cycle, resources plundered, and ultimately, he left the conclusion unspoken. Yet all present comprehended its ominous implications. Utter decline, even becoming prey to others. Qin Bai took over, his voice somber. The national fortune battle is a life-and-death arena where nations vie for fortune. Each country must elect the 25 most outstanding and promising newcomers of the year, forming 5 teams of 5. They would be dispatched into a special map that could only be activated once every decade. Within this realm, there existed no rules, only an interminable horde of monsters and foreign teams lying in wait for the duration of 1 month. The singular objective was to hunt these creatures and seize the energy crystals formed from their cores. Ultimately, the ranking would be determined by the total number of crystals collected by each nation's teams. Su's voice was cold as she articulated the stakes. The top 10 would share the fortunes of all nations ranked below them. The higher one ranked, the greater and purer their share would be. As for those nations outside the top 10, she paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, leaving them to witness helplessly as the very essence that sustained their nation's foundation was siphoned away, nourishing others and hastening their own decline. Our dragon nation has been relegated to the status of a divided for 2 consecutive years. Chapter 47. The decision. Xia Mu listened quietly, The brutality of the national fortune battle far exceeded his imagination. It was a blatant embodiment of the law of the jungle. The Dragon Kingdom's consecutive failures over the past 2 years indicated a continuous drain on its national fortune, leaving the entire nation burdened and struggling onwards. It was no wonder that individuals like Zhang Ling, Shi Su, and Qin Bai, who had experienced the battlefield, bore an indelible heaviness upon their brows. Had there been no formidable awakened ones in our Dragon Kingdom over all these years? Xia Mu pondered. How could there not be? A fierce hatred flickered across Zhang Ling's face. Our Dragon Kingdom was once a powerful nation that towered over the world. However, due to this very pride, we were besieged by multiple nations during the national fortune battle 30 years ago. Of the 25 most exceptional awakened ones who entered the battlefield, only 3 emerged. Zhang Ling exhaled deeply. Over the years, the national fortune of our Dragon Kingdom has weakened year by year. If we fail to break into the top 10 this year, the consequences will be dire. We will find ourselves in an irretrievable plight. Thus, this year's national fortune battle is, for our Dragon Kingdom, a true battle with our backs against the wall. There is no retreat. Zhang Ling lightly struck the table with his fist, causing the dishes to rattle. We cannot afford another loss. We must enter the top 10. Otherwise, the repercussions are unimaginable. Our warriors from the Battle Soul Pavilion are risking their lives in the abyssal battlefield for what purpose? It is to secure time and resources for you newcomers, allowing you to grow more swiftly. In the national fortune battle, we must reclaim the fortune we have lost. Upon finishing, his gaze, as tangible as substance, fell upon Xia Mu. Xia Mu, your potential is beyond imagination. Perhaps the hope for this year's national fortune battle must rest upon your shoulders. Qin Bai and Shi Su also turned their attention towards Xia Mu, their focus unwavering and devoid of intimidation, yet the weight of their regard was unmistakable. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Xia Mu was suddenly overwhelmed by pressure. His brow furrowed slightly. He had never revealed his hidden talents to outsiders. Why were they so certain that hope lay in him? Xia Mu's bewildered gaze turned toward Qin Bai. You need not look at our leader. Zhang Ling discerned his thoughts and replied in a low voice. He has not disclosed any of your abilities. Xia Mu did not believe it was Qin Bai who had revealed anything, for even his trump cards were unknown to Qin Bai. Why do you believe I possess such abilities? Xia Mu inquired. In a mere half-day, you elevated Qianxue from level 7 to level 15, Shi Su said, her eyes glimmering as she regarded Xia Mu. Such an achievement, not even in the peak period of the Dragon Kingdom, could one find a second. Her cold voice carried a hint of curiosity. Given your ordinary profession and unremarkable equipment, how did you accomplish this? Xia Mu was taken aback. Then a wry smile surfaced within him as he suddenly understood. He had thought himself sufficiently discreet, yet he had not considered that possessing hidden attributes meant that even in his low-key actions, others would find them utterly remarkable. Moreover, Shi Su's keen gaze remained fixed on Xia Mu. I have reviewed the records of this year's novice dungeon in Nan City. 17 minutes and 36 seconds. Although the name of the record's creator was concealed, she paused, her gaze intently fixed on Xia Mu's reaction. However, I believe this must pertain to you, does it not? Under Shi Su's piercing scrutiny, Xia Mu inhaled deeply, contemplating for a moment before responding, my offensive capability indeed surpasses that of a typical archer by a considerable margin. Is that all? Zhang Ling interjected with a hint of amusement in his voice. During that skirmish in the western suburbs, those assassins seemed to have attacked you, yet you appear to suffer no harm. TSK. Your superiority over a regular archer is not merely in your attack. Xia Mu's heart jolted, alarm bells ringing in his mind as he regarded Zhang Ling and Shi Su with newfound wariness. They were aware of the events in the western suburbs? Had they been investigating him, surveilling him, or had they been quietly observing all along? Zhang Ling seemed to have anticipated Xia Mu's reaction, casually shrugging his shoulders. Shi Su spoke, her tone remaining icy. Do not be anxious. As evaluators of the Battle Soul Pavilion, it is our duty to discreetly monitor every potential awakener. She paused, locking her gaze onto Xia Mu's eyes, her tone turning solemn. We understand your desire to keep your cards close to your chest. Furthermore, The traces of that battle in the western suburbs have been thoroughly erased by our personnel, so you need not worry about subsequent complications. However, Xia Mu, Su fixed her gaze upon him, her tone unusually earnest. I still hope you can articulate your abilities. This could very well be the key to whether our Dragon Nation can turn the tide in this year's national fortune battle. Upon her words, both Qin Bai and Zhang Ling directed their attention towards him simultaneously. Xia Mu took a deep breath, realizing that his concealed attributes were exceedingly formidable. Once revealed, who could predict the chaos that would ensue? Especially with the national fortune battle looming. The repercussions of disclosing his innate talents were unfathomable. It was not a matter of distrust towards Su and the others. Rather, he was reluctant to place his fate in the hands of others. Meeting the trio's gaze with sincerity, Xia Mu replied, I apologize, Sister Shi. As for my hidden abilities, I prefer to keep them undisclosed for the time being. It would cause me significant trouble. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the answer, his lips parting as if to retort. However, Xia Mu raised his hand, effectively stifling Zhang Ling's response. If the nation requires my participation in the national fortune battle, I have no objections. Serving my country is my duty. His gaze was intense as it swept over Qin Bai, Su, and finally landed on Zhang Ling's face. Just grant me a spot, and I shall exert every effort to secure a place for the Dragon Nation. His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity and conviction. Zhang Ling opened his mouth. Yet the words he wished to pursue were utterly lodged in his throat. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. Ah, you rascal. Su gazed deeply at Xia Mu, her cool eyes meeting Xia Mu's calm, yet resolute gaze. She refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding slightly. I understand. Since your talent warrants such cautious secrecy. She paused, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in her eyes. Then I am even more convinced of your extraordinary potential. Your sense of responsibility and determination is commendable. She turned to Qin Qianxue beside her and declared, Qianxue, Xia Mu, I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join the Battle Soul Pavilion. Furthermore, you will directly enter the Dragon Kingdom Reserve team for this national competition. We shall provide you with the finest training resources and equipment support. Your goal is to grow swiftly and secure your place as formal team members in the final selection in 6 months. Qinbai also smiled, saying, Xia Mu Qianxue, welcome to the Battle Soul Pavilion. From this day forth, we shall be comrades. Yay! Qin Qianxue could not help but whisper in delight. Xia Jinyu also beamed with joy, her wide eyes fixed on Xia Mu, filled with unabashed pride. Chapter 48. Dragon Scale Crystal Core. Is this settled then? Although Xia Mu had a premonition in his heart, he was still somewhat surprised by such a direct arrangement. Aren't we supposed to partake in the graduation assessment in a few days? Zhang Ling wore that familiar half-smile, an expression that seemed to relish the unfolding spectacle. You will indeed participate in the graduation assessment. After all, you wouldn't want to make it widely known just yet, would you? However, he chuckled, his tone laced with conviction, I believe with your strength, securing first place should pose no challenge at all. In regard to this, Xia Mu felt no ripples within his heart. It was only natural. With over 27,000 points of attack power at level 15, if he could not emerge victorious in the newcomer assessment, then perhaps he should reconsider his path entirely. This thought stirred within him, prompting a reflection on his current combat prowess. Sister Shi, I have a question I wish to ask you. Xia Mu turned to Su and inquired. As an elite archer, could you share your current attack power value with me? I wish to comprehend the heights to which a high-level archer can ascend. Su was slightly taken aback by Xia Mu's question. After a brief pause, she replied, I am currently at level 56, with a profession as a flame archer. My base attack power hovers around 32,000 points, complemented by a profession-specific passive ability, Embrace of Embers, which adds 30% damage. My normal attack damage can surpass 40,000. 32,000. Xia Mu's pupils constricted. By his calculations, even at level 56, Su's attack power should not be so elevated. Su smiled gently, explaining, there is no need for astonishment. The growth of an archer's attack power, aside from the attribute enhancements from leveling, is significantly influenced by equipment and resources. Resources? Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback. He could grasp the concept of equipment, but resources, what did that entail? Indeed, resources, Su nodded. Particularly after level 50, it becomes increasingly challenging for awakeners to elevate their levels, to create a disparity in combat strength, aside from seeking higher quality equipment. The most crucial method lies in enhancing that equipment. For us archers, the core resource for upgrading equipment is the Dragon Scale Crystal Core. Dragon Scale Crystal Core? This was the first time Xia Mu had encountered such a term. It is a crystallization infused with peculiar spatial energy and elemental essence, sourced from perilous dragon relics or the core regions of high-level dungeons. Qin by interjected. Its applications are numerous, but most directly, it can be embedded in equipment to enhance attack attributes. This embedding process is referred to as star upgrading. Su extended her slender finger, gesturing to a bracer on her wrist that emanated a dark crimson glow. For instance, this epic-grade bracer has 12 level 1 dragon scale crystal cores embedded within. Each level 1 core increases the equipment's attack power by 100 points. One crystal core adds 100 points of attack power. So 12 cores amount to 1,200 points of attack power. And this is merely one piece of equipment. A single piece of equipment can accommodate a maximum of 15 dragon scale crystal cores. Su continued, the primary weapons adorning my body, including my chest armor, helmet, shoes, and several pieces of jewelry, are all embedded with crystal cores to varying degrees. Altogether, the attack power boost from these cores exceeds 10,000 points. Xia Mu interjected. Surely, these items do not come cheaply? Indeed, Su replied calmly, casting a glance at him. A level 1 dragon scale crystal core, when purchased through official channels or reputable merchant associations, has a minimum price of 5 million gold coins each. Moreover, the market is scarce. The black market prices are even steeper. 5 million gold coins each? Xia Mu gasped, realizing that all his assets, including his newly acquired house, amounted to just over 100 gold coins. He could hardly afford even the scraps of such cores. He sighed softly, having thought himself financially free, only to discover he was still quite impoverished. Are you really that surprised? Zhang Ling teased, observing Xia Mu's expression. This is merely a level 1 crystal core. There are even more extravagant options. The level 2 dragon scale crystal core enhances attack power by 200 points. However, obtaining a level 2 core is no simple feat. It requires 3 level 1 cores and a special synthesis method. The success rate is less than 50%. Should you fail, all 3 level 1 cores will be lost. Xia Mu, mid-sip of his drink, nearly choked as he spat it out. To gamble, 3 level 1 cores, worth 15 million gold coins. For a less than 50% chance at a level 2 core, if successful, one gains a mere 200 points of attack power, but failure means total loss. This is an enhancement. It's sheer extravagance. Understanding the astonishment reflected on Xia Mu's face, Su nodded knowingly. Thus, after level 50, the disparity in equipment creates a chasm in the attributes of awakened ones. This is why the most exceptional talents are often found within the most powerful factions, such as nations, large guilds, and conglomerates. Members of our War's Soul Pavilion benefit from national resources, allowing us to afford a certain degree of crystal core enhancement. Even so, I have only 3 level 2 cores embedded in my ring. The rest of my gear predominantly features level 1. As for level 3 cores, that's a realm not even worth contemplating, as a single failure could bankrupt a small guild. Xia Mu fell silent, finally grasping why Su, at level 56, possessed an attack power of 32,000. The combination of level advantage, top-tier equipment, and an abundance of resources amassed from dragon scale crystals was indeed the path of the affluent. Now it became clear. The dragon scale crystal cores were not meant for the likes of common players. Xia Mu sighed, secretly relieved. Before his soul slaughter imprint, all of this seemed insignificant. All he needed to do was slay monsters, without cost, without risk, and with steady improvement. Given time and sufficient foes, surpassing even Su's explosive 40,000 attack power would be effortless. A day? No, Just a few hours would suffice. Zhang Ling laughed heartily. Xia Mu, do not fret. With your talent, once you join the War Soul Pavilion, resources will not be in short supply, as your level rises and your equipment improves. Surpassing Shi Su will be just around the corner. He assumed Xia Mu envied the resources. Shi Su nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. The battle for national fortune is, in itself, an exceptional opportunity to acquire top-tier resources and prestige. Xia Mu smiled and nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded, interrupting Zhang Ling, who was clamoring for two more exquisite dishes. Qin Bai furrowed his brow, assuming it to be the waiter. Come in, he called. The door was cautiously pushed open, revealing not a waiter, but Lin Guodong, his face adorned with a broad grin and a wine glass in hand, followed closely by the anxious yet hopeful Lin Xiao. Ah, Qin Zong, what a delightful coincidence, such fate. Lin Guodong's voice was laced with obsequiousness, a stark contrast to his earlier haughty demeanor downstairs. As he spoke, he squeezed through the door, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile directed at the esteemed Qin Bai. Chapter 49. The ancestors of the Lin family's tomb emit green smoke. Xia Mu and Zhang Ling, among others, sat with their backs to the entrance. Perhaps due to the intricate screen at the door or the angle of their seating, Lin Guodong failed to recognize them at first. Ah, General Qin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you dining here. Lin Guodong's face was plastered with a sycophantic smile as he hurried inside, appearing quite familiar with Qin Bai. I just heard from a manager downstairs that you were here, so I hurried to bring my son to toast you. Lin Xiao, quickly greet Uncle Qin and Miss Qin. Lin Xiao stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hello, Uncle Qin. Hello, Miss Qin. Qin Bai's smile faded slightly as he leisurely set down his chopsticks, not looking at Lin Guodong or acknowledging Lin Xiao's greeting. His gaze, laced with mockery, swept across the other diners of the table. Receiving no response, Lin Guodong hesitated momentarily, but pressed on, his smile becoming even more ingratiating. General Qin, I have heard that the esteemed official responsible for the selection at the Southern City's War Spirit Pavilion has arrived. I wonder if you might be able to facilitate an introduction at your convenience? As he spoke, he gazed longingly at Qin Bai. My son, Lin Xiao, is exceptionally gifted and excels in his studies. He has always been enthralled by the War Spirit Pavilion. If he could meet the esteemed official and receive a few words of guidance, it would truly be a blessing for our family. His eyes flitted over Qin Qianxue, then over the sumptuous spread on the table, and finally, they landed on the cold, mocking gaze of Xia Mu, who had completely turned to face him. Boom! Lin Guodong's plump body shook violently, his mind suddenly blank. The sycophantic smile on his face began to freeze, his eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Xia Mu? How could she be here, sitting with Qin Bai? Who were these two country bumpkins? His thoughts raced. Could they be some impoverished relatives of Qin Bai? Yet if Xia Mu had a relative like Qin Bai, why would she need to rely on welfare? Never mind, let's toast first. General Qin, I toast to you. Lin Guodong struggled to maintain his smile as he raised his glass. Qin Bai remained unmoved, while Zhang Ling and Shi Su exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes as they observed the father and son. Noticing Qin Bai's lukewarm reaction, Lin Guodong's heart sank, and he quickly shifted his focus. His gaze swept over Xia Mu, instinctively adopting a condescending tone as he admonished, Xia Mu, you are here as well? Surely you've come with these two elders to broaden your horizons? Young people should cherish the opportunity to visit Wangjiang Tower, but you must understand your place. This is not your usual dining establishment. Be mindful of decorum and do not bring shame to your elders. Hurry, get up and pour wine for General Qin and the esteemed guests. This is a rare opportunity for growth. As his words fell, an awkward tension enveloped the private room. The last remnants of humor vanished from Qin Bai's expression, replaced by a sharp intensity. Zhang Ling set down his chopsticks, frowning as he regarded Lin Guodong with a look of incredulity. Shi Su's playful demeanor morphed into unabashed ridicule. Before Xia Mu could utter a word, the icy voice of Qin Bai reverberated in the air. Vice Principal Lin, are you instructing my guest on how to conduct himself? Guest. Lin Guodong's hand trembled violently, causing some wine to spill from his glass. The smile on his face froze completely, and disbelief washed over him as he turned to Xia Mu. This, Xia Mu, he is your esteemed guest? Is there any doubt? Qin Bai's voice, though not raised, carried an oppressive weight. Xia Mu is a distinguished guest whom I have specifically invited to this banquet. He has rendered significant assistance to my daughter. Do you truly expect my guest to serve you drinks, Lin Guodong? Have you been in your position for so long that you have convinced yourself of your own importance? The gravity of Qin Bai's tone rendered Lin Guodong's complexion pallid, and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had never envisioned that this impoverished student, whom he deemed to be utterly worthless and a mere byproduct of a lackluster educational system, would be held in such high regard by Qin Bai. Qin, President Qin, I had no idea, Lin Guodong stammered, his body beginning to tremble. The vice principal of South City No. 1 High School, in the eyes of Qin Bai, the head of the South City branch of the Battle Soul Pavilion, he was nothing of consequence. Unaware, are you? Qin Bai scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the equally stunned Lin Xiao. Your son below has spoken disrespectfully to Xia Mu, hurling insults and even attempting to lay hands on his sister. Are you truly oblivious, as his father? Is this the fine son that you, Vice Principal Lin, have raised? The future pillar of South City No. 1 High School? Although Qin Bai had remained in the private room, he was fully aware of the events unfolding downstairs. I did not. Lin Xiao screeched in terror, attempting to defend himself. Bang! Zhang Ling suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. His fierce gaze bore down on Lin Xiao as he angrily shouted, You little wretch! I have found you intolerable since downstairs. Dare to utter another word, and I swear I'll toss you out of this window into the river to feed the fish. The violent aura emanating from his level 53 Xuanwu battle shield erupted with ferocity, creating a palpable pressure that left both Lin Xiao and Lin Guodong gasping for breath, their legs trembling as they nearly collapsed. With a chilling smile, Qin Bai slowly spoke, Vice Principal Lin, did you not wish for me to introduce this year's assessment officials to you? He paused, indicating Zhang Ling and Shi Su with a subtle motion, his lips curling into a frigid arc. They are right here. One wonders if the events they witnessed downstairs will allow your ancestral grave to flourish. Qin Bai's words struck Lin Guodong like a thunderclap, plunging him into darkness as he nearly fainted. Not only had he offended Qin Bai today, but he had also antagonized the assessment officials of the Battle Soul Pavilion. It was over, completely finished. She suppartit had kurimsen lips, her voice laced with a languid menace. Vice Principal Lin, I see you take great pleasure in placing people into hierarchies. Even our people from the Battle Soul Pavilion were subjected to being expelled by your security. Do you believe we are unworthy of dining at this esteemed Wangjiang Tower? A flicker of ethereal blue flame danced at her fingertips, seemingly raising the temperature in the room several degrees. Thud! Lin Guodong could no longer bear the weight of despair. Collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he fervently prostrated himself before Qin Bai and Xia Mu. Mr. Qin, Mr. Xia, I have erred. I have been blind to the truth. My failure as a parent is undeniable. I beseech you to show mercy this once. He cried out, tugging insistently at the bewildered Lin Xiao, who was frozen in shock. In that moment, Lin Xiao's previous arrogance dissipated entirely. His greatest source of confidence had been his father, the vice principal of a prestigious school. Now, witnessing his father reduced to pleading on the ground, he found himself devoid of any semblance of bravado. Chapter 50. Monster farming before him. A visage of pallor enveloped the young man, trembling uncontrollably as if caught in a tempest, brought to his knees by his father. He cried out incoherently towards Xia Mu, Xia. Brother Xia, I was wrong. Please, in your magnanimity, let me off the hook. I implore you. At that moment, he was consumed by profound regret, wishing he could strike himself 100 times. Xia Mu regarded the kneeling father and son with a stoic expression, his gaze devoid of compassion for those who had firmly secured their place on his blacklist. Qin Bai raised his glass, savoring a sip before his tone reverted to neutrality. Lin Guodong, effective immediately, you are suspended from your position as deputy principal of Nansha No. 1 High School. I will ensure that the Education Bureau collaborates with the police department to conduct a thorough investigation into your past actions. As the head of the Nansha branch of the Battle Soul Pavilion, Qin Bai possessed such authority. Lin Guodong appeared as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. His face ashen. Lin Xiao, too, was rendered speechless, staring in shock at his father's fallen form. He understood that his father's prospects in Nansha were irrevocably shattered. Zhang Ling rose, his towering frame exuding an invisible pressure as he advanced toward Lin Guodong. He did not bend down, but instead looked down upon the pitiful figure sprawled on the ground. His smile vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the silent room. A prominent leader? Haven't you performed enough downstairs, and now you seek to continue your charade up here? Or perhaps... He leaned slightly forward, the scar on his chest appearing to Lin Guodong like a harbinger of doom. You came here deliberately to enlighten me on how you distort the truth and shield your waste of a son as he wreaks havoc in school? The final struck Lin Guodong's heart like a hammer. Get out! Zhang Ling's roar echoed like a thunderclap as the private room door closed once more, isolating them from the external clamor. Qin Bai donned a warm smile, as if nothing had transpired. He raised his glass towards Xia Mu and remarked, Xia Mu, was it this fellow that prompted you to ask me to look after Jinyu? Indeed, Xia Mu nodded, lifting his glass to clink with Qin Bai's in tranquil agreement. Outside, the river breeze flowed gently, and the neon lights continued to shimmer brilliantly. Xia Jinyu gazed at her brother's serene profile, her heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of security and pride. She knew that their new life was just beginning. In the following days, Xia Mu immersed himself in the most rudimentary area of the novice trial ground, engaging in what appeared to be monotonous, repetitive tasks to others. As the graduation assessment approached, the novice trial ground had become a desolate expanse. Once filled with the din of voices and calls to form teams, it now lay quiet. Only a few hurried figures traversing its bounds. Upon teleporting to a novice trial ground, the landscape revealed little more than aimlessly wandering low-level monsters. With scarcely a soul in sight, Xia Mu opted to continue his monster farming in the long-tailed rabbit area, where their numbers were abundant and density high, allowing for maximum efficiency. He moved with the precision of a well-programmed machine, drawing and releasing his bowstring with fluid swiftness, devoid of any ostentation. The arrow whistled through the air with a piercing sound, precisely piercing the skull of one long-tailed rabbit after another. Notifications of one experience point flashed continuously, but he paid them no heed. After clearing a map of long-tailed rabbits, he returned to the teleportation hub and randomly selected another map, perpetuating the cycle of relentless slaughter. In this high-intensity, almost masochistic pace of monster grinding, his attack power had long surpassed 50,000. This figure, even for the level 56 flame archer Shirsu, adorned with priceless dragon-scale crystals, was beyond reach. Name, Xia Mu, class, archer, level 15 health, 1440 shield, 54,154, mana, 300 attack power, 54154 defense, 235, attack speed 3. 8 seconds, strength, 94, intelligence, 30, constitution, 64, agility, 109, free attribute points, 0, experience, 125,638, 320,000. Gazing over his attributes, Xia Mu's eyes betrayed no emotion. With graduation assessments looming, the novice trial ground had become deserted. All awakened beings above level 5 had flocked to more lucrative novice dungeons, leaving only an oddity like him, fixated on grinding low-level monsters. After clearing the long-tailed rabbits once more, Xia Mu mechanically teleported back to the hub to change maps. As the white light flickered and he instinctively made his way towards the long-tailed rabbit area, he unexpectedly heard sounds of combat. Taken aback, Xia Mu was surprised to find someone still battling in the novice trial ground, particularly in the lowest level area for long-tailed rabbits. Before him stood a portly figure clad in ill-fitting novice robes, whose rotund physique rendered his movements somewhat comical. He clutched a diminutive staff, striking the long-tailed rabbit repeatedly, inflicting only single-digit damage with each hit. The rabbit, hopping agilely, kicked at him with its hind legs, while the plump individual clumsily dodged. Beads of sweat glistening on his broad forehead. "Li Shi?" Xia Mu exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized the chubby face. This was a classmate of his, known for his comedic antics, and Xia Mu held a favorable impression of him. If memory served, Li Shi was among the few in Nan City know one high school to awaken a high-level profession this year. What on earth was he doing battling long-tailed rabbits alone? Xia Mu found the situation perplexing, especially the sight of Li Shi wielding his staff to strike rabbits. What kind of strategy was that? Just then, a long-tailed rabbit nimbly evaded Li Shi's staff strike and bit down on his pudgy wrist, causing him to yelp in pain and jump back. With a resigned shake of his head, Xia Mu raised his hand and loosed an arrow. Whoosh thud! The arrow accurately pierced the rabbit's head, instantly killing it. Startled by the sudden projectile, Li Shi spun around, clutching his wrist, and visibly relaxed upon recognizing Xia Mu. "Xia Mu." Li's voice was infused with surprise, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "What brings you here? Ah, how fortuitous." He chuckled awkwardly, desperately attempting to mask his discomfort. Xia Mu sheathed her longbow and approached, observing the panting, perspiring figure of the rotund man before her, her tone laced with incredulity. "My dear fellow, what predicament are you in?" Her gaze swept over Li's back, drenched in sweat beneath his novice robe, clearly indicating that he had yet to attain level 10. Upon hearing Xia Mu's inquiry, the smile on Li's face faltered instantaneously. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a heavy hand, his chubby visage reflecting sheer exasperation as he replied in a muffled tone, "Alas, do not mention it. I may very well set a record for being unable to be admitted to the Awakener Academy due to the requirements for advanced professions." Chapter 51. The frustrating profession, oh? What is the matter? Xia Mu raised an eyebrow. It is indeed quite rare for an awakened individual who has attained a high-level profession to remain unscathed in the novice trial grounds until the day before the graduation assessment without even reaching level 10. Sigh. Li Shi exhaled deeply, his face a portrait of despair. "I awakened as an enchantment mage, a rather peculiar profession. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? A high-level profession, yet in the early stages. It is utterly disheartening." Enchantment mage? Xia Mu found the name somewhat unfamiliar. Indeed, Li Shi sighed dramatically, beginning to pour out his grievances. It is a support-type mage. The skills at level 1 include power enchantment. Its effect is to cast an enchantment on a single ally, enhancing their attack power by 10. 10 increase in attack power? Xia Mu's brow furrowed slightly. That sounds decent. Is there a problem? For awakened individuals, skills that provide percentage boosts are exceedingly precious. For instance, with Xia Mu's current attack power exceeding 50,000, if Li Shi were to bestow upon him a power enchantment, it would effectively add 5,000 points to his attack power. What other skills or equipment could offer such a significant enhancement? Li Shi's face was a mask of sorrow as he lamented. A percentage increase does indeed sound appealing, but how much attack power do we have in the early stages? A mere few dozen points at most. My enchantment adds a pitiful few points of attack power. What good is that? Moreover, it can only be cast on one person at a time. In the early game, it's nothing but a complete waste. Xia Mu was taken aback. Based on his own substantial damage output, he initially believed that Li Shi's skill would provide a considerable boost. However, upon hearing Li Shi's complaints, he began to grasp the awkwardness of this profession in its early stages. With a hint of helplessness, Xia Mu gazed at Li Shi and remarked, "So, because everyone's attributes are relatively low at the beginning, your skill's impact is negligible, and as you have almost no attack power yourself, no one wants to team up with you, feeling you contribute little and merely siphon off their experience points?" Li Shi found his outlet for frustration, nearly sputtering in his exasperation. "Exactly. People prefer to bring along a healer for health restoration or a damage dealer for efficiency. Why would they want me? Am I supposed to be a meat shield just because of my size? When I actively seek to form a team, they either outright reject me upon seeing my skill description or, after a brief trial, realize I am of no use and concoct an excuse to kick me out." His face was a mixture of sorrow and indignation. "What can I do? I am left to fend for myself in the novice trial grounds, wielding this wretched stick, striking these rabbits one by one. Each hit inflicts a mere few points of damage, and it takes an eternity to take down one. I have truly exhausted myself over these past few days. Li Shi's chubby face was etched with pain. With this miserable profession, I have toiled endlessly to barely reach level 8. Level 8. Meanwhile, others have moved on to the novice dungeon to grind monsters. As for me, I can barely manage to defeat the lowest tier long-tailed rabbits. No one wants to team up with me. As for the graduation assessment, I fear I am doomed to failure. I might as well prepare to haul bricks at a construction site. Xia Mu frowned slightly, observing Li Shi's despondent demeanor, and inquired with curiosity, given that your enchantment mage is considered a high-level profession, what is its potential for growth in the later stages? Li, feeling helpless, shook his head and let out a bitter laugh, saying, this profession's potential truly blossoms in the later stages. For every 10 levels gained, not only can I bestow a different attribute blessing upon an additional teammate, but each blessing's effect also increases by 10. Unfortunately, no one is here to support me in the early stages. As he spoke, his sense of grievance deepened, and his little eyes began to redden. Xia Mu listened intently, her gaze sharpening as she seized upon the key information. With each 10-level increase, the number of affected individuals grows by 1, and the enhancement effect rises by 10. This growth potential is astonishing. At level 40, she could grant the entire team a powerful buff that amplifies their abilities by 50. In his case, it would translate to a direct damage increase of 27,000. This is nothing short of a strategic level support. Indeed, it is quite formidable, Xia Mu affirmed with a nod. Li, with a bitter smile, replied, yes, but unfortunately, in the early stages, it's as if even dogs disdain it. Though this plump fellow often exhibited a whimsical demeanor, his character was still quite to Xia Mu's liking. Observing his pained, round face, she glanced at the long-tailed rabbit nearby and suggested, why not join my party? I'll assist you in leveling up. Huh? A flicker of joy briefly illuminated Li's small eyes, but quickly faded. He pointed at the novice bow in Xia Mu's hands, sighing, Xia Mu, leveling up alone in the early stages is challenging enough for you. As an archer, you can still deal some damage. If you bring along a burden like me, taking half of your experience, wouldn't that slow down your progress even further? No, I can't be such a hindrance to you. He waved his hands dismissively. Li was aware of Xia Mu's poor social standing in class. Otherwise, a mere archer wouldn't struggle to find a party and would not be wandering alone in the novice trial ground. However, in Li's eyes, Xia Mu was actually quite a commendable person. The reason for her lack of popularity stemmed solely from her exceptional potential, which incited jealousy and led to her isolation. I do not require experience, Xia Mu stated. Do not require experience? Li was momentarily taken aback, confusion evident in his small eyes. What does that mean? Xia Mu promptly sent a party invitation, stating calmly, I've already reached a level sufficient for graduation, hence I do not need experience. You have already reached level 10? Li was taken aback, questioning with suspicion. Then why are you here, hunting rabbits? Practicing your archery? Sort of, Xia Mu replied dismissively. I will help you level up. Li observed the calmness on Xia Mu's face, which bore no trace of jest. Very well, he thought. One life is worth little. I might as well gamble on this. With a determined breath, he accepted the invitation. Once the party was formed, Li prepared to cast a strength blessing, his only current capability. However, before he could even raise his staff, Xia Mu had already drawn her bowstring. Buzz! A golden beam sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp, piercing shriek, instantly traversing a distance of 20 meters. Thud! A long-tailed rabbit, busy gnawing at the grass roots, had no time to react before its entire body collapsed to the ground. Having slain the white-tailed rabbit, 1 point of experience is acquired. Upon hearing the successful kill notification, Xia Mu furrowed her brows and remarked, I have reached a higher level, thus incurring an experience penalty. The highest level of creatures in the novice trial grounds is level 7. Let us venture there to grind. As long as the level difference remains within 10 levels, you shall receive the full experience. She gestured towards the distant thicket. Experience penalty? Are you more than 10 levels? Li Shi felt an unsettling notion creeping into his mind. Even if Xia Mu had indeed reached level 10, The level disparity between her and the level 1 rabbit would merely be 9 levels. How could there possibly be an experience penalty? Indeed, Xia Mu nodded. I am at level 15. Chapter 52. The foster father tomorrow marks the day of the graduation assessment, during which each individual must exhibit their level. Thus, there is no need for him to conceal anything. What did you say? Li Shi thought he had misheard and could not help but exclaim. I said, I am at level 15. Xia Mu shrugged, articulating each word with clarity. Li Shi seemed as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his entire being momentarily frozen in place, his small eyes wide with disbelief, his chubby fingers pointing at Xia Mu, stammering without being able to utter a coherent sentence. Level 15? Xia Mu, you must be joking, right? How is that even possible? Seeing Li Shi's reaction, Xia Mu couldn't help but chuckle, teasing him. Fatty, I always thought your eyes were just small, but today I realize you might never have opened them at all. Li Shi appeared to completely ignore Xia Mu's jest, staring blankly at Xia Mu's smiling face. An indescribable sensation swelling within him. The individual before him, who had been isolated by classmates due to an exceedingly high potential value and later mocked for awakening an ordinary profession, had quietly ascended to a height unattainable by any of them. His voice trembled slightly, imbued with a hint of validation. You truly are level 15? Xia Mu nodded nonchalantly. Mu ge, Li Shi dramatically exclaimed, ostentatiously dropping to one knee. Oh, foster father, please accept this humble bow from your child. Xia Mu, uninterested in his exaggerated antics, turned and strode purposefully towards the distant thicket. Keep up. If you keep chattering, you can hunt rabbits by yourself. All right. Li Shi hurriedly scampered after him, his chubby face adorned with a sycophantic grin, his small eyes gleaming with excitement. Before long, the two arrived in the forested area, where groups of level 7 hard-skinned wild boars roamed aggressively among the trees. Their tough hides and thick bodies, coupled with short, gleaming tusks and heavy, snorting breaths, rendered them remarkably fierce. Mu Yi. Li Shi nervously observed the wild boars, their tusks bared and menacingly close. Instinctively retracting his neck, he timidly remarked, Mu ge, those boars look rather ferocious. Despite knowing Xia Mu was at level 15, he couldn't shake off his apprehension when confronted with creatures thicker than his own waist. Stay behind me, Xia Mu commanded in a low tone, instantly locking onto a target. Maintaining a casual demeanor, he drew his bow and let an arrow fly. Whoosh! The familiar golden flash, the familiar piercing sound. The robust level 7 hard-skinned wild boar fell, as if made of paper, effortlessly pierced through the skull by the golden light. Slain in an instant. Experience points surged towards Li Shi, accompanied by the system's notification. The team has killed a hard-skinned wild boar. Experience 50. Xia Mu's team mode experience distribution was set at 1-9, with 90% of the experience allocated to Li Shi. Wow. Li Shi watched as the massive wild boar was dispatched without so much as a grunt, his previous fears dissipating, excitement causing him to dance. Incredible. Mu ge is amazing. Simply dazzling. Enough, be quiet, Xia Mu replied. Xia Mu, slightly twitching at the flattery, dismissed further conversation and activated the splitting arrow. The bowstring resonated with a powerful hum, and arrows transformed into a cascade of radiant light, sweeping through the forest like the scythe of death aimed at a herd of wild boars. The sound of impact rang out, clink, clink, clink. The crisp and melodious notification from the system echoed around Li Shi's ears like a torrential downpour. His experience bar surged upward at an almost frenzied pace. Team defeated a hard-shelled boar. Experience 50. Team defeated a hard-shelled boar. Experience 50. In the single wave, Li Shi's experience visibly skyrocketed. Mu ge over there. There's more. Mu ge is magnificent. Such overwhelming power. This damage is astounding. Yves leveled up. I'm level 9. Mu ge. From this day forth, my 200 pounds are yours. I cannot marry anyone but you. Li Shi babbled excitedly, his chubby face flushed with exhilaration. Xia Mu, somewhat exasperated by Li Shi's nonsensical metaphors, rubbed his ears and retorted, Be quiet, fatty. You're too loud. Let us return to town and change maps. He sheathed his bow and decisively activated the teleportation stone in his hand. Li Shi, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly picked up the short staff from the ground, his elation lingering in the air. The gaze he directed at Xia Mu's retreating figure transformed from skepticism to fervent admiration. Was a true expert. This is it. Following an expert is like riding a rocket to level up. In just half a day, the duo tirelessly traversed countless novice trial maps, clearing out regions teeming with level 6 to 7 monsters. When a brighter white light ascended from Li Shi's form than ever before, he stood there in a daze. Bewilderment etched across his round face. Level 10? He muttered dreamily, trembling fingers opening the attribute panel to confirm the number repeatedly. LV 10. A surge of ecstasy overwhelmed him. The tears he had long suppressed could no longer be contained, cascading down his cheeks. Who could fathom the struggle he endured for so many days? To reach level 10, he had gone 3 days and nights without sleep, foolishly wielding his staff to strike those long-tailed rabbits, which others deemed of little value. Who could truly understand the bittersweet agony soaked in despair? And now, in just half a day, he had ascended from level 8 to level 10, achieving a goal he had considered abandoning countless times over the past few days. Mugie, em level 10. I'm level 10, Li Shi shouted with exuberance. Like a child weighing 200 pounds. He abruptly turned around, his rotund form charging towards Xia Mu for an embrace. Xia Mu's eyelids flitzkeret, and he sidestepped the enthusiastic hug, hastily waving his hands to stop him. Stop. Hold it. Don't come over. Li Shi stumbled but paid it no mind, rubbing his hands together in excitement, his words tumbling over each other. Muga from now on, Li Fatty will follow you. You point east, and I 1T go west. You tell me to chase dogs, and I 1T chase chickens. I'll be your servant, serving tea, running errands, warming the bed. That last one is off the table. In summary, from this day forth, you shall be my superior. Though Li's words may have sounded like a jest, Xia Mu could discern a palpable quaver in his voice. Observing the visibly excited, trembling figure of the plump man before him, whose face was flushed with emotion, Xia Mu fell silent for a few moments. Li's profession and skills may not seem immediately significant to others, but their potential for growth is immense, and in the later stages, they could undoubtedly alter the course of the battle as a strategic support. Furthermore, despite his somewhat boisterous demeanor, his straightforward character, if secured as a steadfast ally, would indeed be a commendable choice. Gently patting Li's shoulder, a faint smile graced his lips. All right, my friend, save your strength. Tomorrow's graduation assessment is assured. Chapter 53. Graduation ceremony. Li Shi nodded, as if suddenly recalling something, and promptly inquired, Muge, I have now reached level 10 and can unlock my second enhancement skill. Which attribute do you think I should amplify? Oh, Xia Mu paused in surprise and asked, what attributes can be enhanced? Currently, the foundational attributes available for enhancement include health, mana, attack power, defense, and attack speed. I have already chosen to enhance my attack power at level 1, leaving me with 4 additional attributes to select from. Xia Mu pondered for a moment, gazing at Li Shi as he remarked, logically speaking, since your first skill focused on augmenting attack power, your second enhancement should prioritize increasing either health or defense, thereby creating a balance between offense and defense. However, Xia Mu hesitated, fixing his gaze on Li Shi. If you intend to form a stable team with me, what I truly require is an increase in attack speed. Understood, Li Shi replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. After a brief moment, he smiled at Xia Mu and said, Muge, I have made my choice. My current skills are the Strength Seal and the Swiftness Seal, which enhance attack power and attack speed by 20 each. With that, he raised his staff, aimed it at Xia Mu, and rapidly recited an incantation. A vibrant, pale green light surged forth from the tip of the staff, precisely entering Xia Mu's body. Your teammate Li Shi has cast Swiftness Seal on you, increasing your attack speed by 20. Xia Mu concentrated, opening his attribute panel, and noticed an additional 0.72 appended to his attack speed of 3.8 seconds. His pupils narrowed in surprise. This enhancement effect far surpassed expectations. The base enhancement of Li Shi's skill was not merely the 20 of the foundational attribute, but rather 20 of the total attack speed after accounting for all equipment bonuses. This signified that his original attack speed of 3.8 per second had been augmented by 0.76, reaching an impressive 4.56 second. Such a substantial increase represented a qualitative leap. Muga, how is it? Li Shi observed Xia Mu staring silently at the panel, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Xia Mu closed the attribute panel and gave Li Shi a thumbs up. Impressive. Huh. Upon hearing Xia Mu's affirming response, Li Shi's anxious heart finally found solace, and he burst into hearty laughter. Let us head back to town. We need to prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Xia Mu turned towards the teleportation point. All right, take your time, Muga. Li Shi scampered after him, ever attentive, babbling. Muga, are you thirsty? I still have water in my bag. Muga. At Nansha No. 1 High School, the most bustling and uproarious moment of the year occurs on the day of the graduation ceremony, just before winter sets in. On this day, all prominent figures in Nansha, including political and business elites, as well as guild representatives, gather to witness this pivotal ceremony that significantly influences the destinies of the graduates. However, the true focus of attention during the graduation ceremony lies in the crucial assessment that follows it. The evaluation is divided into two phases. The initial stage is straightforward. All newly awakened individuals who have chosen combat professions must ascend the podium one by one to showcase their levels. Only those who reach level 10 can be deemed to have graduated successfully, marking the most fundamental threshold for admission to the Awakener Academy. It is only the newcomers who have passed this first stage that qualify to enter the competition of the second phase, which is the true moment that determines their destinies. The performance during this stage will directly influence which Awakener Academy the newcomers will be admitted to, as well as the caliber of training resources they will receive. Across the vast expanse of Longhua, Awakener Academies abound, from local ordinary institutions to provincial key academies, and then to the nation's elite establishments, such as Longyuan Academy and Tianxiong Academy. There exists a stark disparity in their faculty strength, training sanctuaries, equipment resources, and skill inheritance. Above all these academies lies the ultimate aspiration that countless newcomers yearn for, the War Soul Pavilion. As an official organization of Longhua, the War Soul Pavilion epitomizes the pinnacle of training, enduring the most rigorous trials, enjoying the most prestigious status, and shouldering the noble mission of safeguarding one's homeland. Of course, those who genuinely harbor hopes of competing for a spot in the War Soul Pavilion are primarily the elite newcomers who have awakened high-level combat professions. For those who have awakened to ordinary combat professions, the desire to vie for a place in the War Soul Pavilion is comparatively faint. After all, the selection process not only considers assessment results, but also places significant emphasis on future growth potential, a quality that is nearly predetermined at the instant of awakening to a profession. For ordinary awakeners to distinguish themselves among the prodigies of high-level professions is a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, most newcomers awakening ordinary combat professions set their sights on securing a position in a distinguished Awakener Academy, striving for a better developmental platform for the future. At this moment, the expansive playground of Nansha No. 1 High School is enveloped in a unique atmosphere that mixes tension with excitement. "Brother, look!" exclaimed Xia Jinyu as she linked arms with Xia Mu, her gaze fixed on the fluttering colorful flags at the edge of the playground. "The atmosphere at school feels quite different today." She pointed to the distance, where numerous individuals clad in formal attire exuded an impressive aura. The playground was already teeming with people, as all the graduating seniors from high schools across Nansha gathered here. Their expressions a blend of anticipation and anxiety as they sat neatly in designated areas according to their respective schools. In stark contrast to the students was the podium area. A brand new red carpet was laid out, and behind tables adorned with flowers sat individuals of a distinctly different caliber. Seated centrally in the front row was Wang Wenchang, the principal of Nansha No. 1 High School. This elderly gentleman, whose hair had turned gray with age, gazed with pride at the multitude of newcomers below. Flanking him on either side, and behind him were the true power players of Nansha. If one were to assess ranks, Wang Wenchang would not typically qualify for the central position. However, today marked the graduation ceremony for the newly awakened, and given the special circumstances, his presence at the center was entirely appropriate. Notably, the vice principal Lin Guodong, who usually sat beside Wang Wenchang, was conspicuously absent today. Xia Mu's gaze swept across the podium, capturing several familiar figures. Qin Bai occupied a conspicuous position on the left side of the stage, clad in a well-tailored dark suit, his face adorned with the habitual calm smile. Flanking him were Zhang Ling and Shi Su. Zhang Ling remained in his signature camouflage vest, standing out starkly among the sea of formal attire. He stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of utter indifference, seemingly chewing on something. In contrast, Shi Su maintained an upright posture, her expression impassive, her eyes sharp as a hawk, quietly observing the entire assembly. Behind them, several individuals donned the dragon sword insignia on their chests, among whom was Chun Jigang's father, Chun Hong, prominently present. Chapter 54. The adults at home do not disagree indeed. It was quite lively. Xia Mu withdrew her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she lightly patted the hand of Xia Jinyu, which clutched her arm. Jinyu, return to your class and sit properly. Await the performance of your brother. Xia Jinyu nodded vigorously, her fists clenched, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, do your best. Xia Mu nodded slightly, as if recalling something, and with an air of mystery, she said, once today's graduation assessment concludes, I shall present you with a surprise. Xia Jinyu paused, curiosity evident in her voice. What surprise? A deeper smile blossomed in Xia Mu's eyes. I have already mentioned it as a surprise. Would it still be a surprise if I revealed it now? Be patient. Once the assessment is over, you will know. I assure you, it will be a grand surprise, the kind that will make you leap with joy. Xia Jinyu pouted playfully. I shall hold you to that. No backing out. Xia Mu nodded, affectionately tousling her sister's soft hair. Off you go. Watching Xia Jinyu depart, Xia Mu then turned astride towards the formation marked by the red flag of Nansha No. 1 High School. Just as she located her class's designated area, an exuberant voice called out, Muga, over here. Xia Mu turned towards the sound, spotting Li Shi's plump face beaming with joy, his small eyes squinting into slits. Perhaps due to his corpulence, his round physique made his efforts to wave his arms appear particularly diminutive. Unable to suppress a laugh, Xia Mu made her way towards Li Shi. Muga, I wiped your chair clean. Are you thirsty? I just bought some chilled beverages from the convenience store. Li Shi produced a can of drink from behind him, presenting it with both hands, brimming with enthusiasm. Xia Mu found his exaggerated demeanor both amusing and exasperating, shaking her head in resignation. All right, my chubby friend, enough with the theatrics. Have a seat. Sure thing. Li Shi responded eagerly, promptly settling beside Xia Mu. Barely had they taken their seats when a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and another spot beside Xia Mu was occupied. Good morning, Xia Mu. Turning her head, she saw Qin Qianxue naturally taking a seat beside her. She wore a simple yet elegant cream-colored tracksuit, which accentuated her fair complexion. Good morning, Xia Mu replied, nodding at her, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Qin Qianxue's gaze flitted between Xia Mu and Li Shi before she could not resist inquiring, her tone tinged with curiosity. Li Shi, what brings you here? Li Shi's smile widened at her question. Goddess Qin, you are here too. Hee. From today onwards, I shall be Mu Ji's dedicated follower. Puffing out his chest with pride, he seemed to regard being by Xia Mu's side as a considerable honor. Muga. The surprise in Qin Qianxue's eyes deepened as she turned to Xia Mu, her gaze questioning. Xia Mu's lips twitched slightly as she replied nonchalantly, I promoted him yesterday. After a brief pause, she added, the chubby one's potential in the later stages of his career is quite promising. It would be a pity to let it go to waste. Qin Qianxue nodded thoughtfully, her gaze towards Li Shi now tinged with less detachment. If Li Shi had caught Xia Mu's attention, he must possess some merit. With that in mind, it seemed fitting to add one more person to their gathering. After Qin Qianxue finished speaking, she waved her hand toward the spot not far behind her. Moments later, a tall girl approached. It was Lin Weiyin, a member of Qin Qianxue's previous team. Under the sunlight, her long hair shimmered with a distinctive pale blue hue. Lin Weiyan was not a classmate of Xia Mu, and although Xia Mu was not particularly familiar with her, she vaguely remembered having seen her in the Novice Dungeon's teleportation hall a few days prior. However, Lin Weiyan seemed quite familiar with Xia Mu. Her gaze flitted between Xia Mu and Qin Qianxue, and with a teasing smile, she remarked, "You two should have done this sooner. Why hide away? It's not like your families disapprove." As soon as Lin Weiyan's words fell, a flush of crimson spread across Qin Qianxue's cheeks. She raised her hand as if to pinch Lin Weiyan's waist, exclaiming with mock anger, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who do you think you are?" Lin Weiyan laughed delicately, dodging aside and taking a seat next to Qin Qianxue. Qin Qianxue rolled her eyes at Lin Weiyan and introduced her to Xia Mu, saying, "This is Lin Weiyan, the one you saw at the teleportation gate of the Novice Dungeon last time." "Hello, Xia Mu," Lin Weiyan greeted warmly, waving at Xia Mu over Qin Qianxue. Xia Mu responded with a smile, and, noticing Lin Weiyan's pale blue hair, curiously inquired, "What is up with your hair?" Lin Weiyan tugged at a strand, looking somewhat helpless, and replied, "I awakened as an ice mage, and ever since then, my hair gradually changed to this color." Xia Mu was taken aback, recalling Su Shi's fiery red hair, and thoughtfully nodded, giving Lin Weiyan a thumbs up. "Cool." At that moment, a sarcastic voice broke the harmonious atmosphere among the four. "Oh, Xia the genius, enjoying your chat." "Are we?" Qin Qianxue swaggered in, accompanied by Sun Man Man, and took a seat behind Xia Mu. Xia Mu raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Qin Qianxue with a slight smirk. Though he said nothing, his expression was laden with mockery, causing Qin Qianxue's forehead to twitch with irritation. Recalling the humiliation he suffered at the teleportation center, a flash of malice crossed his eyes as he sneered, "Xia Mu, do you really think your little bit of luck will keep you on top forever?" Xia Mu shrugged and turned back, finding Qin Qianxue's empty provocation hardly worth a response. As Xia Mu remained silent, Qin Qianxue's smirk deepened. He leaned forward, speaking in a tone only Xia Mu could hear, "I know you possess a piece of exceptional equipment. But if you think that's your ticket to arrogance, that only reveals how limited your imagination is." Xia Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing across them. He could not fathom why Qin Qianxue was so certain that he possessed any exceptional equipment. Despite the previous incident in the northern suburbs, this guy was evidently still fixated on the non-existent exceptional gear he believed Xia Mu had. At this moment, Qin Qianxue was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Xia Mu's heart. He gazed at her retreating figure, secretly scoffing to himself. What does it matter if one lacks a rank? Soon enough, I shall make you, a pauper, comprehend the true meaning of despair. The thought of the newly acquired level 10 equipment he possessed sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Just as Qin Qianxue stepped into level 10, his father, Qin Hong, had already prepared an entire set of exquisite level 10 gear for him. Amongst these, the armor and gloves were of purple epic quality, while the remaining pieces were all of blue grade. Adorned in this splendid equipment, Qin Qianxue's attributes soared to a new echelon, ensuring that he could effortlessly dominate any opponent of equal level. Of course, the extraordinary attributes were bolstered by the wealth of the Qin family, with a conservative estimation placing the value of his entire ensemble at no less than 3 million gold coins. Chapter 55. The assessment begins, however. What truly granted Qin Qianxue the audacity to ridicule Xia Mu was not merely the exceptional attributes of his equipment, but rather the pair of epic gloves adorning his hands. In preparation for today's graduation assessment, Qin Hong had astonishingly embedded a total of 8 obsidian crystals into these gloves. Obsidian crystals, akin to dragon scale crystals in nature, are of equal value. The distinction lies in the fact that embedding a single dragon scale crystal augments one's attack power by 100 points, whereas an obsidian crystal enhances health by 500 points. With 8 obsidian crystals, Qin Qianxue boasted a staggering increase of 4,000 health points, translating to an equivalent worth of 40 million gold coins. Among the newly awakened in South City, who could possibly rival him? A self-satisfied grin adorned Qin Qianxue's face as his disdainful gaze swept over Xia Mu. Sun Man Man, who was tightly embraced by him, cast her eyes upon Xia Mu's somewhat fragile silhouette a fleeting glimmer of compassion passing through her eyes as she silently sighed within. The transient fortune of the weak could never withstand the crushing weight of colossal capital. In the presence of a titan like the Chun family, what significance could a so-called exceptional piece of equipment hold? This detestable fellow truly deserves a beating. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Li Shi murmured to Xia Mu, clearly displeased by the expression on Qin Qianxue's face. What did you say, you fat fool? Despite the crowded playground, Qin Qianxue sat directly behind Xia Mu, and Li Shi's whispered words reached his ears without a hitch. He abruptly stood, pointing an accusing finger at Li Shi. Do you dare to insult me? What of it? Li Shi retorted defiantly, his plump face slightly flushed. He turned to glare at Qin Qianxue, dismissively stating, What are you? Qin Qianxue? Just a second-generation heir relying on your family's influence. Outside of South City, you are nothing. At this moment, Li Shi had resolved to confront him. Under normal circumstances, he would never have the audacity to challenge Qin Qianxue. Yet today, this scoundrel had dared to bully Xia Mu. Considering himself Xia Mu's loyal follower, he felt compelled to stand up for his leader. Qin Qianxue's face turned a shade of green. He had not anticipated that Li Shi, who usually amused the class, would dare to speak to him in such a manner. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. You're asking for death, fat fool. After a brief pause, Qin Qianxue finally regained his composure, foul language poised on his lips. Qin Qianxue, silence yourself. Beside them, Qin Qianxue furrowed her delicate brows, her icy gaze sweeping over Qin Qianxue, her voice devoid of warmth as she spoke. Taken aback, Qin Qianxue stared at Qin Qianxue, her head slightly inclined, his expression faltering as the curse he had intended to unleash was swallowed back. At that moment, a melodious and solemn music suddenly filled the air. Silence. The steady voice of Wang Chong resonated from the podium, reverberating throughout the playground. Everyone, please return to your seats. The 86th Awakener graduation ceremony of South City No. 1 High School is about to commence. Though Qin Qianxue was seething with rage, he was left with no choice but to suppress it, letting out a cold snort as he sat back down. He failed to notice the cold smirk curling at the corner of Xia Mu's lips just as he was about to unleash a torrent of insults at Li Shi. After a brief yet grand opening address, the host announced the commencement of the rank display segment. Students whose names were called were to step onto the stage in succession and project their rank information onto the central magical crystal screen. It was emphasized that attributes were personal course secrets and were not mandatory to disclose. Upon completion of the display, the system would automatically generate real-time rankings based on the levels. The venue fell into a hush, all eyes fixated on the softly glowing magical crystal screen beside the podium. The first phase of the assessment had officially begun. As names were announced one by one, figures ascended the stage. The magical crystal screen began to scroll with names and ranks. Wang Tao, Warrior, LV. 10. Lina, Mage, LV. 10. Zhao Chong, Shield Warrior, LV. 10. Sun Li, Archer, LV 9. As more individuals took the stage, the rankings on the screen grew increasingly lengthy. Ranks predominantly ranged from 9 to 10, with the occasional appearance of an 11, whose name would swiftly leap to the top of the list, eliciting hushed gasps of envy and discussion. At that moment, Qin Qianxue had no intention of targeting Xia Mu. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, and thus far, no one had surpassed the rank of 11. His level remained the pinnacle. He cast a disdainful glance at Xia Mu's back in the front row, a smug curve gracing his lips. Next, Qin Qianxue. The instructor's voice boomed. Qin Qianxue, who had been waiting eagerly, sprang to his feet, straightened his posture, and deliberately adjusted his collar, surveying the audience with a condescending demeanor before striding toward the stage. He approached the magical crystal screen with confidence, inhaled deeply, and concentrated his thoughts. A beam of light surged from him, infusing the core of the crystal screen. Buzz! The crystal screen flickered, and a striking line of information appeared at the top of the screen, overshadowing all previous names. Qin Qianxue, Titan Shield Warrior, LV. 12. Wow! A wave of astonished gasps and discussions erupted from the audience. Level 12. and a high-ranking profession. How impressive. Truly, Qin Qianxue, with a prestigious lineage and exceptional talent. Remarkable. Is the first place secure now? Qin Qianxue basked in the admiration from the crowd, relishing the focused attention, feeling as though he were floating. He deliberately lingered on stage for a few seconds, casting a triumphant glance in Xia Mu's direction, unashamedly taunting and reveling in his own success. Observing Qin Qianxue's smug demeanor, Xia Mu couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. A fool remains a fool because he never perceives himself as such. Qin Qianxue, brimming with self-satisfaction, descended the stage and, as he passed by Xia Mu, he paused slightly, turned his head, and in a low voice laced with provocation, remarked, "Waist, take a good look. This is what true strength looks like." At this moment, Li Shi was no longer angry. His small eyes gazed at Qin Qianxue, filled with a mocking amusement. The subsequent students ranked below Qin Qianxue, with Sun Man also taking the stage to showcase her level 11, placing her second after Qin Qianxue. Soon, the instructor's voice resonated clearly across the playground. Next, Xia Mu. Suddenly, the entire playground fell into an eerie silence, as countless gazes converged upon the area where Xia Mu's class was situated. There was curiosity, sympathy, and also the unmasked malice of those like Qin Qianxue, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Xia Mu had always been a prominent figure in the senior year, having plummeted from the pinnacle of potential to the depths of mediocrity. He naturally became a topic of conversation. At this moment, he stood once more at the center of everyone's attention. Chapter 56, The Overwhelming Posture. Zhang Ling, who was drowsily seated at the podium, perked up at the mention of Xia Mu's name, raising an eyebrow and casting a glance in his direction. Xia Mu slowly rose to his feet, his movements unhurried and his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. What a fade! Qin Qianxue's breathing grew notably heavier. For reasons unknown, he felt an intense aversion to Xia Mu's calm demeanor. Each time he witnessed that expression, an inexplicable frustration welled within him. How long can you keep up this charade? A mere archer who cannot even assemble a team. Prepare to be humiliated. Xia Mu remained unfazed, advancing with steady steps to the stage, where he positioned himself before the magical crystal screen. Without any build-up, a slight shift in his thoughts was all it took. Buzz! The rankings displayed on the screen were instantly refreshed. A line of information boldly ascended to the top, mercilessly overshadowing Qin Qianxue's name. Xia Mu, archer, Alpha 15, silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere, as if even the wind had ceased to stir. On the vast playground, thousands stood in utter silence, their eyes glued to the screen, unable to believe their own sight. LV-15, what a ridiculous joke. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a tremendous uproar erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, sweeping across the entire venue. At the podium, Principal Wang stood up abruptly, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the information on the screen. Qinbai, Zhang Ling, and Shisu exhibited little surprise. After all, Xia Mu's level had long been anticipated, given that he had effortlessly elevated Qin Qianxue to level 15 within half a day. It was only logical that his own level surpassed that as well. However, Chen Hong, seated behind Qinbai, reacted differently. The calm expression he once wore vanished, replaced by an ominous shadow. He squinted at Xia Mu, who stood beside the screen, his gaze dark and inscrutable. What the hell? Level 15? Am I seeing things? Wasn't Xia Mu just an ordinary archer? Level 15? How is that even possible? My heavens, it's only been a few days. How do you accomplish this? Cheating. It has to be cheating. Nonsense. The magical crystal screen is connected to the world's rules. Show me how you could possibly cheat. A monster. He is undoubtedly a monster. Gasps, shouts of disbelief, and incredulous screams inundated the playground in an instant. All eyes were fixated on the tranquil figure on the stage. At that moment, Xia Mu became the unequivocal center of attention. Among the crowd, the most composed was Qin Qianxue, her expression placid, even hinting at a subtle amusement. Observing the astonished faces of her classmates, she gently tugged at the corner of her mouth. If only they knew that Xia Mu had reached this level the day after his awakening. Would they be so astonished as to faint on the spot? Li Shi's excitement rendered his plump face crimson. He swiftly turned around, unabashedly showcasing a teasing smirk directed at Qin Qianxue, letting out a gleeful chuckle. As for Qin Qianxue, the previously arrogant expression on his face became as rigid as frozen cement the instant the screen refreshed. His eyes widened, his mouth unconsciously agape, while his pupils constricted sharply in response to overwhelming shock. He fixed his gaze intently on the information displayed on the screen, then glanced at the serene figure on the stage. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Level 15. How is that even possible? How could he possibly be at level 15? Qin Qianxue's mind went blank, leaving only that crimson number swirling frantically in his thoughts, magnifying. His proud level 12, which he had just flaunted atop the stage, now seemed utterly ridiculous in the light of Xia Mu's casually demonstrated level 15. The vast disparity and the humiliation of being publicly slapped in the face made his cheeks burn with shame. Sun Man was equally stunned by this sudden turn of events. She stared at the glaring LV 15 on the screen. Level 15. How could he be so high? How did he achieve this? An indescribable bitterness and intense sense of disparity surged within her. In her quest to leverage Qin Qianxue's resources, she had paid a price too difficult to articulate, only to find herself trampled underfoot by Xia Mu in such a dominating manner. A fierce sense of humiliation and resentment festered within her as she fought the impulse to shake off Qin Qianxue's arm, her nails digging deeply into her palm as she struggled to maintain the last vestige of her fragile composure. Xia Mu turned calmly, as if he were not the one who had stirred such a tempest, and gracefully descended from the stage, returning to his seat. Throughout the ordeal, he did not spare a single glance at Qin Qianxue. That utter disregard struck Qin Qianxue's heart like the sharpest blade, inflicting a deeper humiliation than any insult could convey. In that moment, the feelings of dissatisfaction, jealousy, and resentment within Qin Qianxue surged to a peak. The equipment of unknown rank. It must be that piece of equipment, its original level undoubtedly surpassing my wildest imaginations. Yes, it must be so. With eyes aflame, Qin Qianxue fixated on Xia Mu's retreating figure. The stronger Xia Mu became, the more it underscored the terrifying nature of that equipment. How could a worthless pauper possess such a treasure? If only he could obtain that equipment, combined with the Qin family's wealth, his achievements would surely exceed a mere level 15. Qin Qianxue's desire to possess that set of equipment had reached a frenzied intensity. As Xia Mu took his seat, Li Shi eagerly approached, lowering his voice in excitement. Mu Ge, you are incredible. Just look at the faces of certain people. They are all darkened. Ha ha ha. Xia Mu shot a glance at the exuberantly sure. Do not compare me to fools. At that moment, the instructor's voice resonated once more. Next up, Qin Qianxue. The audience fell silent again. If Xia Mu's outburst had been unexpected, then Qin Qianxue's appearance was marked by a sense of inevitability, coupled with an anticipation that was palpable. As the first illustrious woman in the history of Nanshi to awaken a hidden profession, every gesture she makes draws countless gazes filled with reverence and admiration. Qin Qianxue rose gracefully, her poise captivating the attention of many as she ascended the stage. Standing before the magical crystal screen, she summoned her thoughts. Buzz. A chilling radiance erupted. The screen refreshed once more. Qin Qianxue, Dragon Contractor, LV 16. The playground, still reeling from the earlier excitement, erupted once again. Level 16? This must surely break the record for Nanshi. A Dragon Contractor. My heavens. The eldest daughter of the Qin family. How formidable. This year, Nanshi is destined for greatness. Qin Qianxue has been pushed to third place. Although the rankings are only a position apart, the disparity in levels renders him unable to even catch a glimpse of the taillights of his second place. Chapter 57. The second phase of assessment commences at this moment. The rankings displayed upon the screen were as follows. Qin Qianxue, Dragon Summoner, level 16. Xia Mu, Archer, level 15. Qin Qianxue, Berserker, level 12. Sun Man, Necromancer, level 11. The position of third place was a stark 3 levels behind the second. Qin Qianxue had originally reached level 15 simultaneously with Xia Mu, but later, while accompanying Lin Wei in dungeon raids, her level ascended to 16. Chun Jigang, gazing at the glaring rankings and witnessing his name firmly trampled beneath those of Xia Mu and Qin Qianxue, felt an intense blaze of fury and resentment igniting within him. Xia Mu, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. The ensuing assessments continued amidst the reverberations of astonishment, although occasional outstanding awakeners at level 11 made an appearance. None could rival the two names that loomed above. As the last student concluded their presentation, Principal Wang Wenshang once again stepped to the center of the podium. Dear students, esteemed educators, respected leaders, and honored guests, I am thrilled to announce the successful completion of the first phase of this year's graduation level assessment. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving with excitement. It fills me with immense pride to declare that this year, Nansha No. 1 High School has achieved an unprecedented historic high. Over 80% of our students have successfully advanced beyond level 10. This honor belongs to every diligent scholar, to the devoted mentors, and is further enhanced by the unwavering support from the distinguished members of the Nansha community. He solemnly nodded in acknowledgement towards Qin Bai, Chun Hong, and others. However, the principal's voice brimmed with uncontainable exhilaration. Most thrilling of all is the revelation that among this graduating class, we have witnessed the emergence of an extraordinary talent reaching level 16. Qin Qianxue, with her indisputable prowess, she has shattered the historical record of Nansha No. 1 High School. This triumph is not only a source of pride for our institution, but also for the entire populace of Nansha. Let us extend our most fervent applause in her honor. Additionally, congratulations to all graduates stepping into a new chapter of life. Thunderous applause instantly filled the air, echoing endlessly. As the clamor began to subside, the principal cleared his throat, his demeanor growing increasingly solemn. Level is merely the foundation. The true test has only just begun. Now, let us welcome with the warmest applause the appointed assessment officer from the Battle Soul Pavilion, Captain Zhang Ling, to announce the rules for the second phase of assessment. All eyes swiftly converged upon the side rear of the podium. There stood Zhang Ling, lazily rising to his feet. Under the resigned gaze of Shi Su, he ambled to the center of the podium with a carefree swagger and seized the microphone. With a playful puff into the microphone, a cacophony of noise compelled those in the front rows to cover their ears. He grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his booming voice resonating throughout the venue. All right, everyone, quiet down. Listen to me. Listen to what I have to say. His eyes scanned the dense crowd below, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the second phase of the assessment, I trust that everyone has already familiarized themselves with the theoretical lessons. The rules are quite straightforward, Zhang Ling declared, simultaneously pressing a button on a sleek black remote control. Have you all noticed the large crystal that is now rising from the center of the podium? The crowd turned their gaze to the source of the sound, witnessing the ground of the podium splitting open to reveal a massive diamond-shaped crystal emanating a ghostly blue glow. The surface of the crystal was inscribed with intricate and arcane runes, subtly radiating a spatial fluctuation. This is the portal to the Dark Forest dungeon. Zhang Ling approached the crystal and addressed the audience with a commanding voice. The content of your assessment is rather simple. Enter, slay the monsters, collect as many monster cores as possible. The dungeon will close in 6 hours. The more cores you acquire within this time frame, the higher your rank will be. I do not care what profession you belong to, be it warrior or support. The assessment criteria are the same. Whether you choose to go solo or team up is entirely up to you. He paused momentarily, his gaze suddenly sharpening, the ferocity honed on the battlefield emanating without reserve, causing the students to momentarily lose their breath. However, listen well. Once the dungeon opens, external forces will be unable to intervene, and the monsters will show you no mercy. Severe injuries, or even death, are ever-present possibilities. Thus, I advise you not to underestimate the significance of support roles if you are uncertain of your abilities. His voice resonated like a hammer, striking deep within the hearts of everyone present. Those who fear for their lives may withdraw now. No one will mock you. But once you step through that door, your fates, whether life or death, will be left to chance. Now, those who wish to retreat, be gone. For those who remain, prepare to fight with all your might. Zhang Ling's words instantly quelled the previously fervent atmosphere of the playground, replacing it with a heavy sense of foreboding and fear of the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the raw mention of death rendered many students pale. Nevertheless, no one chose to withdraw. In this era of digitalization, peace was a distant memory, with warfare occurring daily. Only awakening and experience offered them a path forward. Qin Qianxue displayed a hint of disdain, remaining non-committal regarding Zhang Ling's remarks. To him, the words spoken by Zhang Ling were merely another test of courage for the newcomers. He had heard of the circumstances within the assessment dungeon before. At worst, they would face monsters of levels 10 to 12, with high-level creatures being exceedingly rare, far from the terrifying scenario Zhang Ling had described. Very well, you have guts. Zhang Ling observed the anxious yet resolute crowd below, none of whom had chosen to withdraw. He ceased his idle chatter, abruptly turning and delivering a powerful strike with his broad hand upon the immense blue crystal. Buzz! The crystal erupted with blinding light as the runes whirled rapidly, causing the very fabric of space to distort. A towering blue portal, reaching several yards high, suddenly opened before the crystal. Within the portal, the light flickered, revealing distorted trees and a dim sky, as an otherworldly aura, tinged with the scent of decaying foliage and a faint hint of blood, rushed forth. The assessment begins. All of you step inside. I wish you great success. Zhang Ling bellowed. The mentors, well prepared, promptly organized the students to walk towards the in a tense yet orderly manner, following their class sequence. Xia Mu joined the throng, taking a step into the unknown realm. Qin Qianxue trailed behind the crowd, approaching the portal when he suddenly caught sight of his father, Qin Hong, discreetly gesturing towards him from the side of the podium. Startled, Qin Qianxue quickly broke away from the line, crouching as he approached Qin Hong. Dad, what is it? He inquired, puzzled. Chapter 58. The eerie blood moon, a supportive smile adorned Qin Hong's face as he gently patted Qin Qianxue on the shoulder, akin to a father encouraging his child embarking on a journey. Despite the smile, his voice carried an unsettling coldness. You have witnessed Xia Mu's level. The equipment he possesses surpasses our expectations. Concealed by his sleeve, Qin Hong swiftly pressed a small glass vial, no larger than a thumb and filled with a blue liquid, into Qin Qianxue's hand, his smile growing more pronounced. This contains demon saliva fragrance. Once the cap is opened, it will emit an aroma that drives monsters into a frenzy. You understand what you must do, don't you? Qin Qianxue looked at Qin Hong with confusion, his expression a mask of bewilderment. Qin Hong's forehead twitched, struggling to maintain his stiff smile, his voice escaping through clenched teeth. The monsters in the assessment dungeon are formidable and numerous. Once you enter, seize an opportunity to apply this to Xia Mu. Qin Hong's actions reflected his desperation. Initially, he wished to keep Qin Qianxue uninvolved, but today was the last chance. Given Xia Mu's performance, if selected by the Battle Soul Pavilion, seizing the equipment from him would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Remember, once on a battlefield, maintain at least a kilometer's distance from Xia Mu. Otherwise, you risk becoming embroiled in the chaos. Wait 3 hours before collecting his remains. A shiver coursed through Qin Qianxue as he felt the chilling touch of the glass vial, a surge of resolve rising within him. He swiftly concealed the vial in his pocket, nodding firmly. Understood. Completing this task, Qin Hong patted his son's shoulder once more. Go. Qin Qianxue nodded, returning to his team with an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely exchanged a few words with his father. Upon stepping into the teleportation array, Xia Mu was enveloped by a profound sensation of weightlessness, and in an instant, his feet landed on solid ground. Before him lay an expansive plaza, its surface paved with heavy blue stone slabs, weathered by time, with dark green moss sprouting from the crevices. At the center stood an ancient stone tablet, emanating a faint glow as the newcomers continued to arrive, their names materializing sequentially upon its surface. Each name was accompanied by a number, all of which read 0 at that moment. This tablet was capable of automatically recording the data of newcomers obtaining monster cores. 3 sides of the plaza were encircled by towering cliffs, with the sole exit blocked by an imposing wall of black rock, soaring several dozen meters high and stretching about 100 meters long. The sky above was shrouded in a leaden gray hue, with a blood moon hanging ominously in the heavens, casting a dark red light that bathed the entire plaza in an eerie tint. A heavy and chilling sense of oppression descended, leaving an uncomfortable weight upon the chest. This cursed place. Lin Wei instinctively tightened her clothing, casting a wary glance around the square, acutely aware of the unsettling atmosphere that permeated the air. A layer of fine goosebumps emerged on her alabaster neck as her voice quivered with a hint of trepidation. Why does it feel so eerie? Indeed, that moon. Qin Qianxue looked skyward at the blood-red moon, its dark crimson glow casting a pallor upon her delicate visage, tinging her cold eyes with a faint crimson haze. She shivered involuntarily, refraining from voicing her thoughts, her brows knitting together as a flicker of unease surfaced in her gaze. Xia Mu also raised her eyes to the ominous blood moon, her expression slightly grave. The graduation assessment instance, a dungeon that all graduates must navigate, mentioned countless times in theoretical lectures. Yet, what perplexed Xia Mu was the moon before her, radiating an otherworldly bloodlight. This distinctly vivid element, arguably one of the core characteristics of the entire dungeon, had never been mentioned in any textbooks or official materials. This was undoubtedly an abnormal phenomenon. Shadows flickered across the square as more newcomers were teleported in, the names on the stone tablet multiplying. People were ensnared by the bizarre blood moon and the oppressive atmosphere, clustering in small groups, their hushed discussions echoing hollowly in the vast square. Xia Mu withdrew her gaze from the blood moon, turning to scan the agitated crowd, ultimately fixing her eyes on a particular spot beneath the city wall. Since earlier, she had felt a penetrating gaze upon her back, noticing Xia Mu's unusual demeanor. Qin Qianxue followed her line of sight, discovering Qin Qianxue and a few of his sycophants lurking in a dim corner beneath the city wall. Bathed in the ominous red glow of the moon, his expression appeared particularly sinister, a faint, malicious smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. His serpent-like gaze traversed the crowd, malevolently locking onto Xia Mu. Not this fool again. Qin Qianxue scoffed softly, urging caution. Though this individual lacked intelligence, he was backed by certain influences. Yes, I understand. Xia Mu nodded. Ever since the encounter with the assassin in the western suburbs, her vigilance towards Qin Qianxue had not waned. His nature was one of vengeance, and should Qin Qianxue choose to provoke a confrontation, Xia Mu would not hold back. Her gaze shifted towards the stone steps leading to the city wall, where several newcomers had already gathered. Let us ascend the wall and see what lies beyond, Xia Mu suggested. Qin Qianxue nodded, and the four prepared to step towards the stone steps when a graceful figure unexpectedly blocked Xia Mu's path. Xia Mu came to a halt, lifting his gaze to find Sun Man before him. A subtle crease appeared on his brow as his eyes swept once more in the direction of Qin Qianxue, who was engaged in conversation with his sycophants. Yet his gaze frequently darted towards this side. The moment Xia Mu's eyes fell upon him, he instantly averted his gaze as if scalded, fervently gesticulating to his followers with an exceedingly poor display of acting. What kind of trickery is this? Xia Mu inquired with a detached air. Sun Man's countenance, however, was adorned with a pitiful expression of remorse. Xia Mu, I am truly sorry. It was my fault that day. Do you have something to say? Xia Mu interjected coldly, his tone laced with unmistakable annoyance, unwilling to let her finish. Sun Man faltered under the chill of his words, stepping forward in desperation, tears welling in her eyes. Xia Mu, I understand my mistake. Would you grant me your forgiveness just this once? Can I team up with you? I wish to follow you. As she spoke, she attempted to grasp Xia Mu's arm, her body twisting in a manner that appeared particularly frail and helpless, instantly drawing the attention of many onlookers, whose hushed whispers began to circulate. Chapter 59. Green tea form a team? Xia Mu couldn't help but chuckle at Sun Man's words. He took a step back, evading the hand she extended toward him, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Sun Man, what makes you think we could form a team? There's south no place for you beside young Master Chen. Sun Man's expression shifted slightly, her voice trembling as she replied, I know you're still angry with me. But I never intended to break up with you. On the day of the awakening, it was you who ignored me first. I panicked and agreed to team up with Qin Qianxue. Oh, Xia Mu's gaze was filled with disdain. Then why did you move into his house? At his question, a flicker of panic crossed Sun Man's eyes, and mist began to form in them as she pleaded, Xia Mu, you must believe me. That day, I was just drunk and completely unaware. It wasn't voluntary. Truly, it wasn't. If you don't believe me. Summoning her resolve, she stepped closer to Xia Mu. Once we leave here, I can give you whatever you want as long as you forgive me. The last remnants of turbulence in Xia Mu's heart dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of relief. He regarded Sun Man with the indifference reserved for a stranger, preparing to walk past her without a second glance. Speaking another word to such a person felt like an affront to his own dignity. Xia Mu, Sun Man, clinging to her last hope, suddenly threw her arms wide and lunged at him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Her voice choked with emotion. Xia Mu, I know you still care for me. I was wrong, and I apologize. Can we start anew? I beg you. Xia Mu's body stiffened, an overwhelming sense of revulsion surging within him at the unexpected contact. He was about to break free when a sharp, icy voice pierced the air. Get away, you vile green tea. Lin Wei, who had been simmering with anger, swiftly stepped forward. Without hesitation, she grasped the back of Sun Man's collar and forcefully yanked her away from Xia Mu. Sun Man was caught off guard, stumbling and falling to the ground. Qin Qianxue approached Sun Man with measured steps, not bending down, but casting a condescending gaze upon her, her elongated eyes emanating an aura of coldness. She remained silent, merely staring at Sun Man. Their gazes met briefly in the air. Sun Man could only maintain her composure for a few seconds before hastily lowering her head, unable to withstand the intensity of the stare. The presence of the Qin family's eldest daughter was formidable. Even Qin Qianxue had to play the subordinate in her company, and Sun Man had no courage to resist. Finally, Qin Qianxue averted her gaze, turning to Xia Mu with a warm smile. Let us go, shall we? Let's take a look at the city wall. Xia Mu found himself both amused and exasperated by Qin Qianxue's actions. He nodded, refusing to glance at the disheveled Sun Man on the ground as he made his way toward the stone steps leading to the city wall. Lin Wei and Li Shi followed closely behind, with Lin Wei even managing a derisive snort as they passed Sun Man. The four ascended the city wall, where a cold wind, tinged with the scent of beasts, greeted them. Gazing upwards, just beyond the city walls, lies an endless expanse of primordial forest. Towering ancient trees obscure the sun, their twisted vines entwined like colossal serpents, while the ground is blanketed with a thick layer of leaves emanating the scent of decay. Deep within the forest, the light is exceedingly dim. The blood moon's rays pierce through the layered branches, casting an eerie mosaic of scarlet patches. Against this backdrop of gloom and crimson, shadowy figures of varying grotesque forms wander through the depths of the woods. The glimmering red eyes of beasts flicker in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisps, sending shivers down the spines of the newcomers standing atop the city wall. Goodness, so many monsters! Li Shi gasped, his plump face paling slightly. Our purpose for coming here is to slay these creatures. You should be saying, so many monster cores instead. Lin Wei offered a faint smile, yet her tightly grasped staff revealed that her anxiety was no less than Li Shi's. Clearly, she did not feel as at ease as her words suggested. Sensing Lin Wei's tension, Qin Qianxue gently took her slightly chilled hand. She cast her gaze into the shadowy depths of the forest, her brow slightly furrowed. Xia Mu, what do you think? She inquired softly, naturally directing her questioning gaze towards Xia Mu. Lin Wei was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She had heard of Xia Mu's prowess. It was hard to believe that Xia Mu could surpass the concealed abilities of Qin Qianxue. Surely, the core of their quartet should be Qin Qianxue. It seemed illogical to delegate decision-making to Xia Mu at such a crucial moment. Xia Mu scanned the dense woods. Already, Several impatient teams could no longer contain themselves and rushed eagerly into the thick forest, their figures swiftly swallowed by the darkened trees. Meanwhile, the names inscribed on the stone tablet in the central square began to display changes in their corresponding numbers. He nodded and declared, "It's not a problem. Ui and Lin Wei-yin will form a triangular battle formation. The fat guy will stay in the middle while I lead the way." "Understood, Brother Mu." Li Shi immediately responded. "All right." Qin Qianxue nodded decisively, without any hesitation. Lin Wei-yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded as well. Though her knowledge of Xia Mu was limited, she unconditionally trusted Qin Qianxue. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Xia Mu wasted no more words. "Then let us embark. Stay close to me and do not fall behind." With that, he descended the steep slope from the city wall first. Qin Qianxue and Li Shi followed closely behind, while Lin Wei-yin took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her staff to keep up. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this graduation assessment would be a protracted battle. Rashly advancing in the early stages would only heighten the risks without significant advantage. They adhered to their previously agreed formation, with Xia Mu leading the way, while Qin Qianxue and Lin Wei-yin flanked him on either side, and Li Shi protected in the center of the triangle. The four of them entered the dimly lit forest at a measured pace. The once tranquil forest began to stir with the influx of numerous awakened beings. The sounds of beastly roars, fierce combat, and the occasional chilling scream shattered the serene atmosphere, while a faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air. The vast expanse of the forest, though teeming with awakened individuals, soon concealed their figures amidst the towering ancient trees and the swirling mists, rendering them invisible to one another. The surrounding monsters were few in number, primarily ranging from levels 10 to 12, posing no threat whatsoever to Xia Mu and his companions. As combat commenced, Xia Mu exemplified the meaning of overwhelming prowess. Positioned at the forefront of the group, he radiated an air of ease and contentment, drawing his longbow to its full extension. Whoosh! A streak of light sliced through the air. The skull of a charging spiked porcupine exploded in an instant. Its massive body, propelled by sheer inertia, collapsed onto the layer of decaying leaves with a thunderous crash, quickly revealing a core that glimmered with a faint luminescence. Congratulations on the defeat of the spiked porcupine, earning 80 experience points. Chapter 60. Advancement. The experience gained was quite satisfactory. A slight smile graced Xia Mu's lips as he spoke in a relaxed tone. In the state of their four-person team, each monster granted an impressive 80 points of experience, far exceeding his expectations. However, as the spiny porcupine emitted a mournful cry of impending death, it seemed to activate an invisible switch. The surrounding monsters froze momentarily before abruptly raising their fearsome heads. Their already crimson eyes now glistened like tears of blood, fixating intently on Xia Mu and his companions. With heavy breaths, they released billowing clouds of white mist, and after a brief silence, they charged forward with wild ferocity. Xia Mu effortlessly drew his longbow, releasing a series of swift, precise arrows that struck true. The monsters, caught off guard, fell to the ground, transformed into mere experience points before they had a chance to react. As Xia Mu continued his assault, the scent of blood wafted through the air, while distant shadows of trees swayed, accompanied by faint rustling sounds. The crimson eyes of the disturbed monsters began to glimmer like will-o'-the-wisps in the dim forest. From all directions, the startled creatures began to silently converge towards Xia Mu's team. Upon reaching a certain proximity, they launched into a sudden, frenzied charge. There was no time for warm-up. The battle erupted into a crescendo from the very outset. Why are there so many monsters? Lin Wei-yin felt a slight tension in her fair features as she observed the swarm encircling them, instinctively moving closer to Xia Mu. Qin Qianxue also felt the weight of anxiety, yet perhaps due to her confidence in Xia Mu, she managed to maintain her position. Lin Wei-yin maintained formation. Do not expose the fatty. He lacks the ability to defend himself. Xia Mu commanded coolly without turning his head. His longbow was drawn and released with rapid precision, the string twanging as he accurately dispatched the foremost monsters with headshots. Lin Wei-yin hesitated momentarily, casting a pleading glance at Qin Qianxue. who met her gaze and nodded gently. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fear, Lin Wei-yin forced herself to return to her original position. Fatty, buff your attack speed, Xia Mu shouted decisively. Oh, right. Li Shi, having been paralyzed by the onslaught of monsters, was jolted back to reality by Xia Mu's command, hastily applying 2 enhancement spells upon him. Your teammate has cast the haste spell on you, increasing your attack speed by 20. Your teammate has cast the strength spell on you, increasing your attack power by 20. System notifications rang in his mind, and a gleam of determination flashed in Xia Mu's eyes as he activated the split arrow skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air melded into a harmonious symphony, each projectile striking true, finding the vital points of the monsters. As long as any monster entered Xia Mu's range, the arrows would unfailingly descend upon them. Congratulations on defeating the rock beetle, gaining 70 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the screaming monkey beast, gaining 90 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the shadow leopard, gaining 80 experience points. System notifications flooded the screen. Within the team, Qin Qianxue and Li Shi had already mentally prepared for Xia Mu's formidable combat prowess. Faced with his overwhelming display, they felt astonished, yet managed to retain their composure. As Lin Wei-yin witnessed Xia Mu's prowess for the first time, she found herself utterly petrified. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her delicate lips slightly parted, momentarily forgetting to close as she stared blankly at the figure leisurely strolling ahead. With each gentle twang of the longbow in his hand, an accompanying system notification echoed, signaling the acquisition of experience. It was as if Xia Mu existed within an invisible domain of death, where any creature daring to enter would be instantaneously and precisely eliminated. The level 12 monsters, which in Lin Wei-yin's understanding required coordinated efforts from team members to vanquish, appeared as fragile as paper before Xia Mu. This is utterly absurd. Lin Wei-yin felt her perceptions being shattered. Was this truly the damage a level 15 could inflict? Just how formidable was his attack power? As a magic-based profession, she was acutely aware of damage values, and Xia Mu's effortless annihilation of monsters exceeded her wildest imagination. The team gradually advanced deeper into the dense forest. As monsters continued to surge toward them, Lin Wei-yin, don't just stand there watching. If any monsters slip through on the right flank, I entrust you to handle them. Xia Mu's voice rang out, his pace noticeably quickening. No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his wrist, and a streak of light shot forth, precisely piercing the head of Shadow Panther that had attempted to ambush Lin Wei-yin from the shadows, nailing it to a tree trunk. Oh, splendid. Lin Wei-yin jolted back to reality, shaken from her awe of Xia Mu's terrifying strength. Her staff radiated a shimmering halo, and several icy shards erupted forth, striking several approaching beetles and freezing them in place. Before she could unleash another skill, a flurry of golden light swept through, and the beetles were instantaneously pierced by arrows. Congratulations on defeating the rock beetle, gaining 70 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the rock beetle, gaining 70 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the rock beetle, gaining 70 experience points. Simultaneously, Qin Qianxue showcased the might of her concealed profession. With a graceful lift of her jade-like hand, the space before her rippled violently, and 2 dark fissures tore open behind her. A commanding roar reverberated through the forest. From the rifts emerged 2 colossal figures, enveloped in overwhelming pressure. One was a fire dragon, its wings spanning several meters, covered in bright red scales ignited by roaring flames. As Little Red made her entrance, the searing heat distorted the air. The other was an even more terrifying black dragon, its body cloaked in thick, rock-like ebony scales, its limbs sturdy like pillars, causing the ground to tremble with its landing, exuding an aura of immovable stability. With a fierce flap of its wings, the little red dragon expanded its chest, unleashing a blinding stream of crimson dragon breath like a torrent of molten lava. The fan-shaped area before it was instantly transformed into a tumultuous sea of flames, engulfing several monsters attempting to ambush from the shadows. Their anguished cries echoed as crimson damage numbers continually erupted above them. The dragon breath not only served as a potent area attack, but also carried a burning effect, persistently incinerating the enemy's health. Upon witnessing the formidable assault of Xiaohong, Qin Qianxue and her companions truly comprehended the outrageous extent of Xia Mu's damage. Xiaohong's dragon breath was grand in scale and expansive in coverage. However, the health bars of the monster struck directly by it barely diminished by 1/10. In essence, with Xiaohong's offensive prowess, it would require at least 10 breaths of dragon fire to vanquish a single creature. In stark contrast, Xia Mu effortlessly dispatched these monsters with a mere flick of his wrist. The disparity in damage was evident. "Be careful, Mu Ge!" Li Shi exclaimed in alarm. Before them, several monsters engulfed in flames from the dragon breath cunningly circumvented Xiaohong's front and charged fiercely towards Xia Mu's vulnerable back. Chapter 61. The Turn of Events. Dahe blocked their path. Qin Qianxue's gaze sharpened, and with a cold snort, the black obsidian crystal emitted a low growl. The massive dragon wings suddenly flared, obstructing the trajectory of the approaching monsters. The colossal dragon tail swept through the air with a thunderous sound, sending several fiery creatures crashing violently away. With an impeccable synergy, the two dragons executed both offense and defense. Xiaohong's chest swelled once more, as the searing dragon breath churned within its throat, aimed directly at the fireballs hurled by Dahe. However, before the dragon breath could be unleashed, several streaks of light surged forth, striking precisely into the heads of those creatures. With a series of soft thuds, their struggles ceased abruptly, and their charred remains plummeted to the ground. Puff puff. Xiaohong was choked by the dragon breath it had restrained, letting out a loud snort that expelled a small plume of black smoke. Shaking its enormous head, it turned to Qin Qianxue with a look of grievance. Its vast dragon eyes filled with reproach. A trace of helplessness flickered across Qin Qianxue's face. Just as she found an opportunity to assert herself, the enemy vanished. Fighting alongside Xia Mu made it exceedingly difficult to leave a mark. Li Shi's chubby face tightened as, after casting his two meager seals toward Xia Mu, he could only nervously hide in the protective enclave formed by Xia Mu and the others, vigilantly scanning his surroundings while muttering incantations. "Be careful of the three on the left. Brother Mu." Just as the words left his mouth, 3 streaks of light flashed by, and the 3 monsters fell in response. "Brother Mu, watch the tree to your right front." "Wow, Brother Mu is so fierce." "Miss Lin, there's a stray one behind you." "All right, splendid." Li Shi felt that he was essentially of little use. Aside from planting 2 seals on Xia Mu, it seemed he could only exclaim 666. In truth, he was underestimating himself, for besides Xia Mu, his contributions were indeed the most significant among those present. After all, the enhancement seals he provided to Xia Mu were continuously in effect. Meanwhile, Qin Qianxue and Lin Wei had only made a token effort earlier, remaining in standby mode for the majority of the encounter. Although they were on high alert, they found no targets that required their intervention. The battlefield remained solely Xia Mu's stage. Xia Mu's efficiency in eliminating foes was astonishing, with experience points accruing every second. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Monsters with blood-red eyes that ventured within a 30-meter radius of him faced a barrage of piercing light arrows. The cores of the fallen monsters continuously extracted themselves from the lifeless bodies, their radiance converging into Xia Mu and the others, who swiftly collected them. Unbeknownst to them, the number of monster cores they amassed had already approached 1,000. At that moment, had anyone glimpsed the real-time rankings on the stone monument in the square, their jaw would surely drop. The top 4 newcomers had each collected over 300 cores, while the 5th place had a mere 30. Such a disparity was utterly despairing. Xia Mu's Soul Slaughter Seal was also rapidly enhancing its attack power with each successive kill. Observing the swift rise in the attack power displayed on his attribute panel, a satisfied curve crept onto his lips. As Qin Qianxue and her companions closely followed Xia Mu, their expressions gradually became numb upon witnessing the scene before them. They had never felt so justified in reaping experience without effort. It was not that they were unwilling to contribute. Rather, Xia Mu provided them no opportunity to do so. With each passing second, the metallic scent of blood in the air thickened. Unbeknownst to them, their brows furrowed tighter in the midst of their ennui. Under Xia Mu's terrifying onslaught, the monsters before them fell like wheat before the scythe, their bodies piling up like mountains. The glow of their cores merging into a radiant expanse. Strangely, despite such an efficient extermination rate, the monsters around the four showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, they surged relentlessly from all directions. With the buff from Master Li, Xia Mu's attack speed approached a staggering 5 arrows per second, the twang of the bowstring resonating like a continuous hum. Yet, as the tide of monsters swelled, Xia Mu began to feel a hint of overwhelm. Something is amiss. Master Li licked his parched lips, his voice thick with confusion. Muge, why do I feel that? Something about the current situation is off, but I can't quite articulate what it is. Indeed, something felt wrong. As Xia Mu swiftly loosed arrows, eliminating the relentless wave of monsters, his tone grew grave. There are more and more monsters. My attack speed is struggling to keep up, and the attributes of these creatures are peculiar. Attributes have increased significantly? Qin Qianxue and Lin Weiyin were taken aback, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Since their earlier token effort, they had been reduced to mere spectators. The damage inflicted upon the monsters was visible only to the one who struck. Thus their understanding of the creatures was entirely based on Xia Mu's seemingly effortless kills. The monsters appeared so vulnerable before Xia Mu that they subconsciously regarded them as nothing more than ordinary foes. Are you suggesting the attributes of the current monsters are significantly higher than when we first entered? Qin Qianxue inquired. Indeed, Xia Mu replied, shooting an arrow that exploded the head of a monstrous creature resembling a giant wolf. I cannot ascertain all their attributes, but the lowest health of these monsters exceeds 3,000, and their defenses have markedly improved. 3,000 health? Lin Weiyin gasped, her voice faltering. That is at least equivalent to a level 15 dungeon boss's health. Are you certain? Absolutely. With Xia Mu's affirmation, Lin Weiyin anxiously scanned their surroundings, her beautiful face draining of color as she beheld the grotesque figures surging like a tide under the dim red moonlight. If what Xia Mu said was true, they were essentially besieged by countless level 15 bosses. How could she not be frightened in the face of such a dire situation? This was undoubtedly a catastrophe for their fledgling team of barely level 10 adventurers, were it not for the extraordinary and almost irrational presence of Xia Mu. Their team would scarcely have been enough to fill the gaps left by these monstrous entities. However, given the density of the creatures in this area, it raises a perplexing question. How could the other students possibly withstand such a challenge? Qin Qianxue gazed at the lush forest surrounding her and inquired with a hint of confusion. This is precisely what I find most peculiar, Xia Mu remarked gravely. Since our entry into the forest, at least 2 hours have elapsed. Based on my clearing efficiency, we should have ventured at least 5 kilometers into the core area by now. Yet the reality is he swept his gaze across the almost unchanging, shadowy trees around them. We may not have even traversed 500 meters. Those teams with inferior equipment have long since left us far behind. Chapter 62. A sudden turn of events indeed. Muge, I have always sensed something amiss. Your words have finally illuminated my understanding. That gnarled, withered tree has been swaying before me for the past half hour. This implies that our progress has not exceeded 20 meters in this time. Li Shi's words struck the hearts of the group like a heavy hammer. Through the analysis provided by Xia Mu and Li Shi, Qin Qianxue and Lin Wei finally discerned the underlying issue. A chill enveloping them as the illusion of safety woven by Xia Mu's formidable prowess shattered completely. These creatures, akin to sharks detecting the scent of blood, surged relentlessly from every corner of the forest towards them. In essence, they were not advancing, but rather remaining stationary, facing an unending tide of monstrous onslaughts. Moreover, with the passage of time, the attributes of these monstrous waves grew increasingly formidable. Strikingly, the other awakened individuals who had entered the dense forest concurrently did not encounter such predicaments. What could be the cause of this? Just as the four were engulfed in their perplexity, An anomaly erupted within the forest. Ah! Help! Run! The monsters have gone mad! A harrowing scream and frantic cries of terror erupted suddenly from the depths of the forest. Xia Mu and her companions looked up to see several blood-soaked figures, battered and desperate, scrambling from the forest's interior. Their faces were painted with fear, their clothes drenched in crimson as they fled for their lives, heedless of everything around them. I don't want to die. This is nothing like what the instructor described. A boy, missing an arm, cried out as he dashed past Xia Mu and her companions, not even glancing at them. Roar! A ferocious roar, laden with savagery, emanated from the depths of the forest. Instantly, a colossal lava rhinoceros, its massive frame cloaked in gray scales, thundered forth, its 3 twisted horns stained with blood, its crimson eyes locked onto the fleeing figures, nostrils flaring as it exhaled scalding white vapor, charging towards them like a mountain on a rampage, poised to claim the lives of the newcomers. However, just as it was about to overtake them, the beast's eyes suddenly narrowed, and its massive head swung towards Xia Mu's team. Roar! An even more menacing growl resonated, and astonishingly, the lava rhinoceros abandoned its imminent prey, redirecting its charge straight towards Xia Mu. The creature's reaction tightened Xia Mu's brow in concern, amplifying her earlier doubts. The beast's speed was astonishing, and its immense bulk resembled a truck hurtling towards them. Be careful! Xia Mu's gaze sharpened as she issued a low command, drawing her willow-wood bow to its full moon form. Qin Qianxue responded with equal swiftness. Hey! Defend with all your might, block it! Roar! The Xinyan crystal dragon unleashed a thunderous roar. Its ebony rock armor erupted with a rich, earthy glow, forming a massive shield before them. Boom! The terrifying impact reverberated through the forest, a deafening sound that pierced the eardrums of the group. The enormous horn of the rhinoceros collided forcefully against the dragon's raised claw. Crack! A chilling sound of shattering echoed through the air. A mournful wail escaped from Dehei. The massive dragon's body forcefully hurled aside, crashing through several giant trees. It struggled to rise, but one of its forelimbs was grotesquely twisted, its ebony scales shattered, revealing pale, broken bones and searing dragon blood gushing forth. In a mere encounter, the formidable defensive prowess of the obsidian crystal dragon was utterly obliterated. Hey! Qin Qianxue gasped in anguish, her complexion pale. Xia Mu's pupils constricted sharply. The obsidian crystal dragon, renowned for its high defense, had been so easily devastated. The power of this colossal rhinoceros must be akin to a level 20 boss, if not higher, before he could ascertain the giant rhinoceros' level. A cacophony of cries and curses erupted from deep within the forest as countless disheveled figures fled. Monsters! All high-level monsters! Run! Help! Wang Chong and the others are all dead. Meanwhile, from the depths of the forest, the savage and bloodthirsty roars of beasts crescendoed. The ground trembled violently beneath the weight of countless heavy footsteps, trees crashing down in swathes. The entire dark forest seemed to erupt in chaos. An eerie scene unfolded. The monsters pursuing the fleeing figures, upon catching sight of Xia Mu, instinctively altered their course, charging towards him. Retreat! Back to the safe zone. Observing the horde of monsters closing in around them, Xia Mu decisively commanded with a commanding tone. The situation was dire. His expression was devoid of any semblance of ease. With unwavering resolve, he drew his longbow, releasing an arrow that struck the head of the previously encountered lava rhinoceros with pinpoint accuracy. A sickening squelch resonated as blood and brain matter erupted forth. Congratulations on slaying the lava rhinoceros, earning 700 experience points. The system notification rang coldly, yet went unnoticed. Qin Qianxue suppressed her heartache, swiftly summoning the gravely injured Dehei. Gazing at the corpse of the giant rhinoceros, felled by Xia Mu's arrow in an instant. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them, a chill racing from their toes to the crown of their heads. They finally comprehended the terrifying strength of those creatures that had been dispatched with such ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. The mere force of a collision had severely wounded the obsidian crystal dragon, The thought of such an impact landing upon them was unfathomable. Maintain formation, advance, and tighten up. Move. Xia Mu barked decisively, his longbow transforming into a blur. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air melded into a symphony, picking off any monsters daring to pursue or obstruct their path. He was like a sharp blade, carving a bloody path through the chaotic surge of beasts towards the city walls. Qin Qianxue and the others clung tightly to Xia Mu's heels, not daring to falter even a step. Cold sweat drenched their backs, dispelling any semblance of the relaxed demeanor they had previously held. Even Qin Qianxue, with her usual pride, found no inclination to resist after witnessing the lava rhinoceros's devastating blow to Dehe. At this moment, their singular thought was to stay close to Xia Mu and escape this hellish place as swiftly as possible. Under the leadership of Xia Mu, the four individuals safely returned to the city walls, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state, yet they emerged unscathed. As they set foot once more on the slate of the safety zone square, a chill ran through their hearts at the sight that met their eyes. The number of people gathered in the square was markedly fewer than when they had first arrived. Most bore ashen faces, their eyes filled with terror, and each was marked by injuries to varying degrees. Some clutched bloodied, severed limbs. Others had their abdomens wrapped in blood-stained cloth, while some had their faces a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Moreover, there were those who sat helplessly on the ground, their eyes vacant, as if their very souls had been extracted, murmuring to themselves in a trance-like manner. Qin Qianxue cast a glance at Xia Mu, her expression imbued with complexity. Had it not been for the inexplicable decision of those monsters to abandon their original prey and instead launch an assault on them in the forest, it was likely that the number of souls remaining in the square would have been reduced by at least half. Chapter 63. Unraveling the mystery, what in the world is happening? The attributes of those monsters do not correspond at all with their displayed levels. A blood-soaked young man shouted in a voice tinged with hysteria, possibly due to the recent brush with death. The level 12 firewolf was deceptively quick, outpacing me by a considerable margin, had it not been for my fortunate escape. Another young man, resembling an assassin, spoke with a tremor of fear in his voice. Our squad of 5 nearly met total annihilation while engaging an 11-level ironback bear. Its strength was absurd, far exceeding what one would expect from a creature of that level. They're all dead, all gone. Zhang Chong was right before my eyes, his throat viciously bitten through. A girl, her gaze vacant, murmured through her tears, her face and body smeared with the dried remnants of dark brown blood. Various voices flooded the ears of Xia Mu and his companions. The experiences of everyone converged on a singular, chilling truth. The monsters within this instance had undergone an unknown and terrifying transformation, their attributes surging alarmingly, their ferocity unleashed. This was nothing like the graduation assessment they had anticipated. Xia Mu lifted his gaze toward the blood moon above, radiating an eerie crimson glow. It hung there, eerily still, akin to a frigid eye observing their plight. A grave expression crossed Xia Mu's face. He felt an unsettling connection between the blood moon and the sudden, horrific transformation they were witnessing. It seems that everyone is facing a situation akin to ours, Qin Qianxue remarked, surveying the square with a furrowed brow, her cool voice carrying a weight of concern. The monsters here have undergone strange mutations. Indeed, Lin Wei's pallor suggested lingering fear as she nodded, grateful that they had not been besieged by monsters like the rest of them. Otherwise, these classmates might have had no chance of returning at all. Given the intensity of the onslaught, had it not been for Xia Mu, even their team would have had no hope of survival. This situation is undeniably peculiar. Li Shi's perplexed expression revealed his confusion. Even aggressive monsters should possess a certain range of alertness. However, today's events seemed utterly bizarre, as if all the monsters had broken free from the constraints of their rules, relentlessly advancing toward them from any distance. This situation, Qin Qianxue pondered Li Shi's words deeply. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed, "Your words remind me of something. I believe I have heard my father mention a similar occurrence." The group's attention immediately shifted to Qin Qianxue. eager to clarify the phenomenon they had just witnessed. Furrowing her brow, Qin Qianxue continued, "My father served on the Abyss battlefield. He once spoke of a potion developed in secrecy by the Ko nation to seize more monster resources on the battlefield, called Demon's Saliva Essence." Demon's Saliva Essence? Xia Mu furrowed his brow. This was a term he had never encountered before. Indeed, Qin Qianxue nodded and continued, stating that the scent emitted by the demon's saliva fragrance possesses a fatal allure for monsters, with its aroma capable of wafting for at least 3 kilometers. Once a monster catches even a whiff of this fragrance, it will recklessly surge towards the source of the scent. The Kingdom of Ko exploits this phenomenon by generating tidal waves of monsters in specific areas and subsequently harvesting them, thereby gaining control over resources far beyond those of other nations. Goddess Qin, such a substance is strategic. It surely would not be easily leaked, Li Shi remarked, scratching his head. Indeed, Qin Qianxue replied with a nod. The situation we encountered today is likely mere coincidence. The formula for the demon's saliva fragrance is considered the highest state secret of the Kingdom of Ko, which maintains stringent control over it. Unless it involves individuals of absolute trust, it is impossible for it to be divulged. Xia Mu's gaze flickered slightly as he rummaged in his pocket. When he raised his hand again, a small, thumb-sized transparent glass vial had appeared. Inside the vial was a viscous, pale blue liquid that had evaporated to more than half its volume, slowly sliding down the walls as he moved. "What is this?" Qin Qianxue asked, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at the glass vial in Xia Mu's hand. Xia Mu shook his head, extending the vial towards Qin Qianxue with a low voice. "I do not know. Earlier in the forest, I felt something hard pressing against my lower back, but I had no time to check, so I just placed it in my pocket." Qin Qianxue paused, carefully accepting the glass vial from Xia Mu's hand and scrutinizing it for a moment, her brow furrowing deeper. "I have never seen the demon saliva fragrance either, but my father mentioned it is a blue liquid, and the color of what you have here is somewhat similar. Look here. This mechanism seems to be for opening and closing the vial." As Qin Qianxue fiddled with the vial's switch, a serious expression crossed her face, and she looked up to ask, "Where did you get this vial?" Taking back the glass vial, Xia Mu examined the spot Qin Qianxue had indicated and replied calmly, "I do not know where this came from, but during this period, the only person who had the opportunity to slip this vial onto me was one." A chill permeated Xia Mu's words as he directed his gaze towards the other side of the square. Qin Qianxue and her companions followed his gaze to see Chen Jigang and Sun Man standing there, looking utterly disheveled against the wall at the edge of the square. Chen Jigang's face was ominously dark, and the sycophants who had once surrounded him had vanished, leaving only Sun Man, her head bowed and trembling. "It's Sun Man." Lin Wei gasped in shock. She recalled the moment when Sun Man had tearfully pleaded for Xia Mu's forgiveness, reminiscent of a flower drenched by rain. Indeed, if anyone had the opportunity to slip this glass vial onto Xia Mu after entering the instance, it would undoubtedly be Sun Man. Sun Man? Xia Mu's eyes narrowed as he coldly chuckled. "She is merely a tool." Qin Qianxue silently nodded, recognizing the truth in Xia Mu's words. Sun Man had no reason to act on her own. The identity of the person who had directed her was all too apparent. Qin Qianxue found herself perplexed, questioning, "I understand that you and Chen Jigang have a long-standing feud, but does he truly resort to such underhanded tactics over a mere grievance?" She continued, "If this substance is indeed the legendary demon saliva, its value is beyond measure. Once it spirals out of control, not only you, but all the inhabitants of the surrounding area could face dire consequences." "A mere grievance?" Xia Mu scoffed, her eyes glinting with an icy disdain. "Perhaps. Yet, it is far more likely that he believes I possess some extraordinary artifact, something worthy of his machinations." Qin Qianxue, deeply convinced, replied, "That is indeed plausible. With your extraordinary offensive prowess, had I not known you well, I too would suspect you of harboring some divine weapon." Lin Wei and Li Shi both nodded in agreement. Xia Mu's tone turned frigid. "This is not the first time he has attempted to harm me." Qin Qianxue was taken aback, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "He has tried to attack you before?" "Yes," Xia Mu replied calmly, nodding. It is likely not just Qin Qianxue. I suspect his father, Qin Hong, is also involved. Not long ago, he dispatched 3 assassins to eliminate me. Chapter 64. The emergence of crisis. This matter had already come to the knowledge of Zhang Ling and Shi Su, and there was no necessity for him to conceal it. Perhaps sensing the gaze of Xia Mu and the others, Qin Qianxue abruptly lifted his head. Upon seeing Xia Mu and his companions, his expression clearly revealed surprise, evidently astonished by their presence in the safe zone. He violently seized Sun Man's arm. His face contorted in rage as he interrogated her, while she vehemently defended herself. Due to the distance and the surrounding clamor, Xia Mu could not discern the specifics of their exchange. Coldly, he regarded the distant farce of mutual accusations, his eyes betraying no emotion. His gaze turned once more to the eerie blood moon hanging in the sky. Within the safe zone, the eyes of all the newcomers were filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. Faced with the bizarrely powerful monsters outside the city walls, taking refuge in the safe zone was undeniably the most prudent choice at that moment. In the face of death, the so-called graduation assessment had clearly lost its significance. Heavens! What is that? On the ramparts, a boy with a bandaged arm, as if confronted by a specter, pointed in horror beyond the walls. His voice trembling. Monsters are emerging from the forest. They are coming for us. The awakened ones resting atop the walls, upon hearing this cry, all sprang to their feet, gazing outward. What is happening? Are the monsters attacking the city? It's over, it's all over. This is not an assessment. This is merely a death sentence. As if to validate this dreadful conjecture, the ground beyond the walls began to tremble violently, as if countless colossal beasts were trampling simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The towering walls, constructed from massive black stones and symbolizing safety, began to sway slightly amidst the terrifying tremors. Xia Mu and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they rushed to the ramparts. When their eyes traversed the battlements and beheld the scene beyond, even Xia Mu's composure faltered, his breath catching in his throat. What had once been mere shadowy figures beyond the walls had now transformed into a chaotic sea of monsters. They no longer wandered aimlessly but surged forward as if driven by an invisible force, their eyes glowing crimson, saliva dripping, charging madly towards the walls. A myriad of monstrous forms mingled together, including the giant lizard, the cheetah, the tree spirit, and more horrifying shapes never before witnessed. At this moment, nearly everyone was drawn to the tumult outside the walls, as they observed the grotesque creatures pouring forth from the dark woods. The last vestiges of color drained from their faces, leaving only a pallid despair. Monsters are attacking the city. It is truly a monster siege. What shall we do? We will all die here. I refuse to participate in the assessment. I want to go back. A newcomer cried out in desperation, activating the teleportation stone in his hand. The stone glowed momentarily, only to be extinguished almost instantly by a force of regulation. The graduation assessment dungeon cannot be exited midway. Panic erupted entirely, and desperate cries resounded throughout the safe zone. Meanwhile, at Nansha No. 1 High School, the playground seemed to be shrouded in an invisible cloud, with an atmosphere so heavy it was suffocating. Less than 3 hours had elapsed since the newcomers entered the graduation assessment instance, and on the enormous magical crystal screen, the once numerous red dots representing hundreds of new students had now extinguished nearly 30%. The silent extinguishing of each dot signified the termination of a young life, the obliteration of a future. What on earth is happening? Why are so many perishing? On the platform, the cocky demeanor of Zhang Ling had vanished. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, and his bloodshot eyes fixated on the screen where the red dots continued to vanish. Another one gone. My heavens! What horrific events are unfolding within? A female instructor gasped in terror, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. It is merely a graduation assessment. Just a graduation assessment. The principal, Wang Wenchang, his hair white as snow, appeared pallid and unsteady. His heart wrenched as he gazed at the rapidly diminishing lights on the screen. These children are the hope of Nansha No. 1 High School. Indeed, the entire city of Nansha. Captain Zhang, Captain Shi, You must think of a way to save them. Chun Hong's eyes were wild with desperation, his voice hoarse as he nearly lunged at Shi Su. He could care less about others. However, among this year's newcomers was his own son. Shi Su's brow was equally furrowed. Once the instant space was activated, external forces could not intervene, a well-known fact. She turned to her companion. Qin Bai, what should we do? Qin Bai, his expression grave, stared intently at the flickering red dots on the screen. At this moment, the majority of the dots had gathered in the eastern region of the map, signifying the safety zone, forming a relatively dense cluster of lights. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anxiety within him, his voice low. At least, most of them have retreated to the safety zone. Although it is unclear what calamity has transpired inside, for the time being, the remaining individuals should be. Buzz, buzz, buzz before Qin Bai could finish his thought. A chilling crimson light suddenly erupted from the crystal screen, accompanied by a buzzing alarm. What is happening? The unexpected change sent the already tense individuals on the platform into a state of panic. Qin Bai's gaze remained fixated on the flashing red screen, his body involuntarily trembling, his voice betraying a hint of unrestrained quaking. A beast tide? Zhang Ling and Shi Su's faces paled, uttering in unison. When these words escaped the lips of the two assessors from the Battle Spirit Pavilion, the entire platform fell into an eerie silence. Beast tide? This term was one that everyone present had only encountered in records. It represented an exceedingly rare, yet utterly catastrophic event within the graduation assessment instance. The cause of its triggering was unknown, but once it occurred, all creatures within the instance would enter a frenzied state, with their four-dimensional attributes, strength, intelligence, agility, constitution, surging by a staggering 300. Moreover, all the monsters will launch a frenzied and organized assault on the safe zone. Coexisting with this lethal peril is an opportunity that can drive all awakened ones to madness. According to records, during the Beast Tide, slaying these frenzied monsters not only yields substantial experience points, but also rewards one with a wondrous item: free attribute points. It is said that the drop rate for free attribute points is exceedingly high. Of course, this is contingent upon one's ability to vanquish the mutated beasts that emerge during the Beast Tide. For newcomers caught in this turmoil, facing a relentless horde of monsters with attributes tripled is not merely an opportunity. It is an unequivocal deadlock. The last recorded Beast Tide occurred 137 years ago, and the outcome was catastrophic. All 821 newly awakened individuals who entered the dungeon perished, with none surviving. Chapter 65. We cannot surrender the Beast Tide. Damn it, why has this been triggered? Zhang Ling's voice was deep and hoarse, laden with a palpable sense of helplessness. Quickly, Qin Bai suddenly turned, his large hand trembling noticeably as he seized Shi Su's slender arm with such force that it elicited a muffled groan of pain from her. His bloodshot eyes locked onto hers, and his voice, tinged with urgency, quivered slightly. Shi Su, hurry. Contact headquarters, utilize all privileges, and request the highest level of emergency assistance. Quickly, boss. Shi Su gazed into Qin Bai's eyes, where despair threatened to overflow, feeling the violent tremors in her arm, as if her heart were gripped by a cold hand. This was the second time she had witnessed such an expression on her leader's face. The last time had been on the Abyss battlefield, when he had lost both his sworn brothers and his beloved due to treachery. Hurry up. Qin Bai, seeing Shi Su lost in thought, could no longer restrain his fury, his neck muscles bulging, eyes bloodshot, his roar infused with a heart-wrenching madness. All right, boss, I will contact them immediately. Sisu, jolted by his furious shout, snapped back to her senses, suppressing her fear as she hastily retrieved a special communicator from her pocket and input the highest-level communication code. Zhang Ling approached Qin Bai, extending his own trembling hand to firmly grasp Qin Bai's still quaking arm. His gaze was intense as he spoke deliberately. Boss, remain calm. This is not the time to break down. You must trust Qianxue. Trust that girl. She is your and Yun Jia's daughter. She will surely emerge from this alive. Qin Bai abruptly raised his head to look at Zhang Ling, his lips quivering violently, as if he wished to speak. Yet no words escaped his lips, only heavy breaths accompanied by the fierce rise and fall of his chest. Within the instants atop the city walls, Xia Mu stood at the edge of the parapet, the blood moon casting a long shadow of his figure. A horde of monstrous creatures surged forth from the forest, resembling an endless tide of darkness. Even Xia Mu could not help but feel a sliver of helplessness at this sight. Although he possessed formidable offensive power capable of annihilating foes in an instant, these creatures, exhibiting an abnormal surge in attributes, were now overwhelming him with sheer numbers. 5 arrows a second? What if 10 or even 20 monsters attacked him simultaneously? Could he withstand such an onslaught? Xia Mu, we may be facing the legendary beast tide. Qin Qianxue stood beside him, her pale face etched with despair. At her words, Xia Mu felt his heart plummet. The term beast tide, once merely a phrase encountered in extracurricular texts, had now materialized into the consuming darkness that loomed before him. His heart sank to the depths as he instinctively turned to look at his companions. Qin Qianxue's face was devoid of color. Lin Wei's lips were tightly pressed, her body trembling slightly, while Li Shi's complexion had turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The fear conjured by this desperate situation enveloped each individual like a tangible shadow. Would they truly perish here? Xia Mu gazed at the encroaching tide of beasts below the city, a sense of unwillingness gradually surfacing. He possessed a hidden talent capable of defying fate, a golden attribute brimming with infinite possibilities. His journey of transformation had merely commenced. How could he concede here? No, it was utterly impossible. A surge of almost savage combativeness instantly dispelled the despair within Xia Mu's heart. He curled his lips into a smile, his gaze resolutely fixed on Qin Qianxue and the others. We cannot give up. Qin Qianxue froze for a moment, suddenly jolted by her own feelings of despair. Indeed, how could they simply surrender? Observing Xia Mu's incongruous smile amidst the surrounding atmosphere of dread, her racing heart inexplicably steadied. Tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead, she declared. Lin Wei and Li Shi nodded gravely in agreement with Xia Mu. Xia Mu turned his attention to the boundless wave of monstrous creatures below the city wall, his voice steady. In this situation, I have no brilliant plans, but his gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his arm, a willow bough materialized in his hand, a testament to his unwillingness to surrender easily. Raising his eyes to the blood moon in the sky, he spoke with unwavering conviction. Rather than waiting for death, let us take a gamble. What do you think? Though Xia Mu's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly among the new arrivals on the city wall, drawing their attention to him. No one wished to die, nor did they want to await their demise. Xia Mu's words ignited a flicker of hope in the darkness, prompting everyone to begin shifting their feet towards him. You speak so lightly. A voice laced with mockery interrupted. Just look at how many monsters are down there. If you seek death, do not drag us along. Qin Qianxue had appeared on the city wall, his expression equally grim, yet upon hearing Xia Mu, his habitual sarcasm spilled forth. He gestured towards Xia Mu, his tone laced with incitement. Since the great genius Xia is so confident, why not set an example for everyone? Go out and slay those monsters. If you dare to do so, I, Qin Qianxue, will be the first to respect you. Xia Mu cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Qianxue, dismissing him entirely, and turned back to the approaching beast tide, whispering, I want to give it a try. Xia Mu's indifference deepened Qin Qianxue's scowl. Just as he was about to unleash another wave of ridicule, another voice interrupted. I will join you. Qin Qianxue stepped forward without hesitation, her eyes resolute. And I, Lin Wei declared, her staff emanating a frosty aura. Brother Mu, take me with you. Li Shi's voice trembled, yet his steps were resolutely firm. The four exchanged glances. No words necessary. A warm current surged within Xia Mu. He nodded. All right, let us fight with all our might. Xia Mu, I shall stand with you. Damn it, let us do this. Yes, it is better to fight than await for death. Let us join Xia Mu. I refuse to die. I must return home. Damn it. The attitude of the four, akin to sparks igniting in a pot of oil, instantaneously ignited the last flicker of passion in the hearts of the despairing crowd atop the city walls. The instinct for survival eclipsed their fear. and an increasing number of newcomers felt the fervent flames of madness blaze in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Kill! As the wave of beasts approached ever closer to the walls, Xia Mu uttered a low command, drawing his bowstring taut. Whoosh! An arrow, a streak of light, tore through the air, instantly piercing the skull of a leading fire wolf, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Yet due to inertia, it continued to slide forward for a distance. Killed mutated fire wolf, gained 500 experience points. Killed beast wave monster, gained 1 free attribute point. Chapter 66. Free attribute points, a system notification echoed, momentarily startling Xia Mu. Free attribute points? He swiftly accessed his attribute panel and was taken aback by the solitary digit displayed beneath the free attribute point section. In a seemingly dire situation, he had managed to acquire such an extraordinary boon. Without hesitation, he allocated that single free attribute point to agility, feeling a subtle, refreshing energy coursing through his body. His attack and movement speeds experienced a slight enhancement. Though the effect of a single point may appear negligible, a significant accumulation could lead to transformative changes. Contemplating this, Xia Mu lifted his gaze towards the surging tide of beasts below the city wall, a flicker of fervor igniting within his eyes. The grotesque creatures that had driven him to the brink of despair now stood as his only hope for escape. If he could amass a sufficient number of free attribute points, he harbored a newfound confidence that he could carve out a path to survival. Even in this seemingly inescapable predicament, it was worth noting that despite having recently surged to level 16 through a series of fierce battles, the total of his attribute points barely exceeded 100. In contrast, the number of monsters amassed beneath the city wall was nothing short of staggering. Should the probability of acquiring free attribute points from vanquishing these beasts prove favorable, the potential rewards could be astronomical. With this in mind, Xia Mu decided against further experimentation and activated his kill mode. Any creature that ventured within his range would be met with a shimmering, pale golden arrow. The notifications from the system began to stream in relentlessly. Defeated a mutated bristly wild boar, gained 500 experience points. Defeated a mutated worm, gained 600 experience points. Defeated a mutated rock serpent, gained 800 experience points. Defeated a beast tide monster, gained 1 free attribute point. Defeated a mutated shadow leopard, gained 500 experience points. Defeated a mutated fire wolf, gained 700 experience points. Defeated a mutated giant pincer tail, gained 600 experience points. In a brief span, nearly 100 mutated monsters fell beneath Xia Mu's arrows, allowing him to gauge the probability of acquiring free attribute points, approximately 10. Given the extraordinary nature of free attribute points, a 10 chance was remarkably high. Within mere minutes, he had amassed over 10 free attribute points, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Fatty, grant me a buff. Xia Mu called out without turning, confirming that Li Shi's speed spell had been stacked upon him before activating the split arrow technique. With the speed spell's enhancements, he reached an astonishing rate of 5 arrows per second, further multiplying that with the split arrow ability. In an instant, a radiant golden sun seemed to envelop him, as 15 pale, golden arrows erupted from his willow bow each second, the sound of arrows slicing through the air resonating continuously. The monstrous tide beneath the city walls fell in waves, akin to the harvest of autumn wheat. The onlookers atop the ramparts gazed upon the spectacle, their expressions frozen in a state of stupor. They were not unfamiliar with these aberrant creatures, well aware of the grotesque nature of their attributes. Yet, the scene before them plunged them into a profound self-doubt. Could these beasts truly be the same entities that had so recently assailed them? In a shadowed corner of the battlements, Chun Jigang's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Xia Mu would possess the courage to fight in such dire circumstances. Nor could he have foreseen the razor-sharp precision of her attacks. Observing the crowd's adoration towards Xia Mu, he coldly inquired of Sun Man Man, "Are you certain that the item was applied to Xia Mu?" Sun Man Man, glancing at Xia Mu enveloped in golden arrows, revealed a complex expression before nodding softly. "I'm certain." A flicker of malice crossed Qin Qianxue's eyes as he regarded Xia Mu with a sardonic smile. Let you bask in glory for now. I shall relish the sight of you being torn to shreds when these monsters close in on you. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, Xia Mu was unperturbed by Qin Qianxue's presence. As the 30 seconds of the split arrow's effectiveness came to an end, she miraculously tore a breach in the orderly wave of beasts. Just as her split arrow skill concluded and her attacks returned to normal, a pink light flickered among the crowd, precisely landing upon her. Xia Mu, this is my support skill, called Time Blossom Rewind, which can reset the cooldown of any of your skills. Xia Mu felt a surge of energy coursing through her. Astonished to find the shackles on her split arrow skill lifted once more. Turning around, she spotted a petite girl in the crowd, timidly gazing at her. Without hesitation, Xia Mu extended a party invitation to the girl. After the invitation was accepted, she wasted no time. The split arrow was activated again, unleashing a barrage of arrows. What's the cooldown time for your skill? She inquired. 5 minutes, the girl replied. Excellent. Xia Mu's eyes glimmered slightly. Her split arrow also had a cooldown of 5 minutes. With the girl's addition, the two skills complemented each other perfectly, effectively doubling the duration of the split arrow's efficacy. With the assistance of both the girl and the portly companion, Xia Mu's kill efficiency soared, bolstered by over 50,000 points of attack power. Each arrow that soared forth claimed the life of a monster. The cores of the beasts continuously emerged from their fallen bodies, transforming into streams of white light that merged into Xia Mu and her allies. Even though these creatures were in a state of heightened attributes during the monstrous tide, any monster struck by Xia Mu's arrows met an inevitable fate of instantaneous demise. The dark swarm of beasts collapsed in droves, while the system's notifications cascaded into Xia Mu and her companions' ears like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, all ranged awakened atop the city walls joined the fray with fervor. When their assaults descended upon the monstrous adversaries of the city gates, they truly comprehended the sheer terror of Xia Mu's devastating prowess. For these creatures, each one typically required the concentrated firepower of a dozen individuals to bring down. Yet under Xia Mu's onslaught, even with the activation of Split Arrow, each projectile delivering a mere 60 of a standard attack's damage, they were inexorably doomed to be obliterated. This staggering disparity filled them with profound despondency. However, confronted with the inevitability of demise, every individual summoned their utmost strength. They relentlessly unleashed their skills upon the throngs of monsters amassed at the base of the city wall. As time progressed, the relentless tide of beasts was, against all odds, gradually impeded by their collective efforts. Chapter 67. Resistance. Xia Mu opened his attributes panel, and after a brief 30 minutes of relentless combat, he had accumulated nearly 100 free attribute points. This time, Xia Mu chose not to invest all his points solely into agility. After such an extended period of high-intensity output, he began to feel a slight soreness in his arms. Although his attack speed had significantly increased, sustaining such a high frequency of output required a solid foundation of physical strength. He allocated 20 of his free attribute points into Constitution, while the remainder was dedicated entirely to agility. The moment he completed the allocation, Xia Mu felt a lightness enveloping his body. His movements and steps became remarkably more agile. Normally, the minor distribution of attribute points did not yield such a pronounced effect, but this time, with nearly 100 points added to agility, the transformation was strikingly evident. At this juncture, Xia Mu's agility attribute had soared to 209 points. With such a formidable agility boost, his attack speed reached an astonishing 6.2 arrows per second. With the added effect of Li Shi's swift incantation, his normal attack speed escalated to 7.5 arrows per second. When he activated Split Arrow, he could unleash a staggering 22 arrows per second. Such output efficiency was nothing short of miraculous. Despite the collective efforts of the group, the advance of the beast tide was only somewhat mitigated. However, as time passed, it steadily approached the city walls, with some relatively agile monsters beginning to scale the walls. Many awakened warriors specializing in melee combat joined the fray atop the walls. Although Xia Mu's harvesting efficiency was extraordinary, his attack range remained limited, preventing him from covering the entirety of the wall. Even at his utmost effort, he could barely defend half of the nearly 100-meter-long wall. Boom! 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 In areas beyond Xia Mu's reach, the beast tide drew ever closer, with relentless crashing sounds echoing throughout. The walls trembled violently under the onslaught of countless monsters, and the once solid surface of the black rock began to show intricate cracks. Xia Mu, the wall cannot withstand much longer. Lin Wei-yin exclaimed nervously, gesturing toward the furthest point from Xia Mu's firepower. Xia Mu's gaze swept over the area indicated by Lin Wei-yin, where several massive earthshaker bulls were wildly battering the wall with their colossal horns. Each impact was accompanied by a painful cracking sound resonating through the structure. Furrowing his brow, Xia Mu noted that while the attacks from standard monsters inflicted some damage to the wall, its sturdy construction could endure for a time. However, the damage wrought by the enormous earthshaker bulls was visibly catastrophic. Qin Qianxue instructs Xiao Hong to use dragon breath to temporarily halt those earthshaker bulls. Xia Mu commanded sternly. Understood. Qin Qianxue responded without hesitation. With a flick of her staff, Xiao Hong, who had been poised and ready, unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing a torrid breath of fire that cascaded down like a molten waterfall. In an instant, a towering inferno nearly 10 meters high was erected before the section of the wall being assaulted by the earthshaker bulls. This was the level 20 skill of the fire dragon, the firewall technique. Mu. The earth-shaking bulls were scorched by the sudden onslaught of searing flames, emitting anguished roars as they retreated in haste. Though the flames could not instantly extinguish these rugged beasts, they effectively barred them from breaching the city walls. All ranged attackers, focus your fire on those bulls. Ensure they are slain before the wall of flames dissipates. Summer's voice resonated clearly in the ears of every newcomer atop the walls. After a brief moment of stupor, the ranged awakeners on the walls snapped back to reality. Ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, energy arrows. The brilliance of various skills reignited. Boom, 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 bang, 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 while single attacks inflicted minimal damage on the resilient bulls. The simultaneous barrage of dozens of strikes was sufficient to bring them down. A few of the bulls let out wretched cries before crashing to the ground, struggling momentarily before falling still. Summer let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. His attribute panel now reflected an accumulation of over 100 free attribute points. He allocated 20 points to Constitution, while the remainder of the free points were all invested in agility, bringing his agility attribute to an impressive 320 points. Each increment made him feel increasingly nimble, and with Li's buff enhancing his speed, he reached an astonishing rate of 10 arrows per second, which surged to a terrifying 30 arrows per second upon activating split arrows. Summer's squad was guarding half of the wall's perimeter, and the advance of the beast tide began to show signs of stagnation. However, constrained by the limitations of his attack range, the threat to the wall was far from neutralized. On the opposite end of the wall, the charge of the earth-shaking bulls was merely a prelude. More colossal and powerful monsters were closing in. More alarming still, some mutated creatures with ranged attack capabilities began to exert their influence from the rear of the beast tide. Beware of the venom. My leg. Fire. It's on fire. Quickly extinguish the flames. Chaos erupted atop the walls as venom splattered against the stone, emitting hissing corrosive sounds, while flames spewed by fire wolves incited cries of terror among the crowd. The defensive formation was swiftly torn apart, resulting in casualties. Lin Wei, go assist them over there. Take a group to extinguish the flames with ice and water skills. Qin Qianxue, have the hay block those venomous attacks. Fatty, you, and Su Xiaodang stay close behind me. Summer's voice remained calm, his bow and arrows unwavering, each arrow striking with precision at the most threatening ranged monsters. With every twang of the bowstring, a venomous giant lizard or fire wolf succumbed to his aim. Su Xiaotang, the petite girl who had just joined the team, would immediately apply her skill upon cooldown to reset Summer's split arrow cooldown. A golden storm of arrow rain erupted once more, relentlessly plowing through the advancing beast tide. At this point, the buffs enveloping Summer had reached an extraordinary level. Blessings of strength, agility auras, elemental enchantments, critical hit enhancements, and damage amplifications. Regardless of their utility to the archer, nearly every support skill was bestowed upon Summer. The vibrant hues enveloped him entirely, rendering him akin to a deity of war descending upon the mortal realm. The surviving newcomers atop the city walls gazed in awe at the figure standing at the parapet, single-handedly confronting a formidable surge of beasts. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment. Was he still human? His strength was extraordinary, almost beyond belief. "We are saved. Follow Xia Mu. We can survive. Look at the rankings on the stone tablet." At that moment, a voice filled with shock echoed forth, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards the stone tablet at the center of the square. Chapter 68. Frenzy growth. At this moment, the top 5 teams on the monument, led by Xia Mu, had amassed over 2,000 monster cores. Even Su Xiaodang, who had joined later, had approached a staggering count of nearly 1,500. In stark contrast, the 6th newcomer had a pitiful total of just over 60, a discrepancy of an entirely different magnitude. Qin Qianxue lurked in a relatively safe corner at the back of the crowd, his gaze fixed on the monument, his expression dark enough to draw rain. As he beheld the godlike Xia Mu and listened to the adulation from those around him, jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous serpents. The sight of Sun Man casting a glance at Xia Mu's retreating figure, tinged with a hint of regret, ignited a fiery wrath within Qin Qianxue. "So proud, are we? Relish your triumph while it lasts, Sun Man. Is that thing truly secured?" he whispered, seeking confirmation once more. Sun Man, fixated on Xia Mu, absent-mindedly nodded, "Yes." "Good." A flicker of malicious glee flashed in Qin Qianxue's eyes as he envisioned the scene of her being torn to shreds by monsters. The battle atop the city walls raged on, oblivious to Qin Qianxue's thoughts. Then, without warning, catastrophe struck. Boom! A thunderous roar, far more terrifying than any prior impact, erupted suddenly, as if a colossal hammer had struck the city walls, causing them to tremble. Xia Mu, in the midst of unleashing his fury, felt his pupils constrict involuntarily and turned sharply towards the source of the sound. Under the relentless assault of several magma giants and earth-shattering oxen, a section of the wall, spanning over 10 meters, collapsed inward like toppled blocks, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the sky. A massive breach appeared before the crowd. "The city has fallen." A chilling scream pierced the night sky. As the walls crumbled, dozens of awakened individuals, unable to evade the disaster, plummeted from the heights, buried beneath the rubble. Instantly, the monsters surged forth like a black tide, pouring into the safe zone through the breach. "Run! The monsters are coming in." A piercing cry sent chaos erupting atop the walls. The crowd disintegrated into pandemonium, shrieking and shoving, frantically leaping off the walls into the valley towards the so-called safe zone. The scene devolving into utter chaos. They had completely forgotten that the safe zone was no longer safe. The monsters flooding into the area, their crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam, began to slaughter the newcomers who had leapt from the walls. Witnessing the bloody turmoil within the safe zone, Xia Mu furrowed his brow tightly and turned to Qin Qianxue and the others, declaring, "Stay close behind me. We must fight with all our might." As he spoke, he dashed towards the gaping hole in the collapsed wall. "Xia Mu," Qin Qianxue called out anxiously. Without looking back, Xia Mu pushed through the disordered mass of people and swiftly arrived at the breach, drawing his bowstring taut once more to unleash a relentless barrage against the oncoming tide of beasts. Qin Qianxue clenched her teeth and hurriedly followed in Xia Mu's direction. Li Shi, Lin Wei-yin, and Su Xiaotang followed closely behind. At this moment, the majority had already leapt from the city wall, leaving it desolate and empty. Xia Mu stood upon the crumbling edge of the wall, his willow-wood bow transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. He unleashed the limit of 10 arrows per second with exquisite precision. Vinginju immédiate positionnetta heibeside Xia Mu, shielding him from all ranged attacks from the approaching monsters. Xiao Hong raised a wall of fire at the breach in the wall. Li Shi and Su Xiaotang remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the buff status on Xia Mu. The instant it faded, they were prepared to replenish it. Lin Weiyin unleashed her level 10 skill, Frost Path, at the breach, effectively slowing the influx of monsters. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated like a sharp chorus, each arrow finding its mark in the skulls of the monsters attempting to surge through the gap. The creatures at the forefront fell in rows, their bodies quickly accumulating and gradually dissipating into white light, providing a fleeting obstacle for the subsequent waves of foes. Kill Mutated Swiftwolf. Gain 600 experience. Kill Mutated Rock Beetle. Gain 750 experience. Kill Beast-Tide Monster. Gain 1 Freedom Attribute Point. The system notifications flooded the screen, with Freedom Attribute Points accumulating at an unprecedented pace. Xia Mu had no time to glance at his panel. All newly acquired points were immediately invested in Agility. Agility, 320. 350. 380. 400. As his agility soared, Xia Mu's body became increasingly nimble, effortlessly evading the occasional ranged assaults that Dahei failed to intercept. Meanwhile, his bow continued to roar, achieving a firing rate of 13 arrows per second, recklessly harvesting amidst the monster's howls. With the support of his teammates, Xia Mu single-handedly stifled the torrent of monsters pouring through the breach with his bow. However, within the safety zone behind the wall, chaos had erupted into a bloody hell. The multitude of monsters that had surged into the safe zone prior to Xia Mu's intervention resembled starving wolves unleashed upon a flock of sheep, their crimson eyes glinting with a thirst for blood as they lunged at the panicked newcomers who had hastily jumped from the wall. The cacophony of screams, wails, and monstrous roars melded into a symphony of despair. The safety zone descended into turmoil, with battles raging fiercely. Faced with the mutated creatures that had become more ferocious and reckless, many were overtaken by fear, recklessly unleashing skills and inadvertently injuring their comrades. Blood stained the ground, severed limbs scattered about, and despair spread like a plague. At that moment, a breath of fire erupted from the top of the wall, instantly forming a wall of flames that stretched for dozens of meters within the safety zone. Everyone, stay calm. Gather towards this side of the firewall. Utilize its barrier. Range classes concentrate their attacks, while melee fighters hold off the monsters that attempt to circumvent the flames. Qin Qianxue's slightly hoarse voice rang out. Though her voice was soft, it revived the clarity of thought among the crowd, prompting all the newcomers to instinctively gravitate towards the side of the firewall. The remote awakeners, suppressing their fears, began to focus their fire on the most formidable monsters. Meanwhile, some creatures that circumvented the firewall were valiantly held at bay by the melee awakeners, who gritted their teeth in determination. The support team exerted every effort, prioritizing healing and enhancement skills for the frontline fighters. The battle within the safe zone remained fiercely intense, although it was no longer a one-sided massacre. The downfall of each monster was accompanied by the injury or even sacrifice of multiple awakeners. The number of individuals within the safe zone visibly dwindled at a rapid pace. When a last mutated firewolf was simultaneously shattered by several icicles and fireballs, an eerie silence enveloped the safe zone. Chapter 69. The scent of incense fading at this moment, the remaining newcomers stood at less than 1/3 of their original number. Each one bore wounds, their garments tattered, and their faces reflected a dazed expression, as if they had narrowly escaped death. The entire safety zone resembled a desolate ruin ravaged by a tempest. Xia Mu, why did you not save everyone? A piercing voice shattered the heavy silence. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source, where Qin Qianxue emerged from behind a pile of shattered rocks, accompanied by Sun Man. Clad in clean, tidy attire, he evidently had not endured much hardship. He pointed at the gruesome scene around him, directing his sharp words at the figure atop the city wall, still unleashing golden arrows. Xia Mu, with your offensive prowess, you could have easily spared a few arrows to assist us in vanquishing these monsters. Your attack speed is so rapid that even a few stray arrows would have been a lifeline for us. Yet, you chose to stand by and watch as countless lives were lost. Qin Qianxue's voice echoed throughout the silent safety zone, imbued with fervent agitation. Some of the recently traumatized newcomers gazed vacantly at Xia Mu on the wall, then at the fallen bodies beside them, and feelings of despair and skepticism began to take root. On the city wall, Xia Mu was too preoccupied to heed Qin Qianxue's accusations. However, Li Shi, standing behind him, was incensed and reddened with indignation, ready to retaliate. Yet, before he could utter a word, an enraged voice erupted. "Shut your mouth, Qin Qianxue." The speaker was Zhao Feng, a male classmate of Xia Mu. Bloodied and with his left arm hanging limply, he clearly bore severe injuries, yet his eyes blazed with fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Qianxue and shouted, "Where the hell were you hiding just now? I didn't see you emerge to slay a single monster." Xia Mu single-handedly held off the entire beast tide. Without him stationed there, do you think we would have faced just that few monsters? The subsequent wave of beasts would have torn us all to shreds. You expect him to divert his focus to save a coward like you hiding in the back. Zhao Feng's words ignited a powder keg of outrage. Indeed, Qin Qianxue, cease your baseless accusations. If it weren't for Xia Mu blocking the breach, we would all be dead by now. Isn't your Qin family wealthy? Don't you have good equipment? Why didn't you step up and slay a few more monsters to save lives? Exactly. You are the true coward, too afraid to fight. Now you dare to blame those who risked everything. Xia Mu saved us all. Without him, we wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and confront you. The surviving newcomers erupted in collective fury, each voicing their sentiments, their ire directed unmistakably at Qin Qianxue. They had personally witnessed the bloody battle upon the city wall and were acutely aware of the terrifying pressure endured by Xia Mu's team. Even the final push to organize an effective counterattack had been orchestrated by Qin Qianxue atop the wall. Qin Qianxue's face turned ashen, caught off guard by the audacity of those who had usually refrained from confronting him. To his astonishment, they now rallied behind Xia Mu. He surveyed the sea of angered faces, particularly Zhao Feng's eyes, which seemed to blaze with fire, and his own confidence waned. "You a bunch of ungrateful wretches." Qin Qianxue, with an fade of bravado, retreated to the corner, his countenance darkened under the scornful gazes of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Xia Mu remained oblivious to the discord below. His bowstring vibrated incessantly, relentlessly dispatching the grotesque creatures that surged forth. With agility surpassing 550 points and an attack speed of 17 arrows per second, augmented by Master Lie's support, he resembled an unyielding machine of destruction. A deluge of golden arrows repelled the relentless tide of beasts beyond the city walls. The survivors within the safety zone, after a fleeting moment of catharsis, fell into a heavy silence, their hopes for survival resting squarely upon Xia Mu's shoulders. Just as the newcomers settled into stillness, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the shadows of a nearby ruin within the safety zone, a specter of unmatched swiftness emerged, a shadow leopard. This creature burst forth alarmingly close to the corner where Qin Qianxue and Sun Man were huddled. Upon its appearance, the creature's crimson gaze fixated on the nearest prey, locking onto Qin Qianxue and Sun Man with deadly intent. A low, guttural roar, laden with the scent of blood, reverberated through the air. "Ah!" Sun Man screamed, terror sweeping over her. Qin Qianxue, his heart pounding, was gripped by primal fear. The battles in the forest had left him shaken, and his fine equipment provided no reassurance against these mutated beasts. Survival instincts surged within him, and in a moment of desperation, he thrust Sun Man forward with a fierce push. "You!" Sun Man, caught off guard, stumbled into the path of the oncoming predator, her terror still etched on her face. The brutal sound of claws tearing through flesh reverberated ominously. The shadow leopard's talons pierced Sun Man's delicate waist, while its maw clamped down viciously on her shoulder, blood erupting like a fountain. "Ugh!" Sun Man's cries ceased abruptly. Her eyes widened in agony and bewilderment as she turned to Qin Qianxue. In her beautiful eyes, pain and confusion swirled, ultimately crystallizing into an unquenchable resentment. Qin Qianxue spared her but a fleeting glance, using her body as a shield to gain precious seconds, scrambling desperately towards the crowd. His expression betrayed no remorse, only a grim relief at having narrowly escaped. "Beast!" Zhao Feng, who had previously led the charge against Qin Qianxue, erupted with fury, his eyes ablaze. The shadow leopard, now gnawing at Sun Man's lifeless form, became even more frenzied with the taste of blood. Casting aside the lifeless body, its crimson gaze shifted to the remaining survivors. Focus fire on that beast. Zhao Feng, enduring his own grievous wounds, bellowed with indignation. The brilliance of skills ignited once more, as fiery projectiles, ice shards, and slicing winds rained down upon the shadow leopard. On the city wall, Qin Qianxue, who had been subtly attentive to the movements below, witnessed this despicable scene. A cold fury ignited in her icy gaze. Scoundrel! Although most of Xia Mu's energy was devoted to repelling the tide of beasts, he caught a glimpse of the tumult below out of the corner of his eye. His expression hardened. He had anticipated Qin Qianxue's vile actions, yet he was astonished by the depths of his depravity. With no time for words, he loosed arrows at the monstrous breach, their lethality seemingly intensified. Under the collective wrath of the crowd, the shadow leopard was swiftly vanquished. In a corner, Qin Qianxue crouched, gasping for breath, his face pale as parchment. He dared not glance in the direction of Sun Man's corpse, nor could he bear the scornful gazes of those around him. He understood that he had become a pariah, reviled by all. His eyes fixated on Xia Mu atop the wall, his teeth grinding together in rage. "It's all because of you, Xia Mu, all because of you," Qin Qianxue screamed inwardly in madness. Chapter 70. Standing alone against the horde, the battle atop the city walls raged on with fervor, as Xia Mu's attributes surged amidst the carnage. The pressure at the breach lessened somewhat. A multitude of monsters, drawn by the opening, surged toward this point, yet many others continued to batter the walls at distant segments. Far from Xia Mu. "At this rate, the walls over there will not withstand for long," Qin Qianxue remarked, her brow furrowed with concern. Xia Mu's mechanized arm repeated the motion of drawing and releasing his bowstring, the prolonged tension rendering his neck stiff. He turned his head slightly, gazing toward the far end of the wall, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Alone, he could not hope to defend this 100-meter stretch of fortification. His eyes swept over the sparse newcomers in the safety zone, a sense of helplessness crossing his features as he whispered to his teammates behind him, "Do your best. No matter what happens, stay close to me." Upon hearing Xia Mu's words, Qin Qianxue and the others immediately understood his intent, their expressions shifting with alarm. Gazing at the seemingly endless tide of beasts outside the walls, a similar bitterness spread across their faces. If the wall were to crumble, the safety zone would be swiftly overrun by the horde. At that moment, it would be exceedingly difficult for Xia Mu to protect them, let alone spare any energy to assist others. Perhaps sensing the expressions of Xia Mu and his companions atop the wall, Zhao Feng, bloodied yet determined, struggled to stand. He lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the figure still fighting valiantly at the breach, his voice hoarse. "Xia Mu, what do we need to do down here? Just give the orders. We refuse to perish without a fight." His voice shattered the silence within the safety zone, igniting the last flicker of courage within the survivors. Indeed, the monsters still lurked outside, and Xia Mu was still fighting with all his might. How could they resign themselves to inaction? Yes, follow Xia Mu's lead. Damn the monsters. Up the wall. Let us avenge our fallen brothers. A chorus of resolute shouts erupted. The survivors gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes once more fixed upon the battlements. Hearing the rallying cries from below, a subtle flicker of emotion passed through Xia Mu's eyes. He did not turn back, but responded to this weighty trust with an even more relentless rain of arrows. Ranja professionals. Form a line on the other side of the wall. Prioritize attacking the larger beasts. Support. Focus on enhancing the range attackers. Healers. Prioritize safeguarding the melee fighters. As Qin Qianxue witnessed the others ascend the wall once more, she wasted no time and swiftly organized their defense. Though their numbers had dwindled, those who had survived thus far possessed both skill and a measure of fortune. The remaining ranged awakeners took cover behind the crenellations of the wall, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the advancing monsters. The support members exerted every effort to cast various enhancement spells upon them. In an instant, the pressure from the beast tide against other sections of the wall diminished significantly. Yet, even so, numerous monster attacks still struck the battlements, and cries of anguish occasionally pierced the air. Was it still not enough? Qin Qianxue observed the brutal scene atop the wall, her delicate features gradually paling. Xia Mu turned his head, observing the figures on the city wall being struck down by the distant monsters, exhaling a breath of frustration. How much longer until the dungeon concludes? Qin Qianxue paused, quickly glancing at her watch. Approximately 2 hours. But the city wall, it may not withstand that long. Xia Mu nodded, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. He retrieved a glass vial containing a deep azure liquid from his pocket. Qin Qianxue, who had been cowering in the safety zone, fixed his gaze intently on Xia Mu. When he beheld the vial in Xia Mu's grasp, he was momentarily taken aback. He had doubted whether Sun Man had successfully placed the monster saliva on Xia Mu, yet he never anticipated that not only had Xia Mu discovered it, but he was now brandishing it. A fierce expression crossed Qin Qianxue's face. Since Xia Mu had uncovered the monster saliva, he could surely deduce his intent to kill. It seemed prudent to ensure his swift departure from this world after they exited. Xia Mu turned to meet Qin Qianxue's icy glare, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He flicked the vial open with his thumb, his arm rising to cast the monster saliva precisely into the depths of the breach in the wall. Boom! The moment the monster saliva struck the ground, the tide of beasts erupted as if plunged into boiling oil, all monsters emitting deafening roars, abandoning their original targets in a frenzied rush toward the breach. Instantly, the pressure atop the wall dissipated as every creature redirected its focus towards Xia Mu. Alone, he stood before the breach, facing a torrential onslaught. Swish, swish, swish. The split arrow technique was unleashed once more, dozens of pale, golden arrows bursting forth from his fingertips, weaving an impenetrable net of death. The foremost monsters collided with an invisible steel wall, instantly pierced by the arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The creatures behind them charged over their fallen kin, only to meet the same fate in the next instant. Beneath the wall, the corpses of the monsters amassed at a visible rate, only to dissipate into beams of white light in the blink of an eye. Xia Mu pressed his lips tightly together, his focus consumed entirely by the relentless tide of beasts, oblivious to all else. Draw, release. The motions were succinct, efficient, lethal. With every vibration of the bowstring, lives were precisely extinguished. The notification of kill, gain free attribute point 1, echoed repeatedly in his ears. The free attribute points were his sole hope of holding this position. Agility, 600. 650. 700. His body seemed to transcend an invisible constraint. As his arms moved, only a blur remained, drawing and releasing the bow with fluid grace, a ceaseless cycle that quickened to an almost suffocating pace. The sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air formed an unbroken symphony of sonic booms, leaving no gaps to be discerned. What was ostensibly a single target attack transformed in Xia Mu's hands into a tempest of steel harvesting lives. The monsters before him fell in droves as if swept by an unseen scythe. This efficiency in reaping would leave even area damage mages in awe. Time slipped away quietly amidst the unending carnage. The tide of beasts seemed endless, while Xia Mu's attributes ascended at a startling velocity. Agility, 700,750,800. When her agility surpassed the 1,000-point barrier, her attack speed stabilized at an astonishing 24 arrows per second. In a state of split arrow, this equated to the release of dozens of lethal projectiles each second. The rain of arrows fell like a torrential waterfall, obscuring the sun, its might magnificent, as if a celestial being wielded a bow to render judgment. Gasp! The newcomers witnessing this scene could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This was beyond mere strength. It utterly subverted their understanding of archers. Qin Qianxue lurked in a shadowy corner of the safe zone, his expression grim as he gazed upon the figure above the city walls, reminiscent of a deity descending to the mortal realm. Fear and jealousy intertwined within him. Fear due to the superhuman power displayed by Xia Mu, and jealousy for the radiant glory that surrounded her. Chapter 71. You stay. From the visibly escalating attack speed of Xia Mu, Qin Qianxue finally comprehended that the source of her formidable strength was not some ethereal, level-less equipment, but rather her own terrifying potential. With this realization, Qin's jealousy intensified to an unbearable degree. The battle raged on, fierce and protracted. While the awakened on the city walls could rotate and recuperate, only Xia Mu remained steadfast above the breach, not retreating an inch. Her agility stat ultimately settled at an astonishing 1109 points. At long last, the thick darkness before dawn began to recede. The faintest hint of pale light spread across the eastern horizon as the blood moon gradually faded from the sky. A warm ray of morning light pierced through the heavy clouds, cascading upon the scarred earth below. Ding! Dungeon time has ended. The cold system notification echoed like a celestial melody in the minds of every survivor. A radiant glow enveloped everyone in the valley. The suffocating roars of beasts and the pressure of death seemed to freeze in an instant. Silence enveloped the city walls, as if even the air had solidified for a moment. In the next second, "Whoa, we survived. We made it." A voice, choked with tears, ignited the silence like a fuse. Subsequently, the euphoric explosion of joy from those who had survived engulfed everyone. "It's over. Finally. It's over." Some knelt upon the city walls, frantically pounding the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brothers, we can go home." Others clung tightly to the broken bodies of their comrades, tears streaming down their faces. "Mom, Dad." A young girl collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in a daze as her tears flowed freely. The mingling sounds of weeping, cheering, and hoarse cries surged together, breaking free from the confines of the valley and soaring into the heavens. The taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and the extreme fatigue combined with overwhelming joy caused many to collapse to the ground, laughing and crying simultaneously. Beginning teleportation. A multitude of grateful and awestruck gazes converged upon a young figure standing above the breach. It was this figure who had stood resolutely amidst the sea of corpses and blood throughout the night, paving the final path to survival for them all. Xia Mu also exhaled deeply, as if expelling the accumulated slaughter and fatigue of the entire night from her chest, and her eyes finally flickered with a hint of relief. However, just as everyone reveled in the ecstasy of survival, a triumphant laugh echoed from the safety zone. "Ha ha ha! I survived. I am truly blessed. Finally free from this cursed place. Ha!" Xia Mu abruptly turned, her gaze sharp as a blade, instantly locking onto the source of the voice. The crowd followed her gaze and beheld Qin Qianxue, dusting himself off as he swaggered out with unabashed pride, as if he were the ultimate victor of this survival game. All sounds on the city walls came to an abrupt halt. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, pierced only by the jarring laughter of Qin Qianxue, reverberating through the desolate safe zone, creating a stark contrast. The sudden, eerie stillness caused his laughter to choke in his throat. Instinctively, he gazed towards the city wall, where the eyes of all present were fixated upon him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Realizing that his earlier actions had incited public outrage, Qin Qianxue felt a pang of anxiety. However, he dismissed it with a disdainful smirk, pointing at several survivors on the wall who had scolded him most vehemently. "What are you staring at? A bunch of worthless dogs. Just wait until I get out." Xia Mu's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly raised his longbow in Qin Qianxue's direction. "Stand down." His icy command resonated, and in an instant, a golden arrow tore through the air, shrieking with the promise of death, slicing across the sky. The next moment, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the teleportation array, engulfing all the survivors in the valley. At the playground of Nansha No. 1 Middle School, every gaze was locked onto the activated teleportation array at its center. The clock's hands relentlessly approached their conclusion. The vast expanse of the playground was shrouded in silence, the air seeming to solidify. Suddenly, a bright light flickered. One by one, figures materialized within the dazzling glow of the enormous teleportation array. The warm sunlight cascaded down, illuminating their pallid faces, devoid of color. An overwhelming sense of unreality weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. There were neither the anticipated cheers nor the cries of anguish. The entire playground was enveloped in a peculiar stillness. Everyone's minds were frozen on the last scene before leaving the instance. Xia Mu drawing his bow towards the void, a final image reminiscent of a judge's decree. Qin Qianxue stood quietly beside Xia Mu, observing the weariness etched on his pale profile. She remained silent, gently clasping his trembling hand, weakened from exhaustion. Xia Mu's body stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing. As he felt the warmth emanating from her grasp, his gaze swept across the familiar and unfamiliar faces before him. Those expressions were a blend of relief for having survived and sorrow for lost companions, intermingled with genuine gratitude and profound reverence directed at him. He lifted his head towards the azure sky above, squinting slightly as the sunlight pierced his eyes. I have survived. The frozen silence of the playground shattered as the anxious crowd erupted in commotion. At the forefront stood Qin Bai, stripped of his usual authority and composure, his eyes bloodshot, scanning the crowd emerging from the teleportation array with a frenzied gaze. When that familiar figure came into view, Qin Bai instinctively activated his level 60 One-Storm Swordmaster's dash skill. In a flash, he appeared before Qin Qianxue like a specter. Qianxue, his voice, laden with emotion, nearly broke. Dad! Upon seeing the contorted visage of his father, marred by concern, Qin Qianxue's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, the tension and fear she had experienced in the instance now transforming into a torrent of sorrow. Qin Bai abruptly opened his arms, enveloping his daughter in a fierce embrace, the intensity of which seemed as though he might crush her to pieces. It's all right. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The once stoic and resolute Qin Bai found his voice choked with emotion, the overwhelming surge of feelings rendering him almost unsteady on his feet. In this euphoric moment of regained joy, Qin Bai's rough hands repeatedly caressed his daughter's hair and back, relishing the warmth of her tangible presence. After a brief moment, having confirmed his daughter was safe and sound, Qin Bai finally shifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Chapter 72. I do not know. Qin Bai inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. The madness in his eyes faded, restoring his usual composure and sharpness. He gradually released Qin Qianxue, lifting his gaze to survey the entire playground. What once was a throng of nearly 1,000 newcomers entering the instance had now dwindled to a mere scattering of less than 300 emerging. Qin Bai's heart sank further. The unexpected outcomes of this graduation assessment would significantly impact Nanshe. This represented a severe fracture in the emergence of new awakeners this year, a loss so profound it rendered him nearly breathless. Qianxue, what transpired within? Did a beast tide occur? What is the casualty count? Where are the others? Qin Bai's voice was low and urgent, a barrage of questions spilling forth. Understanding her father's current anxiety, Qin Qianxue refrained from unnecessary words. She nodded, inhaling deeply, poised to speak. Where is Qin Qianxue? Have you seen Qin Qianxue? A roar abruptly drowned out Qin Qianxue's voice, shattering the faintly warming atmosphere of the playground. The crowd turned in horror to witness Chen Hong, his eyes bloodshot and wild, charging into the teleportation zone. He violently seized the nearest surviving boy, his face contorted with rage as he demanded answers. The unfortunate soul in his grasp was Zhao Feng, who had previously organized the defense. Speak. Have you seen my son? Where is Qin Qianxue? Why hasn't he emerged? Chen Hong shook Zhao Feng's injured body forcefully, saliva spraying across his face, his voice hoarse and frenzied, carrying a disturbing obsession. The movement agitated Zhao Feng's wounds, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, causing him to stifle a groan, his complexion pale as a sheet. Gazing into Chen Hong's frenzied eyes, a fleeting image surged in his mind of Qin Qianxue pushing Sun Man toward the Shadow Leopard, igniting a fierce contempt within him. His gaze flickered past Chen Hong to briefly meet Xia Mu's indifferent stare. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, wrenching himself free from Chen Hong's grip. I did not see him. I do not know where Qin Qianxue is, he declared flatly. With that, he mustered his strength, retreating several paces to stand alongside his fellow classmates, evading Chen Hong's predatory glare. And you? Have you seen Qin Qianxue? Chen Hong lunged at another girl. The girl trembled in fear, recalling Xia Mu's blood-soaked battle to protect them in the instance. She suddenly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. No, I did not see him. I don't know. I was paying attention. Like a headless fly, Chun Hong interrogated one survivor after another. But the responses were astonishingly uniform. No one divulged any details regarding Chun Jigang's demise. All survivors, in unison, chose to protect Xia Mu, the one who had pulled them back from the brink of hell. Through silence and deceit, they erected an invisible barrier around her. Chun Hong's gaze frantically swept through the crowd before finally fixing upon the composed Xia Mu. Xia Mu. Chun Hong's voice twisted and contorted with extreme rage as he pushed through the throng, confronting Xia Mu, a tempestuous aura enveloping her. You're still alive? How is it that you survived? Chun Hong's roar, imbued with the oppressive force of a level 47 battle technique, reverberated painfully through the eardrums of those nearby. The newcomers, standing in proximity, instinctively paled and took several steps back. Xia Mu slowly lifted his gaze, meeting the murderous intent in Chun Hong's eyes, his tone devoid of any tremor. Why can't I live? You killed Chun Jigang, didn't you? Answer me. Did you murder my son? Chun Hong fixed his gaze on Xia Mu's eerily calm eyes, an unfounded intuition gnawing at him, suggesting that this person before him had indeed slain his son. Xia Mu remained silent, merely observing him with an expression that seemed to regard a frenzied jester. His indifference ignited Chun Hong's fury completely. You will die. A tempest of flames erupted around him, and a flaming blade, ablaze with fervor, was recklessly swung down towards Xia Mu's head. The blade, suffused with the essence of death, descended upon Xia Mu, the searing heat lifting his fringe. Chun Hong, stop! Qin Bai exclaimed, a mixture of anger and shock coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Chun Hong would dare to commit murder before his eyes. The tempestuous power within him surged, and in an instant he appeared before Xia Mu, unleashing a sword strike enveloped in a hurricane. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed, as Qin Bai's colossal sword firmly intercepted Chun Hong's flaming blade. The violent shockwaves scattered around them, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. President Qin, my son is dead, and this wretched beast is the one who killed him. Do not stop me. Chun Hong, thwarted in his attack, had completely shed any semblance of respect for Qin Bai, now screaming in a frenzy, desperately attempting to break through the sword's blockade. Qin Bai's muscles tensed as he forcefully deflected Chun Hong's fiery blade, his expression darkening. Calm yourself. No one knows what transpired in the instance. On what grounds do you assert it was Xia Mu? Evidence? Chun Hong faltered, unable to confess the sordid truth of his collusion with his son. President Qin, given my son's equipment and prowess, how could he possibly perish before these useless fools? They remain alive, yet my son is dead. This is the evidence. They are all shielding the murderer. Xia Mu, your silence betrays your guilt. You are the culprit, and I demand retribution. He howled in a seemingly deranged state, making another attempt to bypass Qin Bai. Just at that critical juncture, a cool voice broke through weight. Qin Qianxue stepped forward, her demeanor unwavering as she faced Chun Hong. Uncle Chun, I understand why you believe Xia Mu killed your son. Her words, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, instantly captured the attention of all present. Father, look at this, Qin Qianxue declared, retrieving a delicately crafted glass vial from her pocket and extending it towards Qin Bai. Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback. After he had cast the magical essence into the breach of the city wall, he had not given a second thought to the whereabouts of the vial. Little did he realize that Qin Qianxue had quietly retrieved the incriminating evidence at some point. Qin Bai, perplexed, accepted the vial, unable to fathom his daughter's intentions. However, when his gaze fell upon the faint residue of viscous blue liquid at the bottom of the bottle, his pupils dilated in sudden alarm. Chapter 73. Exposure. He abruptly twisted open the bottle cap and brought it close to his nose, a peculiar and strange odor instantly flooding his nostrils. This is demon saliva fragrance. Qin Bai's voice was laced with incredulous anger. Boom! The entire playground erupted into chaos. Demon saliva fragrance? Good heavens! Is that not something exclusive to the kingdom of Ko? Why would it appear here? There are spies, a spy from the kingdom of Ko has infiltrated our southern city. Listening to the commotion around him, Qin Bai's face darkened, as if it could drip water. He narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze fixed upon Qin Qianxue. Where did this come from? At that moment, Zhang Ling and Xia Mu hurriedly approached. Qin Qianxue caught sight of them, pulling Xia Mu back a few steps, and said, "This item was secretly placed on Xia Mu by Qin Qianxue amidst the chaos. As for where Qin Qianxue obtained it." She locked her gaze on Chen Hong. "I believe Uncle Chen knows better than anyone else, right? Slander. This is blatant slander." Upon seeing the glass bottle, Chen Hong's face twisted with a menacing fury that instantly froze, replaced by an unmistakable panic. He hissed in a fierce voice, "My son is already dead. On what grounds do you accuse him of placing this on Xia Mu? This is framing. Where's your evidence? Present the evidence." Qin Bai's brows knitted tightly, as a flash of memory surged through his mind, recalling the moment before the assessment began. When the newcomers entered the instance, he distinctly saw Chen Hong and his son conversing in a corner of the podium, where Chen Hong seemed to have handed an inconspicuous small object to Qin Qianxue. At the time, he thought it was merely a casual exchange between father and son, but now it raised numerous suspicions. Principal Wang, immediately retrieve the holographic surveillance from the podium. Qin Bai issued a command to the hastily arriving principal of the first high school, his cold gaze fixed on Chen Hong. "Chen Hong, what did you hand to Qin Qianxue before the newcomers entered the instance map?" Boom! Qin Bai's words struck like a hammer, pounding against Chen Hong's heart, making his head buzz. Once the surveillance is retrieved, everything will be laid bare. His identity will be thoroughly exposed. "Get away from me!" Chen Hong suddenly roared, unleashing a powerful shockwave that forced back those who were near. Seizing the moment while the crowd was still in shock, he turned and fled frantically toward the exit of the playground. He must escape. He had to get out. Think you can run? Qin Bai was filled with righteous fury. Beneath his very eyes lay a hidden spy from the kingdom of Ko, a tremendous humiliation. Storm, with a furious shout. The tempestuous power surged around Qin Bai, transforming him into a blue shadow, his massive sword aimed directly at Chen Hong's back. Simultaneously, two figures, equally filled with murderous intent, encircled him from either side. It was Xia Mu and Zhang Ling, their faces etched with frost, their eyes ablaze with seething hatred. The kingdom of Ko was an indelible pain in their hearts. Xia Mu swiftly drew her fiery longbow. An arrow imbued with the essence of destruction locked onto Chen Hong's path. Zhang Ling let out a thunderous roar, his formidable physique leaping forth like a cannonball. The massive beast-headed shield, infused with immense power, was forcefully brought down upon the path that Chen Hong sought to escape. Surrounded on three sides, a situation of absolute annihilation. Chen Hong, merely at level 47, found himself besieged by three awakened beings of far superior rank. Realizing that escape was futile, a frenzied madness erupted in his eyes. He whirled around, casting a venomous glare toward the distant figure of Xia Mu, who stood unmoving, coldly observing the unfolding drama. "You little wretch, it's all because of you. Without you, my son would not have died, and I would not have been exposed. Prepare to accompany me in death." Chen Hong relinquished all defenses, and in an instant, Qin Bai's storm giant sword pierced through his lower back, spilling forth a torrent of scalding blood. Yet he paid it no heed, raising both hands high above his head. A hum resonated as a spear of flames, as thick as a bowl and crackling with black electricity, coalesced above him. The tip of the spear distorted the very fabric of space. This was the pinnacle skill of a level 47 warrior, the spear of world incineration. Chen Hong let out a final, anguished cry as he hurled the spear, infused with all his might towards Xia Mu's chest. With a whoosh, the spear transformed into a streak of destructive light, tearing through the air in an instant, hurtling towards Xia Mu with such speed that even Qin Bai, renowned for his quickness, could not react in time. "No!" Qin Qianxue cried out, recklessly lunging towards Xia Mu, only to be forcefully shoved aside, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. Xia Mu, not far off, Lin Wei and Su Xiaodong turned ashen, their voices rising in frantic screams. "Damn it! Qin Bai's eyes widened in rage, his attempt to intervene arriving a beat too late. Xia Mu, Dutch. Su and Zhang Ling, too, were caught off guard. All the newcomers on the playground could not help but shut their eyes, as if they had already witnessed the horrific sight of Xia Mu being pierced by that spear of destruction. However, in the face of this devastating blow, capable of severely wounding or even killing awakened ones below level 50, Xia Mu remained steadfast, unmoving. His gaze was as cold as ever, even tinged with a trace of mockery. Just as the spear of world incineration was about to pierce his chest, a faintly transparent lattice shield flickered into existence, nearly imperceptible against the backdrop of the crimson-black destructive light. Bone! The anticipated scene of his body being pierced and bloodshed did not materialize. The cataclysmic energy erupted, scorching the surrounding ground into charred remnants. Waves of heat rolled forth, causing Xia Mu's garments to flutter and his tousled hair to dance. Yet at the center of that tempest of destruction, Xia Mu stood resolutely, his expression serene, his gaze indifferent, not even the hem of his clothing marred in the slightest. It was as if that world-shattering strike had no bearing on him whatsoever. Time seemed to freeze entirely in that moment. Everyone seemed petrified, with Qin Bai's expression of anger frozen on his face. The attacking motions of Su and Zhang Ling were suspended mid-air, while Lin Wei's gasp of astonishment was caught in her throat. All the teachers, members of the Battle Soul Pavilion, and surviving graduates were wide-eyed and agape, their minds blank from the jarring spectacle that defied all logic. Blocked? Unscathed? How could this be? That was the ultimate move of a level 47 battle mage. Even Zhang Ling, known for his defensive prowess, would have sustained severe injuries if he had taken head-on. Yet Xia Mu, he was merely a fledgling, barely awakened with a level in the teens. Bang! Crack! The chilling sound of bone fracturing abruptly shattered the eerie silence. Zhang Ling's furious beast-headed shield struck Chen Hong's side with tremendous force. Having been severely wounded by Qin Bai and compelled to unleash his most powerful strike, Chen Hong could no longer withstand it. His body was hurled away like a tattered sack, propelled over 10 meters by the overwhelming force, crashing onto the hard concrete playground, tumbling several times. His limbs contorted at unnatural angles, blood swiftly spreading beneath him. He convulsed a few times, his eyes fixed in disbelief and seething resentment towards Xia Mu, ultimately losing all glimmer of life. Chapter 74. Forced to endure only when the dull thud of Chen Hong's lifeless body struck the ground did the frozen moments seem to flow once more. A collective gasp of disbelief echoed across the desolate playground. Was my vision deceiving me? Xia Mu, he withstood Chen Hong's formidable attack, unscathed? My heavens, is he even human? I had thought Xia Mu's offensive capabilities were terrifying, yet his defense was simply astounding. A wave of astonishment, akin to a tsunami, swept through the hearts of all present, as Xia Mu's might shattered their preconceived boundaries in a nearly savage manner. Qin Bai slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze toward Xia Mu filled with incredulity and gravity. What extraordinary secret lies within this young man? He stared deeply at Xia Mu, forcefully suppressing the tempest within. His voice stern. Warsoul Pavilion, he my command. Immediately seal off all external transportation hubs and communication nodes in the southern city, and thoroughly investigate Chen Hong's entire social network, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Bai paused, his eyes flashing as he surveyed the crowd. Conduct immediate physical examinations and psychological counseling for all surviving students. Furthermore, his voice bore the weight of iron resolve. Everything that transpired on the playground today is classified as top secret. No one is to divulge a word. The orders were swiftly disseminated, and the members of the Warsoul Pavilion sprang into action with efficiency. Barriers were erected, communications were restricted, and the surviving students were guided away. The atmosphere on the playground remained one of shock. Xia Mu had undeniably become the focal point of everyone's attention. The scene of him enduring the spear of desolation unscathed was etched indelibly in the minds of all. Qin Qianxue hurried to Xia Mu's side, her voice trembling slightly. Are you really all right? You scare me to death just now. Xia Mu gazed into her eyes, softened by her genuine concern. I'm fine. Just a minor aftershock. He paused momentarily, a wry smile gracing his lips as he whispered in a tone only she could hear. From now on in the southern city, I fear I can no longer play the fool. What? Qin Qianxue looked at Xia Mu in confusion, not comprehending his words. Xia Mu shrugged playfully, responding, when encountering a tiger, one can only endure. You. Qin Qianxue was both exasperated and amused by his untimely jest, delivering a playful punch to his arm, her enchanting gaze piercing through him as she scolded. In times like this, how can you still find the humor to joke around? Qin Bai approached, his gaze lingering on Qin Qianxue for a considerable time before transforming into an ambiguous sigh. He had witnessed clearly the moment when Qin Qianxue had unhesitatingly rushed to Xia Mu's aid during the peril. He stepped before Xia Mu, his large hand landing heavily on his shoulder. You young man, you're hiding quite a lot, aren't you? Xia Mu grinned, harboring serious doubts that Qin Bai's heavy-handed pat was unintentional. This matter, he decided, would be left for them to resolve. Qin Bai restrained his expression, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Xia Mu, Qianxue, you should return and rest. Get a good night's sleep to restore your spirits. He deliberately emphasized his words, fixing his gaze on Xia Mu's eyes as he added, Xia Mu, remember to seek me out at the first opportunity after you've rested. Keep this in mind. Come find me at any time, without hesitation. Xia Mu understood, nodding gently. All right, Uncle Qin. With that, he did not linger, turning away amidst the scrutiny of numerous discerning eyes and walking towards the playground's exit. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Xia Mu cast aside his shoes and socks, collapsing onto the bed, his consciousness instantly plunging into darkness. The relentless battles throughout the night in the instance had drained not only his physical strength, but also his mental fortitude. The roars of the beast tide and the looming shadow of death exerted a dual pressure, keeping Xia Mu's mind in a state of high tension. The fatigue that followed his relaxation bound him firmly within the depths of a profound slumber. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Longting building, in Qin Bai's office, a classified communication room crafted from a special energy-absorbing alloy exuded a tense atmosphere. Qin Bai's countenance was grave as he stood before a massive holographic communication screen. In summary, during the graduation assessment instance for newcomers in Nansha, designated as number 0086, a beast tide surged at 12:15 p.m. today, Longwood time. Qin Bai's voice was low, having preliminarily assessed that the intensity and scale had far surpassed the limits that the newcomers could endure. Across the communication screen sat 3 members of the Elder Council, representing the highest echelons of authority within the South China region's Battle Soul Pavilion. Even through the screen, Qin Bai could acutely feel the heavy pressure emanating from the other side. Silence reigned on the communication line. After a moment, an elderly voice, tinged with unmistakable sorrow, inquired, "Are we certain it was a beast tide?" For those newly awakened, a beast tide signified an inevitable death sentence. Qin Bai swallowed hard, forcing 2 weighty words through gritted teeth, confirmed. Once again, silence enveloped the communication room. After a prolonged pause, another steady voice shattered the stillness. What are the casualties? Long Jinhue, the chief elder of South China, who appeared to be in his early 50s, spoke with an unusual calm. Yet beneath that calm lay an uncontainable undercurrent of turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Qin Bai suppressed the heaviness within him and replied, his voice dry. The newcomers who entered the instance included 278 combat-type awakeners from 12 universities in Nansha. Survivors, 289. The casualty rate exceeds 80. What? A gasp emanated from the other end of the communicator, not merely in reaction to the shocking casualty figure, but rather in astonishment that nearly 300 had managed to survive amidst the ravages of the beast tide. An 80 casualty rate was undeniably a catastrophic blow for the Awakener's ranks in Nansha. However, if this toll was predicated upon the encounter with the beast tide, its implications shifted dramatically. Qin Bai, Long Jinyue's tone lost its steadiness, replaced by incredulity. Are you absolutely certain? It truly was a beast tide? The information is accurate. Qin Bai replied solemnly. Upon receiving the second confirmation, Long Jinyue's voice instantly became grave, provided detailed report of the specific circumstances within the instance, leaving no detail unexamined. Yes, Elder Long. Qin Bai felt a surge of determination. He understood that the information he was about to convey was of utmost significance to the entire Dragon Nation. Signs of a beast tide had manifested in its early stages. Qin Bai swiftly organized his thoughts and spoke. According to the accounts of survivors, a blood-red moon, an anomaly previously unseen, was observed within the instance. Initially, when the newcomers entered the dense forest, the monsters exhibited characteristics within a normal range. However, approximately 2 hours later, an explosive and unprecedented transformation occurred in the monster's attributes, forcing the students to retreat to the safe zone. During this withdrawal, casualties exceeded 30. Chapter 75. The Abyss continues. Long Jinyue squinted his eyes and spoke. In this instance of anomaly, we have uncovered a crucial piece of erroneous information. Qin Bai's tone grew more serious as he stated. According to existing records, the monster tide is supposed to amplify the attributes of the creatures by approximately 300. Yet, from the feedback of survivors, the increase has reached at least 500. 500? Long Jinyue's voice bore a hint of skepticism. With such a level of transformation, how could the defenses hold against the onslaught of the beast tide? If what you say is true, the children wouldn't have lasted a minute. Qin Bai nodded in agreement, saying, "You are correct, Elder Long. When the beast tide assaulted the walls, the defenses of the newcomers crumbled almost instantaneously. However, one student, relying primarily on his own strength, managed to withstand the monstrous deluge. One person? Well, nearly one person. His teammates provided some assistance." After a brief silence, Long Jinyue inquired, "I have heard that this year a hidden class awakener emerged in the southern city?" Qin Bai shook his head, revealing a bittersweet smile. "To be candid with you, esteemed elders, the one who awakened the hidden class is my daughter, Qin Qianxue. However, the one who turned the tide is not her. In fact, it can be said that she survived thanks to his protection." "Oh," a voice from the communicator expressed astonishment. "Who is this individual?" Qin Bai's voice bore the shock he had yet to fully process. "His name is Xia Mu, 18 years old, a recent graduate of the Southern City No. 1 High School. His awakened profession is an ordinary archer. He entered the instance at level 15 and is currently at level 18. "What? Absurd. Qin Bai, please verify the accuracy of this information." Even the elders, seasoned by countless storms, could not maintain their composure at this moment. A level 15 ordinary archer? He single-handedly withstood a beast tide with a 500 attribute increase? This is simply preposterous. The information is absolutely accurate. Qin Bai's voice was unwavering, and I can confirm that Xia Mu bore no enhancement crystals in his equipment. Yet under the state of split arrow, he achieved instantaneous kills with each shot. The communicator fell into a profound silence, broken only by heavy breaths. Qin Bai continued, "Regarding Xia Mu, due to his cautious nature and reluctance to reveal his trump cards, my knowledge of him is quite limited. However, based solely on the information at hand, his potential is nothing short of terrifying. Elaborate." Long Jinyue's voice had lost its earlier calmness. Qin Bai spoke with conviction. On the day of his awakening, Xia Mu had already reached level 5 and entered the novice instance, completing it in 17 minutes and 31 seconds, thereby breaking the historical record of the southern city. Hiss! A clear intake of breath was heard. Qin Bai cleared his throat and continued. By the second day after awakening, Xia Mu had already reached level 10. Together with a companion, they entered the reincarnation altar instance, and within 3 hours, he elevated his level 7 teammate to level 15. According to his teammate's account, throughout the instance, Xia Mu dealt all the damage single-handedly. Hiss! Another gasp followed. Qin Bai pressed his lips together, reiterating, on the third day, the level 15 Xia Mu encountered an ambush by 3 level 25 professional assassins in the outskirts of Nan City. Against all odds, he triumphed single-handedly, emerging unscathed. This time, the communication line was devoid of any gasps. It was enveloped in a silence akin to the stillness of stagnant water. The elders were evidently shaken. grappling with the overwhelming nature of such astonishing revelations. This could no longer be described merely as genius. It was the manifestation of a monstrosity, a being that defied all logic. Excellent. Qinbai continue. The voice of Long Jinhue resonated once more, imbued with a heightened gravity and an unmistakable urgency. In the face of the recent beast tide, Xia Mu displayed an incomprehensible ferocity and speed, single-handedly defending over half of the city walls. Even when the defenses in other areas crumbled, he valiantly held the breached section of the wall with his team. Had it not been for him, the outcome of this graduation assessment might have been utter annihilation. Qinbai inhaled deeply, his voice grave as he continued. After the instance concluded, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The former head of the military armament group for our Nan City branch, Chen Hong, has now been confirmed as a lurking spy for the Ko Nation. This fiend, in a brazen display before many witnesses, unleashed his most formidable single-target attack, the Spear of World Incineration upon Xia Mu. What? The communication line erupted with a cacophony of shock and rage. What is Xia Mu's current condition? The elders' hearts raced to their throats. Could such a prodigious talent perish at the hands of a traitor's ambush? Qinbai's tone grew increasingly complex. Xia Mu was struck directly by the Spear of World Incineration. Preposterous. Qinbai, you. Long Jinyue's voice surged with fury, nearly overwhelming the communicator. Qinbai's complexion paled as he recalled the harrowing scene, still haunted by it. Elder Long, please calm your wrath. Although Xia Mu was directly hit by the spear, he emerged without a single scratch, not even a tear in his garment. Qinbai, here. Qinbai responded promptly. Should you ever speak to me again while gasping like that, I shall have your tongue removed. Long Jinyue's eyes blazed with indignation. How is this possible? An elder asked, trembling. Qinbai shook his head. I do not know. The communication room fell into an even deeper silence than before. After several tense seconds, Long Jinyue's voice broke the stillness, laced with a tremor he himself was unaware of. You witnessed this with your own eyes? Indeed. Hundreds of survivors bore witness. Qinbai affirmed with a nod. Another silence ensued. Qinbai ceased speaking, patiently awaiting the decision from the other end of the line. At last, Long Jinyue's voice reverberated throughout the communication space. Order. From this moment forth, Xia Mu, codename Deep Abyss, shall be included in the highest potential roster of the Battle Spirit Hall. Qinbai, you are personally responsible for activating the highest level of protection plan for. Ensure uninterrupted protection around the clock, at any cost, to guarantee his absolute safety. Effective immediately, sever all conventional transportation and communication channels of the Dragon Nation. Enforce the strictest exit and entry controls. No one shall leave the country without scrutiny. To ensure that Xia Mu's information remains undisclosed, Qinbai. Long Jinyue's voice suddenly turned sharp. Xia Mu's safety is solely your responsibility. Should there be any mishap, bring me the head. Yes, I vow to fulfill the mission at all costs. Qinbai saluted the screen with the most standard military gesture of the Battle Soul Pavilion, his voice resounding. He was acutely aware that, from this moment forth, Xia Mu's safety was no longer merely a matter for Nanshe, but a critical concern for the future destiny of the entire Dragon Nation. The communication was severed. In the communication room, Long Jinyue slowly rose from his position, his profound gaze radiating brilliance. Connect me to the capital's dedicated line. Chapter 76. The kidnapping. Uncertain how much time had elapsed. The orange glow of the evening sky filtered through the window, casting a gentle light upon Xia Mu's weary visage. His eyelids fluttered, and a heavy, aching sensation swiftly enveloped his entire body. Struggling to sit upright, he shook his foggy head. The soreness radiating from every muscle compelled him to shake his head in dismay. His constitution had indeed proven insufficient. With a fleeting thought, Xia Mu summoned his attribute panel. Name, Xia Mu. Occupation, Archer. Level, 18 health, 2,270. Shield, 80,549. Magic power, 330. Attack power, 80549. Defense, 484. Attack speed, 27. 8 per second. Strength, 97. Intelligence, 33. Constitution, 147 agility, 1109 free attribute points, 0 experience, 875,691.60.0000 after a night of hellish combat. Xia Mu gazed upon the extraordinary attribute data, a hint of satisfaction finally gracing his features. Indeed, high risks yield substantial rewards. Achieving level 18 with an attack power of 80,000, even the level 56 Xia would find it impossible to match him. The astonishing agility of 1109 had propelled his attack speed to an outrageous 27 arrows per second. Furthermore, due to the enhancement from his constitution, Xia Mu's health and defense significantly surpassed those of a typical archer. Considering Xia's 38,000 attack power at level 56, Xia Mu's current prowess, even within the entirety of Long Nation, could be deemed above average. Particularly, his exaggerated agility attribute likely rendered him unmatched throughout the realm. Calculating based on full agility enhancements, each level up would ideally augment his 4 primary attributes by 1 point, supplemented by 5 free attribute points, allowing for a maximum increase of 6 agility per level. Thus, to attain an agility of 1109, one would need to reach at least level 184 under normal circumstances. As far as Xia Mu was aware, no awakened individual on Blue Star had yet surpassed the 100th level. Of course, this analysis presumed standard attribute allocation. After all, regarding equipment and resources, Xia Mu could only claim limited experience. Who could say if there existed extraordinary items akin to the Dragon Scale Crystal Core that could bestow agility attributes upon gear? Closing the attribute panel, Xia Mu rubbed his brow. During this graduation assessment, he had revealed far too many of his hidden cards. From this point forward, maintaining a low profile in Nansha would be utterly impossible. Contemplating this, a headache began to brew. Despite the current acclaim, deep down, he favored a more subtle and gradual approach to development. With a resigned shake of his head, he reached for his phone on the bedside. As the screen illuminated, several unread messages appeared. When his gaze fell upon a familiar avatar, his heart inexplicably jolted. Since the commencement of the dungeon expedition, Xia Mu had sensed something amiss. Yet the subsequent events had left him little time to ponder. At this moment, seeing that avatar, he abruptly awakened to the reality of the situation. Logically speaking, today marks the graduation ceremony for the third-year students, an occasion when all students can gather on the playground to witness the event. Given the significant turmoil in the copy, it is inconceivable that Xia Jinyu would remain unaware. Why has she not made an appearance? Xia Mu's heart trembled as she hurriedly opened the message sent by Jinyu Little Moon. Xia Jinyu had sent 2 messages in total. The first read, "Brother, that fool Lin Xiao has been glaring at me from behind. He must be plotting revenge. I will go find the mentor soon." The second message stated, "Xia Jinyu is in my hands. If you wish to save your sister, come alone to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs after the graduation assessment. If you dare to call the police or bring anyone, you shall bear the consequences." The 2 messages were sent approximately half an hour apart and originated 7 hours ago. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of Xia Mu's feet to the crown of his head, and in an instant, fear consumed his heart. The impact of these messages was 100 times more intense than the moment the city walls collapsed in the copy. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he dialed Xia Jinyu's number. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Damn it, Xia Mu growled, leaping from his bed and rushing towards the door. 7 hours. A full 7 hours. His sister was in the clutches of that beast, Lin Xiao, and he had been asleep? This is utterly intolerable. Overwhelmed by extreme guilt and terror, Xia Mu was engulfed in despair. As he ran, he forced himself to remain calm, although his clenched fists turned slightly white from the pressure. He had a vague recollection of the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs. It was desolate and remote. Xia Mu burst out of the rental apartment, the evening streets sparse with pedestrians and vehicles. He dashed onto the main road, extending his arms to halt an oncoming black sedan. The screech of tires grinding against the pavement echoed down the street. "What the hell? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" A middle-aged man leaned out of the window, cursing furiously. Soda. I have urgent business. Take me to the abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs. As fast as you can. I'll pay." Xia Mu paid no heed to the man's tirade, yanking open the passenger door and diving inside. The middle-aged man stared blankly at Xia Mu in the passenger seat, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, his expression darkened. "Do you even realize this is a taxi? Get the hell out. 100,000 gold coins. Transfer it now. And take me there as quickly as possible." Xia Mu interrupted him sharply, his voice laced with uncontainable urgency. 100,000? The middle-aged man scoffed, glancing at Xia Mu's school uniform with disdain, and brought up the payment code, saying mockingly, "Fine, 100,000. Let's see you." Ding. "Your Dragon Country Bank transfer of 100,000 gold coins has been received." The crisp electronic notification sounded, leaving the middle-aged man utterly dumbfounded as he stared at his phone screen. "You, drive." Xia Mu's eyes burned with fury as he bellowed. Startled by Xia Mu's imposing presence, the middle-aged man instinctively slammed on the accelerator. The car engine roared, merging into the traffic like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the western part of the city. Unbeknownst to Xia Mu, as he dashed out of his rental apartment and hailed a cab, a seemingly ordinary black sedan nearby housed a composed man who swiftly pressed his earpiece. "Report to Mr. Qin. Qianxue has left his residence, exhibiting unusual agitation, and is currently speeding towards the west in a private vehicle with a license plate Nan-A." At the top of Longting Building in Nanshe, Qin Bai abruptly stood up, his brow furrowed in inquiry. "Do you know what has transpired?" "Uncertain, but Qianxue appears to be extremely agitated." "Should we follow?" the composed man reported in a low voice. "Follow him," Qin Bai commanded, rising with a furrowed brow. He immediately accessed the real-time tracking of the target vehicle and instructed Zhang Ling and Shi Su to assemble an elite team and head to the western suburbs on standby. Simultaneously, I need to ascertain who has been active in that area recently. I must know immediately what has transpired with Xia Mu. Chapter 77. Dark Transformation. The command was swiftly conveyed, and Qin Bai, with an expression as dark as stormy waters, stormed out after grabbing his coat. Xia Mu was now the absolute focus of protection for the Dragon Kingdom's Battle Spirit Pavilion, specifically designated for protection by the venerable Long Lao. There could be no room for error. In the western suburbs, an abandoned warehouse. Before the vehicle had fully come to a halt, Xia Mu leapt out, racing towards the rusted iron door that stood ajar. The interior of the warehouse was steeped in darkness, illuminated only by a flickering overhead lamp that cast trembling shadows. The air was thick with the pungent scent of rust, machine oil, and aged dust, mingled with an almost imperceptible, suffocating sweetness that tightened his chest. "Jinyu!" The anguished cry reverberated through the desolate expanse of the warehouse. Laden with heart-wrenching terror, Xia Mu's gaze frantically swept across the interior. Abandoned metal frames lay strewn about, while corners were cluttered with indistinguishable refuse. Yet, there was no sign of Xia Jinyu. "Jinyu!" Xia Mu's voice trembled with overwhelming panic, his heart racing violently within his chest, as if it might burst. He dashed deeper into the warehouse, each shadow he passed eliciting a jolt of fear, dreading the sight he most wished to avoid. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. In the relatively open expanse of the concrete floor, a pool of dark red blood, not yet fully dried, struck his eyes with a jarring intensity. Boom! His mind went blank in an instant. All sounds vanished. Xia Mu was engulfed by an indescribable chill and searing pain that surged from his heart to the very extremities of his being, draining him of all strength. No, it's impossible," he muttered dazedly, his body trembling uncontrollably, stumbling towards the bloodstain. "Is this Jinyu? What has that beast done to her?" 7 hours. A full 7 hours. His sister was in the clutches of that scoundrel while he lay asleep. He had actually been asleep. A roar of pain, stifled to the utmost degree, erupted violently from the depths of Xia Mu's throat. His fists pounded mercilessly against the cold, unyielding concrete, producing a resounding thud, his knuckles splitting open and blood pouring forth. Yet he felt no pain. Self-reproach, regret, and an overwhelming fury consumed him entirely. "Lin Xiao, I want you dead." Xia Mu's eyes were aflame with crimson rage, uncontrollable emotions surging through his mind. "Xia Mu, Xia Mu, calm down. Two figures rushed through the warehouse entrance almost simultaneously. Zhang Ling and Shi Su, who had hastened to the scene upon receiving Qin Bai's command. Upon seeing Xia Mu kneeling before the bloodstain, consumed by madness, their hearts tightened with concern. What happened? What transpired? Zhang Ling stepped forward swiftly, placing a hand on Xia Mu's shoulder. Shi Su quickly scanned the surroundings, her face paling as she spotted the bloodstain. Xia Mu, tell us what happened. Xia Mu abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking on a Zhang Ling with a gaze filled with profound hatred and insanity, his voice hoarse. Where is Lin Guodong? Both Zhang Ling and Shi Su were momentarily taken aback. Lin Guodong? Zhang Ling pondered for a moment before recalling who Lin Guodong was, quickly furrowing his brow and asking, "What do you want with him? Tell me where he is." Xia Mu, however, disregarded Zhang Ling's inquiry, interrupting with a roar akin to a beast that had lost all reason. His singular focus was to locate Lin Xiao and demand answers regarding his sister's whereabouts. Shi Su stepped forward, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, and gently spoke, "Xia Mu, please compose yourself. Lin Guodong is currently under investigation. If you wish to find him, I can inquire about his location, but it would be prudent for you to first disclose what transpired." Xia Mu ignored both Zhang Ling and Shi Su, abruptly pulling out his phone, his fingers trembling violently from a mix of rage and fear, making it nearly impossible to dial. After several attempts, he finally managed to reach Qin Bai. The call connected almost instantly. "Xia Mu, where are you? What is the situation?" Qin Bai's voice was laced with urgency. "Uncle Qin." Xia Mu's voice cracked with impending despair and a fierce intent. "It's Lin Xiao. He has captured Jinyu, their S-blood. Jinyu, help me find Lin Xiao's location. I must know where he is at this very moment." "What? Jinyu has been taken?" Qin Bai's voice was filled with shock. "Xia Mu, calm down. Do not do anything reckless. I will have someone investigate immediately, but you must. I cannot remain calm." Xia Mu roared into the phone, tears finally breaking free and mingling with the blood on his hands, dripping onto the cold ground. "If anything happens to Jinyu, I want Lin Xiao's entire family to pay. Not a single one shall survive." The chilling intent in his voice sent a shiver through the phone line, and Qin Bai realized that Xia Mu was not merely speaking in anger. This prodigious youth was on the brink of a complete moral collapse. "Xia Mu, listen to me. Stay where you are. I will be there immediately," Qin Bai urged, then shouted to his assistant beside him, "Quickly, locate Lin Xiao's position. Now." After hanging up, Qin Bai pondered for a moment before dialing another number. His tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Qianxue, drop everything you're doing and head to the largest abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs." "Yes, that one. Don't ask why, it's urgent. Just go now, and we will meet at the warehouse." "All right, hurry." Inside the western suburbs warehouse, the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. Xia Mu knelt beside the pool of blood, his body trembling from an overwhelming surge of rage and sorrow, his crimson eyes fixated on the bloodstains on the ground. The oppressive aura surrounding him deterred Zhang Ling and Shi Su from approaching, leaving them to vigilantly stand by, their hearts burning with anxiety. Time passed agonizingly slowly, each second stretching into an eternity. The sound of screeching brakes pierced the air outside the warehouse, and Qin Bai rushed in like the wind. Upon seeing Xia Mu's state, his heart sank, and he hurried forward. "Xia Mu, are you all right?" Xia Mu remained kneeling beside the blood, his head bowed in silence. Qin Bai glanced at Zhang Ling and Shi Su, who both shook their heads in despair, equally troubled. Qin Bai let out a soft sigh, preparing to step forward. Just then, a commotion erupted at the warehouse entrance. An anxious female voice called out, "Dad, I'm here." "Oh, Xia Mu? Brother?" The voice abruptly cut off. Everyone, including Xia Mu, instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. There stood Qin Qianxue, breathless at the entrance of the warehouse. Beside her stood a girl clad in a school uniform, anxiously looking toward Xia Mu. Chapter 78. A twist of fate. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. The madness and murderous intent on Xia Mu's face instantly froze. His mind went completely blank. Bewildered, he gaped, his eyes wide open in shock. "What? is happening? Seeing her brother's bloodshot eyes, Xia Jinyu's heart tightened, and she rushed in. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Brother, what is wrong? Her gaze fell upon Xia Mu's bloodied and battered fist, and tears streamed down her cheeks. What happened to your hand? Jinyu? It was only when he felt the tangible sensation of her touch that Xia Mu began to believe in the reality of the situation. His voice was hoarse, as if he had swallowed a pound of sand. Are you all right? Lin Xiao, that bastard Lin Xiao. Anger and worry surged within Xia Jinyu as she looked at her brother's blood-soaked hand, and she couldn't help but cry out, Brother, what on earth happened? At that moment, Qinbai and the others were equally bewildered, completely at a loss. Qinbai looked at his daughter in confusion. Qianxue, what is going on? Wasn't Jinyu captured by Lin Xiao? Qianxue glanced around the room at the puzzled faces, especially at Xia Mu's utterly dazed expression, and could somewhat surmise what had transpired. She couldn't help but rub her temples. Dad, I'm not entirely sure either. This afternoon, when I was returning home, I saw that Lin Xiao fellow stubbornly holding on to Jinyu at the convenience store. It looked suspicious, so I went over to scare him off. And then? Qinbai asked, momentarily stunned. And then? Qianxue shrugged and continued. I noticed Jinyu was quite frightened, and her phone was broken, so I took her home first. Upon hearing this, Xia Mu's expression shifted to one of anxiety as he grasped Xia Jinyu's hand, asking urgently, Jinyu, are you all right? Did Lin Xiao bully you? Xia Jinyu, distressed by her brother's bleeding hand, suppressed her emotions and rapidly explained, Brother, I'm fine. This afternoon, that lunatic Lin Xiao did corner me behind the school and snatch my phone. He brought me to the outskirts, saying he would wait for you. And then? Xia Mu's voice remained tense, his eyes fixed on Xia Jinyu. Then, the idiot dragged me around the outskirts for the entire afternoon. But it seemed he got lost and couldn't find where he wanted to go. Later, he said he was hungry, cursing and insisting on taking me to buy food. It was right outside the store that I ran into Sister Qianxue. Lost. Xia Mu pointed in bewilderment at the pool of blood on the ground. This. Xia Jinyu quickly shook her head, insisting, That's not my blood. I've never been here. Xia Mu let out a long sigh of relief, finally easing his mind. Xia Jinyu looked at him, her eyes filled with guilt. Brother, I'm so sorry. My phone broke, and I should have called you as soon as I arrived at Sister Qianxue's house. However, upon hearing from Sister Qianxue that you were particularly exhausted today and certainly in need of rest, I thought it prudent to wait a while before reaching out to you, to avoid disturbing your recuperation. Little did I know. She gazed at Xia Mu, tears streaming down her face. Brother, does your hand hurt? An eerie silence enveloped the warehouse, with everyone's attention once again fixated on Xia Mu. His expression was a remarkable spectacle, transitioning from sheer despair to utter bewilderment, ultimately culminating in profound embarrassment, as he looked at his unscathed sister and then down at his bloodied and bruised fist. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him in that moment of realization. Recalling his earlier frenzied outburst, threatening to drag Lin Xiao's entire family down with him, his face flushed crimson with shame. What was I thinking just now? How utterly humiliating. Instinctively, he shifted away, repulsed by the proximity to an unfamiliar pool of blood. Suddenly, Zhang Ling could no longer contain himself, swiftly turning away to cover his mouth, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Sure Su, too, struggled to maintain her composure, her lips curling upwards as she coughed discreetly to mask her amusement. Observing Xia Mu's desperate wish to vanish, Qinbai exhaled a long sigh, rubbing his throbbing temples. This lad truly knows how to stir things up. In the western suburbs of Nan City, at Yunqi Cottage, a tranquil tea room filled with the scent of sandalwood. At the spacious tea table, Qinbai placed a freshly brewed cup of tea before Xia Mu, the clear liquid reflecting the youth's slightly fatigued visage. Try this, my treasured in city cloud, Miss Tea. It will calm your nerves. Xia Mu expressed his gratitude softly, lifting the cup to his lips. The warm tea glided down his throat, leaving a subtle sweetness that eased his taut nerves considerably. Xia Mu, Qinbai set down his cup, his demeanor serious. We have apprehended Lin Xiao at his home, although he did not inflict substantial physical harm on Jinyu. The charges of unlawfully restricting another's personal freedom and intimidation are indisputable, with a robust chain of evidence. Xia Mu nodded, pausing in contemplation before hesitantly responding, Uncle Qin. Lin Xiao is only a sophomore in high school. Given his age, the actual consequences of such charges may be somewhat limited. Don't you think? Qin Bai was taken aback, a grave look crossing his face. If this were yesterday, your assessment would hold true. According to current laws, given his age and the nature of his actions, he would likely face a period of confinement. However, the situation today is entirely different. It is not the police who will be handling Lin Xiao, but the national security. Xia Mu was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the implications of Qin Bai's words. With a smile, Qin Bai added, Xia Mu, you may not yet realize your significance to the Dragon Nation. Xia Mu forced a bitter smile, and after a long pause, he raised his gaze, a hint of regret in his eyes. Uncle Qin, I will not be going to the Battle Soul Pavilion for the time being. This statement struck like thunder on a clear day. The expression on Qin Bai's face instantly froze, and he abruptly sat upright, his voice rising several notches. What? Xia Mu, what do you mean by this? Such matters are not child's play. How can one go back on their word? Xia Mu's sudden decision struck Qin Bai like a bolt from the blue. Although Xia Mu is a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the choice to join the War Soul Pavilion ultimately rests with him. The Dragon Kingdom has no authority to compel Xia Mu to serve the nation. It is no wonder that Qin Bai would lose his composure. Xia Mu's potential is of utmost significance for this year's National Fortune War. Zhang Ling was also agitated. Brother Xia Mu, are you joking? Joining the War Soul Pavilion is a coveted opportunity that many would vie for. Moreover, the combat prowess you have exhibited is immensely important for the Dragon Kingdom. Should you secure a commendable position in the National Fortune War, wherever you go, you would be revered by the masses. What immense glory that would be! Though Su remained silent, her cool, piercing gaze was fixed intently upon Xia Mu. Her delicate brows furrowed with concern. Xia Mu took a deep breath, meeting the fervent gazes of the three with unwavering determination. Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Su, I understand all that you say and appreciate the expectations you hold for me. However, he paused, his voice growing somber, this incident has truly shaken me. Lin Xiao is merely a spoiled youth who has yet to awaken, yet he has placed Jinyu in peril. I shudder to think of what the outcome would have been had Qin Qianxue not fortuitously passed by. Qin Bai sprang to his feet. The typically composed head of the War Soul Pavilion in Nanshur was genuinely alarmed, his face flushing with intensity. Xia Mu, this matter transcends our mere expectations. Chapter 79, Persuasion. Xia Mu, your significance to the Dragon Kingdom is undeniable. I trust one need not elaborate further. This year's National Fortune Battle is one we cannot afford to lose. A defeat would plunge the entire nation into chaos and peril, under a collapsing nest. How can there be unbroken eggs? Zhang Ling, anxious, implored from the side. Xia Mu, I understand the shock you experienced today, but I sincerely hope you will reconsider. The country truly needs you. Xia Mu shook his head. I comprehend your sentiments, yet I have but one sister. To protect her is my utmost responsibility. If I depart from Nan City, what will become of Jinyu? Even someone as despicable as Lin Xiao can easily threaten her. What if more formidable enemies arise? Xia Mu was evidently not acting out of impulse. With his hidden talents, whether or not he joined the Battle Spirit Pavilion was of little consequence. Resources mattered not to him. Given sufficient time, he was confident he could reach heights that others would look up to in awe. He harbored deep admiration for the heroes fighting for the Dragon Kingdom. Yet if he could not even safeguard his own sister, what right did he have to speak of protecting the nation? Su placed her teacup on the table and sighed gently. Xia Mu, I understand your thoughts, but have you considered that remaining in Nan City may not ensure Jinyu's safety? The power you exhibited today has already drawn too much attention. Your potential enemies will no longer be mere clowns like Lin Xiao. Xia Mu listened in silence, and the atmosphere in the tea room grew exceptionally tense. Qin Bai observed Xia Mu's stubborn demeanor, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Zhang Ling and Su fell silent as well, their brows furrowing deeper. Xia Jinyu, who had been quietly seated beside Xia Mu, lifted her head. Her eyes were slightly reddened. and as she gazed at her brother's furrowed brow, warmth surged within her. Brother, her soft voice shattered the silence in the tea room, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her. Xia Mu turned to look at his sister. Xia Jinyu's clear eyes held determination. Brother, I know you wish to join the Battle Spirit Pavilion. Am I correct? Hearing his sister's words, Xia Mu's brow tightened further. Jinyu, brother, please let me finish, Xia Jinyu interrupted gently yet firmly. You have always protected me since childhood, striving tirelessly for my sake. I know this is all to keep me safe. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. But, brother, have you considered that you are only a year older than I? I am no longer a child. I will awaken next year, and I too will strive to join the Battle Spirit Pavilion. I will stand by your side. Her words struck Xia Mu's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, rippling through his thoughts. Brother, you should not remain hidden in Nan City. Xia Jinyu's tone grew serious. I do not possess grand ambitions to defend the nation, yet I do not wish to be a burden to you. I hope you can pursue what you desire. Xia Mu felt a lump in his throat, rendered speechless. Qin Bai sighed and said, Xia Mu, I understand your concerns for Jinyu. Can we come to an agreement? Allow me to take responsibility for her safety. You see, even if you remain in Nan City, you cannot be by Jinyu's side at all times. You still need to gain experience and venture into dungeons. We are far more suited to take on the role of her protector. Qin Bai's words caused Xia Mu's brow to furrow in contemplation. He suddenly realized that he had indeed been thinking too simplistically. While it was true that he possessed hidden talents and could enhance himself without relying on external resources, even if he stayed in Nan City, he was confident he could reach heights that others could only dream of. However, he could not always remain by his sister's side. He needed to delve into dungeons and grow stronger. There would inevitably come a time when he had to leave. Jinyu also needed to attend school and socialize. Who would ensure her safety then? Danger often strikes in an instant. Had Lin Xiao's intellect not fallen short today, Xia Mu would have discovered too late that Xia Jinyu was in peril. Qin Bai continued, You should join the Battle Spirit Pavilion and give it your all on the national fortune battlefield. We will safeguard Jinyu. Our personnel can provide her with round-the-clock protection without interfering with her daily life or studies. Qin Bai's words stirred something within Xia Mu. If Xia Jin, you could receive comprehensive protection from the Battle Spirit Pavilion, it would certainly be more effective than him remaining by her side. He looked up at Qin Bai and asked, Uncle Qin, will the Battle Spirit Pavilion truly support this? Our manpower in Nan City is limited, after all. Qin Bai shook his head. Rest assured, I have already reported your performance in the dungeon to the elders of the Battle Spirit Pavilion in South China. Based on your achievements, they have placed you in the highest potential ranking within the pavilion. Protecting you and your family is part of our duty. He sighed softly, a hint of apology in his tone. To speak frankly, what happened to Jinyu this time was indeed a failure on our part. Brother, I trust Uncle Qin. With the protection of the Battle Spirit Pavilion, you need not worry about me. I hope you can pursue your aspirations without any reservations. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Xia Jinyu did not implore Xia Mu to sacrifice his ambitions for the greater good. Instead, she conveyed to him, pursue what you desire. I will take care of myself and will not be a burden to you. Xia Mu stared blankly at his sister, observing the determination in her eyes. He finally realized that the little shadow that had always followed him had truly grown up. She was no longer the fragile seedling needing his constant protection, but a partner eager to stand beside him. The stubbornness in his gaze began to soften. Jinyu, are you truly unafraid? I am not afraid. Xia Jinyu shook her head and then broke into a tearful smile. Why fear most is you sacrificing your rightful glory because of me. Brother, I will take care of myself, study diligently, and strive to awaken a promising profession next year to join the Battle Spirit Pavilion. Quietly observing from the sidelines, Qin Qianxue's lips curled into a subtle smile. She refrained from offering words of consolation, instead silently pouring warm water into the empty cup of Xia Jinyu. Qin Bai keenly sensed the shift in Xia Mu's demeanor, and the anxiety that had lingered in his heart began to dissipate. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Xia Mu, articulating each word with clarity. Xia Mu, if you deem Uncle Qin to be trustworthy, then focus on honing your skills and preparing to serve our nation. The safety of Jinyu is entrusted to us. Chapter 80. Moving as the words fell, all eyes in the tea room turned towards Xia Mu. He slowly rose to his feet, taking a deep breath and exhaling it slowly, feeling considerably lighter. Facing the three, he apologized. Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Su. I was being overly sentimental just now, and I'm truly sorry. With a collective sigh of relief, the tension that had weighed heavily on their hearts dissipated. Qinbai waved his hand, his tone softening. It is good that you have come to terms with it. I understand your feelings. As an elder brother, your thoughts are not misplaced. He then shifted his tone slightly, a hint of jest in his voice. However, this cannot continue. My old heart cannot bear it. Xia Mu recognized Qinbai's playful banter and nodded, albeit a bit awkwardly. Suddenly, a gurgling sound interrupted the moment, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Embarrassed, Xia Mu sheepishly patted his stomach and chuckled. Ahem. I apologize. It seems I might be a bit hungry. Surely, you haven't gone without food since the graduation ceremony? Qin Qianxue asked incredulously. Xia Mu nodded with a sense of resignation. After emerging from the instance, he had collapsed in a bed, too fatigued to even remove his shoes. Upon waking, the incident of his sister's kidnapping had unfolded, leaving him without sustenance throughout the day. Now that his mind was at ease, a strong pang of hunger surged within him. Are you awakening your potential or cultivating immortality? You seem capable of fasting. Qin Qianxue teased, a playful grin on her lips. Rising, she declared, having gone so long without nourishment. I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you to tide you over. Before Xia Mu could decline, she had already exited the tea room. At this hour, the housekeeper had long since departed for the day. Qinbai observed his daughter's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback. Then a warm smile spread across his face. His daughter had matured, showing concern for others. As he smiled, however, a shadow flickered across his expression. Something felt amiss. This girl had never taken the initiative to cook for me, he muttered under his breath, casting a reproachful glance at Xia Mu. Zhang Ling exaggeratedly sniffed the air, puzzled. Su, why do I suddenly sense a sour aroma? Do you smell that too? Su couldn't help but chuckle, responding earnestly, Indeed, I do. Their teasing earned them an exasperated eye roll from Qinbai, who retorted, If you two have nothing of importance, why not return to the hotel and stop being a nuisance here? As Xia Mu glanced up, he met Qinbai's forlorn gaze, a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Jinyu, with wide, glimmering eyes, settled beside Xia Mu and chirped, Brother, Sister Qianxue's home is so beautiful. I would love to come here often to play. Xia Mu, Qinbai. However, Xia Jinyu's words sparked an idea in Xia Mu's mind, and a smile graced his lips. Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Su, I would like to treat you all to dinner tomorrow evening. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, but soon they chuckled in agreement. Zhang Ling, filled with curiosity, inquired, A meal? What brings this about? Xia Mu nodded and, casting a smile at Xia Jinyu, replied, Tomorrow, I will be moving into my new home at Yunxiaoxiaozhu. Ah! Xia Jinyu was initially stunned before letting out a joyful squeal. She excitedly grasped Xia Mu's arm, shaking it fervently, and stammered, Brother, you really bought a house here? A place like Sister Qianxue's, with a large courtyard? Xia Mu affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and nodded with a smile. Yes, a villa with a spacious yard. Qinbai, Zhang Ling, and Su exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with understanding, and offered their heartfelt congratulations. Which one did you purchase? Qinbai inquired with a grin. Xia Mu pulled out his phone to check the property information. Uncle Qin, I bought Villa Number 1. Do you know its exact location? Villa Número Uno? Qinbai's expression turned a tad peculiar. Yes, Villa Number 1, Xia Mu affirmed. Su interjected, her voice laced with humor. The eldest family resides in Villa Number 2. Number 1 is right next door. What? Xia Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Ling gave Xia Mu a hearty slap on the shoulder, bursting into laughter. Brother Xia Mu, you've practically moved in right next to him. From now on, you two can visit without even changing your shoes. Just hop over the wall. Qinbai's lips twitched as he gazed at the innocent-looking youth before him, his emotions a whirlwind. He remarked, just a couple of days ago, I heard that the house next door had been sold, and I was curious about who the new neighbor would be. I never expected it would be you. Su chimed in with a smile. From a safety perspective, this location is indeed excellent. It offers great convenience for mutual support. Xia Mu's eyes sparkled. Su was right. The house was adjacent to the Qin family, providing an additional layer of security for his sister. Before long, Qin Qianxue entered the tea room. Upon hearing the joyful laughter, she curiously asked, "What is the occasion? Why all the happiness?" Xia Jinyu eagerly seized Qin Qianxue's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Qianxue, my brother bought a new house. It's near yours, so we will be neighbors." Hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Qin Qianxue's eyes. She nodded slightly towards Xia Mu. "Congratulations. The noodles are ready. I've placed them on the dining table. Do go and eat." Xia Mu, already ravenous, expressed his gratitude and made his way to the dining room. On the table lay a steaming bowl of noodles wafting with a savory aroma, topped with 2 golden fried eggs. His appetite piqued, Xia Mu quickly sat down, disregarding the heat, and devoured the meal. Pleasantly surprised by the delicious flavor of the noodles prepared by Qin Qianxue, whom he assumed rarely cooked. The Yin Xiaoxiaozhu is a high-end, fully furnished residence, equipped with all essential appliances, essentially ready for immediate occupancy. The following day, Xia Mu hired a moving company to transfer some bedding, clothing, and personal items belonging to the siblings from their rental home. The belongings were few, and they were easily accommodated in a half-full vehicle. With little effort, Xia Mu had tidied up her room. Catching a glimpse of Xia Jinyu excitedly bustling around the various corners of their new home, Xia Mu couldn't help but smile wryly and bid her farewell before stepping out. From the moment she entered Yunqi Cottage that morning, Xia Mu sensed the tranquil atmosphere of the community had subtly been infused with several veiled gazes. These eyes were concealed within the verdant depths or the crevices between buildings. Although sharp, they bore no malice. Xia Mu understood that these must be the personnel arranged by Qin Bai. Upon arriving at the teleportation center, Xia Mu strode purposefully towards the portal leading to the novice trial arena. For her, the basic enhancements from experience points and level increases were almost negligible. Her singular objective in battling monsters was to maximize her attack power with utmost efficiency. The novice trial arena was the optimal choice she had weighed carefully. In the long-tailed rabbit area, the number of monsters spawning at any one time was approximately 300, densely packed together. Conversely, in dungeons, while the experience points per monster were higher, the total number of monsters across the entire dungeon map typically ranged only from several dozen to just over 100. More crucially, dungeon maps were usually quite expansive. Even without engaging in combat, merely completing a circuit could consume 10 minutes or more. Of course, exceptional dungeons like the Reincarnation Altar were another matter entirely. For Xia Mu, farming monsters in the novice trial arena offered far greater cost-effectiveness than dungeons. The only aspect she lamented was the economic gains from monster hunting within dungeons, be it gold or equipment at her current level. Acquiring such rewards in a novice trial arena was out of the question. In a flash of white light, the familiar scenery unfolded before her once more. The same verdant grassland, the same mingled aroma of grass and wildflowers. As Xia Mu unleashed her split arrow at a terrifying rate of 27 arrows per second, nearly 100 arrows pierced the air in a single second, pouring down upon the densely packed swarm of long-tailed rabbits. Where the rain of arrows fell, chaos ensued. The long-tailed rabbits, previously nibbling on the grass, had no time to react before they collapsed under the dense golden light. In just 5 seconds, the entire area teeming with long-tailed rabbits was utterly cleared, leaving behind a slightly disheveled patch of grass, raked by arrows. Xia Mu genti loret herlongbuch, surveying the desolate scene before her, a faint wry smile tugging at her lips. The density of these monsters was still insufficient. Activating the teleportation stone, she returned to the teleportation center and immediately teleported again. This process repeated itself, and by the end of the afternoon, Xia Mu had traversed the distance between the novice trial arena and the teleportation center nearly 200 times. Had it not been for the significant amount of time spent on the journey, her efficiency would have been even greater. At that moment, her attribute panel displayed an astonishing attack power of 139,086. With nearly 140,000 in attack power, even the level 56 Xia was no match for her. Never mind. Xia Mu shook her head, dismissing the thought of comparison. It was better not to undermine sister Xia. Upon returning home, Xia Jinyu had already begun preparing dinner for the evening. The siblings had endured a life of hardship since childhood, rendering the tasks of cooking and meal preparation entirely effortless for Xia Jinyu. Initially, Xia Mu intended to host a banquet for Qin Bai and his companions at a hotel. Yet Xia Jinyu believed that welcoming guests in their new home would be far more intimate than dining out. Naturally, Xia Mu had no objections to her sister's arrangement. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs for a shower, an incredibly boisterous roar of an engine shattered the tranquility of Yunqi Cottage. The sound, brimming with an aggressive presence, grew closer until it culminated in a jarring screech of brakes, coming to a definitive halt outside Xia Mu's villa. Beep beep, beep beep. As the two resonant honks echoed, Xia Mu curiously made her way to the villa entrance. There, she beheld a powerfully imposing SUV parked audaciously in front of her home. With a slight furrow of her brow, she was about to discern the identity of the driver when the door of the driver's seat swung open with a clang, and Zhang Ling leapt from the vehicle. Xia Mu's expression morphed into one of astonishment as Zhang Ling flashed a triumphant grin, slapping the robust steel frame of the car. Xia Mu, what do you think of this car? ISNT, it's stunning. It's quite impressive, Xia Mu replied helplessly, though it is rather noisy. Ah, a minor issue. Zhang Ling waved dismissively. This vehicle operates on dual energy. When you wish to remain inconspicuous, simply switch to silent mode, ensuring a discreet entrance and exit from the neighborhood. Unnoticed. He paused for a moment, then tossed a set of car keys to Xia Mu. Here, take them. Consider it a housewarming gift. Instinctively, Xia Mu caught the keys. Her mind momentarily blank. Chapter 81. The Savage Dragon Ring in the Age of Digitization. The technology of autonomous driving has long since matured. Upon reaching the age of 18, one can legally operate a vehicle without the need for a driving license. Xia Mu was preparing to purchase a suitable mode of transportation. However, the model he frequently encountered online had a price tag of no less than 1 million gold coins, firmly placing it among the aristocracy of automobiles. Although he indeed required a vehicle, such a lavish gift felt excessively burdensome. Brother Zhang, isn't this a bit extravagant? I'm merely moving houses, and the value of this car could purchase 2 residences like mine. Xia Mu initially intended to decline. Yet, Zhang Ling interrupted him, saying, Xia Mu, do not stand on ceremony with me. We, the members of the Battle Soul Pavilion, fight tirelessly on the Abyss battlefield every day. I cannot speak for other matters, but our income in gold coins is substantial. 100,000 or so is nothing. Xia Mu couldn't help but chuckle wryly, replying, Brother Zhang, if you were to give me a household appliance, I might muster the courage to accept it, but this car... Zhang Ling waved his hand dismissively, Xia Mu. As your guide in the Battle Soul Pavilion, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of our acquaintance, especially on this day of your housewarming. Consider this gift merely an appetizer. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia teasing voice chimed in. I noticed you staring at the garage this morning, and I suspected you were planning to gift Xia Mu a car. Sure enough, your lack of originality is as I anticipated. Zhang Ling's expression soured instantly, his face reddening as he retorted, I am giving Xia Mu a gift, not you, so why should you concern yourself with my choices? Xia sauntered into the room, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Ling, and approached Xia Mu directly, presenting a modest metal box. Xia Mu, congratulations on your new home. Thank you, Sister Xia. Xia Mu replied promptly, accepting the box with gratitude. Zhang Ling immediately leaned closer. Xia Mu, take a look at what Xia has gifted you. Xia Mu hesitated, glancing at Xia. However, unwrapping a gift in front of someone seemed rather impolite. Xia inclined her head slightly. No worries, go ahead and open it. Upon her encouragement, Xia Mu opened the box to reveal a ring, its ancient design glimmering with a muted metallic sheen. With a thought, he activated his identification skill. Savage Dragon Ring, Epic. Constitution 200 of fixed attributes. Savage Dragon's Body. Increases health by 2,000. Savage Dragon's Fury. Active skill. Consumes 100 mana per second after activation. Strikes the target. causing an explosion that deals 30 of attack power as area damage within a 2-meter radius. Savage Dragon's Prestige, Health 50. Equipping level, Level 20 Goodness. Upon seeing the attributes of this ring, Xia Mu could hardly restrain his trembling hand, casting an astonished glance at Shirsu. The inherent value of this item was undeniable, particularly given the last, a fixed attribute, which indicated its immense worth. Furthermore, although its primary attribute was Constitution, the second affix represented a divine skill for archers, who typically possess few area attack capabilities. Among all the skills possessed by archers, the only area damage skill is the level 10 split arrow, while the rest are either single-target skills or passive abilities. Sister Shirsu, this ring is equally applicable to you. Such accessories do not require as high a level as weapons and armor. Even a lower-tier piece of equipment can be worn by high-level awakeners if it possesses commendable skills or significant attributes. Shirsu smiled at Xia Mu and said, "You believe the second affix of this ring is crucial for archers, do you not?" Xia Mu nodded in agreement. It goes without saying, had Xia Mu possessed this ring during the graduation assessment dungeon yesterday, the combination of split arrow and the explosive effect of Rage of the Monglong would have been exceedingly gratifying. "That is true for you," Shirsu calmly explained. "My awakened class, the Flame Archer, has a level 20 skill called Explosive Arrow, which bears a similar effect to the second affix of this ring. Therefore, its value for me is limited." She paused before continuing. "I have heard from Qin Qianxue that your attack power is already quite formidable." "Indeed," Xia Mu affirmed. "My attack power is significantly stronger than that of a typical archer." Shirsu smiled, saying thus, "From my perspective, the most significant value of this ring for you lies in its first and third affixes." She looked at Xia Mu earnestly and said, "Xia Mu, everyone believes that we archers are the primary damage dealers and should pursue ultimate attack power and speed. However, I must tell you that, as a fragile class, survival is the foremost priority." Upon hearing this, Xia Mu nodded silently. Shirsu's words were indeed insightful. As a powerful backline damage dealer, maximizing damage output was his sole task. Yet, the foundation for sustaining that damage output is to ensure one's own survival. In the event of a team battle, it is often not the frontline tanks or warriors who are in the most danger. Experienced foes will typically focus their fire on the backline. Assassins and warriors often target the core ranged output in the backline first. Indeed, while Xia Mu possesses the hidden trait Battle Rest Barrier, which renders most conventional attacks ineffective against him, he must still consider the threat posed by true damage from immunity shields, poisons, and curses. The efficacy of his Battle Rest Barrier becomes severely limited in such scenarios. Once his talents are revealed, astute enemies will invariably seek methods to breach his defenses. At that juncture, his robust vitality will be his ultimate safeguard. Currently, Xia Mu's health points stand at 2270. Should he don this ring, the base vitality increase of 200 would elevate his health by 2,000 points. Additionally, with the first affix's 2,000 fixed health and the third affix's 50 increase to health cap, his total health would soar to 9405. With such vitality, not even a tank built entirely on Constitution could hope to compete. "Accept it," Shirsu urged once more. "Indeed, Xia Mu. Why are you being so polite with Shirsu?" Zhang Ling chimed in, playfully remarking that while the ring was indeed commendable, Shirsu had not even embedded a single dragon-scale crystal core, which he deemed rather stingy of her. "Do you wish for your demise, barbarian?" Shirsu shot him a glare, her phoenix eyes wide with disbelief at his audacity. "Hee." Zhang Ling recoiled slightly, offering a sheepish grin as he sidled away. "Well then, my gratitude to Sister Shirsu," Xia Mu said, taking a deep breath and ceasing to decline the gesture. The Monglong ring was a level 20 piece of equipment, one he was not yet able to don. "Brother, why are you all standing outside? Please invite Brother Zhang Ling and Sister Shirsu in to sit," came the melodious voice of Xia Jinyu from within the villa. It was only then that Xia Mu snapped back to reality, smacking his forehead in realization as he hurriedly ushered Shirsu and Zhang Ling inside, directing them to take a seat on the living room sofa. Xia Jinyu, quick and obedient, gracefully brought over the freshly washed exquisite tea set and arranged it on the coffee table. Xia Mu, though slightly awkward, began to boil water and warm the cups. His movements, though not entirely polished, exuded a sincere diligence. Soon, a delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air. Chapter 82. A grand gesture once again. There was a commotion at the entrance. Several individuals turned to see Qin Bai and Qin Qianxue entering side by side. In her hands, Qin Qianxue cradled an exquisitely shaped potted green plant, its leaves of vibrant green, exuding an invigorating vitality. "Uncle Qin, Qianxue, you have arrived," said Xia Mu, setting down the tea utensils and hastily rising to greet them. Qin Bai smiled warmly and nodded. "I heard that today Jinyu is cooking herself. I have been looking forward to it all day, waiting to savor her culinary skills." Qin Qianxue handed the green plant to Xia Mu, her voice melodious. "Xia Mu, this is for you." "Thank you," Xia Mu replied, gratefully accepting the potted plant. It felt slightly heavy in his hands, the leaves long and robust, offering a smooth touch and a flourishing vitality. He could not help but exclaim, "This green plant is truly beautiful." Upon hearing Xia Mu's praise, a hint of satisfaction graced Qin Qianxue's face, her tone tinged with pride. "Of course, this orchid has been nurtured by me for several years. Its blooming season lasts long each year, and when the flowers blossom, the fragrance wafts through the entire room, especially delightful." Xia Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed that the green plant was a gift selected from a flower market, not realizing that Qin Qianxue had gifted him an orchid she had cultivated at home. This thoughtful gesture warmed his heart slightly. He surveyed the living room and, with a sense of gravity, placed the orchid prominently near the floor-to-ceiling window. Instantly, the greenery infused the new space with warmth and vitality. "Boss." Zhang and Shi also greeted Qin Bai. Qin Bai responded with a smile, settling onto the sofa. "You two are quite unreserved. You seem eager for the meal. One must be enthusiastic about food," Zhang declared, sprawling on the sofa, a playful grin on his face as he fixated on Qin Bai. "Boss, since Xia Mu has moved into a new home, what grand gift have you prepared as an elder? Hurry up and show us." Qin Bai was momentarily taken aback, pointing at the potted plant Xia Mu had just arranged. "Isn't that it?" Zhang expression of anticipation immediately faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. He glanced at the potted plant and then back at the self-assured Qin Bai, his mouth opening and closing before he finally managed to stammer. Just this? Boss, are you joking with me?" Seeing Zhang expression akin to someone struck by lightning, Qin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. He leisurely sipped his tea before responding. "Well, isn't it quite normal to gift a plant when someone moves into a new home? It symbolizes vitality and new beginnings." "Normal? Nonsense." Zhang rolled his eyes dramatically, exasperated. "Boss, this is incredibly stingy. You are the head of the Southern Division of the Battle Spirit Pavilion. And for Xia Mu's housewarming, you simply gifted a pot of grass? What do you mean, a pot of grass?" Qin Bai set down his teacup with a hint of displeasure. "This orchid has been cared for by Qianxue for several years. She doesn't even let others touch it. Now, she has given it to Xia Mu. Doesn't that signify a weighty sentiment?" "Oh." Zhang elongated his tone, his expression now more scornful. "So this plant is really a gift from that young lady Qianxue, and you merely lent your name?" "Boss, this." Qin Bai was momentarily taken aback. Zhang words struck a chord, making it difficult for him to retort. He cleared his throat, set down his teacup, and turned to Xia Mu with a smile, saying, "Xia Mu, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what you truly lack at the moment. How about I prepare a red envelope for you? You can buy whatever you fancy." As he spoke, he made a gesture as if to reach into his pocket. Xia Mu hurriedly waved his hands in embarrassment. Suddenly, Zhang who had just taken a sip of tea, choked and quickly set his cup down, his face flushing with indignation. "Boss, this your approach is rather perfunctory. Don't you think? You are the head of the Battle Soul Pavilion in Nanshi, and Xia Mu is destined to be a pillar of our nation. A red envelope? Do you think this is just a casual contribution from an old man downstairs? Look at Shi Su. She presented an epic piece of equipment, solid and substantial. And then there's me, though a bit pedestrian, at least I offered a capable, rugged off-road vehicle. You ought to gift something that befits your status. Qin Bai was amused by Zhang Ling's passionate outburst. He glanced at the indignant Zhang Ling and then at Shi Su, who clearly stood in solidarity with him. A knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gift equipment? Leaning back leisurely against the sofa, Qin Bai crossed his legs and remarked, Zhang, your perspective is somewhat limited. What do you mean? Zhang Ling was taken aback. Qin Bai no longer kept them in suspense. His gaze shifted to Xia Mu, and he spoke earnestly. Xia Mu, by unanimous decision of the Elder Council of the Battle Soul Pavilion in the South China region, you have been officially placed in the highest potential tier, codenamed Deep Abyss, and you will enjoy the privileges of a core member. From this day forward, the armory of a Nanshi Battle Soul Pavilion is open to you without restriction. The equipment, materials, special items, and even strategic reserve resources within can be requested by you at any time, without any approval process. Just a simple report. Upon hearing these words, the living room fell silent. Zhang Ling's mouth hung open, large enough to fit an egg, his eyes wide with astonishment, instantly replacing his earlier mockery with shock. Unlimited access to the armory. This privilege, how many in the Dragon Nation could boast such an honor? Even Qin Bai himself did not possess this right. This was simply extravagant. The armory was filled with treasures, many of which were unattainable even with wealth. Shi Su was also visibly moved. This was a true grand gesture. The Battle Soul Pavilion's utmost recognition and investment in Xia Mu's potential. Qin Bai continued, coincidentally, the former head of the armory, Chen Hong, has been dealt with, and I am now personally overseeing the armory. All pests have been eradicated. There will be no one to conceal resources from you or create obstacles. Xia Mu, we have an abundance of resources. What you need to do is focus entirely on your growth and unleash your potential to the fullest. The future of the Dragon Nation requires your strength. Xia Mu felt a profound sense of responsibility wash over him. He rose and bowed deeply to Qin Bai, saying, Uncle Qin, I will forever cherish this trust and support. This gift was weightier than any equipment. It embodied the Battle Soul Pavilion's unwavering support and high hopes for him. Qin Bai waved his hand and said earnestly, Xia Mu, you must remember that in this data-driven world, strength is paramount. When you possess strength, resources will naturally gravitate toward you. We may withhold, but there are many who would gladly offer. When your potential is truly revealed to the world, it will inevitably attract countless dangers and assassination attempts. However, it will also draw the olive branches of various nations, and numerous temptations will follow. At that time, I hope you can remain true to your heart. Xia Mu smiled brightly, her gaze clear and resolute. Uncle Qin, rest assured, as long as my family's safety is assured, my spine shall not easily bend. Qin Bai nodded in appreciation, choosing not to elaborate further. Such topics are best left succinct. To dwell on them excessively serves no purpose. Chapter 83. The Skeleton Pass, he turned his gaze toward Zhang Ling, raising an eyebrow and teasingly inquired, What do you say, barbarian? Any words left? Zhang Ling, naturally indignant, muttered under his breath, Boss, this can only be considered the resources of the Battle Soul Pavilion. You, personally, should at least show some generosity and bring out a few personal treasures. He scratched his head, feeling that without extracting something from Qin Bai's private stash, he had somewhat shortchanged Xia Mu. Qin Bai, uninterested in further engaging with this lively character, was interrupted by a cheerful voice from the dining area. Dinner is ready, brother. Uncle Qin, Sister Shi Su, Brother Zhang Ling, Sister Qin Qianxue, come and eat. It was Xia Jinyu, her voice bright and clear as she donned a charming little apron, bringing the last steaming dish to the dining table. The rich aroma of the food wafted through the air, stirring appetites. Upon hearing her call, everyone rose and made their way to the dining room. After inviting Qin Bai to take the seat of honor, the others followed suit. Xia Jinyu's culinary skills were indeed extraordinary, and the dishes, rich in flavor and presentation, garnered unanimous praise. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere grew lively, Qin Bai raised his glass and declared, Let us toast together in honor of Xia Mu and Jinyu, congratulating them on their housewarming and wishing them all the best in their new home. Everyone smiled as they lifted their glasses, and the Xia Mu siblings promptly expressed their gratitude. Xia Mu sincerely said, "Uncle Qin, we truly appreciate your help over these past few days." After finishing his drink, Qin Bai solemnly refilled his and Xia Mu's glasses. Holding his glass, he turned to Xia Mu with a serious expression. "Xia Mu, this toast is for you alone. I have a clear understanding of the circumstances surrounding the graduation assessment instance. As Qin Qianxue's father, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for saving her life." With that, he raised his glass and drank deeply, his eyes revealing unmasked gratitude and lingering fear. "Boss," Zhang Ling stood up, raising his voice. "How can you toast alone? Qin Qianxue is also a child we've watched grow up. If we toast, we should do it together." Su silently rose, raising her glass in solidarity. Qin Qianxue also stood up, swiftly downing her drink and handing the empty glass to her father with resolute eyes. "Dad, pour me a glass of wine. I too wish to toast Xia Mu." "All right." Qin Bai moved, refilled both his and his daughter's glasses, proclaiming loudly, "Then let us all toast together to Xia Mu." The glasses clinked, and genuine emotions flowed between them. Xia Mu felt a swell of emotion and quickly replied, "Uncle Qin, Brother Zhang, Sister Su, Qin Shui, you flatter me. Whether as a teammate or a friend, protecting Qin Shui is something I should do. There is no need for such formalities." Qin Bai set down his glass, his large hand waving emphatically, his eyes slightly reddening as he spoke with undeniable seriousness. "Xia Mu, from your perspective, this may seem like camaraderie among teammates. However, from a standpoint of a father, you saved my daughter's life, and that is an undeniable truth. This kindness I, Qin Bai, will remember for a lifetime." Observing the slight redness in Qin Bai's eyes, Xia Mu felt a twinge of envy rise quietly within her. As an orphan, he yearned desperately for a steadfast sanctuary that would never succumb to despair. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively once more. Qin Bai turned to Xia Mu, his expression earnest as he inquired, "Xia Mu, setting aside the resources provided by the War Soul Pavilion, what do you believe is most urgently needed to enhance your combat prowess given your current circumstances? In other words, what is the pivotal element that could catalyze a significant leap in your abilities? Speak boldly. Anything that Uncle Qin can facilitate shall not be dismissed." Xia Mu set down his chopsticks, pondering for a moment. Possessing an extraordinary hidden talent, he no longer regarded equipment as a core necessity. Instead, the paramount concern was how to most efficiently amplify his attack power. After a brief contemplation, he lifted his gaze and replied, "Uncle Qin, I am indeed not lacking in equipment or gold at the moment. If I were to identify my most pressing need at this stage." He paused, carefully considering his words. "What I require most urgently is a consistent influx of monster resources." "Monster resources?" Qin Bai and the others expressed their surprise. This response, though logical, was unexpected. "Indeed," Xia Mu affirmed with a nod, elaborating, "given my current output capability, the number of monsters in regular dungeons is insufficient. The maps are excessively expansive, resulting in travel time far exceeding combat time, leading to inefficiency. Although monster spawn points in the wild are dense, their respawn rates do not keep pace with my output, and the total quantity falls significantly short of my demands." He turned to Qin Bai. "Therefore, Uncle Qin, if possible, could you assist me in acquiring some scrolls for special dungeons like the Rebirth Altar? You know, dungeons where monsters can respawn infinitely or have a high respawn frequency with great density. The level is inconsequential. High-level monsters are acceptable, but the quantity is crucial. It must be a continuous stream, an unceasing flow of monsters." Qin Bai furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table as he fell into contemplation. To him, Xia Mu's request was not difficult to comprehend. The continuous monster resources were merely a means to directly enhance Xia Mu's experience level. After a moment, Qin Bai's brow relaxed, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "I see now. Your ability requires substantial experience to elevate, does it not?" Upon hearing this, Xia Mu's smile faltered slightly, yet he refrained from further explanation, merely nodding in agreement with a forced chuckle. "Yes, Uncle Qin, experience points are indeed vital." Qin Bai ceased to inquire further, lightly tapping his fingers in the air before him. A soft luminescence flickered, and a scroll emanating an ancient, weathered aura. Composed of neither metal nor wood, materialized in his grasp. The surface of the scroll shimmered with faint energy waves, adorned with intricate patterns in dark gold. Xia Mu, take a look at this. Qin Bai offered the scroll to him. Xia Mu accepted it, feeling its weight and peculiar texture. He focused on the scroll's information. The Bone Pass, Endless Challenges Dungeon Mechanism. Monsters will emerge from one edge of the map, charging along a fixed route towards the endpoint. Your task is to set up defenses along the monster's path, destroying them to prevent their arrival at the destination. With each wave, 1,000 monsters emerge. The intensity of the monsters escalates infinitely with each successive wave. The condition for failure is that if any single monster successfully reaches the endpoint, the dungeon will be forcibly concluded. The rewards are calculated after each wave. The higher the waves successfully defended, the more bountiful the rewards. Repeatedly challenging waves that have already been defended will not yield additional rewards. Upon discerning the description of the scroll, a sudden glimmer of delight ignited in Xia Mu's eyes. Uncle Qin, this is wonderful. This is precisely the kind of dungeon I have been seeking, Xia Mu exclaimed with excitement.